The realm of gaming has captured your attention. You are undoubtedly familiar with the concept of infinite realms. Yet, the notion of traversing through various game worlds might still be a rarity. How can Lian Yang, who fell victim to heartbreak due to his obsession with gaming, reclaim the love he has lost through the games he once played? Chapter 1. What else can you do besides gaming? In the vast, dimly lit room, darkness enveloped everything, the curtains drawn tightly, the door firmly shut, allowing only the faint hum of the computer tower and the rhythmic clatter of a mechanical keyboard to permeate the silence. The computer, equipped with a high-end liquid cooling system, operated with near silence and exceptional cooling efficiency, naturally at a steep price. The mechanical keyboard, on the other hand, was a cacophony of sound, delivering an exquisite tactile experience, albeit also quite costly. The sole source of illumination emanated from the 23-inch monitor, once deemed colossal, but now merely average in size. Yet the youth's gaze was fixated upon its vibrant display, as if fearing the loss of even a fleeting moment. Crackle, crackle. The mechanical keyboard erupted with sounds reminiscent of firecrackers, a relentless barrage of clicks filling the air. This was the most intense and exhilarating combat. The youth's maneuvers were nothing short of spectacular, yet despite his skill, he found himself in a precarious situation, watching as his character dodged left and right, unable to land a single hit. Suddenly, his health plummeted from a mere 20 to a critical 15. A minor misstep resulted in the boss unleashing a devastating area attack that could not be avoided. The consequence of failure would typically be death. Fortunately, due to his class, he possessed an invulnerability skill, a single escape from demise, though it required manual activation. Damn it, this is so tough, and I'm nearly out of health. Luckily, my reflexes are sharp. Time to activate invincibility. There's still a difference compared to a party of 20. The youth's face contorted with irritation, as if he were bearing an immense grievance. Time was truly of the essence for the youth. The boss' next attack was imminent, and receiving even a single blow would nullify all his prior efforts. Yet, despite the formidable speed of the boss, the youth's fingers danced even quicker. Click, click. The crisp sounds of the keyboard echoed. Regaining health, evading attack, she executed the maneuvers in one fluid motion, and the boss' spectacular display of fire and ice was rendered harmless, striking only the empty ground beside his character. My reflexes are unparalleled. What do you expect after months of practice? Life and death are but trivial matters. I'm ready for this. Prepare to taste my earth-shattering strike. The youth's face radiated pride. Such remarkable skill was rare. Few of his gaming companions could match his prowess. The game currently unfolding on-screen was known as Dungeon and Fighter, abbreviated as DNF, a 2D side-scrolling adventure where players challenge various dungeons, collecting increasingly powerful gear to conquer more difficult challenges. This game had been the youth's primary focus for over a year. Naturally, as with any online game, he had invested considerable financial resources and countless hours into it, earning the title of a dedicated player. After all, gaming was his greatest passion. Before his eyes, the character with blazing red eyes leaped into the air, wielding a colossal greatsword raised high above its head, preparing to strike down upon the boss. The boss was struck. The towering figure seemed momentarily startled as the great sword came crashing down upon its head. Boom! The great sword cleaved through the boss, crashing into the ground beneath. Lava! The ground beneath the boss erupted violently, spewing molten rock in all directions, scorching the boss with its ferocity. In an instant, the boss' health plummeted by over 100 points. The earth-shattering strike may not have been the strongest skill of the class, but it was the youth's favorite. The sheer force of that blow was intoxicating. Now was the moment. The lava continued to spew forth, leaving the boss momentarily immobilized. A standard mechanic in this game. The youth, well-versed in such tactics, promptly unleashed a skill that required a slightly longer casting time. Ah! The character in the game let out a fierce roar, and to the youth's astonishment, the health meter, previously at maximum, mysteriously dropped back to 19. And now's my chance. Life and death are trivial. Let's go for it. Bloodlance engage. The Berserker Blood, Demon Blood, God Slayer. Having evolved from the initial class of the Phantom Swordman, he had tread a path of pure madness. Only at critically low health could he unleash devastating attacks. The powerful Berserker danced perilously on the edge between life and death, their battles igniting an exhilarating fervor. The great sword transformed into a crimson blood blade, thrusting fiercely toward the boss. Clang! With unparalleled precision, the blood blade pierced the boss' body, erupting in a violent explosion of sanguine energy. In an instant, the boss' health bar plummeted. Yet this was not the end. The berserker in the game extended a blood-tinged hand, seizing the boss tightly. The youth observed in awe as the boss blood seemingly flowed into the berserker, invigorating him. And then now was the moment. The youth's face brimmed with confidence. Bloodbath fury. In that fleeting moment, as the character released its grip, both fists clenched tightly. An even more massive explosion of blood energy followed, leaving the once mighty boss with no opportunity to react. The boss was in peril. Originally boasting 600 health points, after the youth's relentless assault, it was reduced to a mere 83. Just as the bloodbath fury concluded, the boss seemed ready to retaliate, its screen filled with flickering electricity, its ultimate area attack looming. Computers are just computers. Do you really think I would allow you to unleash your full power? The youth's confidence soared. Gaming was simply a matter of grasping the patterns once understood. Everything fell into place. I refuse to play nice. This is my final blow. Blood Demon Slayer. The screen crackled with electricity as the boss prepared for a fierce counterattack. Yet, the youth's character would not yield, transforming into a blood-red wolf. Half the screen flickered with bolts of lightning, while the other half showcased the Crimson Wolf. In the instant when lightning and wolf collided, the outcome was revealed. The deluge of electric energy proved utterly ineffective against the youth's wolf, which lunged forward, its massive jaws clamping down fiercely on the boss. So this is what suffering feels like. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle shifted. The once dominant boss, due to a slight miscalculation, faced an altered fate. This already weakened boss was struck by the immense final blow, collapsing in a fit of rage and disbelief. What a challenge for a party of 20. I just soloed it. The youth beamed with pride, but soon his expression shifted to one of emptiness. It seemed that conquering this game did not bring him the joy he had anticipated. What a magnificent battle! What exquisite technique! To his astonishment, the defeated boss miraculously rose once more, and to the youth's disbelief, it began to speak, certainly not a scripted line from the game. The Antoon Dungeon, as the first raid in DNF, typically required a party of 20 players. However, the latest iteration allowed completion with just 4, albeit still maintaining the original difficulty. Naturally, soloing was an option. The youth had taken on this challenge, having spent a year mastering the 20-player version, while the 4-player variant presented some differences. The dialogue remained unchanged. All this transpired in a matter of moments. Of course, after all, I am the revered god of war. The youth thought nothing of it. Having someone to brag to was a welcome distraction. You are one of the top-ranked berserkers in this realm? What is your name? The boss, now resembling a sentient being rather than a mere AI, sought normal conversation, an impossible feat for computer games. But did the youth care? Not in the slightest. Lian Yang. The boss inquiry was clearly not about his gaming ID. Lian Yang was fully aware of this. The boss nodded. Your gaming skills are impressive, but Lian Yang, what else can you do besides gaming? For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Lian Yang fell into a stupor, or perhaps he was simply overwhelmed. What more could he do? This question had been posed before, by the one person he cared about most. Before Lian Yang could utter a word, the boss, with a scornful expression, declared, "There's no need to say anything. I know you're nothing but a useless layabout who can do nothing but play games." I'm not. His face flushed crimson. Yet that was all he could muster in impotent denial. The same dialogue, the same sense of helplessness. Where is your girlfriend? The boss seemed to sense something and maliciously inquired. We broke up, Lian Yang replied weakly. He had no desire to argue, for it would be futile. You truly are a waste to have lost a girlfriend of 7 years. The boss's voice carried a hint of something more, but Lian Yang was evidently oblivious. Sigh. He exhaled deeply. Indeed, I am a waste. What else can I do besides gaming? My girlfriend no longer wants me. Upon reflection, she has endured quite a lot, having stayed with me for so long. What else could I expect from someone so devoid of ambition? As he spoke, his head lowered, and the pride he once held in soloing dungeons seemed to vanish entirely. His heart began to ache with memories of that beautiful figure, a pain as sharp as a knife. For a moment, the pitch-black room fell into silence, as if even the sound of the computer had come to a standstill. After a prolonged silence, the boss finally spoke. Do you wish to prove yourself? Lian Yang, initially devoid of expression, now appeared to sparkle with a glimmer of hope. I do. But how? Everything that had transpired today felt exceedingly bizarre. However, Lian Yang was indifferent. The instant his girlfriend departed, he felt as though his heart had nearly died. What outcome could be more dismal than this? Come with me, embark on a path you've never contemplated. It may lead to life, or it may lead to death. If you live, you will shine with glory beside her. If you die, then so be it. The boss's voice resonated, as if traversing through the fabric of time, echoing deep within Lian Yang's heart. All right, let's go. He lifted his head, determination ablaze in his eyes. He had erred once and could not afford another mistake. His world truly could not exist without her. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not surrender. As for life and death, without her, what difference did they make? It felt as though it was but a fleeting moment, yet also an eternity in the darkened room. The computer continued its work. The top-tier epic gear from the dungeon rewards went unnoticed, and Lian Yang simply vanished from his own home. Chapter 2. The Squirrel of Earth could not possibly be this large and breathe fire. Welcome to the realm of the game, your inaugural station, the world of Dungeon and Fighter, specifically the Yano Forest of the continent of Arad. The voice of the boss resonated with fervor, infused with a hint more of joy. Beneath a somewhat dim sky, a faint miasma clung to the ground, while crystalline formations sprouted from the earth near the towering trees. All these signs conveyed to Lian Yang, who possessed 40 max-level characters, that this was the Arad world post-Great Migration. Breathing in air that was strikingly different from that of Earth, Lian Yang inquired, "Who are you, and what is your name?" Accepting his circumstances, he recognized the necessity of posing the right questions. That moment, the boss transcended its game persona, transforming into a luminous sphere. "I am called Hope, somewhat akin to the supreme deity you are familiar with. Yet we are not the same. I drift through the cosmos, drawn to your despair. My world is entirely governed by your will, and I do not form any teams. Nor are there reincarnators. My duty is to empower you, and to grow strong necessitates the strength of the world. Every time you level up, defeat monsters, complete quests, or even acquire equipment, I absorb the power of this world. Only when you become stronger will you possess hope." Lian Yang nodded thoughtfully. In this age of information explosion, anything was possible, and he was indifferent to what the future held. He only knew that hope was indeed his beacon of aspiration. The hope of reclaiming his beloved girlfriend. "Is our goal to conquer this world?" "Certainly not," Hope replied firmly. "The world cannot be conquered, for the so-called heavenly way you perceive does not exist. At most, you may become the sovereign of this realm, but that holds no significance. Moreover, the power we can draw from each world is limited. Should you exceed this limit, the world will perish, and a destroyed world yields no energy." Lian Yang nodded, somewhat comprehending. "So, according to your assertion, it seems this is not the only world I am destined to traverse." "Indeed, since each world has a cap on the energy it can provide. Once that threshold is reached, the only way to grow stronger is to venture into the next realm. Here lies your starting point. Apart from me, you possess nothing, not even the strength to tie a chicken. This world is the one you have recently engaged with and are most familiar with, hence it serves as your beginning, the wondrous world. Seemingly distinct from Earth," Lian Yang remarked, "I understand. This is a genuine game world. Is it not?" "Precisely. This is a real game world. I can also offer you services akin to a shop that do not exist in this world. But beyond that, you must rely on yourself." The light of hope flickered, seemingly more exhilarated. "Brother, host, only you can perceive my existence, and your journey has commenced. Go forth and battle." In the distance, not too far away, approximately 100 meters, a creature engulfed in flames charged fiercely toward Lian Yang. 100 meters may appear to be a considerable distance. However, ordinary sprinters on Earth can complete this distance in under 11 seconds. Now, we find ourselves in a world brimming with formidable individuals, and those charging forth are evidently not the weaklings. Thus, bang, a resounding and anguished cry erupted, unmistakably from Lian Yang. "What the hell? Is that a squirrel? Earthly squirrels aren't this large. This one is almost the size of a wolf dog." Although taken by surprise and knocked off his feet, Lian Yang, having undergone physical enhancement upon arriving in this world, merely felt a pervasive soreness throughout his body, not severe enough to be classified as an injury. However, while the violent collision was manageable, the mutated fire squirrel that had emerged post-teleportation seemed unprepared to relent. In a flash, the fiery creature pivoted and lunged once more at Lian Yang. Gazing at the fire squirrel, with its menacing fangs and sharp claws, Lian Yang thought to himself, "If it pounces on me, I might not survive, or at the very least, I would be gravely injured." Without hesitation, he executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the fire squirrel's second strike. Standing before the formidable creature, Lian Yang panted heavily, "You little rascal, you are quite fierce." Cautiously observing the fire squirrel, he acknowledged that, although his modified physique was not necessarily inferior to that of the fire squirrel, he lacked any real combat experience, having scarcely killed even a chicken. Anxiously, Lian Yang found himself hesitant to initiate an attack. Yet his hesitance did not deter the fire squirrel. With a shrill screech, it lunged forward, claws outstretched toward him. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing resonated as Lian Yang was propelled backward. The fire squirrel proved to be overwhelmingly strong for him. Lian Yang, you worthless fool, the creature before you is among the weakest of this world, and you can't even defeat it. How can you hope to prove yourself? In a daze, a voice filled with disdain for his inadequacy echoed in his mind. Crash! Lian Yang's body crashed against a nearby tree trunk, his face etched with frustration. I am not a worthless being. I shall prove myself. Spitting out the blood pooling at the corner of his mouth, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the fire squirrel. I, Lian Yang, am not a failure, and you are merely the weakest creature in this world. Staring intently at the squirrel, it was unclear whether he was addressing himself or the creature, yet the gravity and sincerity of his words were palpable. Squeak! The fire squirrel seemed utterly dismissive, its call laced with mockery. It charged at him once more. You look down on me? Ha! If I am to prove myself, I must first cast aside my fears. In the face of the fire squirrel's bewildered gaze, Lian Yang, unarmed and undeterred, boldly advanced toward it. Squeak! The fire squirrel was incensed. The prey before it dared to resist? Outraged, the fire squirrel accelerated, its claws poised to shred this annoying adversary to pieces. The claws of the fire squirrel ruthlessly aimed for Lian Yang's chest, yet he refused to yield, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the squirrel's head. Howl! Squeak! Lian Yang's furious roar echoed through the forest, while the anguished cries of the flame squirrel resonated within a 100-meter radius. The flame squirrel struck Lian Yang fiercely, leaving 5 bloody claw marks across his chest, instantly soaking the white t-shirt he had brought from Earth. Meanwhile, the flame squirrel was not faring any better. Lian Yang's punch had left it dazed, yet it seemed to become even more enraged. Its belly suddenly swelled ominously, as if building up some formidable force. Witnessing this, Lian Yang was struck with terror. As a seasoned player of Dungeon and Fighter, he understood all too well that this was the flame squirrel's ultimate move. The fireball in the realm of the game. It was inconsequential, but now, for Lian Yang, it felt like a death sentence. A single blow could prove fatal. The reason was simple. Every new character in the game started with 500 health points, while the fireball dealt 50 damage. In the game, this meant little, but in the real world, it represented a tenth of one's life. Moreover, because of his unexpected arrival in this world, Lian Yang had not even reached the initial level 1, existing instead as a mere level 0 ordinary individual with only 300 health points. After enduring several strikes, he was reduced to a mere 120 points of life. If he were to be hit by that fireball, he would be left with barely half his life. In a swift moment, the flame squirrel unleashed a fireball aimed directly at Lian Yang, its force akin to a thunderous strike. Yet, despite the imminent danger, Lian Yang remained composed. Chaos in battle is the greatest folly. Calculating the trajectory of the fireball, he braced himself. Boom! The fireball struck true, but it did not hit Lian Yang. Instead, it exploded upon a large tree behind him. In an astonishing twist, Lian Yang rolled forward, positioning himself right before the flame squirrel, and with a powerful punch, he struck its face. Cursed human! I shall see you dead. To Lian Yang's astonishment, the flame squirrel spoke, its fury seemingly reaching a boiling point. Yet Lian Yang felt no surprise. In the world of Dungeon and Fighter, it was only natural for a flame spirit like the squirrel to possess the ability to speak. The outcome of this confrontation was still uncertain. While the flame squirrel seethed with rage, Lian Yang maintained an unusual calm. To him, the flame squirrel was still overwhelmingly powerful. A single misstep could lead to his demise, leaving no trace behind. Only through composure could he find a glimmer of hope. Fireball! In the midst of its speech, the flame squirrel began to conjure another fireball, and at such close range, evasion was impossible. Lian Yang bellowed with fury, I shall send you to hell, you little rodent. Understanding the game mechanics, Lian Yang knew that the flame squirrel's fireball charged rapidly, but he had little time to ponder. In terms of speed, he could not match the flame squirrel, and if he could not keep pace, he would only endure its assaults. Go attack meant he must also withstand punishment. Crash! The fireball struck Lian Yang directly, yet contrary to the flame squirrel's expectations, he did not get blown away. I anticipated you would use this move, he exclaimed defiantly. Enduring the impact of the fireball, Lian Yang charged forward without hesitation, lunging at the flame squirrel. With his legs pinning the fiery squirrel's body, One hand forcefully grasped the creature's neck while his fist, as large as a bowl, struck down again and again. Alas, damn humans! Squeak! Perish! Perish! Lian Yang paid no heed to the squirrel's agonized cries, each punch more ferocious than the last, each blow quicker than before. What a ruthless lad! Just as Lian Yang was engaged in this fierce struggle with the fiery squirrel, a shadowy figure appeared beside him, observing him with a face full of admiration and unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the fiery squirrel, oblivious to its plight, grew ever weaker. Despite Lian Yang's lack of profession and low attack power, his relentless onslaught proved overwhelming for the creature. Die, die! Lian Yang's eyes were filled with a savage intensity as he continued to pummel the fiery squirrel. That moment, his strikes lacked the initial ferocity and speed. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth in resolute determination. I am not worthless. I will prove myself. As he uttered these words, he continued his assault. The fiery squirrel, however, had fallen silent, seemingly lifeless. I must prove myself. I will bring you back to my side. With the squirrel now voiceless, Lian Yang had also reached his limits. In the real world, unlike in data, injuries and exhaustion were inevitable. Yet, he pressed on. He had to return to her side. He could not perish. Experience gained. 100 points, at last. I have slain you. Upon hearing a notification sound, Lian Yang realized the fiery squirrel had met its end, and he could bear no more. The world around him faded to black as he collapsed beside the squirrel. Wishing to prove oneself? Longing for a partner's return? Observing the fallen Lian Yang, the shadowy figure murmured, Lucy, you would have acted the same way, wouldn't you? Gazing at Lian Yang, who lay unconscious yet steadfast, the figure lifted him and departed the Yanuofa forest. Chapter 3. Basic / Upward Strike. Have you truly mastered them? Where is this place? Lian Yang awoke to find himself in a modest little wooden cabin, clearly newly constructed. Nevertheless, he decided to make himself comfortable, for as a level 0 commoner, he could at least trust the one who had rescued him, if only temporarily, and why home. The mature voice was somewhat cold but offered a brief response to Lian Yang. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld a figure with slate-gray short hair, scruffy stubble, draped in a dark coat, and wielding a colossal sword that seemed taller than Lian Yang himself. Curiosity piqued. Lian Yang could not help but inquire, Who are you? Aganzo. As he spoke, Aganzo stepped closer to Lian Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian Yang rolled off the bed and proclaimed, Please, Sword Saint, take me as your disciple. In the midst of Aganzo's astonished gaze, Lian Yang performed an elaborate bow, prostrating himself on the ground. Though it was merely a speculation, that instant of certainty left Lian Yang utterly exhilarated. As one of the top-tier warriors of the Arad continent and one of the 4 great sword saints, Aganzo's prowess was truly unparalleled. Aside from a few highly ranked apostles, Aganzo could be deemed virtually invincible in this world. Very well. Although Aganzo was taken aback by Lian Yang's reaction, he readily acquiesced, stating, Go, fell 100 trees with a diameter exceeding 50 centimeters. Lacking eloquence and even less adept at expressing emotions, Aganzo casually tossed Lian Yang a colossal sword, nearly the height of an adult man. Yes, master. Despite Aganzo's unexpectedly straightforward acceptance of him as a disciple, Lian Yang was not particularly astonished, as he possessed an in-depth understanding of the game DNF. As the undisputed protagonist of the 60 version, Aganzo was a well-known figure. Approaching the massive sword, Lian Yang took a deep breath and exclaimed, Hey, struggling. He managed to lift the sword. Indeed, it was a Herculean task. The sword weighed a staggering 200 pounds. In this high martial world, such weight was not particularly daunting, but Lian Yang had just arrived from Earth and was but a level 0 novice. Upon inspecting the sword's attributes, he found Aganzo's Ronin longsword, a supreme artifact with a physical attack of 554, independent attack of 270, strength 34, slow attack speed, physical critical rate 2, accuracy 2, sword mastery level 2, usable at level 40, and a weight of 100 kg. The attributes bore some resemblance to those in the game. Yet others were utterly dissimilar. For instance, an item that weighed merely 5 pounds in the game now weighed 200 pounds here. Moreover, while the game version included several additional skill attributes, here it was reduced to merely sword mastery level 2. However, these discrepancies were not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that this sword could only be equipped at level 40, while Lian Yang stood at a mere 0 level. In this world, most equipment could be donned regardless of level, except for exceedingly rare items like the Apophis magic sword. Yet, Attempting to equip an item without the requisite level meant one could not even utilize the attributes of a basic piece of gear, relegating it to the status of an ordinary chopping tool, with its weight remaining unchanged. Despite being unable to equip the sword, Lian Yang still gritted his teeth and hoisted it up. He understood that the taciturn Aganzo would not belittle him. Speak less, act more. Although uncertain of the purpose behind wielding a heavy, attribute-less sword to chop trees, Lian Yang trudged towards the forest, burdened by the immense sword. Observing Lian Yang's silent determination as he bore the sword to fell trees, Aganzo's gaze was filled with admiration. His desire to take on an apprentice stemmed from their shared experiences, and witnessing Lian Yang's decisive demeanor brought him immense satisfaction. In this data-driven world, defeating monsters and leveling up could enhance one's strength, and arduous training could achieve the same. However, compared to the rapid progression of leveling through combat, the path of strenuous training was invariably slower. Thus, the adventurers traversing the continent tended to engage in relentless battles, swiftly ascending in levels. Yet, Aganzo was aware of his status as the Sword Saint, universally recognized across the continent. His level was exceptionally high, standing at 91, while the maximum level for adventurers in the Arad continent was merely 60. However, Aganzo firmly believes that even the most formidable adventurer on the continent, reaching a level of 100, is still not an opponent to be taken lightly. Without enduring the bitter cold, how can one savor the fragrance of plum blossoms? The essence of true strength lies not in one's level, but in the foundational skills. 100-foot-tall building rises from the ground. Though this saying may not exist in this world, those like Aganzo, who stand at the pinnacle of the continent, profoundly understand this truth. On another note, Lian Yang, with faltering steps, bore Aganzo's wandering sword to the grove in front of Aganzo's dwelling. The untouched forest, free from industrial development, flourished with towering trees, each half a meter in diameter, standing in orderly rows. Hey, ha! Lian Yang struggled to raise the colossal sword before him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I, Lian Yang, am not a waste. I shall prove myself with that. He swung the massive sword, straining against his limits, and struck the tree fiercely. Clang! Gained a bit of experience. To his astonishment, Lian Yang's mightiest blow merely stripped away a layer of bark. Yet, he was surprised to find that he still earned experience. Indeed, this world is formidable. I underestimated the weight of this sword, and this tree is tougher than I imagined. However, receiving such meager experience for such an arduous effort left him somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. At least there was experience to be gained, wasn't there? Once more, 799 points of experience. Having seemingly regained his resolve, Lian Yang felt invigorated. Shouting a battle cry, he gripped the colossal sword, which appeared to tower over him. With trembling hands once again, clang, gained 1 point of experience. He struck the tree with renewed vigor, yet once more, he merely pierced through a layer of bark again. 798 points of experience, clang, again. 797 points of experience, clang. Lian Yang, seemingly oblivious to fatigue, relentlessly swung the colossal sword against the tree. Each strike yielded a slight increase in experience, fueling his determination to continue chopping. However, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Suddenly, Aganzo, having taken a hearty swig of liquor, appeared beside Lian Yang without him noticing. Observing Lian Yang's progressively slower swings, Aganzo expressed his dissatisfaction, stating in a deep voice, "Hurry up, you're too slow. Drink." Despite having reached his limits, Lian Yang clenched his teeth and silently quickened his pace upon hearing Aganzo's admonition. He did not wish to disappoint him. This was a rare opportunity. Clang! 600 points of experience. Unbeknownst to him, Lian Yang had already swung the sword 200 times. While it was still morning when he began, the sun now blazed high in the noon sky. Rest? Sensing that Lian Yang had reached his limits, Aganzo called for a halt, his tone casual as he sipped his drink. Yes, at noon, Lian Yang felt a slight dizziness in his head, realizing that further chopping would yield no enhancement. He paused momentarily. Very well, your strikes are misguided. Aganzo, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, spoke sternly to Lian Yang. Please, master, guide me. Upon hearing these words, Lian Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He thought to himself that this was Aganzo's intention to guide him, and the guidance of the Sword Saint was indeed a rare opportunity. He promptly responded with deference. You are not putting your heart into your strikes. Aganzo, who was known for his succinctness, would certainly take offense at any unnecessary verbosity. Being well aware of Aganzo's temperament, Lian Yang began to contemplate deeply. Pondering where he had faltered, Aganzo remained silent, unconcerned with Lian Yang's realizations. As he produced a pre-prepared lunch, "Let us eat first. The master must dine before the disciple, for respecting one's teacher is fundamental to one's character." Thus, Lian Yang could not commence eating until Aganzo had done so. A warmth enveloped Aganzo's heart. A disciple who honors his master is always cherished. After their meal, Lian Yang sat quietly with his colossal sword, neither speaking nor moving, and he had no intention of chopping wood. Instead, Aganzo picked up a small dagger, and Lian Yang instantly recognized it as a level 1 white weapon, possessing almost no attributes. Yet, Aganzo wielded the dagger with both hands, repeatedly demonstrating an upward slash, akin to one of the Phantom Swordsman's skills. After a considerable time, Aganzo finally sheathed the blade and gazed at Lian Yang. "Can you perform the upward slash now?" "Not yet," Lian Yang replied succinctly. Indeed, he had yet to master the profound upward slash that Aganzo executed with such finesse. Aganzo nodded and simply stated, "Go chop some trees." Yes. After observing the upward slash for an entire afternoon, a technique so refined that it surpassed the abilities of his colossal sword, Lian Yang felt profoundly influenced. Standing beneath the towering tree from the morning, he noted that the bark was utterly ravaged, yet the deepest part remained untouched. Reflecting on Aganzo's practice of the upward slash throughout the afternoon, Lian Yang closed his eyes and once more struggled to swing his massive sword. Thud! Lian Yang's sword moved at a painfully slow pace, slow enough for one to clearly observe its trajectory. Yet, even at this languid speed, it emitted a distinct sound. Sheathing his sword, he focused on the shallow cut etched into the trunk, and a faint smile crept across his face. He swung the sword again, and it felt as light as a feather, a stark contrast to the arduous effort he had exerted in the morning. Time seemed to settle gently, for hope had imparted to Lian Yang that in the realm of the game, time on earth stood still. Thus, his heart found an unusual tranquility. Having practiced tree chopping in the morning, observed the upward slash at noon, and now preparing to chop trees again in the afternoon, a year appeared to pass swiftly. "Xiao Yang, what level are you now?" In a rare moment, Aganzo inquired about Lian Yang's level. "Level 15, Lian Yang replied nonchalantly. After a year of chopping trees, each strike yielding only a meager experience, he averaged over 1,200 strikes daily. "Have you learned any skills?" Aganzo probed once more. "My disciple is rather dull. I have yet to learn anything." Lian Yang's response was somewhat misleading, as he had only practiced 2 techniques, the basic slash and the upward slash, dismissing all else from his mind. "You are more astute than I imagined, with a superior talent. Starting today, I shall take you to the Yanuofa forest for further training." Aganzo was exceedingly pleased with Lian Yang. The distinction between cleverness and mere cunning was evident. To Aganzo, Lian Yang was undoubtedly clever. Lian Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "All credit goes to my master's excellent teachings." After a year of companionship, Lian Yang had also calmed down. He was acutely aware that as long as he could return to Earth, he possessed ample confidence to bring his girlfriend back to his side. Thus, the sunny Lian Yang had resurfaced. "Here you go, you sweet-talking lad." Aganzo cast a resigned glance at Lian Yang, initially thinking him to be a taciturn individual like himself, only to discover he was, in fact, a brooding yet fervent character. With that, Aganzo retrieved from his backpack an ancient-looking, ink-black sword with a green hilt, a colossal weapon. The keen-eyed Lian Yang instantly recognized it as the level 15 sacred artifact, the dual blades of Water Demon and Azure Spirit. Sacred artifact, dual blades of Water Demon and Azure Spirit, supreme grade artifact, physical attack power 280, independent attack power 135, strength 25, light, attribute attack 1, skill level for levels 1 to 15, equipable at level 15. What a splendid sword. A divine weapon is only deemed good if it can be wielded effectively, as one of the rare non-unique sacred equipment. Its attributes are undeniably extraordinary. Use it wisely. Let us embark. Observing as Lian Yang secured the massive sword upon his back, Aganzo nodded approvingly. Over the course of a year, Lian Yang had astonishingly established an exceptionally solid foundation, prompting an earlier onset of the trials. Chapter 4. Greetings, I am Balan. Balan shouted in his sleep. "For 10 years now, why must I endure this nightmare? Is there no respite for my afternoon slumber? Curse that wretched phantom hand." He was a ghostly swordsman, controlled by the phantom spirit Kazan, also known as Kazan syndrome. Typically unremarkable, he would transform into a frenzied combatant when engulfed by anger or excitement, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. The blood-red left hand silently proclaimed to all that Balan was indeed such a combat machine, burdened by his own sorrowful memories. Heh heh. The sound was somewhat crisp, yet hardly melodious. Heh. Yet another detestable human. At that moment, it appeared particularly sinister. Near the tree where Balan resided, several blazing squirrels approached, once ethereal beings that had inexplicably turned savage and hostile towards humanity. But did Balan care? Monsters were merely a source of income. You wretched beasts. Is it too much to ask for a peaceful afternoon nap? Must you bring me, Balan, a bounty? Perish. With a thunderous roar, he drew forth his colossal sword. Die. The once cumbersome sword felt as light as silk in his grasp, effortlessly slicing through the previously agitated blazing squirrels. What a sharp attack! A voice of astonishment echoed from a distance. Balan whipped his head around. Berserkers were often solitary, and Balan, uncertain of when he might succumb to fury, was particularly averse to social interaction. Greetings, I am Lian Yang. As he spoke, Lian Yang had already appeared before Balan, clad in obsidian attire, with raven-black hair and eyes, as if he had emerged from the depths of darkness, yet he evoked a sense of camaraderie within Balan. Hello, I am Balan. The taciturn baron struggled to articulate his thoughts, but suddenly lifted his left hand, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice as he murmured, "Yet, you see, I possess a cursed hand. I am a ghostly swordsman, and perhaps one day I shall succumb to madness." Unbeknownst to Baron, he found himself speaking at length to the individual before him, Lian Yang, a feat he would rarely accomplish under normal circumstances, where he would have already turned away with an icy indifference. Gazing at Baron's left hand, Lian Yang chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. What a terrifying hand indeed. However, I have already perceived it. Baron was somewhat perplexed. You are aware of my Kazan syndrome, yet you do not hasten to distance yourself? Are you unafraid of my potential for madness? In the land of Arad, the term Kazan syndrome was undoubtedly a taboo, comparable perhaps only to the deceptions of a century past. One could predict when a Kazan syndrome patient might spiral into madness, unleashing chaos upon all living beings in their vicinity. The unknown is always a source of fear. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lian Yang laughed heartily as he observed the conflicted Baron. Greetings, Baron. We are now friends. I invite you to embark on an adventure with me. He was not a native of Arad, but a traveler from another realm, fully aware of what a berserker entailed, his favorite class in the dungeons. Thus, when he encountered Baron, rather than feeling fear, he experienced a sense of kinship. As for madness, what a trivial concern, friend. The word was alien to Baron, who had always been shunned by society. This term was both unfamiliar and enticing to him. Regardless of Baron's dazed state, Lian Yang drew forth his colossal sword. Hey! Instead of daydreaming, why not engage in battle? Roar! Though still astonished by Lian Yang's offer of friendship, Baron wasted no time in wielding his massive sword, charging towards the fiery squirrel ahead. Friend, what a novel concept, Baron mused to himself, glancing at his crimson left hand, which no longer seemed so malevolent. For Lian Yang, the fiery squirrel that once demanded every ounce of his strength to defeat now appeared pitifully weak. From level 0 to level 15, his power had not drastically increased. The only enhancement was a level 15 sacred weapon. However, his battle spirit was no longer as feeble as it once was. Damn humans! Fireball! The fiery squirrels, seemingly disregarding the two humans before them, seethed with rage. Arrogant fools, it is you who are doomed. A berserker is indeed a berserker. Though not yet fully enraged, Baron's attacks unleashed a tempest of fury, creating an overwhelming pressure. This is what battle feels like. In contrast to Baron's years of combat experience, Lian Yang had engaged in merely 2 pursuits over the past year, ceaselessly chopping trees and honing his skills. Yet, at this moment, Lian Yang's sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking the fiery squirrels at their most vulnerable points. Just as he was about to be attacked, he countered with a decisive blow as if guided by divine intervention. The battle began swiftly and concluded even more abruptly. What exhilarating combat! Lian Yang resheathed his sword upon his back. Fortunately, these foes were rather mundane. Baron, however, remained unconvinced. Having been thrust into the harshness of life at a tender age due to a tragic event, he had spent the years living on the edge of a blade. The flamed squirrel held little allure for him. Lian Yang rolled his eyes, remarking, "What a conceited scoundrel. Once we've rested enough, let us continue forward. My master has sent me here to hone my skills." With that, he paid no heed to Baron's reaction and strode purposefully into the depths of the forest. Baron, indifferent, silently followed suit, sword in hand. He cherished Lian Yang's companionship, for as a sufferer of Kazan syndrome, he had known no friends, only the pervasive fear that others held for him. "Behold, the armored spirit," Lian Yang exclaimed, gazing at the creature before him. Gesturing animatedly, it truly appears as though the armor has come to life. If only the white shadow within were not so conspicuous. Come to life, indeed. These are merely monsters tainted by the black nightmare, and I find them particularly repugnant. The two walked side by side through the thicket, and Baron gradually grew accustomed to having Lian Yang as a companion, his demeanor returning to a more cheerful disposition. "What are we hesitating for? Draw your weapon and let us charge forth together." "Huh. What dialect is that?" Fortunately, Baron understood. The armored spirit may seem intimidating, yet it is, in fact, one of the most rudimentary types of monsters, formed from the corrupted armor of adventurers who perished in the Yanuofa forest. This forest is renowned across the continent as the Arad Kindergarten, a place where adventurers, newly awakened to their talents, come to undergo their initial trials. Alas, some unfortunate souls find their lives snuffed out here. The source of the Black Nightmare, possessing the power to awaken dormant spirits and corrupt souls, gives rise to the armored spirits, amalgamations of the lingering regrets of their former masters. Clink, clash, Baron remarked, these humanoid monsters are distinctly different. Battling them is far more engaging. For reasons unknown, Lian Yang did not immediately unleash a lethal strike on the armored spirit, seemingly choosing to allow it a moment. Roar, with a casual swipe, he dispatched one of the spirits. Baron noted, after all, a portion of these spirits retains the will of the adventurers they once were. They possess some foundational combat experience. To be candid, they provide an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. Having lived alone for countless years, relying solely on combat for survival, Baron possessed an astute understanding of battle. Thus, he wholeheartedly endorsed Lian Yang's leisurely approach to dismantling the armored spirits. Experience in combat is indeed paramount. After dispatching the armored spirit he had practiced against for quite some time, Lian Yang chuckled, yet it's all rather trivial. After a year spent merely practicing basic strikes and observing upward thrusts, Lian Yang truly lacked substantial combat experience. However, he possessed the most solid foundation and the strongest instinct for battle. Initially, in terms of straightforward techniques, Lian Yang was outmatched by the armored spirits. But now, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. Baron rolled his eyes, merely the most basic of armored spirits. Come, let us ascend and see what lies ahead. Without uttering a word, Lian Yang silently assessed the unfolding narrative, hoping that his timing was impeccably precise. He had arrived in the land of Arad a year prior to the official commencement of the story, and upon encountering Baron today, he understood that the formidable Black Nightmare was soon to make its appearance. Within the confines of the game, the true might of the Black Nightmare was utterly unrecognizable. Yet this only fueled Lian Yang's anticipation. Wow, there's a stunning beauty, Lian Yang suddenly exclaimed with an odd cry. Baron rolled his eyes. Isn't she the sleeping beauty? However, it appeared that the dark creature was indeed the embodiment of the Black Nightmare. Then, leave that black fiend to me. You go awaken your sleeping beauty. Drawing his sword, Lian Yang felt an immense pressure from the monstrous entity before him, yet he resolutely chose to confront it alone. All right, Baron's prowess was undeniably formidable, at least far beyond the capabilities of Lian Yang, who was merely at level 15. The experience required for leveling up prior to level 15 bore no distinction from the game. Yet after reaching that milestone, everything transformed dramatically. Given that Baron had survived alone for over a decade, his strength was one that Lian Yang could only look up to with awe. The very fact that Baron was so powerful assured Lian Yang that he could rescue him even from the direst of perils. You two imbeciles, do you think you can wreak havoc? The voice of the black creature resonated deeply, sending shivers down one's spine. Shaking his head, Lian Yang unsheathed his colossal sword. No, it's just me, and I'm here to take you down. Arrogant fool, perish. The black creature lunged forward with a menacing claw. Observing the dark Talon approaching, Lian Yang promptly executed a roll. Is that all you've got? Watch this. With a single-handed flourish, he swung his massive sword, or rather, hurled it from his back directly at the black creature. Humph! Despicable fiend. Although his strike missed, he was met with a retaliatory blow. Despite the creature lacking a true form, the damage inflicted was sufficient to provoke its wrath. In a flash, for a creature without a physical body, there was no more efficient method of engaging in combat than to envelop Lian Yang entirely. Shameless wretch. I'm not into that. As the black creature transformed into an overwhelming shroud of darkness, Lian Yang felt goosebumps erupt across his skin. Nevertheless, in the face of danger, one must remain composed. Gripping his sword tightly, Lian Yang meticulously gauged the distance to the encroaching shadow. 5 meters. For meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Now, as he silently computed the distance, Lian Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. With a flurry of swordplay, he unleashed strikes in all directions. You can die now. What? The black creature was incredulous, having enveloped Lian Yang completely. Heh, I told you, you can go die. Ignoring the creature behind him, Lian Yang focused intently on the blood-red butterfly before him. This is your true form, I senti it? The source of the nightmare? As he spoke, Lian Yang brought his sword down fiercely upon the seemingly innocuous crimson butterfly. No. My plan. The reluctant voice of the nightmare's essence dissipated into the ether. What is happening? Why am I here? The girl looked around, bewildered. Baron was filled with excitement. The girl, whom he had been unable to awaken no matter what he did, suddenly stirred to life at that moment, bringing him immense joy. Seems you have awakened just after the black monster was defeated by Lian Yang, he remarked. Turning to Lian Yang, he added, You really are quite capable, aren't you? Scratching his head, Lian Yang replied, Well, it's nothing much. Let us take this girl home first. All right, Chapter 5, Lian Yang and Baron. We've arrived. What a beautiful village. Lian Yang exclaimed, stretching his arms wide as he gazed upon the small settlement enveloped in silver. Upon returning to the silver village, Celia was equally filled with joy, her voice tinged with delight. Thank you both for your help along the way. Let us meet again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As Baron continued to watch Celia's retreating figure, Lian Yang, in exasperation, grabbed him by the neck and pulled him away. You really need to get a grip. What do you know? Baron protested, ruffling his wild, unruly hair, looking utterly reluctant, as if Lian Yang's actions were a great injustice. The night passed in silence. If it weren't for you two, I would have been. This is a gift I made for you yesterday. Please accept it. Celia presented them with a pair of Celia's handcrafted shoes, which had been given out in the hundreds of thousands. This time, however, she was bestowing 2 pairs. After handing over the shoes, Celia continued without waiting for Baron and Lian Yang to respond. The forest you rescued is called the Anofa Forest, once a paradise for many small creatures, serene and peaceful. However, after the cataclysm, it became home to many displaced spirits. These spirits are inherently gentle and kind, but after being awakened from their slumber under the shadow of the Black Nightmare, they have become exceedingly ferocious. It is said that nightmares stem from the impact of the cataclysm. How long must we endure the pain inflicted by the cataclysm? After reflecting on these thoughts, Celia suddenly remembered something. Since you have come here, you should meet Tana. He is the guardian of the magical array, ensuring that the tragedies of the cataclysm never repeat. If you have any questions, he will surely provide the answers. Unlike Baron, who appeared burdened by the weight of the situation, Lian Yang was filled with the sense of embarking on a grand adventure. The almost verbatim dialogue evoked in him a strong sense of the historical inertia at play. Nevertheless, since they were here, they might as well embrace it. Even if Celia had not suggested it, Lian Yang intended to seek out the Guardian of the Azure, for it was only by following the narrative that one could achieve the greatest rewards. This was a path that had proven to be viable. Leaving Celia's home, they had not walked far before they encountered Tana, the Guardian of the Azure. Clad in a flowing blue, or perhaps azure, gown, somewhat reminiscent of a qipao yet distinctly different, her long, jet-black hair adorned with 2 ebony horns accentuated her delicate, alabaster skin, making her appear even more radiant. Welcome to my home. I am grateful for your rescue of Celia. I am Tana, the Guardian of the Azure. You may simply call me Tana. It seemed she had anticipated Lian Yang and Baron's arrival, as there was not a hint of surprise on her face. Continuing, she remarked, Here lies the Silver Village, once merely a quaint hamlet under the protection of the sacred tree, in time. However, the survivors of the cataclysm converged here, gradually breathing new life into this place. The Guardian, I have steadfastly watched over the magical array that safeguards this village. Tana, in reality, possesses an ethereal quality that surpasses her in-game persona, yet she bears an equally profound sense of responsibility. She briefly introduced Lian Yang and Baron to the wonders of the Silver Village. It seemed that, due to Lian Yang and Baron's rescue of Celia, Tana recalled something and continued. You must be aware of the cataclysm, the disaster that swept across the entire Arad continent, obliterating forests and villages in an instant, causing all living beings to mutate in agony. Well, all that is now in the past. We are truly fortunate that the existence of the Silver Village has prevented the further deterioration of the cataclysm, allowing us to maintain a state of peace. Adventurers, do you have any plans for the future? I intend to eradicate the Black Nightmare that lurks here. We cannot allow it to expand any further. If ordinary residents were to become embroiled in the Black Nightmare, it would spell a dreadful catastrophe. Although Lian Yang, as Aganzo's apprentice, may not possess extraordinary strength, his knowledge gained over the past year is quite profound, particularly as he navigates this world that he knows so well. This familiarity renders him nearly omniscient. Baron nodded in agreement, gripping the enormous sword on his back, resolutely stating, "Absolutely, we must not allow the Black Nightmare to assail the innocent populace." Tana. Turning towards the voice, they saw a dark elf clad in a yellow top and gray shorts, glasses perched upon her nose, clutching a thick tome. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The newcomer did not greet Lian Yang or Baron but instead hurriedly exclaimed, "An outsider has just trespassed into the crystal forest. Is it the powerful individual you mentioned earlier?" Tana's expression shifted dramatically. "If it is Aganzo, that poses little concern. However, I fear for others who might inadvertently intrude." As she spoke, her face clouded with worry. Baron, hearing this, felt a twinge of anxiety as well. Despite having endured discrimination due to his left hand over the years, his fiery spirit remained ever sunny. Offering Baron a reassuring glance, Lian Yang said, "I believe it must be my master. Let us both investigate." Accompanied by Aganzo, Lian Yang arrived at the entrance of the Yenofa forest, only for Lian Yang to be left behind as Aganzo ventured forth to uncover the matter at hand. Considering the narrative within the game, Lian Yang was 100% certain it was Aganzo. The very master who had vanquished the apostles was indeed your mentor. Baron gazed at Lian Yang in astonishment. The Four Sword Saints were revered as the pinnacle of existence in Arad, garnering countless admirers. Especially for Baron, a demonic swordsman, Aganzo stood as an idol. The revelation that his sole friend, Lian Yang, was Aganzo's apprentice left Baron utterly astonished. "Indeed, I thought I had mentioned it." Lian Yang feigned ignorance. One must never flaunt their connections. Thus he had never disclosed Aganzo's identity as his mentor to Baron. "You truly never mentioned it. I was puzzled as to how you possessed a relic at only level 15. It seems you have an impressive master, you little tycoon." Baron was rather unconcerned. While lineage matters significantly in the Arad continent, it is not solely about one's parentage. Now you know, let us venture forth to the Crystal Forest. Should it not be my master, we shall devise a means to rescue him. Friends are just like this. Perfection does not necessitate an obsession with identity, I and Arad. Our shared aspirations are of greater significance. As we tread the path through the Crystal Forest, observing the dimly lit woods, Lian Yang inquired, "Baron, before the era of destruction, did you ever contemplate that crystals could sprout from the earth?" After glancing at the towering crystals, Baron shook his head. "Not only did I not think it, I had no inkling whatsoever. The transformation of the world has rendered it unfamiliar to me." Lian Yang was about to express further thoughts when suddenly, "Humans, slay them." A formidable elven army appeared before them. Not only were there the familiar fire squirrels, but also an array of green elves known as Lulu. However, the once endearing visages of these creatures now bore a menacing aspect, their shouts devoid of charm. The opposing force seemed rather overwhelming. Lian Yang surveyed the troop with a grave expression. With no fewer than several hundred monsters, it indeed posed some pressure. Yet, there must be something more to this, Baron declared with certainty. Raging elves typically do not congregate. Their appearance in such numbers signifies the presence of a higher order of dark beings. Charge! Annihilate these detestable humans. The elves, upon discovering the presence of humans, became increasingly frenzied, surging forward en masse. Lian Yang and Baron exchanged a glance as they beheld the advancing horde. Baron, wielding his immensely heavy greatsword, leapt into the air with great force. "Steady now." Baron is about to unleash his might. With a swift motion, Lian Yang drew his greatsword from his back, executing an impressive flourish. "It is decided, Baron." Lian Yang, perhaps influenced by the countless Pokémon he had seen, assumed a baseball stance with his greatsword poised. He swung with tremendous force. "Here we go." Baron landed precisely upon the spine of Lian Yang's sword, using the momentum from Lian Yang's swing to launch himself into the midst of the monsters like a cannonball. Even Lian Yang has arrived. Witnessing Baron's perfect strike, which crashed into the monsters, Lian Yang too charged forward with ferocity, sword in hand. "Humans die, kill." He swung his greatsword fiercely towards several fire squirrels before him. Clang! For squirrels were cleaved in two. Not yet finished, Lian Yang, harnessing the power of his swing, unleashed another devastating blow. Clang! This time, 3 squirrels met the same fate, sliced cleanly in two. The demise of their comrades seemed to inflame the ferocity of the fire squirrels, who surged forth in a frantic rush. Noticing the denser throng of monsters before him, Lian Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This is splendid. Before the second strike had concluded, indeed. The third strike came swiftly, triple slash, the signature skill of the Phantom Knight. Cursed humans. The third strike, amid the greatest density of monsters, claimed more lives than the preceding two combined. Good grief, these monsters have gone mad. Before my eyes, dozens of fiery squirrels were simultaneously launching their fireballs, instilling such terror in Lian Yang that it felt as if his very soul had fled. Run. I must run. Bang, 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 bang. The accumulation of quantity transformed into quality. A single fireball from one fiery squirrel was nothing more than a mere minor explosion. Yet, the combined force of dozens of these minor explosions was undeniably comparable to that of a hand grenade. At this moment, at the epicenter of the chaos stood Baron, unleashing a furious roar. Blood frenzy. In an instant, the ashen hue of Baron's form was drenched in a splatter of blood energy in his right hand. He wielded a colossal sword, while his left brandished a blood-red longsword. This was blood frenzy, the signature skill of a berserker. High Mountain Crumble. Once again, Mountain Crumble reared its formidable head. Leaping high into the air, Baron landed with a resounding crash, his Mountain Crumble obliterating all monsters within a 10-meter radius. Just then, he glimpsed the gleam of triple slash and grinned. Triple slash, you say? I can wield that too, with a swift motion. Swing the sword, advance, swing again, advance once more, swing again. The ferocious triple slash mercilessly tore through his foes. Witnessing yet another 10 of his kind fall before him, the remaining monsters grew increasingly frenzied. Surrounded by a swarm of fiery squirrels and the green sprite Lulu, Baron grinned with malevolence. Ha ha! Cross slash! The blood-red longsword cleaved through the air, carving a massive cross that violently shattered the enemies before him. But that was not the end. From the earth emerged a blood-red circular formation, spanning a full 3 meters in diameter. At that moment, the frenzied monsters remained blissfully unaware. The fury erupted. Splurt, splurt. Baron's surging rage seemed to burst forth from the ground like blood. The wretched cries of the monsters echoed, drowning the AI. In an instant, Baron was encircled by what resembled a crimson hell. The monsters, previously devoid of fear, now quaked in terror. Even the formidable abilities of the Black Nightmare could not quell their dread of Baron. However, an unexpected turn of events arose. One green sprite, Lulu, who had not been among the attacking monsters, charged fiercely towards Baron, seemingly undeterred by the void around him. Humph! Baron smirked wickedly. Ignorant fool! In a flash, he seized the approaching green sprite Lulu. Die! The blood of the green sprite erupted in a surreal manner from her body, coalescing in Baron's grasp. Swiftly, it formed a blood-red orb of energy. Soul Siphon. Once again, the signature skill of the Ghost Swordsman manifested. Soul Siphon. Grasp your enemy, drain their essence, and unleash it anew, augmenting the wielder's power. Such a formidable skill. In the brief silence that followed, Baron turned to Lian Yang, perplexed by the scene before him. Where did you acquire that glowing sword? Heh. Upon hearing Baron's inquiry, while dispatching the monsters before him, Lian Yang chuckled. This is the Li Gui sword technique. What? Baron seemed to have misheard. The legendary Li Gui sword technique? Whether it is a legend or not, I cannot say, but this indeed is the Li Gui sword technique. Over the course of a year, Lian Yang had come to understand that, despite being a virtual world, it was still a realm of reality. Many skills required either personal insight or a complete lineage to master. In the realm of this world, the fundamental skill of the demon swordsmanship, a mere game on earth, is not possessed by every soul of the sword. Let us engage in battle and see whether your demon swordsmanship is more formidable than my blood frenzy. Baron could not help but chuckle. His dual blades, embodying the blood frenzy, are also a hallmark of the Berserker class, existing solely in legend. Chapter 6. The Flame Princess Jella Xiaoyang, you have arrived. Upon seeing Lian Yang approach, Aganzo greeted him with an air of ease amidst the ongoing battle, as if the ferocious monster before him were merely a doll. Lian Yang nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Master, you are truly magnificent. If I were to face such a powerful beast, I would be utterly overwhelmed. How could I ever be as relaxed as you? Lian Yang's words were not mere flattery. The savage creature present was no trivial opponent. Even Baron, who was currently stronger than him, would find it impossible to prevail without exerting every ounce of effort. Yet in Aganzo's capable hands, it seemed that this monstrous foe would succumb to a single strike. Were it not for Aganzo's apparent desire to study something, Aganzo's expression turned stern, hinting at his displeasure. Why aim for unattainable heights? Noticing Baron beside Lian Yang, he nodded. The demon hand, is it? Are you a companion of Xiaoyang? What is your name? Though his words were casual, the sight of the demon hand immediately conjured thoughts of Lakisi in Aganzo's mind. How could he remain composed upon recalling Lakisi? Meanwhile, Baron fixed a keen gaze upon Aganzo. Indeed, I am a friend of Lian Yang, or rather, Lian Yang is my friend and a friend who does not disdain my demon hand. My name is Baron. Aganzo, you are formidable, but I shall surpass you. For Baron, the four sword saints are renowned heroes across the continent, serving as his idols, and to respect such idols means to surpass them. Ha ha ha, rarely one to laugh. Aganzo unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter. Young man, your journey is still long, yet I eagerly anticipate the day our blades shall clash. Just on the merit of your demon hand. It must be noted that Aganzo's regard for Baron is heightened solely because he is a demon sword master. A berserker, much like Luke Sai T last. I have sealed this accursed monster. As he spoke, Aganzo concluded the battle, and the raging creature he had fought was now encased in a solid block of ice, frozen by Aganzo's sword energy. Observing this scene, Baron silently mused. Such powerful sword energy. Is this the strength of the legendary sword saint known throughout the continent? One day, I too shall be this formidable. Seal? Baron inquired, puzzled. Aganzo nodded, gesturing toward the frozen beast. These spirits were once exceedingly benevolent, but they fell into a slumber influenced by the black nightmare, and upon awakening, they became wildly ferocious beings. The sheer number involved is overwhelming. I do not wish to take lives. Thus, I can only seal them during their slumber. Yet, ultimately, we must find a way to resolve the black nightmare. Upon returning to the Silver Village, Tana, upon seeing Aganzo, was evidently thrilled. Indeed, it is you, Aganzo. You all have returned safely. This is truly wonderful. Aganzo, understanding Tana's anxiety, spoke in a deep voice. I have sealed some of the most formidable and ferocious monsters. I am now heading to the Despair's Abyss. Unless these monsters are sealed there, the issue cannot be resolved comprehensively. I intend to see if there is a way to entirely eradicate the Black Nightmare at the Despair's Abyss. Upon encountering his master, Lian Yang felt a twinge of reluctance. Master, are you really leaving now? He asked. Aganzo patted Lian Yang's shoulder and replied, over the past year, you have built an incredibly solid foundation. I have imparted all the skills I possess to you. A fledgling must eventually soar into the sky. I hope that in the future, you will be known as the Sword Saint Lian Yang, rather than merely Aganzo's disciple. His nose tinged with emotion, Lian Yang resolutely nodded. I understand, Master. Aganzo's teachings were thus: solidify the foundation, forge your own path. Whether one becomes renowned across the continent or remains inconspicuous, it is ultimately a personal choice. As Aganzo prepared to depart, he suddenly turned to Baron and said, Baron, trust in your left hand, trust in your reason. Watching Aganzo's retreating figure, Tana remarked, the forest has become much calmer than before. However, even though the most dangerous monsters have been sealed by Aganzo, many ferocious creatures still roam. The forest remains perilous. Pausing, she added with a hint of sorrow, yet, the villagers rely on this forest for their livelihoods. A short hiatus may not pose a significant issue, but over time, it will certainly become unsustainable. I wonder how long we can endure. Lian Yang understood Tana's concerns and tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. Tana, my master has departed in search of a definitive solution. However, he has left me behind. And Baron is here as well. Let us clear the nearby forest together. We must ensure the villagers' survival. Baron remained silent, but nodded resolutely. Tana, not one to hold back, despite their still developing relationship, recognized the urgency of the situation regarding the entire village's livelihood. She excitedly inquired, is that possible? There are still many injured from the cataclysm who need my care. It would be wonderful if you two could assist. Deep within the crystal forest, Baron suddenly called out to Lian Yang. Hey, what is it? Cautiously surveying their surroundings for enemies, Baron was unsure of what Lian Yang wished to ask. Shaking off the sweat-soaked shirt, Lian Yang spoke gravely. Have you noticed the air becoming increasingly hot? Baron, now shirtless, wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead and nodded. Now that you mention it, it does feel unusually warm. Under normal circumstances, we shouldn't be this hot even near a volcano. Lian Yang scanned the area with vigilance. I suspect we may be nearing a truly formidable creature. Such abnormal occurrences surely indicate something sinister. Lian Yang was acutely aware that the most terrifying presence in the crystal forest was not the ferocious monsters sealed by Aganzo, but rather the fire elemental princess, Jera. As they walked, Baron suddenly displayed urgency, exclaiming, Lian Yang, look, That section of the forest is ablaze. We must hurry. In light of the pressing situation, Lian Yang wasted no time. He shouldered his colossal sword and sprinted towards the burning forest. He understood that the arsonist must be Jella. Ha ha ha, how delightful the flames are. The fire dancing at my fingertips is simply enchanting. From afar, the sound of clear, melodious laughter reached his ears, yet amidst this beautiful sound, the words that followed sent chills down both Lian Yang and Balong's spines. One could only imagine the devastation that would befall the Silver Village and the nearby inhabitants if the blazing crystal forest were to be consumed by fire. How many would be rendered homeless? What tragedies would ensue? An infuriated Balong could not help but shout, "You scoundrel, stop this at once. You will destroy the entire forest." Despite already rushing at great speed, Balong somehow found himself moving even faster as he spoke. The tinkling laughter rang out again, accompanied by a surprisingly playful remark. "How delightful that would be! Would you two like to join me in my game?" To treat the burning forest as mere entertainment was utterly astonishing. At that moment, Lian Yang and Balong finally caught sight of the arsonist's visage. She appeared to be an 11 or 12-year-old girl, with flowing crimson hair, pointed ears, and clad in a golden dress, a delicate and enchanting little maiden. Yet, she spoke words of terror and committed unspeakable acts. Lian Yang recognized her as Princess Jella of the Flames, tainted by the Black Nightmare. Though Balong remained oblivious, he only knew that if the little girl before them continued her reckless antics, the entire crystal forest would be doomed. Upon seeing Balong draw his sword in defiance, the girl's fury erupted. "You wretched creature! If you won't play with me, I shall burn you alive." With a swift motion, she conjured a fireball the size of a basin, plummeting from the sky. The urgency struck Balong, who, in his anger, had not anticipated that the girl, engulfed in flames, could summon such a terrifying orb of fire. Boom, bam! Two explosive sounds resonated overhead. Lian Yang, having remained fixated on Princess Jella, seized the moment as she raised her hand and charged forward. Just behind Balong, he leaped into the air and, with a swift motion, cleaved the massive fireball in two. It was a mid-air strike. With a graceful landing, Lian Yang addressed Balong, "Focus on the battle." Rubbing his nose, Balong began to take things more seriously. "You seem to know something about this little girl." Lian Yang nodded. "If I am not mistaken, she is Princess Jella of the Fire Spirits, the sovereign of this forest's spirits, and it is evident that she has been influenced by the Black Nightmare." Regardless of what Lian Yang and Balong discussed, Jella felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. These two detestable humans not only refused to play with her, but also sought to thwart her fun. It was utterly intolerable. They must be eliminated. Die! She raised her hand, unleashing a fierce fireball. In an instant, the two prepared individuals agilely rolled aside to evade Jella's fiery assault. Now, seizing the opportunity during Jella's moment of vulnerability, Lian Yang closed in rapidly, ready to strike. "Humph! You underestimate me." Jella raised her hand, a fiery fist hurtling back towards Lian Yang. Swiftly, too swiftly, Jella, the sovereign of the crystal forest, proved to possess strength surpassing even that of Balong. Caught off guard by the fiery punch, Lian Yang was sent crashing against a nearby tree trunk. Demon Slash. In the fleeting moment when Lian Yang was under attack, Baron's strike arrived with alarming swiftness. The shadow of a dark blade shimmered with azure lightning. Manifesting one of the Ghost Swordsman's initial skills, the Ghost Slash. In this realm, only Ghost Swordsmen endowed with the Ghost Hand can unleash the Ghost Slash, a feat beyond the capabilities of Lian Yang, who is merely a swordsman. "Humph! Do not even think of ambushing me." Anticipating the move, Jella evaded Baron's charged Ghost Slash with a deft maneuver. In a swift motion, she unleashed another fireball. The searing fireball struck her target, causing Baron to emit a pained howl. While he managed to evade the first attack, he could not escape the second. Perhaps this is akin to dodging the first only to succumb to the 15th. "Oh, ha ha ha, this is the consequence of not playing along with me." Witnessing the wretched state of Baron and Lian Yang, Jella erupted into a maniacal laughter. Her pure visage, diminutive frame, and derisive grin rendered her appearance eerily unsettling. The character easily vanquished in the game proved formidable in reality. Having recovered, Lian Yang gazed at the powerful Jella, murmuring to himself, he had drastically underestimated her strength. "What did you say?" Baron inquired. "It's nothing. This little girl is far too strong. I'll take the brunt of the attack for you." Lian Yang was reluctant to reveal his status as a transmigrator to Baron. Gripping his great sword, Baron nodded in understanding, disinterested in probing further. Among friends, secrets abound, and Baron was certain that Lian Yang was not a villain. The rest was inconsequential. Threefold slash. Cutting through the banter, Lian Yang decisively executed a threefold slash maneuver, positioning himself before Jella to deny her any chance to react. Upon seeing Lian Yang rushing towards her, Jella cried out, "Fireball!" Prepared for the moment, Lian Yang brandished his great sword, employing the basic skill of a swordsman. "Block, now!" At that instant, Baron, who had been lurking on the sidelines, leapt fiercely and struck down with the spine of his sword. It was the mountain crumble strike. Caught off guard, Jella let out a wretched scream. Though he employed the sword's spine for the attack, it was nonetheless excruciating, was it not? Observing the fallen Jella, Baron erupted in a furious display of power. The earth manifested a crimson blood array, violently erupting towards Jella, leaving her no time to defend herself. "Hey, you ought to wake up." Noticing that Jella was too overwhelmed to retaliate, Lian Yang found himself at her back. He delivered a forceful blow to the back of her head. Aganzo had long informed him that those recently afflicted by the Black Nightmare could not be freed from its grasp by striking the brain. "Ah, my head is killing me. What is happening? Why is it on fire here?" At that moment, Jella finally regained her senses, grappling with the severe pain in her head and the raging flames surrounding her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 7. Ice Crystal Forest, Frosty Armored Spirit Silver Village. As Jella gradually regained consciousness before him, Tana's expression turned gravely serious, filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "My goodness! Even Jella has been tainted. Although she is a fire spirit with a somewhat tempestuous temperament, it is utterly inconceivable for her to derive pleasure from setting the forest ablaze." It must be noted that in the past, fire spirits coexisted harmoniously with the forest, a feat attributed entirely to Jella's efforts. This dark nightmare is utterly terrifying. After all, although she is referred to as the Fire Sprite Princess, Jella is indeed the sovereign of the Crystal Forest. A mad ruler is truly a source of great dread. Lian Yang nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the plot had not deviated at all, and for him, who was just embarking on his journey, it simply meant he needed to fight and fight again. However, there are still words that must be spoken. Logically, the dark nightmare should have been sealed by my master and should not affect any more monsters. Yet, in reality, Jella has still been impacted. I even worry that other sprites might have been tainted as well. In truth, at this moment, it is evident that other sprites have indeed been affected, and one could argue that the entire Yenuofa forest population of sprites has succumbed to corruption. Yet, he could not speak of this recklessly, as disrupting the narrative would bring him no benefit, of course, even though he knew that the chaos in Yenuofa forest was caused by a crystal of malevolent thoughts. The current Lian Yang was not capable of dealing with it as a novice in the village of Arad. The power of Yenuofa forest was not particularly formidable. However, it was certainly not weak enough to allow a level 1 player to rampage unchecked. "Achoo!" Baron suddenly sneezed. "Lian Yang, don't you feel that the air has turned a bit chilly?" This cold breeze was emanating from the Ice Crystal Forest. Tana explained, "Only Gelis, as the Ice Sprite King, has the ability to transmit cold air from the Ice Crystal Forest to the Silver Village. When I saw him a couple of days ago, he seemed perfectly normal." However, Tana's complexion was clearly less than favorable. Before she could finish her sentence, Lian Yang suddenly asserted, "Gelis has been affected. Just now. Otherwise, even the Sprite King wouldn't be able to disperse cold air to the Silver Village at will. That requires immense energy." Indeed, Morgan hurried over. "Tana, I just returned from investigating the sprites in the forest. I am currently adjusting the potion. There have been some changes." Seemingly recalling something, he added, "Lian Yang Baron, you too should come over. I might need your assistance." The two had been residing in the Silver Village for some time due to the sprite investigation and were quite familiar with Morgan, so when the need for physical support arose, Morgan was quick to enlist Lian Yang and Baron. Upon arriving at Morgan's laboratory, he casually tossed a sprite core to Lian Yang. As soon as he grasped the core, Lian Yang's brow furrowed deeply. He could distinctly sense that it was almost entirely infused with malevolent power. It was not merely the dark nightmare but something else entirely. He recognized that it was the evil energy of the malevolent thought entity. Moreover, based on the malevolent energy within this core, it was evident that the current malevolent thought entity was far beyond Lian Yang's capabilities to contend with, and Baron would be equally insufficient. Lian Yang frowned, stating, "I sense that there seem to be two sources of evil energy within. It is not solely the dark nightmare." Morgan's voice was grave. "After Aganzo sealed the dark nightmare, the number of frenzied sprites in the forest has significantly decreased. However, the pace at which the cores of the affected sprites are being polluted has intensified, and the core directly influences the sprite's essence and spirit. The situation has become increasingly complex. Beside them, Tana furrowed her brow and interjected, "Are you two suggesting that the issue at hand extends beyond merely the Black Nightmare, and that another sinister force has set its sights on the Yennefer Forest?" Tana's demeanor was tinged with urgency. The Black Nightmare alone was already a considerable nuisance. It was evident that something else was also attempting to disturb the tranquility of the Yennefer Forest, which greatly concerned her for the residents of this place. Morgan nodded and replied, "Thus, I require you to gather some ice crystal cores for more in-depth research. If we can concoct a remedy for the issue of the elves' frenzy, I would have immense hope of restoring peace to the Yennefer Forest." Naturally, Balan was eager to restore tranquility to the Yennefer Forest, yet he harbored some apprehensions. Acquiring the elf cores would be manageable. But what of the Ice Elf King, Jeruz? He was far too powerful and could not be subdued as easily as Jella had been. There was even the possibility of us inadvertently causing his demise. Jeruz must not perish. As the Ice Elf King, his survival was absolutely imperative. Otherwise, even in the absence of the Black Nightmare or any malevolent presence, the Ice Elves would undoubtedly descend into chaos. As Tana sensed the chill in the air, she had already prepared herself. Indeed, she produced a shard of ice crystal and stated, "This is a piece of ice crystallization gifted to me by Jeruz during his lucidity. It contains Jeruz's essence, and if we allow it to come into contact with his head, it should surely rouse him." "You are indeed here," exclaimed Celia, who came sprinting into Morgan's laboratory, her expression one of knowing anticipation. "A terrifying aura has suddenly emerged from the ice crystal forest, yet I am somewhat familiar with it. Upon seeing Jella, I began to suspect that Jeruz might also be affected. That would be utterly dreadful." She concluded with a visage of sheer panic. "Indeed." Tana nodded. "Celia, your perception is always remarkably keen. However, Morgan has already begun preparing the elixir to awaken the elves. Lian Yang and Balan are also getting ready to rouse the affected Jeruz." It was almost certain that Jeruz had been influenced, and Lian Yang was determined not to delay any further, promptly returning the elf core to Morgan. "There is no time to waste, Balan. Let us proceed. I hope we do not provoke a greater calamity." In the ice crystal forest, Balan huddled his arms and exhaled. "It is indeed quite cold here. I had not noticed before. The Ice Elf King Jeruz possesses some considerable power." Lian Yang couldn't help but pout, shaking off the chill from his coat. "Why on earth do you insist on showing off your bare arms? Furthermore, he is the sovereign of this forest. How could his strength possibly be lacking?" "Goodness," Balan replied, looking at Lian Yang as if he were utterly clueless. "Do you think I desire to go shirtless? Do you have any idea how the curse of Kazan inflames my blood? Do you comprehend the reckless actions I might undertake when my blood runs hot? Nevertheless, I am quite eager for a confrontation with Jeruz." As he spoke of battle, Balan's face lit up with fervor. Yet he was also filled with agitation. The curse of Kazan granted him formidable power, but could drive him to madness at any moment. Previously, without Lian Yang, he had even resented his own strength, for it had cast him into solitude. Yet even now, he found himself with a few companions. However, Baron's feelings regarding Kazan's curse remain exceedingly complex. Lian Yang seemed to sense Baron's discontent and instinctively shifted the topic. "Baron, what level are you at now?" To be frank, Lian Yang was not particularly interested in Baron's level. However, it was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to divert the conversation. "Level 30. I suspect I shall soon reach level 31. Baron mused. "Recently, our adventures have been quite frequent, and my strength has augmented significantly." Baron lamented that at level 30, he could already be considered a formidable presence on the continent of Arad, albeit merely at the lower echelons of power. Lian Yang could not help but express his astonishment. "Goodness, how have you managed all these years?" At the same age, Lian Yang was undeniably at a much lower level, as he believed he was just shy of enough experience to reach level 16. In contrast, Baron was indeed quite advanced. Among adventurers under the age of 25, the average level was merely 20. Thus, Baron's level 31 was nothing short of terrifyingly high down a chew. Just as Baron was about to speak, a sharper gust of icy wind swept through, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. "Damn those humans. How dare they trespass into the crystal forest? Let them perish here." A helm spirit materialized before the two. No, it was not merely a helm spirit. Typical helm spirits were gray, but this one was a striking ice blue, towering at a height of 2.5 meters. Lian Yang and Baron, standing at around 1.8 meters, could barely reach its chest. Its burly arms were even thicker than Baron's waist. Tightening his grip on the colossal sword, Lian Yang declared, "It is a frost helm spirit." Baron, perplexed, inquired, "A frost helm spirit?" Cautiously gazing at the creature, Lian Yang elucidated, Ordinary helm spirits are monsters formed from the armor of adventurers who fell in battle, tainted by black nightmares. The one before us is similarly a creature born of an adventurer's armor, yet it has been simultaneously besieged by the chilling aura of the crystal forest and the black nightmare, making it exceedingly rare. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Baron retorted, "Just a hybrid." Then, hybrid varieties possess strong vitality. That is a common understanding across the continent. The unknown enemy is truly terrifying. Lian Yang has already unveiled the origins of this creature, yet Baron remains unperturbed. This is nothing but a jest. The irrational Frost Helm spirit, upon hearing the two loathsome humans denigrated, became even more enraged. Freeze! With a furious roar, the Frost Helm spirit unleashed an ice attribute barrier with a radius of 1 meter from its center and charged violently towards Lian Yang and Baron. Dodge it? Lian Yang decisively executed a 3-part strike to reposition himself, narrowly avoiding the impending collision. Contact with the barrier would result in being encased in ice, and once frozen, he was certain that the Frost Helm spirit's colossal fists would not spare him. Thus, he had no choice but to evade. Roar! Indeed, where Lian Yang had just been standing, the Frost Helm spirit's fist, larger than Lian Yang's head, crashed down with tremendous force. Phew! Baron observed the massive icy fist of the Frost Helm spirit, his heart racing as he exclaimed, "Thank goodness I managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been sent soaring. Now's my chance." Seizing the moment when the Frost Helm spirit's fist was raised, Baron's attack surged forth. With a swift slash, he executed a 3-part strike, rapidly closing the distance to the Frost Helm spirit. With a surge of determination, without allowing the frost-armored spirit a moment to react, Baron leaped high into the air, delivering a devastating blow akin to a collapsing mountain. A fierce roar erupted. The colossal fist, still in motion, struck the frost-armored spirit with such force that it let out a pained cry. Humph! This is not over yet. Cross slash. A gigantic sword forged from the essence of blood energy carved a vivid crimson cross behind the rigid form of the frost-armored spirit. Thud. The cross struck mercilessly against its back. Soul grasp. The distance was now sufficient. Baron's combat instincts were intensely heightened. That hand, not particularly large, managed to grasp the massive frost-armored spirit firmly within its palm. The blood energy of the frost-armored spirit condensed into Baron's grasp, ultimately erupting forth with a powerful explosion. Heh, here I come. Yet Baron's assault was far from concluded, as Lian Yang's attack swiftly followed. His left hand materialized a radiant sword, while his right firmly gripped the enormous greatsword. The alternating strikes created a stunning semicircle, embodying the ghost sword technique. Suddenly, the dual swords transformed back into a single blade, as Lian Yang, wielding it with both hands, thrust upwards with great force. This upward thrust was one of the fundamental skills of the ghost swordsman. As the frost-armored spirit soared into the air, Lian Yang also leaped, and in midair, he raised the greatsword high above his head and brought it crashing down upon the frost-armored spirit. Harnessing this momentum, Lian Yang astonishingly seemed to leap even higher. He swung his sword once more, creating another elegantly arched strike. Indeed, this was the aerial consecutive slash. Such a rare creature must yield splendid spoils. Observing the frost-armored spirit finally descend after a relentless barrage of assaults, Baron bellowed. Then perish, fury unleashed, 5,000 experience points acquired, level up, now at level 16. At long last, an upgrade. After being stuck at level 15 for several days, Lian Yang finally ascended. Chapter 8. The Marketplace. Weapons, rampaged. You have finally reached level 16. The marketplace is now accessible. The hope that had remained silent for nearly a year seemed to awaken from slumber, bringing exhilarating news to Lian Yang. Really? Lian Yang could scarcely believe it. Though this world was data-driven, it bore almost no difference from Earth in daily life. Eating, drinking, and sleeping were all essential. The marketplace, with its unmistakable supernatural or mystical essence, had seemed like a distant dream. Yet now it appeared as if dawn had broken after a long night. Sensing Lian Yang's thoughts, Hope quickly interjected. Don't get your hopes too high. Your current level only unlocks 3 items, and you might not even be able to afford them. Lian Yang, however, remained unfazed. If the marketplace were entirely unrestricted, then merely through lotteries, he could arm himself to the teeth, making trials unnecessary. He could ascend to the heavens. He inquired, "What items are available now?" Hope glanced at the system and replied, "Based on your current level, only 3 items have been unlocked. The Kiss of Remy restores 30 HP with a cooldown of 2 seconds for 690 tokens. The Mana Fruit restores 30 MP with no cooldown for 1580 tokens. And the lucky magic box is available for 300 tokens, limited to 1 per day. Your next store unlock occurs at level 20, yet the specifics remain undisclosed to me. Although these items may not enhance one's strength as one might envision, even these 3 bring immeasurable joy to Lian Yang. The Kiss of Remy is undoubtedly a lifesaver. While the magic fruit juice offers sustenance, as for the lucky magic box, it is akin to a gamble. It could propel one to great heights or lead to utter ruin. However, for Lian Yang at this moment, even the most trivial item would be remarkably fortuitous. The method of acquiring these points must be clarified. The means to obtain them is exceedingly straightforward. 1,000 gold coins can be exchanged for a single point. Naturally, any goods purchased can be traded with the inhabitants of this world. Upon completing his offer, it seemed Hope recalled something and promptly reminded Lian Yang. Understood. Including the coins bestowed by my master, alongside those amassed during my recent adventures, I estimate I possess around 1 million gold coins. This allows me to exchange for 690 points, and subsequently purchase 50 bottles of the Kiss of Remy. Lian Yang contemplated carefully. The lucky magic box was not worth considering, as it currently held little utility. The magic fruit juice was also of minimal significance for a swordsman. Only the Kiss of Remy was truly a life-saving item, and it could also be converted into gold for Lian Yang. Gazing at the Kisses of Remy in his inventory, Lian Yang felt a sense of reassurance. Giroux's was formidable, and while his equipment was indeed splendid, it still paled in comparison to Baron. Now, with the Kiss of Remy in hand, he felt secure in his survival. All this dialogue transpired within the confines of his mind, a mere fleeting moment. Upon acquiring the items, Lian Yang decisively tossed 10 Kisses of Remy to Baron. These can restore 30 of your health instantly, with a 2-second interval between uses. Hold on to them, as I fear the battle may grow intense. Baron received the Kisses of Remy with a sense of awe, exclaiming, having a master of the Continental Peak truly makes a difference. You possess such life-saving items. Lian Yang remained unfazed and picked up the colossal sword dropped by the Frost Helm spirit, examining its attributes before passing it to Baron. Well, sooner or later, we too shall stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Especially with your prodigious talent. Stop dwelling on the abstract. This weapon suits you perfectly. The potion is precious, but it was not given to me by my master. This potion restores 30 of health instantly, without any level restrictions, truly a life-saving elixir in this world, where potions typically restore health at a sluggish rate per second, rendering them incomparable to this instant healing remedy. The dual-bladed giant sword, Strength S. Supreme rare weapon physical attack 310 independent attack, 116 strength, 17 death resistance level, 1 unsealed attribute strength 36 equipable at level 20 haha. I've finally acquired a rare weapon. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes, Baron was immediately captivated. Lian Yang, I must tell you, I have long envied that relic of yours. Though this may not be a relic, its attributes are not significantly inferior to yours. While it differed by only 1 grade, Baron's sword surpassed Lian Yang's relic by 5 levels. The overall attributes resemble the adage of half a gene against 8 Liang. The harvest has been satisfactory. We must hasten our pace. Lian Yang, with a colossal sword upon his back, beckoned Barong and ventured deeper into the heart of the ice crystal forest. Within the depths, the frigid winds howled with increasing ferocity, causing the towering trees of the forest to lament. Meanwhile, Barong, clad only in a thin upper garment, was shivering uncontrollably, exclaiming, "It's becoming increasingly cold." In contrast to Barong, Lian Yang was well equipped with a thick coat, undertaking the reconnaissance and other tasks with calm composure. Observing the distant azure figure, Lian Yang remarked nonchalantly, "The reason you are so chilled is that we have approached the vicinity of Jealous." Where? Barong scanned his surroundings, yet Jealous eluded his sight. Lian Yang, shaking his head in resignation, pointed towards the diminutive blue figure in the distance, saying, "Behold, that is the ice elf." Barong squinted in that direction and saw a figure less than 1.2 meters tall, entirely azure, wielding an ice sword that was nearly 3/4 the size of his own body. Were it not for the crown atop his head, distinguishing him from others, one might easily overlook him as the Ice Elf King. Jialu's is it truly possible that such a small being has rendered us this frozen? Barong found it hard to believe despite the evidence. Lowering his colossal sword, Lian Yang jested, "Do you not know that the essence is often concentrated?" The crown atop Jealous's head served as the best proof of his uniqueness. "Where did you hear such nonsense?" Barong retorted, "Having lived over 20 years without ever encountering that phrase, you certainly have not heard it. It is an expression from Earth." Lian Yang secretly chuckled to himself at that moment. The Ice Elf King was flanked by a throng of followers, Rushing in blindly would surely lead to misfortune. Just as Lian Yang pondered his next move, Barong unexpectedly called out from a distance, "Are you the Ice Elf King, Jealous?" Jealous turned his gaze towards Barong upon hearing the shout. "Who dares intrude? Human, do you intend to thwart my noble endeavors?" "Noble endeavors?" Barong chuckled, drawing forth his colossal sword. "It is I, Lord Barong, here to awaken you from your delusions. Indeed, you have come to disrupt my sacred plans." Jealous roared in fury upon seeing Barong brandish his sword, his already muddled mind spiraling into rage. Watching Jealous dash away from his ice elf entourage, Lian Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "Well done, Barong. Who would have thought that your shout would actually draw him in?" Rolling his eyes, he added, "If you often act erratically, you would understand what methods are most effective against someone in a frenzy." Indeed, when provoked, Barong would enter a state of frenzy, and in this world, such a transformation retained one's memories. Jealous's state and Barong's frenzy were akin to one another. Barong certainly knew how to handle him. With a gleeful grin, Lian Yang prepared for battle, stating, as is customary, "Let us proceed." Throughout their journey, they had faced countless battles. Lian Yang, with lower damage output, would serve as a distraction while Barong, with his formidable strength, would deliver the decisive blows. This strategy had proven infallible for the two. Vanish, ice arrows. With a swift gesture, Jealous conjured a dense barrage of icy projectiles, each crystallized arrow glinting ominously in the frigid air. The triple slash. Should Jealousy's skills be unleashed upon an attack, it would undoubtedly transform into a beehive. Yet, how could Lian Yang, who was well aware of Jealousy's opening skills, possibly err? With a mere triple slash, he effortlessly evaded Jealousy's abilities. As Lian Yang approached, Jealousy let out a thunderous roar, suddenly increasing in height from 1.2 meters to a staggering 2.4 meters. With a swift motion, he delivered a downward strike, cleaving through the air. Block. The advantage of a seer lies in their foresight. In comparison to Jealousy, Lian Yang embodies that foresight. In the very moment of the charge, he unleashed an infallible defense. Jealousy, missing his first strike, launched a second attack with ferocity. I anticipated your consecutive strikes," Lian Yang chuckled. "Another block. You've finished your assault. Now it's my turn. Upward thrust. Soar for me, mountain breaker." Witnessing Jealousy lifted into the air, Baron had long prepared the mountain breaker, striking down with tremendous force. Perish, Jealousy raised a hand, and lo, a flurry of ice arrows materialized. "This is bad." Spotting Jealousy's icy blades, Baron abruptly abandoned the mountain breaker and swiftly dodged. A muted grunt of pain escaped him as an arrow pierced his shoulder. What? The battle, once seemingly assured, took an unexpected turn. Why is Jealousy's attack so rapid? Wasn't there supposed to be a gap? Lian Yang frowned at the sight of Baron's shoulder pierced by the ice arrow. "Hey, Lian Yang, it seems our strategy has faltered." Baron, pulling the ice arrow from his shoulder, remarked half-jokingly, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the now diminutive Jealousy. "No, he is at least level 35. We cannot overcome him through sheer force. Furthermore, our task is merely to affix the ice crystal upon his forehead." Seizing the moment, Baron consumed a potion and declared, "I shall engage him in battle, and I will strive to seize him with the hand of soul devouring. There may be only one opportunity. Jealousy's speed and strength far surpass that of Jala, and in pure combat prowess, Baron is no match for Jealousy. The only advantage lies in Jealousy's state of disorientation, granting Baron a chance to employ the hand of soul devouring. Roar! Baron let out a furious bellow, and in that instant, his eyes blazed crimson. Rampage. It is a rampage, the core and most formidable skill of the Berserker. Rampaged in the thin veil between madness and clarity, it awakens the vast reservoir of blood energy within. The duration of the rampage is fleeting. Exceeding its limits transforms controlled frenzy into mindless monstrosity. Lucchesi's tragedy was birthed from a complete relinquishment of reason. Roar, die. It was the roar of Baron, clashing with Jealousy's own furious howl. The clash of ice blade and colossal sword echoed resoundingly, swift, too swift. The collision of the giant sword and ice blade occurred with such rapidity that Lian Yang could scarcely perceive anything beyond the flickering light of the blades and the thunderous resonance of their clash. Baron's strikes were unparalleled in sharpness. Jealousy's defenses were impenetrable. Time was running short. After all, rampage is not a sustained state. As the blood surged hotter, Baron's consciousness began to blur. Die. I can't hold on. The battle must conclude. As he beheld Jealousy's descending sword, Baron astonishingly forsook defense. As Baron relinquished his guard, Jalousy's sword struck him with tremendous force. Blood erupted forth, and in that moment, Baron's eyes gleamed with renewed fury. A direct hit. The once impenetrable Jalousy has finally been struck by Baron, albeit at the cost of a deep, searing wound. The hand of soul devouring. Yet, the ordeal is far from over. Seizing the moment of Jalousy's stunned state, Baron unleashes the long-prepared hand of soul devouring. Now is the moment. Triple slash. Keeping a vigilant eye on the fray, Lian Yang activates the triple slash the instant Baron extends his left hand. As Jalousy is firmly grasped. At last, the ice crystal that awakens him is affixed to his forehead. Chapter 9. The priceless kiss of Remy Him. This is my ice crystal. What was I just doing? Did I truly intend to transform the entire Yenuofa forest into an icy domain? Indeed, placing the ice crystal upon Jalousy's brow instantly restores his consciousness. Watching Jalousy return to his normal self, Lian Yang lets out a sigh of relief, for had Baron not been on the brink of fury, this mission would have been doomed. Although escaping would not have posed a significant challenge, the time taken could have easily allowed Jalousy to encase the entire forest in ice. With Jalousy back to normal, Lian Yang turns to Baron. How are you holding up? Not too bad, thanks to your potion. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to unleash my fury, Baron replies, glancing at the 9 remaining vials of Remy's kiss in his satchel. Lian Yang waves a hand dismissively. As long as I have enough gold, I can procure as many potions as I desire. Baron, perplexed by Lian Yang's assertion, inquires, you can truly purchase them? That shouldn't be possible. No alchemist on the main road can concoct such instantaneous potions. Are you implying they can be mass-produced? Lian Yang responds, indeed, they can be mass-produced, but at an exorbitant cost. It's more prudent to rely on regular life potions. At this moment, a reinvigorated Jalousy approaches. I am deeply grateful to both of you for restoring my senses. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the chaos I could have wrought. It was truly terrifying. Confirming that Jalousy is indeed unharmed, Lian Yang remarks, there is nothing to worry about. Your malevolent thoughts have been purified. We should take our leave, as I suspect neither the Light Elves nor the Dark Elves are entirely safe at this juncture. Jalousy produces 2 bracelets, his face alight with gratitude. This is a small token of my appreciation. Had it not been for you, the Yenuofa forest might have been destroyed and my home lost. These bracelets are forged from my ice crystal power. They may aid you both in your forthcoming adventures. Please accept them. Excellent. As they speak, Lian Yang and Baron don the bracelets. Bracelet of the Ice Spirit King, Supreme Rare Equipment, Magic Defense, 528 Strength, 4 Vitality, 11 Damage, taken from Crystal Veins, -10 Astounding. Purple. Another rare piece of equipment. Baron exclaims, Lian Yang, it seems my fortune has surged ever since we embarked on this adventure together. It is worth noting that in the days preceding his partnership with Lian Yang, owing to relentless battles and his extraordinary talents, Baron's level had been steadily ascending. However, his equipment had barely surpassed the 25-level high-tier gear he had previously replaced. Yet, since joining forces with Lian Yang, this marks the 2nd rare item he has acquired. He grins with glee. Lian Yang chuckled with a hint of mischief. Perhaps I am a child favored by fate. He would never admit that he basked in Baron's glory, for it was Baron who truly deserved to be called the child of destiny in the world of Dungeon and Warriors. Silver Village, you have returned. It brings me immense joy to see you both safe, exclaimed Celia, who awaited their arrival at the village entrance. Yes, we are back. Jeruz has been purified, and the Ice Crystal Forest is free of troubles, Baron declared, shaking the Ice Spirit King's bracelet adorning his wrist, a testament to the successful completion of their mission. I can sense the presence of my old friend returning to a state of tranquility. I am profoundly grateful to you both, Tana said, closing her eyes to attune herself to the essence of the spirits. However, her brow furrowed as she continued, with your assistance, both the ice spirits and fire spirits have been resolved, but the light spirits and dark spirits remain uncertain. The enemy is evidently well acquainted with the spirits. Otherwise, they would not have thought to corrupt the benevolent spirits on a spiritual level. Lian Yang interjected. You need not elaborate further, I am aware. Restoring peace to the Yenuofa forest is also my aspiration. But now, Tana, I require your assistance. What do you need? As long as it is within my capabilities, please do not hesitate to ask. Tana responded without reservation, understanding that Lian Yang shared her desire for tranquility in Yenuofa forest. This, Lian Yang said, presenting the kiss of Remy to Tana. Oh my! Whose masterpiece is this? Tana exclaimed, astonished. This is astonishing. Morgan is already a renowned alchemist on the continent, yet I know he could never create such a potion. Indeed, Morgan could not produce it, for this potion could only be acquired from the marketplace. However, Lian Yang would not divulge this secret, as it was the cornerstone of his future strength. I cannot reveal the origins of this potion, but I can provide it in abundance. I now require a substantial amount of gold to arm myself and Baron. Otherwise, we stand no chance against the formidable illusion spirits. Lian Yang had long intended to exchange this potion for gold, as relying solely on defeating monsters might not yield even 10 million gold from slaying a wicked dragon. While the amount needed for the marketplace was nothing short of astronomical. Do you need me to contact someone for its purchase? Tana pondered, recognizing that since Lian Yang had produced this life-saving potion, he must certainly wish to profit from it. Nodding, Lian Yang affirmed, "Precisely, that is my intention." "Very well, I shall reach out to my contacts. Tomorrow at noon, we shall hold a small auction," Tana replied. There are indeed potions that can instantaneously restore life. The Arad continent has always had a heaven potion, which can perfectly restore a person to life even with the slightest essence remaining. However, a single bottle of heaven potion can cost upwards of 10 million gold, as its ingredients require soul essence. More daunting still, due to its potent effects, only adventurers above level 55 can utilize in contrast. The Kiss of Remy, while only capable of restoring 30 of health at once, has a cooldown period of merely 2 seconds, and crucially, there are no level restrictions. The next day at noon, a hearty laugh echoed into the room before anyone had even arrived. Lian Yang raised his gaze to see a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, approaching. The shining sword at his back revealed to Lian Yang that this was a sword soul. "Greetings, esteemed guardian. David from the Berserker Guild sends his regards." Though Tana appeared merely to serve as a guardian of the Silver Village, she was, in fact, a renowned powerhouse across the continent. David, being the head of the Berserker Guild in Silver Village, was quite familiar with her, and their relationship was fairly amicable. However, today's meeting was relatively formal, and he felt compelled to pay his respects to Tana. "It has been a while. You seem to have grown stronger," Tana remarked politely. Just then, a tall and slender middle-aged man entered, saying, "Greetings, esteemed guardian. This is William from the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps." "Excellent. Since both of you are here, take a look at this," Tana said as she handed over the Kiss of Remy in a digitized world. Keen eyesight was not particularly necessary, at least when it came to equipment and potions used by adventurers, as their attributes were plainly evident. Upon observing the potion's attributes, both David and William exchanged knowing glances. David cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed guardian, if the Kiss of Remy can be produced in large quantities?" Having posed the question, David felt a tinge of anxiety. The potency of the Kiss of Remy was indisputable, and Tana summoning them merely to sell a single vial seemed rather insignificant. After all, there was only this one vial, which might fetch as much as 3 million coins, yet for Tana, as a guardian, wealth held little meaning. William remained silent, his gaze firmly fixed on Tana. Tana nodded. "Indeed, it can be mass-produced and supplied in considerable quantities. However, I am not the seller." She gestured towards Lian Yang, saying, "He is the disciple of Aganzo, and this potion is provided by him." The allure of wealth could easily sway hearts. Had Lian Yang been a mere novice, he would undoubtedly refuse to sell the Kiss of Remy. However, he was not just any novice. His master was Aganzo, one of the 4 strongest individuals on the continent. "I can obtain a substantial quantity of the Kiss of Remy through certain channels, but the value of each vial is astonishingly high, as you both surely understand. Currently, I require a significant sum of gold, starting at 50 vials per batch. Therefore, I implore you to bid judiciously." Naturally, Lian Yang sought to sell the Kiss of Remy at a premium, given that the cost alone was 13,000 gold coins. In contrast, a commoner in Arad could manage with merely 100 gold coins for an entire year. Thus, Lian Yang felt a sense of trepidation, though he endeavored to maintain an air of indifference. Heavenly potion is said to be priced at 10 million a vial, yet it is often unavailable, isn't it? The Kiss of Remy boasts 1/3 of its efficacy. Baron chimed in at just the right moment. David and William shuddered, realizing that the other party was indeed making a bold demand. Nonetheless, what was stated held merit. With merely 6 seconds, the Kiss of Remy could achieve the effects of a heavenly potion, and within 10 seconds, it could surpass its efficacy. However, the heavenly potion provided instantaneous recovery, which presented a subtle distinction. The room fell into a profound silence as David and William exchanged glances. Based on actual value, the Kiss of Remy was worth at least 2 million per vial, yet purchasing at that price in large quantities was simply unfeasible. Even as 2 of the 4 major guilds on the thoroughfare, they would never agree to pay such a lofty price for a high-consumption item. However, it was evident that setting the price too low was inappropriate, given the efficacy of the potion. After pondering for a moment, David winked at William twice, and William, understanding the signal, nodded in response. David stated, "I wish to purchase 1,000 bottles of Remy's Kiss at a price of 200,000 per bottle. Additionally, we would like to establish a long-term sales agreement, requiring 1,000 bottles of Remy's Kiss each month henceforth." William replied, "I too wish to buy 500 bottles of Remy's Kiss at the same price of 200,000 per bottle. Furthermore, we also desire to sign a long-term sales agreement, necessitating 500 bottles of Remy's Kiss every month." Lian Yang was quite satisfied with this price and did not press for more, saying, "Very well, but Remy's Kiss is to be used solely within your guild and is not permitted for resale." Lian Yang harbored a strong disdain for scalpers, hence he felt it necessary to clarify this point in advance. As for the resale restriction, both men were largely unconcerned. Such an expensive potion, if limited to a single bottle, would indeed hold immense value, but with mass production, 200,000 was nearly the bottom line. Moreover, adventurers lived on the edge, and no one would trade their lifelines for mere coin. "Rest assured, we will use it solely within our guild and will never resell it," they asserted in unison. Gazing at the gold coins in his backpack, Lian Yang exclaimed, "At last, we have money. We should properly equip ourselves. If we gear up adequately for the Crystal Forest, we certainly won't find it so arduous." Exclaiming indeed, Baron, also exhilarated by the newfound wealth, replied, "Let us go. Today, I shall take on the wealthy, and the equipment shall rely on you." As comrades in adventure, Baron would never allow pride to compromise their strength in these crucial moments. Chapter 10. The Frenzied Light Sprite. Ha ha ha, how delightful it is to have wealth! Baron marveled at the array of rare equipment filling his inventory. After meticulously inspecting his gear and potions, Lian Yang remarked, "It's just that our current levels are low. Higher-tier equipment cannot simply be acquired with money." Ruffling his hair, Baron concurred, "Indeed, even after investing several million gold coins, the best I possess is merely level 20 rare equipment." With a firm punch to his bare chest, Baron added, "Though this equipment may be invisible, I can distinctly feel that my strength and defense have significantly improved. Had I possessed this gear at that time, I believe we could have subdued Jerus without resorting to a berserk state." Lian Yang responded, "Precisely because it was so challenging to conquer Jerus, I was inspired to arm ourselves. It is worth noting that the strength of the light sprite surpasses that of the ice and fire sprites. Yet the world is indeed wondrous. Weapons may be brought forth, yet armor is only visible within the inventory. Indeed, this world harbors countless secrets. I hope we can unravel them all in our lifetime," Baron said with a hopeful expression. "Agreed." Lian Yang nodded, then continued, "We should head to Morgan's place. I wonder what he has concocted. Morgan's laboratory mate. How goes your tranquilizer?" Upon arriving at Morgan's laboratory, Lian Yang greeted him. Dressed impeccably and donning a pair of round spectacles, Morgan was currently fixated on the array of bottles before him, not lifting his gaze as he remarked, "It is largely complete, but some adjustments are necessary for different types of spirits." As he straightened a bottle at hand, he exhaled, "Ah, at last. It is nearly ready. I just need the two of you to assist me in procuring the core of the light spirit, and then I can concoct the specialized potion for it. But, I must say, it's only been a few days since I last saw you two, and yet I feel your strength has significantly improved." Baron replied with a proud grin. "Lian Yang here has struck it rich. I managed to procure a full set of rare equipment at level 20. What on earth? What have you two been up to?" "A complete set of level 20 rare gear is worth several million gold coins," Morgan exclaimed, astonished. The value of gold in this world was exceedingly disparate. For a commoner, an annual expenditure of merely 100 gold coins would be considered affluent. Yet for adventurers, even 100 gold coins would scarcely suffice to purchase a single potion. Rare equipment at level 20, even accounting for its lower level, would still be valued at no less than 1 million. Thus, it was no surprise that the adventurers of Silver Village predominantly wore white and blue gear, with only a handful of purple items being the result of exceptional luck. "Indeed, I possess many such items," Lian Yang declared, tossing the kiss of Remy to Morgan. "Lian Yang, you are truly an astonishing presence. I must thoroughly analyze the components of this potion." "Its effects are utterly remarkable," Morgan exclaimed. "You two must hurry to the crystal vein. Let us hope the illusion spirits do not lose their minds completely." For Morgan, who was deeply engrossed in alchemy, the kiss of Remy was akin to a narcotic. He felt compelled to uncover the secrets behind such an extraordinary potion. The crystal vein. Do you believe the spirits transformed the forest, or was it the forest that shaped the spirits? Lian Yang pondered, gazing at the crystal vein, which starkly contrasted with the radiant crystal forest. It is indeed worthy of its title. Although the lush vegetation remains, the surface is strewn with light crystals, their density exceeding that of the previous two forests by at least fivefold. There is no doubt this is a mining site. Habitually rubbing his head, Baron remarked, "Leave the matters of combat to me. As for the thinking, that is better suited to you, Lian Yang. After all these years under the Kazan curse, it is a miracle Baron has not gone mad. Let him be spared from pondering such philosophical dilemmas." Lian Yang chuckled at Baron's exasperation but suddenly changed his expression. "Something's amiss." He raised his hand. Positioning his sword before him, boom. A laser struck Lian Yang's sword, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Light, light. On the tranquil paths of the crystal vein, a swarm of shimmering spirits suddenly appeared. They resembled diamond crystals come to life, Baron observed, noting their deep azure, translucent forms. "They are the shimmering spirits," Baron declared. "No?" Lian Yang shook his head. "These will soon transform into illusion spirits. They are merely newborns. Exercise caution. Their lasers travel at remarkable speed." Indeed, amidst the resplendent light, the luminous sprites unexpectedly split open, sprouting two elongated ears resembling golden ribbons atop their heads, while two minuscule eyes glimmered upon their golden-hued bodies emerging from the crystalline fissures. Truly, these were newly born phantasmic sprites. Swiftly dispatching a nearby phantasmic sprite, Baron chuckled. "I had thought the light sprites would resemble yellow squirrels. Instead, they turn out to be crystallized beings." Although the newly born phantasmic sprites possessed formidable attacks and, due to their luminous nature, were nearly impossible to evade, the reality was that the luminous sprites could not aim accurately at the swiftly moving Baron and Lian Yang. "Damn. Take cover." Lian Yang, feeling an incessant barrage of lasers, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "It's a juvenile phantasmic sprite. Be cautious," he hastily cautioned. The juvenile phantasmic sprite, a golden entity, not only exhibited its radiant hue but also bore small hands resembling white wings, transforming its originally pulsing lasers into a more potent sweeping attack via its staff. The ground where the juvenile phantasmic sprite unleashed its barrage bore deep, charred marks. Gulp, Baron swallowed hard and declared, "We must eliminate the phantasmic sprite first. Its threat is too great. A single laser strike could send me soaring." The priority was to vanquish the juvenile phantasmic sprite, the leader among them. "Understood." Lian Yang promptly executed a three-part dash, effortlessly reaching the juvenile phantasmic sprite's side, wielding his sword with a gust of sword energy, alternating his strikes against the sprite. "It's the rigor sword technique," Baron bellowed, his aura brimming with vigor. With a powerful leap from a distance, he delivered a crushing blow upon the juvenile phantasmic sprite. Baron had traversed through layers of foes to reach the juvenile phantasmic sprite. Hey-ha! He wielded two swords, each crimson in hue, embodying the essence of bloodlust. The four blades struck heavily against the juvenile phantasmic sprite. Light, light. The formidable juvenile phantasmic sprite shattered amidst the resounding calls of luminosity. "Human, die!" Yet, the ordeal was far from over. As Lian Yang and Baron vanquished the phantasmic sprite, a swarm of armored spirits emerged from the already dense ranks of phantasmic sprites. "What the hell? Is this a light sprite uprising?" Observing the combined forces nearing 1,000, Lian Yang could not help but gulp. This promised to be a formidable battle. Resolutely, he procured 2 sets of magic juice from the marketplace, tossing one to Baron, stating, "This will restore stamina and mana. Don't be stingy later. The enemy is overwhelming." Glancing at the attributes of the magic juice, Baron nodded, momentarily astounded. "Understood. You certainly have a wealth of good items. Facing 1,000 adversaries, even if they were merely ordinary folk, would be enough to wear Lian Yang's arms to exhaustion, let alone the astonishingly powerful armored spirits and phantasmic sprites before them. Fortunately, I unlocked the marketplace at level 16. Otherwise, I would have fled." At level 16, Lian Yang's true output skills were limited to a basic strike, enhanced by the rigor sword technique and the 3-part dash, crushing mountain strike. However, it was common knowledge that all skills consumed mana. Without the support of the magic juice, Lian Yang single-handedly took down 100 foes in the densest throng of enemies. Lian Yang resolutely executed a 3-part slash, effortlessly penetrating the fray. He charged into the combat zone, his hands a blur as he wielded the demon sword technique. The enemies grew increasingly numerous. "This won't do. The 3-part slash cannot find an escape." Lian Yang sprang upwards, crashing down amidst a relatively sparse cluster of monsters. It was the Mountain Crusher. Once more, the demon sword technique. Wherever the foes congregated, the three-part slash cleaved through them, and the demon sword technique transformed into a relentless harvesting machine, mercilessly assaulting the nearby spirits. The horde of monsters was overwhelming, and with the mountain crusher, he leapt again into the fray. While sipping the magic juice, he continued his mechanical onslaught. Now to speak of Balong. Hey, Soul Grasp. Balong unleashed a powerful soul grasp that fiercely seized the nearby armored spirit, drawing in and erupting death. Hee, hooray. With his hands dancing like a master swordsman, he too resembled a battlefield reaper. Under the frenzy of bloodlust, his twin blades soared through the air, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. The monsters multiplied, and his wounds grew more numerous. Should Balong evade? No. Bloodlust. Indeed, it was bloodlust. A throng of dozens of spirits and armored spirits encircled Balong, creating a radius so tight that not even a fly could penetrate. But I am a berserker. Gazing at the ever-thickening tide of foes, the berserker never fears the sheer number of enemies. The frenzied demon swordsman, assaulted by Kazan, harbored an explosive fury. Through his blood, he unleashed the accumulated rage upon his adversaries, inflicting fatal damage. Gulp, gulp. Balong glanced at Lian Yang, reflecting, thankfully, with the kiss of Remy and the magic juice, otherwise, even a berserker would be overwhelmed by such a frenzied battle. Lian Yang mused, isn't it time to retreat? It seems I've gathered enough cores. Observing the densely packed light spirit cores in his backpack, he felt it was prudent to withdraw. I've gathered plenty here. Balong glanced over, affirming that he too had amassed sufficient numbers. Without further ado, we must devise a means of retreat. These illusionary spirits are not truly malevolent beings. We cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Lian Yang hesitated to harm the inherently benevolent spirits, despite their indifference to such matters. Exiting the combat zone, Balong nodded. All right, let us depart. At that moment, a colossal golden armored spirit materialized before Balong and Lian Yang. Light, humans, die. It was the radiant armored spirit. The fierce battle had finally summoned a formidable foe. Chapter 11. The Lightning of Burla. The radiant armored spirit, an evolved form of the armored spirits, towered even larger than the frost armored spirit, its body radiant with golden light. The enormous iron fist crackled with electric energy, unmistakably proclaiming its might as the radiant armored spirit appeared on the battlefield. Lian Yang grimaced, there's no escaping now. This creature is swift and will dog our every step. Bang! The lightning-fast radiant armored spirit lunged at Balong with a devastating punch. Balong, having narrowly evaded the massive blow, remarked, I know without you saying. Furthermore, based on the frost armored spirit's characteristics, this creature is likely a fusion of light energy and a dark nightmare. With a swift three-part slash, Lian Yang dashed behind the radiant armored spirit, proclaiming, Baron, you have made progress. You've even learned to snatch the answer, die. The radiant armored spirit, already lacking in wisdom, became even more enraged as it witnessed the diminutive human deftly evading its relentless assaults. Its electrified fists came crashing down towards Lian Yang, who knew that a direct hit would surely result in a violent expulsion of blood. Hey-ha! In a split second, Lian Yang executed a nimble somersault, narrowly dodging the powerful electric cannon unleashed by the radiant armored spirit. He called out, let us end this swiftly. I fear that delaying will only attract more monstrous foes. The longer this battle drags on, the more formidable the enemies we may draw. With the core of light spirits sufficiently gathered, it is truly unwise to invite complications. Oblivious to fear, the light spirits, beset by black nightmares and sinister thoughts, continued their assault. Baron casually dispatched an advancing illusion spirit and replied, Roger that. This behemoth is quite manageable. With that, he leaped into the air, executing his signature mountain crumble technique. Roar! Baron's mountain crumble was a spectacle of mastery, each strike resonating with the might of earth-shattering force, causing the radiant armored spirit to emit anguished howls. Light. Perhaps light was the sole language of the radiant armored spirit, which, in a frenzy, screamed incessantly while emanating blinding brilliance and crackling electricity. A sight of unparalleled power, the radiant armored spirit's electric flashes prompted Lian Yang, who had taken refuge at a safe distance, to remark, this does not resemble a radiant armored spirit. It resembles an electric gorilla. Meanwhile, Baron, evading the relentless strikes, seized the opportunity to declare, a beast is a beast. If I possessed such formidable strength, even Jerus would not stand a chance against me. Indeed, while the radiant armored spirit was powerful, it was devoid of intellect. No matter how strong, a beast could never outmatch a hunter. Baron deftly dodged from side to side. The ferocious might of the creature began to wane. What a perfect opportunity! Taking advantage of the radiant armored spirit's brief vulnerability, he unleashed his soul-devouring grasp. Baron's blood-red hand clutched the massive form of the radiant armored spirit, lifting it effortlessly into the air. The scene appeared rather surreal. Following this, Lian Yang seized the moment with a precise three-part slash, not for evasive maneuvering this time, but to inflict damage. He advanced with fervor, slashing, pivoting, and striking again, delivering 3 razor-sharp blows upon the radiant armored spirit. Rage unleashed. The resplendent armor of the radiant armored spirit was now nearly shattered, yet Baron's relentless barrage continued unabated. Inner demon sword technique. The radiant armored spirit, suspended in midair by Baron's wrath, had no time to react as Lian Yang's inner demon sword technique severed its head from its body. Phew! Baron's exhale of relief was barely complete when a voice chimed in. Human, accept the judgment of light. The tone was melodious yet laced with madness. The speaker was a female spirit whose visage bore a resemblance to Jella, yet exuded a more mature allure. Beneath her golden, waist-length hair lay a cherubic face, which instead of radiating charm, showcased a disconcerting frenzy. Clad in a form-fitting golden gown, her petite frame appeared strikingly voluptuous. Barefoot and floating mid-air, the delicate fairy clutched a resplendent, shimmering staff in her hand. She was Blala, the princess of light elves, and to everyone's astonishment, she too had succumbed to the insidious grip of malevolent thoughts. Lian Yang's expression darkened, for he was no mere novice in a game, blissfully unaware of the intricacies at play. Having long mingled with Tana, Morgan, and others, Lian Yang deeply understood the exceptional identity of the fairy girl before him. The monarch of the light elves was the illusion elf, and Blala could indeed be regarded as the princess of light elves, an existence that, like all, was impervious to harm. Upon witnessing Blala, the lightning princess, Baron turned pale. He was acutely aware of her identity and could not help but lament. I detest these troublesome entities that cannot be vanquished. Jella had merely been assailed by a dark nightmare, and a blow to the head could rouse her from her stupor. However, the Blala before them was enveloped in an inescapable shroud of darkness that clung to her radiant, fair skin, unmistakably indicating to Lian Yang and Baron that she was a fairy driven mad by evil, tainting her core. Aside from the uncompleted potion in Morgan's possession, there was no other means to awaken her. Let her atone in the light. Unbeknownst to Blala, consumed by the frenzy of dark thoughts, Lian Yang and Baron were entangled in a web of complex considerations. All she could think of was how insufferable these two humans were. She yearned to annihilate them, to purify them, forcing them to endure eternal torment in the brilliance of unending light. While Lian Yang and Baron were still deliberating how to deal with Blala, a careless moment led to them being struck by her lightning. The electric shock coursed through their bodies, causing them to convulse uncontrollably. What do we do now? Baron, fighting against the numbing sensation, downed a vial of Remy's kiss. He gazed at Lian Yang with a conflicted expression, knowing that Lian Yang's mind was quicker than his own. Presently, he had no strategy. Fleeing was futile against Blala, whose speed and flight far surpassed their own. In a fleeting moment, Lian Yang made up his mind. First, we must find a way to incapacitate her. Even if she is afflicted by dark thoughts, she can still be subdued. Then, we must make our escape. If the illusion elf arrives, it will spell greater trouble. It was only due to his upgraded attire that Lian Yang felt emboldened. Previously, even a combined effort from the two of them might not have been enough to defeat Lightning Princess Blala. Yet now, it seemed that incapacitating Blala was their only viable option. They absolutely could not allow the illusion elf to arrive. It would no longer be a matter of escape, but rather a fight for their very lives. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, which transpired in an instant, Lian Yang deftly evaded Blala's wild lightning strike. Rising swiftly, he executed a three-part slash to close in on her. Faster, I must be faster. As he approached, Lian Yang raised his hand, invoking the demon sword technique. Despite her madness, Blala's battle instincts remained intact. She raised her staff, its golden light flashing as it met Lian Yang's sword in a fierce counter. So powerful! Feeling the tremendous force resonate through his blade, Lian Yang was compelled to retreat in order to withstand the might of Blala's staff. Steadying himself, he marveled at Blala's petite form. Who could have imagined that this girl, appearing no older than 11 or 12, could possess strength surpassing that of Lian Yang, a seasoned warrior in his 20s? It was utterly astonishing. At the very moment when Blala launched a fierce attack on Lian Yang, Baron activated his blood-fueled berserker form, wielding dual blades as he charged towards Blala. Feel the pain. Without allowing Baron to close the distance, Bulala executed a swift turn, raising a hand to unleash a rapid succession of lightning strikes, striking fiercely at the approaching Baron. Roar! The radiant lightning collided with his sword, causing a jolt that nearly made Baron drop his weapon with a pained cry. Ha ha ha, now you shall witness my might. Bulala's maniacal laughter echoed as he once again summoned electric energy onto his staff, ferociously directing it towards the two opponents, showing no intention of granting them a moment's respite. Dodge! We strike together next, Lian Yang shouted, fully aware that only a simultaneous assault could provide them with a sliver of hope against Bulala's defenses. Crack! Just as they evaded, the spot they had vacated was instantly reduced to scorched earth by Bulala's lightning. The sheer power of Bulala's electric strikes was evident, again. The two, having evaded the attack, charged madly towards Bulala. They executed a three-part slash, each pursuing speed in unison. As they advanced, their three-part strikes reached Bulala's forefront. Dual blades, strike swiftly. Baron brandished his swords, slashing with an intensity akin to madness. Demon sword technique, slash. Lian Yang mirrored his fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword light upon Bulala. Feel the agony. In response, the frenzied Bulala raised a hand to summon a net of electricity, ferocious bolts targeting the two. The brilliance of the lightning was unmatched, yet Baron and Lian Yang showed no intent to evade. They charged directly into the electric net. Heh, this is the moment we have been waiting for. At the instant of impact, there were no anguished cries from Bulala as anticipated. Instead, both Lian Yang and Baron found themselves swallowing hard. Was it mere saliva? Certainly not. It was the long-prepared Remy's kiss. The ferocity, power, and speed of Bulala's lightning demanded a desperate gamble. Thus, the two resolved to consume Remy's kiss, bracing themselves against Bulala's electric onslaught. As they closed in, Baron's sword light was almost upon Bulala. Now, it's time. Clang! In a fleeting moment, it seemed that Bulala was utterly unprepared, as he raised his staff to deftly block Baron's assault. His combat awareness was truly remarkable. Yet, the encounter was not over. Retracting his staff, Bulala raised a hand once more to unleash another bolt of lightning. At such close range, even if Baron were struck, he would not emerge unscathed. Just then, Bulala collapsed, having barely gathered half of the electric energy on his staff. Had he been delayed by even half a second, that lightning would have severely injured Baron. But Lian Yang, fully prepared, would not allow Bulala the opportunity to harm them. Quickly, strike to incapacitate Bulala. Lian Yang acted without hesitation, knowing he could not afford to linger in this perilous moment. The two had attacked Bulala simultaneously, with the stronger Baron drawing more of Bulala's attention. As Bulala deflected Baron's strike, Lian Yang's sword spine struck the back of Bulala's head, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Chapter 12. Disobedient children deserve a spanking. Within Morgan's laboratory, Lian Yang handed over the light spirit cores he had collected from the crystal vein, fatigue evident on his face as he said, "Morgan, here are the light spirit cores you requested. I am utterly exhausted." Indeed, he was weary, having been besieged by nearly 1,000 spirits, followed by encounters with the radiant armored spirit and the thunderous cloth Lala. After Lian Yang and Baron had rendered the thunderous cloth Lala unconscious, they fled without a moment's pause, fearing that lagging behind would allow that frenzied horde of light spirits to ensnare them. Facing a 1-to-1,000 battle, Lian Yang sincerely wished never to endure such an ordeal again, in contrast to the arduous task of collecting the cores faced by Lian Yang and Baron. The renowned alchemist Morgan was not faring much better, although he was indeed filled with joy. With bloodshot eyes brimming with fervor, he gazed at Lian Yang and exclaimed, "It's astonishing, truly astonishing." Lian Yang, although I am aware I should not inquire, I cannot help but ask, from where did you acquire this kiss of Remedia? As he spoke, he produced the vial containing the analyzed kiss of Remedia potion, marveling. The materials for this potion are rather commonplace, merely those found in restorative elixirs. Yet, the profound and sacred power contained within is what renders this potion's effects miraculous. Who could possess such divine energy? In comparison, the so-called holy light energy of the clergy pales into insignificance. Observing Morgan's fervent demeanor, Lian Yang internally mused that the true name of the kiss of Remedia should indeed be the kiss of Remedia, as Remedia represented the highest faith of the clergy. However, fearing that Morgan's fascination with the kiss might delay the creation of the sedative, he hastily urged, "You should prioritize completing the sedative. The entire crystal vein's light spirits are relying on your potion for salvation. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further." At that moment, Lian Yang acknowledged that he had underestimated Morgan's fervor for alchemy, akin to the zeal scientists exhibit towards their disciplines on Earth. Morgan's obsession with alchemy was nothing short of madness in Lian Yang's eyes. Suddenly, Morgan recalled his primary task, slapping his forehead and stating, "Apologies, I was captivated by your potion. From the light spirit cores, it appears that the spirits have been severely tainted, profoundly affecting their mental state. I must expedite the completion of the sedative." Without further ado, he hurriedly made his way to the laboratory, clutching the kiss of Remedia in one hand and the light spirit core in the other. Engrossed in his research, Lian Yang couldn't help but admire him. Perhaps the term mad scientist was aptly suited for someone like Morgan. That moment, Baron recalled something and addressed Lian Yang. "Lian Yang, it seemed that Tana had something to tell us when we returned to the village." Estimating that the completion of the potion would take until tomorrow, Lian Yang replied, "Let us go to Tana. Morgan will likely need some time." Tana's abode. Upon arriving at Tana's home, Lian Yang, now quite familiar with the place, found a spot to sit down. He began, "Tana, it seemed you had something to discuss with us upon our return." Tana nodded, her expression fraught with concern, and said, "It is not particularly significant, but my heart is troubled. The Dark Elves are inherently volatile, and their leader, the Shadow Tyrant Daleks, is excessively obsessed with power. While he once exhibited some restraint, I truly fear that following the invasion of black nightmares and malevolent thoughts, he may commit unspeakable atrocities." Tana's worries were indeed justified. However, Lian Yang knew that Daleks was the only elven leader who had yet to succumb to the corrupting influence of dark thoughts. In the tranquil Yenofa forest, there existed a truly terrifying force, one with which Lian Yang felt utterly unprepared to contend. Yet, he could not divulge this to Tana, so he reassured her, "Tana, rest assured, once Morgan has completed his potion, we shall immediately proceed to the crystal mine, and thereafter inspect the encroachment at the tainted crystal deposit." Despite her lingering anxiety, Tana, who dared not leave the Silver Village, replied, "It appears we have no choice. I simply cannot abandon the Silver Village, as its inhabitants still require my protection." The following morning, Morgan arrived early with the potion, stating, "The potion is ready. While the quantity is not substantial, it should be sufficient to awaken the illusion elves led by the light elves. The only challenge lies in ensuring that the illusion elves consume the potion." Tana, her face etched with worry, softly cautioned, "The illusion elves are not like children who enjoy taking medicine. Please be exceedingly careful." Accepting the potion, Lian Yang replied, "Do not fret. Baron and I are fully equipped. Since the potion is ready, we must not delay. I intend to set off for the crystal mine at once." "Lian Yang," Morgan called out. His expression conflicted, as though he hesitated to speak. Clearly, the allure of the kiss of Remy was profoundly captivating for an alchemist like Morgan. Lian Yang pondered, observing Morgan's indecision, while producing a set of the kiss of Remy and a batch of magical juice. He handed them to Morgan, saying, "This is a set of the kiss of Remy. I hope it suffices for your research. The blue potion I have named magical juice, which can instantly restore 30 of one's magical power and other abilities, without restrictions." Morgan, taking the potions and examining the properties of the magical juice, exclaimed, "My heavens! How can such a powerful potion exist? I must comprehend its workings." Without further ado, he hurried towards his laboratory, clutching the 2 sets of potions. Observing Morgan's fervor, Tana shook her head in exasperation and turned back to Lian Yang, saying, "He is just like that. You must be extremely cautious. Let the light shine across the heavens." The fervent cries, reminiscent of zealots, echoed from afar, "Light, light, light." As they drew nearer, the fervor became ever more palpable. It was not solely the illusion elves. Every spirit within the crystal mine appeared to be engulfed in madness at that moment. As Baron approached the frenzied light spirits, an increasing sense of dread enveloped him, prompting him to tremble and ask, "Lian Yang, you possess more knowledge on this matter. What exactly is this black nightmare that drives people to such madness?" Baron was not fearful of the illusory spirits or the light spirits, nor was he intimidated by malevolence itself. Rather, the chaotic scene before him, where the light spirits were driven to frenzy, instilled in him a profound aversion to the unknown black nightmare that could influence one's mind. Shaking his head, Lian Yang responded, "I too am uncertain about the true nature of this black nightmare, but I am aware that our forthcoming adventure is to eradicate it entirely. I have heard that numerous places across the Arad continent have witnessed occurrences related to this black nightmare." In truth, Lian Yang's understanding of the black nightmare was quite limited. He only knew that its proliferation on the Arad continent bore some connection to the demon realm's apostle, Luke. Furthermore, he understood that the power of the black nightmare awakened the darkness buried deep within the human heart. Yet he was unclear on many other details. Before Baron could inquire further, The two had already arrived before the illusory spirit. Humans, do not dare to defile the realm of light. Before Lian Yang could utter a word, the illusory spirit suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance, unleashing a laser infused with lightning. Effortlessly dodging the assault, Lian Yang quipped, "Indeed, this illusory spirit is no obedient child who enjoys taking medicine." Three-strike slash. Baron swiftly executed his three-strike maneuver, positioning himself in front of the illusory spirit, exclaiming, "If it misbehaves, just teach it a lesson." Inner Demon Sword Master, Blade Spine Technique. Lian Yang followed suit, maneuvering to the rear of the illusory spirit, striking it with his blade spine. On its posterior, employing the Inner Demon Sword technique in such a manner was indeed a stroke of creativity on Lian Yang's part. After all, misbehaving children deserve a spanking. In Lian Yang's hands, the Inner Demon Sword technique had transformed into an absurd skill for reprimanding children. One could only wonder how the creator of this technique on the Arad continent would feel upon witnessing such an application. By the light. The illusory spirit, increasingly enraged by the relentless attacks, let out a furious roar, and in an instant, a 10-meter radius around it transformed into a domain of lightning. Sensing the imminent danger, both Baron and Lian Yang, who had already retreated, could not help but swallow hard. Lian Yang remarked, "Compared to this, Girou's is utterly pathetic." Baron nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, despite being of the same kind, the disparity is astonishing." Perish. The illusory spirit, having unleashed a thunderstorm, was not yet finished. It shimmered with radiant light and unleashed a sustained laser that would last approximately 10 seconds. As they evaded the laser, Baron asserted, "We must engage up close. Otherwise, we will be unable to land a hit." Lian Yang nodded in affirmation. "Let us close the distance together," Baron replied. Charge in a flash of insight. The two devised their strategy. Now, at the very moment the laser ceased, the familiar three-strike slash re-emerged. Blood Frenzy? Inner Demon Sword Technique? Light? Sensing the danger, the illusory spirit concentrated dazzling light in its grasp, delivering a crushing blow to Baron. As Baron was sent flying, Lian Yang's Inner Demon Sword Master struck the illusory spirit multiple times, inciting even greater fury from the tormented being. Ah, the radiance. Upon hearing this battle cry, Lian Yang immediately ceased his assault and retreated 10 meters away. He turned to Baron and inquired, "What do you think? Can we withstand this?" Baron, shaking the Remy's kiss in his hand, confidently replied, "With Remy's kiss, we have nothing to fear. Let us proceed." Following the explosive thunderstorm, the illusion sprite indeed unleashed a terrifying beam of laser. Witnessing this, both men felt a surge of confidence. The frenzied attacks of the illusion sprite had become predictable. Now is the moment. Just as the illusion sprite's laser attack concluded, the two swiftly executed a three-part slash maneuver, positioning themselves beside the illusion sprite. Blood Frenzy, Demon Sword Technique. The familiar tactic proved effective once more, as the illusion sprite's luminous fist struck Baron with force. "This strategy works wonders." Lian Yang nodded at Baron. "Let us continue. After a few more rounds, he shall be exhausted." Baron, experienced in combat, found that facing the illusion sprite, now rigidly attacking under the control of a black nightmare, posed little challenge. At this moment, deep within the territory of the light sprite, no other light sprites would come to interfere, rendering their task far less arduous than when confronting the Blalala. Filthy scoundrels tainting the light. After several exchanges, even a sprite could hardly endure such intense combat. Their speech began to falter. "Baron, you hold him. It's time I administer some medicine to this naughty child." The illusion sprite was utterly fatigued, while Lian Yang and Baron, invigorated by Remy's kiss and magical fruit juice, felt no sign of exhaustion. With decisive action, Lian Yang directed Baron to restrain the sprite as he prepared to administer the remedy. Three-part slash. The two men executed a three-part slash maneuver, drawing close to the illusion sprite, exchanging a glance before Baron lunged forward to embrace it from behind. Lighta. Seizing the moment as the illusion sprite shouted its battle cry, Lian Yang swiftly administered the tranquilizer crafted by Morgan into the sprite's mouth. "What have you fed me? For the light. I shall self-destruct. Wait." Just as the illusion sprite was radiating with brilliant light, it abruptly halted. In its moment of pause, the illusion sprite painfully exclaimed, "Where am I? My head aches terribly. It hurts so much." After a considerable time, the illusion sprite began to regain its composure and gazed at Lian Yang and Baron, stating, "I initially intended to rescue the little sprites under the attack of the Black Nightmare, but suddenly, I was beset by some dark substance. An evil voice attempted to control me, and in my resistance. I seem to have lost consciousness. I wonder how my children are faring now. Lian Yang let out a deep sigh of relief and solemnly replied, "Currently, the Yenofa forest is besieged by a dark force. You are not alone. The fire sprite and ice sprite have also fallen victim to this malevolent power. After rescuing you, we must swiftly venture to the territory of the dark sprites to liberate them as well. I wish you all the best." The illusion sprite nodded in agreement. I must go rescue my children. Sprites should not be consumed by fury. Chapter 13. New Ally. The Artillery Beauty Alice. All set, Morgan. How are the potions for the dark sprites coming along? Baron bellowed as he returned to Silver Village after resolving matters with the illusion sprite. Making his way to Morgan's laboratory, A.S. Morgan greeted the two newcomers. He explained, although the attributes of the elves differ, their essence remains fundamentally the same. During your absence, I have prepared the elixir to awaken the dark elves. With that, Morgan produced the specially formulated sedative for dark elves and handed it to Baron. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what reaction did the illusion elves exhibit after consuming the sedative? Lian Yang nodded, recalling, he mentioned experiencing a headache, and from our perspective, it seemed quite agonizing. I truly wonder how they distinguish between their heads and bodies with just a separated crystal block. The bodies of the illusion elves resembled two diamond-shaped hats with a ball nestled in between. Lian Yang was at a loss as to where their heads might be. Morgan pondered for a moment before stating, the elixir should be effective. It appears to be a matter of malevolent thoughts. Yet, it is astounding that they can indeed differentiate between their heads and bodies. I am quite eager to study their anatomical structure. With that, Morgan's face lit up with enthusiasm. Perhaps it was this insatiable thirst for knowledge that marked him as a renowned alchemist in Arad. Coughing to rouse the entranced Morgan, Lian Yang interjected. Heh. Morgan chuckled awkwardly and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, Tana seems to be looking for you. It must pertain to the Dark Elves' affairs. At Tana's residence, she greeted Lian Yang and Baron with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, You've returned from the crystal mines so swiftly. It appears that your exploits have rapidly enhanced your abilities. Nodding humbly, Lian Yang replied, The growth of power is secondary. For now, I merely wish to restore tranquility to this beautiful forest. As if recalling something, Tana inquired, a couple of days ago, two female adventurers arrived, one of whom is remarkably powerful, known throughout the continent as the Poison Queen, Paris. It seems she has come to guide her junior or a friend in their training. I wonder if you encountered them. No. Lian Yang replied definitively, as he indeed had not crossed paths with Paris, and being well versed in the storyline, he surmised that Paris was likely imprisoned within the imperial prison sealed by Tana. Simultaneously, he understood that the unfortunate Silma was currently under the control of the malevolent Sam. Tana nodded and continued, in fact, it is not just these two adventurers. Many adventurers near the Silver Villages have begun to venture into the Yenofa forest. They all claim to seek a resolution to the current issues plaguing Yenofa. However, I am genuinely concerned that they may fall prey to malevolent thoughts and dark nightmares. That would be far more terrifying than an elven uprising. What? Adventurers are already beginning to enter the Yenofa forest en masse. Lian Yang's expression darkened. Realizing this was far from good news in the game. The Silver Villages had always been the battleground for the protagonist. With no other players involved in this real world, the formidable presence of the malevolent essence left Lian Yang deeply worried that these disparate adventurers would pose an obstacle to their efforts in defeating the malevolent conglomerate. Sam. With a face full of concern, Lian Yang exclaimed, at this juncture, if possible, they should not be allowed to enter. The strength of the malevolence is beyond their imagination, especially that power that controls the mind. Without a firm belief, one could easily fall under its influence upon entering the realm of the spirits. Baron glanced at the two entangled souls and, with sudden decisiveness, declared, We cannot dwell on such matters any longer. Currently, both the Silver Village and the nearby settlements have refrained from venturing into the Yenofa forest for hunting and gathering for quite some time. I shudder to think how much longer they can endure. Let us hope we do not encounter them, he continued. As long as we can trace the source of the malevolent thoughts, we shall soon restore everyone to normalcy. In truth, his inner sentiment was that if they encountered reckless adventurers ensnared by dark influences, it would be best to eliminate them without hesitation. Arad is not a world of peace, and Baron is no man of mercy. Tana nodded helplessly and replied, It must be so. If you happen upon Paris, you may request her assistance. She is a person who appears cold yet possesses warmth within, not a villain by any means. Let us hope Delexis has not yet succumbed to corruption. The tainted crystal mines echoed with maniacal laughter. Die? All of you, perish. The treasures are mine. You shall all meet your demise. Enraged by the frenzied adventurers closing in on her, She couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what are you doing? There are no treasures here." Gazing at the barren trees surrounding her and the peculiar crystals jutting from the ground, there was no sign of wealth to be found. The individuals before her were undoubtedly deranged. Alice, the celestial gunner, standing at a height of 175 centimeters, possessed an exquisite beauty and a devilish figure, with a penchant for adventure and attractive women. Let the world descend into darkness. The mad adventurers relentlessly pursued Alice, ignoring any explanation offered. Alice desperately attempted to reason with them, but her efforts seemed utterly futile. No stranger to the darker sides of humanity, Alice's fury erupted. "If you refuse to heed my warning, then perish." With a flick of her wrist, the diminutive hand cannon in her grasp transformed into a colossal cannon requiring both hands to wield. She raised it and fired. Boom. The sight of a delicate beauty wielding such a formidable weapon was a striking juxtaposition. The cannonball struck true, exploding amidst the frenzied adventurers. Yet, these reckless souls paid no heed to the devastation around them. With thick, acrid smoke rising from their charred skin, they persisted, undeterred, charging once more towards Alice. "Embrace the darkness. The treasures belong to me." Watching the relentless pursuers, their words unchanged, a tremor of fear coursed through Alice as she stammered, What manner of creatures are you? If you do not depart, I shall take lives. The blood on my hands is not insignificant. Do not approach any closer." Indeed, Alice had claimed many lives, but they were those of villains in the celestial wastelands. Her weapon had never harmed the innocent. As she observed the deranged adventurers before her, a calm analysis revealed their minds were ensnared, and she truly wished to avoid violence. Spirit blade technique? Caught in a tumult of hesitation and fear, Alice found herself confronted by Lian Yang, who had long been poised for action. With a few swift strikes, he effortlessly dispatched the frenzied adventurer at his feet. Who are you?" Alice, already shaken by the madness of the adventurer, nervously inquired. She genuinely feared that Lian Yang might also be a deranged adventurer, especially given that his displayed prowess was not in the slightest inferior to her own. With an elegant flourish of his sword, Lian Yang, bearing a solemn countenance, declared, "Since you have sincerely posed your question, that moment, Baron, embodying the fury of a mountain-crushing strike, made his entrance with a fierce shout. I shall graciously enlighten you." Lian Yang sheathed his sword, exuding an air of sanctity, and stated, "To prevent the world from being destroyed." Baron's rage dissipated. He opened his arms to embrace the heavens, resolutely proclaiming, "To uphold the peace of the world." With exaggerated enthusiasm, Lian Yang bellowed, "To embark on an adventure filled with love and hope." Baron, with his disheveled hair, attempted a gentlemanly bow that struck a somewhat awkward note. "I am the berserker, Baron." In contrast, Lian Yang, clad in dark attire, executed a far more graceful bow. "I am the sword spirit, Lian Yang." Simultaneously, they struck a heroic pose, fists clenched to their chests and arms raised to the sky, their faces glowing with excitement as they proclaimed in unison, "We are the dashing duo of swordsmen. Fair lady, may you come to recognize us profoundly." Observing the pair of lively characters before her, a weary Alice finally concluded that they were not madmen, but rather fools. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, "You've frightened me to death. Goodness. We've scared her into unconsciousness." Baron, feeling somewhat guilty for their theatrical display, remarked, "See? I told you not to be so outrageous. You've terrified the poor lady." Lian Yang, with a furrowed brow, countered, "She merely lay down from exhaustion. You know? Did you not notice her disdainful glances directed at us?" Internally, he mused on Baron's usual composure. How could he become so flustered in the presence of a beautiful woman? Little did he know, Baron was even more clingy in front of his girlfriend. It seemed the two had quickly discerned that Alice was being pursued by the out-of-control adventurer. Impulsive Baron was ready to leap forth as a hero to rescue the damsel. But Lian Yang, with keen perception, realized that the young lady wished to avoid bloodshed. Indeed, noticing Alice's growing impatience, he promptly took action alongside Baron to deal with the rampaging adventurer. They made their entrance in an exceedingly theatrical manner. Rule of wooing number 1. The first impression must be unforgettable. As expected, Alice, lying on the ground, regarded Lian Yang and Baron with a conflicted gaze. Whether it was disdain or not was subjective. Finally, Alice spoke from her position on the ground. "I truly have come to know you both quite well." Having encountered various suitors throughout her life due to her stunning beauty, she quickly grasped Lian Yang and Baron's intentions. "But for the lady who is so profoundly impressed by us, my brother Baron claims he is still unaware of your name." Lian Yang's shamelessness was now at its peak, having fully unlocked his potential. Alice rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, is it too much to ask for you to spin your tails when I'm not around? Baron is merely standing there, looking anxious. When has he ever inquired about my name? She mused internally but spoke aloud. I am Alice, a gunsmith from the celestial realm. Suddenly, noticing Baron surveying her intently, she assumed he was about to make an inappropriate advance, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Hey, what are you staring at? Are you trying to be a pervert? Baron ruffled his hair and asked, where is your weapon? That massive cannon of yours, I can't seem to find it. Alice sighed in relief, rolling her eyes again. It's a secret. The same question had been posed to her countless times in Arad. Initially, she would offer explanations, but soon realized that the technological disparity between the two worlds rendered her attempts futile. Consequently, her official response evolved into a simple, it's a secret. After a brief exchange, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Lian Yang and Baron learned that Alice had inadvertently tumbled from the celestial sea into the continent of Arad, with Baron feeling particularly disheartened to discover that Alice had a penchant for the fair sex. Alice also learned that Lian Yang was a swordsman, while Baron was a berserker cursed with Kazan's affliction on his left hand. As for how the two became friends, Alice could easily deduce it upon observing their shared inclination for exuberant fantasies. Chapter 14. The slaughter system and the utter foolery of Daleks. You truly astonish me. Hope's voice unexpectedly echoed in Lian Yang's ears. I didn't expect you to kill someone so quickly. I thought the Silver Village would be devoid of conflicts with adventurers. Lian Yang silently replied to Hope. In a world like this, is it strange to kill? Especially when dealing with adventurers ensnared by malevolent thoughts. However, he too was quite taken aback by encountering adventurers in this realm, but of course, it's not surprising. PK and being piked are the very essence of online gaming, Hope asserted with utmost certainty. I merely wish to congratulate you. Since this is your first kill, the system has activated an entirely new feature. Upon hearing that a new system had been unlocked, Lian Yang eagerly inquired, what system? The enhancements brought forth by the mall had been immensely beneficial to Lian Yang, so he brimmed with anticipation for this new system. Hope explained, the slaughter system. This feature is crucial for you. Let me provide a brief overview. By defeating adventurers of the same or higher level, you can earn 10 of the current level's experience. You may randomly receive an item from the defeated adventurer's backpack or equipment. Additionally, you have the option to expend a certain amount of slaughter points to designate specific dropped items or increase the quantity of dropped goods. Should your slaughter points accumulate sufficiently, you might even claim all items possessed by the adventurer you vanquished. The slaughter shop opens, allowing you to gain 1 slaughter point for each adventurer of the same or higher level that you kill. The items in the slaughter shop are randomly sold at intervals, featuring a malevolent item currently available, the demonic sword, Apophis, priced at 100,000 slaughter points. The experience and slaughter points obtained from the 3 individuals you just defeated have already been utilized to activate the slaughter system, so your current slaughter points stand at 0 in the world of Arad. Apart from weapons that are tangible entities, the other equipment adorning one's body, such as armor and jewelry, as well as more advanced special gear, exists in a virtual realm. These items can indeed enhance one's power and are tradable. However, they remain imperceptible and intangible to others. Consequently, upon death, only the weapons can be retained, while all other equipment will be reclaimed by the world, randomly redistributed into the bodies of various monsters, awaiting their demise to re-emerge. The advent of the slaughter system has undoubtedly filled Lian Yang with elation. Although indiscriminate killing for the sake of power is not an option, conflict and bloodshed are inevitable in the martial society of Arad. The implementation of this system maximizes the benefits of each of Lian Yang's slayings. Moreover, the emergence of the slaughter system bolsters Lian Yang's confidence as he grapples with the amalgamation of evil thoughts embodied by Sam, for it presents him with the prospect of reaching level 20 before confronting this malevolent entity, despite currently being a mere fraction of that experience at level 16. Should he attain level 20, the inadequacy of his gear may even allow him to surpass Baron, who is presently at level 30. Even the adventurers under Sam's control remain adventurers, and the disoriented state of these adventurers dispels any pressure from Lian Yang's mind, further ensuring his rapid ascension in power. Upon encountering the final offerings in the slaughter shop, Lian Yang merely chuckled. The demonic sword, Apophis, heralded as the most resplendent weapon in the annals of DNF history, boasts formidable attributes that hold their own even in the current version focused on conquering Antuane. Yet, its designation as a demonic sword stems from its capacity to siphon the life force of its wielder and exert control over any adventurer attempting to grasp it. Without a sufficiently formidable mind and strength, one cannot hope to wield Apophis. Cain, who still lies lifeless in the Wailing Cavern, serves as the quintessential cautionary tale. Furthermore, acquiring this weapon demands a staggering price of 100,000 slaughter points, equivalent to the lives of 100,000 adventurers. Lian Yang contemplates the insanity of taking the lives of countless souls for a weapon that could potentially turn against him, recognizing that he cannot descend to such depths of madness. Engaging in conversation with Hope, Lian Yang is oblivious to Baron's curiosity at his sudden silence. Lian Yang, hey, wake up, Dada! Just as Lian Yang finishes perusing the information about the slaughter system, he hears Baron calling out to him. Shaking his head, he replies, "It's nothing, just recalling something." "Where's Alice? How is her recovery progressing?" Rising from the ground, Alice interjects, "I'm fine," merely startled by the frenzied adventurers. What on earth has transpired here? The tomes of the celestial realm depict elves as benevolent and gentle beings. Yet, the elves here seem utterly deranged, and the adventurers are equally mad. Reflecting on this, Alice feels a lingering trepidation. In response to her concern, Lian Yang elucidates, the elves of the Yenofa forest were indeed kind and gentle, but a black nightmare has inexplicably transformed everything. Under the onslaught of the black nightmare, the once benevolent elves have turned malevolent, and gentle beings have morphed into savages. Just as a temporary solution to the dark nightmare had been found, an insidious and unknown malevolence began to besiege the still unsettled Yenofa forest. After listening to Lian Yang's explanation, Alice inquired, "Is there now a remedy for our predicament?" Baron produced a potion crafted by Morgan. "This is our hope. It is a sedative created by Morgan, the most esteemed alchemist of the Arad continent. It should calm the frenzied fairies." Thus, our original mission was to locate the leader of the Dark Elves, the Shadow Tyrant Delexus. Once Delexus regains tranquility, the other Dark Elves will gradually find peace as well. Alice, having heard of Morgan's illustrious reputation, mused that if his fame were not unfounded, his potion should indeed resolve the issue of the elves' rampage. With this thought, Alice further queried, "Is it exclusively a potion for the Dark Elves? Are there also potions for the other 3 types of elves?" Upon hearing Alice's question, Lian Yang felt a jolt of anxiety, an ominous premonition washing over him as he replied, "We have already awakened the leaders of the other 3 elf factions. Surely, there should be no issues, right?" Despite his words, an unshakable uncertainty gnawed at Lian Yang's heart. Baron aptly added, "Don't even mention it. The leader of the Light Elves, the Illusion Fairy, was indeed quite troublesome. It was only after we exhausted it that we finally subdued it." Listening to their accounts with rapt attention, Alice expressed her confusion. "Yet, when I arrived, the Ice Elves, Fire Elves, and even the Light Elves were just as frenzied as the Dark Elves here. It took me considerable effort to navigate through the other 3 elf factions to reach this place." "What? That is impossible," Lian Yang and Baron exclaimed in unison. However, they soon exchanged glances, their eyes betraying deep concern. Witnessing this exchange, Alice grew more resolute, asserting, "I do not know how you have managed things previously, but it is evident that the issue of elven frenzy has not been resolved. In fact, your actions may have even hastened the dark hand lurking in the shadows." Just as Lian Yang was about to voice another thought, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. "You wretched humans! Who dares to assault the great Shadow Tyrant Delexus? I shall ensure your demise." Lian Yang remarked, "It is Delexus. He is in battle." Baron drew his massive sword, exclaiming, "Quickly, let us investigate. Could it be that other adventurers are clashing with Delexus?" With that, he surged forward. "They are already upon us." Alice suddenly called out to Baron, pointing towards the fleeing Delexus. "Pitiful humans, perish! Let you witness the might of the Shadow Tyrant Delexus," roared Delexus, frantically fleeing from a horde of frenzied adventurers. "Isn't Delexus the one being pursued? Why does it sound as if he is the hunter?" Baron pondered, bemused by the sight of Delexus, who, despite his chaotic retreat, still bore an air of fierce authority. Towering at an impressive height of 2.6 meters, clad in obsidian armor, he wielded an enormous steel shield emblazoned with a devil's visage in his left hand, while his right hand brandished a 3-meter-long spear. The scarlet cloak billowed in the wind as the formidable Daleks, brandishing colossal spears and bellowing ferocious battle cries, charged ahead without a backward glance. Hot on their heels was a throng of equally frenzied adventurers, their faces a mask of madness. Were it not for the cacophony of bloodthirsty shouts from the adventurers behind, one might almost mistake the scene for that of a tyrant's grand procession. Yet at this moment, Daleks commanded, "You humans before me, in the name of the Shadow Tyrant, I command you to halt the advance of the pitiful beings trailing behind me." Upon witnessing the humans, Lian Yang and Baron realized they were far less deranged than the adventurers pursuing Daleks, and heaved a sigh of relief, perceiving them as saviors. If only they could momentarily impede the relentless horde. The illustrious shadow tyrant Daleks would surely find a way to extricate himself. No, to retreat from the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Daleks, Lian Yang and Alice simultaneously queried, could he truly be Daleks? They exchanged peculiar glances at the fleeing figure, each lost in contemplation. Ultimately, Lian Yang shattered the silence, stating, he must indeed be Daleks. I recall him possessing a certain adolescent flair, and judging by his demeanor, it appears he is not tainted by malevolent thoughts. The in-game Daleks had always exhibited a degree of theatricality, but the real Daleks before them seemed even more exaggerated in his eccentricity. Regardless of such flamboyance, Lian Yang felt a wave of relief upon realizing Daleks had not succumbed to dark influences and nightmares. Alice, I invite you to form a party with me. Teaming up grants shared experience, a unique aspect of the continent of Arad, distinct from Earth. Naturally, in the realm of online gaming, forming parties was an essential feature. I accept. Alice nodded and joined Lian Yang's party. He effortlessly tossed her 2 items. The Kiss of Remy and Mana Juice, explaining, this is for you. The Kiss of Remy restores health, while the Mana Juice replenishes magical energy. Behind Daleks, there were no fewer than 100 adventurers, all mindless, shambling husks. Yet, adventurers remained far mightier than mere elves. I don't need. Ugh, such potent potions? Alice, initially hesitant to accept the elixirs, was astonished by their formidable potential. Lian Yang nodded. The battles ahead will likely be arduous. Do not be stingy with potions, for I possess an abundance. Though the Kiss of Remy was exorbitantly priced, it mattered little to Lian Yang at this moment. He had plentiful resources at his disposal. Daleks neared and observed Lian Yang and his companions preparing for battle against the adventurers. He exclaimed joyfully, "Ahahaha! It is an honor for you, mere humans, to fight for the illustrious shadow tyrant Daleks. Remember to express your gratitude for the opportunity to battle on my behalf." Fool! Lian Yang could not help but utter the word as he heard Daleks' outrageous proclamations. The meaning was clear. Upon hearing Lian Yang's assessment, both Baron and Alice nodded in agreement. Chapter 15. The Dark Elven Sovereign Daleks silence and prepare for battle. Unable to endure the antics of the overly dramatic Daleks any longer, Lian Yang bellowed. Engaging in a quick 3-step maneuver, he readied his sword technique and swiftly positioned himself before the frenzied army of adventurers. Bow to the darkness, die, kill. The adventurers, manipulated by sinister thoughts and devoid of consciousness, seemed to lack any semblance of reason, screaming mindlessly as they madly charged towards Daleks. Fury erupted, Baron's wrath manifested as a devastating weapon of warfare. The frenzied adventurers within a 3-meter radius were sent soaring into the air by Baron's ferocious onslaught. Triple slash. This time, the triple slash was not for repositioning, but rather a return to the artful technique of slaying. Between the draw and sheath of the blade, lives withered away. Burn. It was the flamethrower, the artillery master's weapon of mass destruction, transforming the hand cannon into a fiery apparatus that unleashed scorching, robust flames, mercilessly incinerating the foes before them. Feel the wrath of the shadow tyrant. Daleks' spears swept through the air, cleaving the ground in a deadly arc amidst the chaos. Baron unleashed his fury, propelling the uncontrollable adventurers into the sky with fierce blasts. Lian Yang's triple slash traversed through the dense ranks of adventurers like a stream of light, with each flash of the blade signifying the demise of yet another life. Slay the adventurer, gain 1 point of slaughter value, acquire 10 experience. Slay the adventurer, gain 1 point of slaughter value, acquire 10 experience. The hopeful notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. Yet, at that moment, Lian Yang felt not an ounce of joy from the prospect of accumulating experience. This tasteless battle offered no delight. Meanwhile, Alice, the artillery master, had inexplicably transformed her hand cannon back into a flamethrower, the searing flames engulfing the frenzied life before her. The shadow tyrant Daleks truly lived up to his fearsome title. With a swift movement, he floated into the densest throng of adventurers, and with a thunderous command, the ground around Daleks erupted with sharp, dark blades, ruthlessly piercing through the frenzied adventurers within this deadly 10-meter radius. The extinguishing of life declared the tyrant's supremacy. The quartet strikes were sharp and terrifying. However, the chaos was far from over. The madness of the adventurers intensified in the wake of their companions' demise, as swordsmen wildly brandished their blades, determined to obliterate every enemy in sight. The brawlers transformed into armed weapons of fists, feet, and even teeth, charging toward Daleks for a desperate strike. Amidst the crowd, the rare marksmen fired bullets that seemed possessed, tearing through all existence. Among these frenzied adventurers were also those teetering on the edge of madness and lucidity, wielding sickles as if they were reapers of souls, harvesting the lives of their equally deranged comrades. The singular goal of the mad adventurer army was to slay Daleks. The only enemy was Daleks, yet they were not comrades to one another. They paid no heed to the possibility that their attacks might harm fellow adventurers. Indeed, if an adventurer fell beside them, they would trample over the fallen body in their relentless charge towards Daleks. Witnessing this scene, the overly dramatic Daleks felt a twinge of fear. Have you all gone mad? I am the master of darkness. I am the shadow tyrant Daleks. Do you all wish to die? Silence. Lian Yang, wielding his ghostly swordsmanship, felled a deranged adventurer and turned to declare, they have all been ensnared. An evil entity capable of controlling minds has emerged from the depths of the forest. What? Daleks seemed to recall something. I have a vague memory of a shadowy figure promising me the power to dominate the world. Could it be him? Upon hearing Daleks' words, Baron, with a swift strike of his soul-hungry hand, dispatched another adventurer and remarked, if there are no others involved, then it must indeed be him. Though be honest, I am quite curious as to why you, the sole leader of the 4 elemental elves, are the only one remaining lucid. Ha ha ha. In response to the inquiry, Daleks let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, I have already become the sovereign of darkness in this world. Why should I share this exquisite domain with him? As he spoke, he swung his spear with fervor, bellowing, Die, you maddened insects. Is this not the epitome of arrogance, bordering on ignorance? Lian Yang couldn't help but remark, observing the frenzied Daleks. Humph, truly a paragon of egotism. Alice scoffed at the deranged Daleks. The sovereign of darkness? Even the apostles of the demon realm would not dare to utter such grandiose claims. The fierce battle raged on, and Lian Yang suddenly inquired, Where are your dark elves? Why do you fight alone? The moment the question slipped from his lips, Daleks became even more unhinged. They have all gloriously sacrificed themselves for my greatness, the shadow tyrant Daleks. What a stroke of fortune it is to be able to die for me. His words dripped with disdainful arrogance, yet the tears at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Nevertheless, Daleks resolutely proclaimed, These worthless dark elves are utterly useless. They merely impede my slaughter of these detestable adventurers. Thus, I must choose paths devoid of dark elves to eliminate these loathsome intruders. Lian Yang fell silent, as did Alice, while Baron, gripping his sacred greatsword, continued to ruthlessly slay the adventurers who had succumbed to madness. While Daleks may indeed be a little delusional, he undeniably possessed genuine emotions. It was apparent that Sam had discovered that among the 4 elemental elves, only Daleks remained unyielding to the entity's control. To subdue the dark elves, it had incited the adventurers to pursue Daleks with fervor. Only with Daleks' demise would the dark elves automatically elevate a new leader, one presumably weaker than Daleks, thus rendering them susceptible to manipulation. By controlling the elven leader, one could control the elves themselves. The dark elves, serving as Daleks' guards, fell victim to the frenzied adventurers. Daleks realized that the dark elves could not possibly match the strength of these attackers. Gathering more dark elves would only lead to greater casualties. Therefore, he chose to flee alone, wishing to spare any further harm to his kin. Daleks may indeed be a victim of delusions, yet he remained a king worthy of respect among the dark elves. Then came the yellow orbs that restored health and the blue orbs that replenished magic. The toll of battle on Daleks, positioned at the heart of the fray, was undeniably immense. As a fellow combatant, Lian Yang generously tossed Daleks a set of Remy's kisses and a batch of mana juice. Upon receiving the potion, I promptly consumed a bottle of Remy's kiss and a bottle of magic juice, restoring the full might of Daleks. Ha ha. Ah, clever young human, I am increasingly optimistic about you. Daleks exclaimed. You even know how to pay respects to me, the shadow tyrant Daleks. Just then, Lian Yang, who was embroiled in battle with the frenzied adventurers, stumbled upon hearing Daleks' words, inwardly lamenting, Damn it, this late-stage Chinibu is truly beyond salvation. Perish, you pitiful adventurer. With Daleks' thunderous roar, the last of the deranged adventurers finally succumbed. With ample supplies and the formidable combat prowess of the trio, Lian Yang, Baron, and the dark elf monarch Daleks, they effortlessly dispatched the hundreds of uncontrolled adventurers. To claim they were in a state of lucidity would be an overstatement. Aside from fleeing, they had little better recourse. A lucid adventurer possesses a myriad of skills: offensive, defensive, debilitating, and controlling. However, had these adventurers been lucid, they would never have entertained the madness of attempting to slay Daleks. Phew! The trio, having concluded the battle, could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief. The pressure of fighting against hundreds had been immense. In the midst of flashing blades and clashing steel, Lian Yang and Baron felt this was even more terrifying than facing thousands of elves. Let us go. We must return to Silver Village immediately. It seems there's a grave issue at hand. Following the battle, without a moment to catch their breath, Lian Yang swiftly decided to rush back to Silver Village. He didn't even dare to inspect the spoils of war or the new systems unlocked upon reaching level 20. He was certain that more frenzied adventurers and uncontrolled elves would soon come pouring in. Only Silver Village, protected by the guardian Tana, remained a haven free from malevolent thoughts. Great, Daleks began to say something. But Lian Yang had already positioned his sword against Dalex's neck. Dalex's gender, perhaps male, occupation, the Yano Forest, the polluted crystal mines, Dark Elf Lord, Shadow Tyrant, personality, late-stage Chinibu. However, Chinibu does not equate to foolishness. Having fought alongside Lian Yang, Dalex had come to a profound understanding of his strength. Moreover, Baron and Alice were simultaneously drawing their great swords and conjuring cannons. Facing 1 against 3 would lead only to death. I find myself yearning for the Guardian Tana as well. I too wish to go to Silver Village. To hell with greatness. Under the threat of death, Dalex decisively shifted his tone. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Silver Village, Dalex, Lian Yang, how did you bring him here? Tana looked at Dalex before her, clearly astonished, for the notorious temper of the Shadow Tyrant was well known. Lian Yang replied, if he hadn't come with us, he would likely have transformed from an armor spirit into mere armor. Indeed, Dalex was also a dark elf, yet he was a powerful ancient armor, abandoned in the crystal mines for reasons unknown. Under the guidance of dark forces, he gradually awakened and transformed into an armor spirit. Essentially, he remained an armor, albeit one endowed with immense power and self-awareness. Baron added, the situation is now quite troublesome. The majority of adventurers who entered the Yano Forest have been ensnared by malevolent thoughts, attacking all lucid humans and elves indiscriminately. The Yano Forest is now more perilous than ever before. As Tana observed Alexis, he appeared somewhat restrained. Tana-sama. Tana inclined her head slightly towards Dalexis, inquiring, what has transpired? Why have the elves descended into madness? The adventurers too seem to be in a frenzy. Elves are peculiar beings, formed from the convergence of energies within the cosmos. Each elemental type of elf possesses a singular king, and only one can reign. The thoughts of the elves are both collective and independent. Thus, to corrupt a particular type of elf, one must taint its king. Conversely, if the elven king remains untainted, the elves themselves will not succumb to corruption. As the Dark Elf King, Dalexis undoubtedly harbored some knowledge of the situation, despite not being influenced by malevolent thoughts. Indeed, Dalexis spoke. It is a dark force, distinct from the purity of the Dark Elves. This malevolent power is exceedingly wicked, controlled by a consciousness steeped in malice. This consciousness attempted to dominate me, but failed, leading many adventurers to seek my demise. Suddenly, Tana recalled matters concerning Paris and inquired, have you encountered 2 female adventurers? One of them possesses immense strength. I believe malevolent thoughts should be insufficient to control her. Dalexis pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, they headed towards the Nether prison. As you know, that is a forbidden zone we dare not tread. Chapter 16. The great yellow dog descends from the heavens upon hearing Dalexis mention that Paris was heading towards the Nether prison. Tana could not suppress her exclamation. The Nether prison? Her tone reflected an apprehension that seemed to render the guardian Tana deeply concerned. Having spent some time in the Silver Village, Baron was certain he had never heard of such a place as the Nether prison. Observing the typically composed Tana reacting with astonishment, Baron inquired, what manner of place is this? Why do I sense such trepidation in your voice? Calming her racing heart, Tana elucidated, deep within, beyond the tainted crystal mines, lies a prison in a desolate ruin that no soul dares approach. This is the Nether prison. It is said that many terrifying entities occupy that realm. She paused before continuing. That ruin was once part of the Empire's territory, but through successive wars, it gradually fell beyond Imperial jurisdiction. Even now, traces of the Empire remain evident throughout. The Nether prison stands as the most emblematic symbol of the Empire's former presence there. At this juncture, Tana felt a shiver of trepidation, yet pressed on. The Nether prison was notorious for housing dissenters, infamous for its brutal treatment of prisoners. The vengeful spirits of the victims remain enraged, unable to find peace even to this day. This prison, rife with malevolent resentment, is so saturated with evil that even the Dark Elves, who revere the power of darkness, dare not approach it. Hence, upon my arrival, I imposed a seal upon that place, but it is evident that some presence there has now breached my sealed. Tana's description mirrored the ominous lore surrounding the Nether prison within the game. While Lian Yang, familiar with the narrative, remained unfazed, Baron and Alice, hearing of such a place for the first time, could not help but change their expressions. More than a century ago, this place was steeped in grievances that continue to linger. One cannot help but wonder what torment those resentful spirits endured in their time. Striving to calm her tumultuous thoughts, Tana declared, "I shall pay a visit to Price, the young leader of the elven realm within the Yenofa forest. With his assistance, it will be considerably easier for us to restore tranquility among the elves. It is highly likely that the cause of their current madness lies within the Nether prison. Paris should not encounter significant issues there, yet it is imperative that you all investigate what troubles the Nether prison may harbor. Remember, we are unfamiliar with that place. Do not recklessly venture into the lower levels." The news regarding the Nether prison weighed heavily on the trio, but Lian Yang, well versed in the narrative, was the first to regain his composure. Reflecting on their new teammate, Alice, who was mostly adorned in blue and white attire, he promptly transferred 10 million gold coins to her. "Your current blue and white ensemble is inadequate. The foes within the Nether prison are formidable. Use this fortune to procure a full set of magical sealing gear. Do not refuse. As a teammate, you must accept my aid." Having spoken, Lian Yang paid no heed to Alice's reaction and turned away. Indeed, 10 million gold coins represented an astonishing wealth in Arad, yet for Lian Yang, it bore no essential difference from the currency in the game, considering how easily it was acquired. Alice, not one to be overly sentimental, decisively accepted the coins as Lian Yang departed. As a teammate, she could not afford to hinder their progress. She then set off towards the adventurer's market. Regarding the Nether prison, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Daleks was already so powerful. Who could fathom the terrifying creatures that lurked within the depths of the prison? As for Baron, he had already retreated to sleep, understanding that the battles of the following day would be far from easy. He needed to restore his energy. Upon returning to his abode, Lian Yang collapsed onto his bed with a sigh. Finally, a moment's respite. He was indeed fatigued after battling alongside hundreds of adventurers, an ordeal that surpassed even the perilous act of dancing upon a tightrope, where life and death hung by a mere thought. Once sufficiently rested, Lian Yang turned to Hope and inquired, "Hope, I have reached level 20. What has been unlocked in the shop?" Hope replied, "The shop has unveiled several new items. I shall provide you with a list for your perusal." The newly unlocked items included Lucky Magic Box, maximum daily purchase quantity, 10. Equipment Grade Adjustment Box, Growth Contract, increases team experience by 20. Master Contract, enables learning of skills up to 5 levels higher than one's own. Overlord Contract, permits wearing equipment up to 10 levels higher than one's own. Upon seeing the contracts, Lian Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had thought contracts were absent from this realm, but what a delightful surprise. The true power of the contracts lay in the ability to equip gear vastly superior to one's current strength and to learn skills that would only be attainable in the next phase of development. Equipment of the same level, paired with superior skills, naturally signified greater power. Hope remarked, "In this world, contracts are indeed rare. However, I am, after all, the Hope system." In the tranquility of the moment, one could even discern the hint of pride in Hope's gentle tone. Hope remarked, however, "In contrast to the contract, I would suggest you purchase today's Lucky Magic Box. You are not lacking in funds at present. After all, the Lucky Magic Box contains a plethora of formidable items. Nevertheless, I must caution you that only one item can be obtained from the Lucky Magic Box in the shop at a time." Waving his hand, Lian Yang interjected, "If there are items to be had, then I shall smile. Having some is certainly better than having none. Buy me 10 Lucky Magic Boxes to open together." And no sooner had he finished speaking than 10 ceramic jars began to shake incessantly before Lian Yang's eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, Hey, Hope, enough already. Am I traversing dimensions or merely playing a VR game?" Hope replied, "Naturally, you have traversed dimensions, is that not splendid? In truth, I relish challenging your heartbeat. Once the jars are opened, I shall provide you with a list of the items obtained." The list of items from the 10 consecutive draws revealed: 10 golden wool, 2 equipment grade adjustment boxes, 6 growth contracts for 6 days, 3 overlord contracts for 3 days, 6 expert contracts for 6 days, 30 tokens of her affection, 10 shimmering world orbs, 10 shimmering magic juice, 60 golden goat milk, and 1 light sacred Chelan pet egg. Having just finished reviewing the item list, Hope emitted a mechanical notification sound. Detected that the host has acquired a pet. The pet system is now activated. Additional products have been supplemented in the shop, including pet food. As the notification concluded, Hope's voice returned to normal, and she expressed enviously, Your luck is quite remarkable. From just 10 boxes, you managed to draw the light sacred Qilin, which ranks among the top attributes. Cradling the Qilin egg in his hands, Lian Yang stated, "It is not merely among the top ranks. Given the current circumstances, the light sacred Qilin is indeed my best choice. One must understand that humanoid pets are not so easily explained in origin." Hope nodded in agreement. "That is true. Let us examine its attributes, which should be similar to those in the game. Light Sacred Qilin Ancient Mythical Beast Level 1 Experience 0 Satiety 50, Not Hungry to Skill. Blessing of the Qilin, Cooldown, 30 seconds. While dealing damage to enemies, the Qilin's master receives the Blessing of the Qilin for a duration of 20 seconds. Qilin's Uniform Effect. Attack Movement Speed 10, Physical Attack 10, Independent Attack 25, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Stamina 10, Spirit 10, Maximum MP 15. Attack Speed 3, Movement Speed 3, Casting Speed 3, Physical Critical Hit Rate 7, Critical Damage 10. Gazing at the attributes of the light sacred Qilin, Lian Yang could not help but exclaim, "These attributes are simply celestial." Hope responded, "Not only celestial, the continent of Arad also possesses pets. Pets occupy a realm between virtual and tangible equipment. They do not perish, yet they can genuinely exist within the continent of Arad." Lian Yang, somewhat astonished, queried, "Are you saying that once I hatch this Qilin, it will become an immortal being? A living creature, not merely equipment?" Hope spoke. "It is a creature, a divine beast, capable not only of enhancing your attributes, but also possessing formidable combat prowess, nearly indistinguishable from the Qilin of your memories. Of course, the one you hatch initially resembles a juvenile Qilin. As its level ascends, it will gradually transform into the illustrious divine beast, the radiant Qilin." This moment, Lian Yang was utterly overwhelmed with joy. Although it was not akin to the adult divine beasts that emerge fully formed in games, even within those realms, gradual leveling is essential in reality. Being a mere infant poses no threat. No matter how diminutive, a divine beast remains a divine beast, at the very least not weaker than Lian Yang's current capabilities. To avoid prolonged anticipation, Lian Yang hastily decided to hatch the radiant Qilin without further examination of other items. A thought crossed his mind, and he initiated the hatching process. Suddenly, the golden egg in Lian Yang's hands erupted with blinding rays of light, growing increasingly brilliant and dazzling. Last, when the room was enveloped in a pale glow, the radiance abruptly faded. A soft, infantile roar resonated in Lian Yang's ears. He gazed at the small creature that had materialized in his embrace. A fusion of lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, elk's body, dragon scales, and an ox's tail. Its tail was fur-like, resembling that of a dragon, with one horn bearing flesh. This form indeed resembled a mythical auspicious beast that exists solely in folklore on Earth. At this moment, the radiant Qilin was remarkably petite, roughly the size of a husky. Its teeth appeared to be only partially developed, and its innocent demeanor endeared Lian Yang immensely. The newly born Qilin, with its tiny head, gazed affectionately at Lian Yang's belly, its expression indescribably affectionate. Its vocal cords had yet to fully mature, resulting in a roar that, instead of sounding majestic, resembled a baby's laughter, filled with joy. Lian Yang playfully engaged the little Qilin with pet food he had just purchased from the marketplace, softly saying, "Since you are so small, let's call you Little One." The newly born Qilin, utterly oblivious to the meaning of Little One, at least understood that it had a name now. Bounded around the room, far from the dignified image of a Qilin, resembling instead a pampered large dog. After feeding Little One, Lian Yang inquired, "Hope, how does Little One level up?" Hope replied, "The experience required for leveling up is the same as yours, but it will earn a portion of experience from each battle fought. Naturally, your slaying system will also affect it, and only those of equal or greater level than you can yield experience. Additionally, every 10 years, it will automatically ascend a level, regardless of its activity." Lian Yang remarked, "I see. I believe Little One will soon become my ally. However, it seems that you are growing increasingly human-like. Hope, your speech today is indistinguishable from that of a normal person." This piqued Lian Yang's curiosity. Hope retorted somewhat irately, "I have always possessed independent consciousness. Previously, we were not well acquainted, so why should I have been overly enthusiastic?" Lian Yang, taken aback, replied, "You make a valid point. By the way, I noticed on the list there are some potions obtainable only through the lottery. Do they possess the same effects as those in the game?" Hope said, "Indeed, the effects are identical to those in the game, and now that the contract system has been activated, you can learn skills that are 5 levels above yours. And in addition, you can exchange for a full set of level 30 equipment. Compared to Price's strength, you are still far too weak. Furthermore, I suggest you prepare a lightsaber." Lian Yang nodded in agreement, for Agon was a master of great swords, and thus Lian Yang had always wielded a great sword himself. However, upon Hope's sudden suggestion to prepare a lightsaber, Lian Yang understood that Hope, as a member of the community, would not lead him astray. Consequently, he resolved to purchase a lightsaber as a backup. Chapter 17. New Weapons and the Tsundra Paris. The following morning, outside the Silver Village, Alice gazed at the little creature following Lian Yang, its adorable, childish voice filling her with joy. I never expected this reserved fellow to have a puppy. It's so cute, she exclaimed, and to Lian Yang's surprise, she scooped it up into her arms, her expression brimming with sweetness and delight. It was hard to believe that this was the same Alice who often brandished weapons with abandon. The little creature, no larger than a husky and sporting a pair of tiny horns atop its head, appeared somewhat juvenile, though not overtly so in the bizarre world of Arad, where peculiar creatures roamed freely. It was quite normal for it to be mistaken for a puppy. Alice was utterly enamored with the puppy in her embrace, but the little creature was less than pleased. After all, it was a Chelan and certainly did not appreciate being referred to as a dog. "Oh woo! Oh woo!" it protested, wriggling in Alice's arms and emitting a series of juvenile howls. Sensing the little one's discontent, Alice cooed gently, "Oh dear, just let your sister hold you for a moment. You are simply adorable." The youthful charm of the little creature successfully stirred a wellspring of maternal affection within Alice. Baron and Lian Yang watched intently as the little creature snuggled against Alice, their eyes fixated, reluctant to look away. Suddenly, feeling a surge of hostility, Lian Yang swiftly delivered a playful smack to Baron's head. "What are you doing?" Baron exclaimed, startled by the unexpected attack, rubbing the spot where he had been struck with a frown. "I'm leaving." Without looking back, Lian Yang whispered as he shouldered the level 30 artifact great sword he had acquired the previous day. "That's merely a combination of age advantage and racial talent. You can't envy it for now." Baron, bewildered by the turn of events, flushed with embarrassment and retorted, "What are you babbling about? I was just curious about your new pet." Not staring at Alice, realizing the implications of his own words, Lian Yang burst into laughter. Bang! Alice, who had been leading the way, tossed a grenade over her shoulder at Baron without turning around. "Ha ha ha!" Seeing Baron ensnared in his own folly only fueled Lian Yang's laughter. "Bang!" Alice declared. "You can't escape either, scoundrel Yang." After tossing 2 grenades, she resumed stroking the little creature in her arms, exclaiming, "Oh dear little one. How can you be so adorable?" Was this truly the same girl who would casually detonate grenades? Observing the darkened expression on Lian Yang's face, Baron could barely contain his laughter. "You doctor finished? I'm dying of laughter," Baron exclaimed, unable to restrain his mirth. "Shut up." With a haphazard swipe across his face, Lian Yang retorted, "You are hardly better off than I am. You are just as dark." A soft chuckle escaped Alice, who was at the forefront, as she turned to glance at the two who had transformed into figures reminiscent of Judge Bao. As they laughed and jostled under the morning sun, the trio gradually receded into the distance. The entrance of the underworld prison, a menacing and terrifying aura assailed them, as if the overwhelming resentment in the air had solidified into a palpable entity. Lian Yang furrowed his brow, expressing, "It seems this battle will be exceedingly troublesome. The intensity of the resentment here suggests that the monsters within must be formidable." Wiping down her hand cannon, Alice declared, "Whatever it may be, we shall shatter it indeed." Shaking his head, Lian Yang drew his weapon, understanding that no matter how malevolent the forces at play, ultimately, conflicts must be resolved through combat. As Lian Yang unsheathed his sword, Baron's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on Lian Yang's weapon with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. "Why does the aura of that sword seem so familiar? It exudes a sense of madness." Lian Yang nodded, twirling the sword gracefully. "This is the level 30 artifact, the giant sword of Kazan's curse." Baron's left hand bore the name of Kazan Syndrome, while Lian Yang's mighty sword was known as Kazan's curse, both imbued with the essence of the notorious Kazan. Baron, of course, was well acquainted with it. "What?" Baron exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the majestic and ferociously charged giant sword in Lian Yang's hand, his voice trembling. "Is this the very sword that bears Kazan's curse?" "Kazan's curse?" Nodding, Lian Yang replied, "Indeed. I purchased it yesterday from a down-and-out swordsman. At first, I did not realize it was this sword. It was sheer luck. Really. Asa level 20. Due to the Overlord's contract, I can equip items up to 10 levels higher than my own. I was initially planning to settle for a magical seal weapon, but unexpectedly, a destitute swordsman was selling this battered giant sword in a corner. If it weren't for the hope of a reminder, I might have overlooked this sword, steeped in madness and history." Examining Kazan's curse, Baron cautioned, "You must exercise utmost caution. This sword is said to be quite sinister. Though it is merely level 30, it is still a weapon cursed by Kazan, possessing immense power, albeit with a reputation for malevolence. However, the specifics elude me. I can only advise you to remain vigilant as for why a level 20 like Lian Yang could wield a level 30 giant sword." Baron did not inquire. Everyone harbors their own secrets, especially the enigmatic Lian Yang. Very well. Nodding in agreement, Lian Yang led the way into the resentment-laden underworld prison. With a swift claw, he tore apart a frenzied elf that lunged at them, prompting Paris to complain, "What on earth are these ghastly creatures? They seem endless." "They are all elves," Lian Yang replied, having fortuitously encountered Paris amidst the chaos of the elf assault. "Elves?" Paris exclaimed, cleaving through another elf, her voice echoing. "Aren't elves typically gentle and kind beings? Just look at these creatures. They seem utterly deranged." "Are you mocking me, you little imp?" she indignantly challenged Lian Yang. "They have all been corrupted." Just as Lian Yang began to explain that these were corrupted elves, he noticed the vacant expressions in their eyes and gasped, "Where have their souls gone? They are now mere soulless beings." What? Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Paris meticulously observed the frenzied onslaught of the little sprites, truly devoid of souls. How infuriating. Who could be responsible for this? I shall not let you escape. Being controlled can ultimately lead to salvation, but the loss of one's soul signifies only death. It can be said that the sprites now recklessly attacking Paris and Lian Yang are nothing more than lifeless husks, mere corpses manipulated by malevolent thoughts. In the midst of battle, Paris suddenly inquired, "What brings you here? This place is exceedingly perilous." The notorious princess of the stinking sewer, Paris, is well known for her tough exterior but tender heart. Baron replied, "We have come specifically to find you." "Where are your companions?" Paris responded. "You hail from the Silver Village, do you not? My companion is trapped here, and I must rescue him." Boom. Just as Lian Yang was about to speak, a massive fireball came crashing down. "Jella!" Upon seeing that fiery figure, Baron couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, Jella offered no response. With a mere wave of her hand, an even larger fireball surged forth once more. "Stop shouting!" Lian Yang pointed at Jella's eyes. "She is no longer alive. Her body is now under the control of malevolent thoughts." Why? Foreboding feeling intensified. This ominous premonition stemmed from Lian Yang's clear understanding that, at this moment, among the 4 elemental spirit kings, only Dalikis remained in the Silver Village. The other 3 had perished, just like Jella, bereft of their souls. With a casual flick of an anti-tank cannon, he dispatched the approaching sprite. Alice inquired, "What shall we do now? Is this creature one of those you once saved?" Lian Yang affirmed. "Indeed, she is the leader of the fire spirits, one of the first we rescued, but it is evident that she has fallen victim once more." Even knowing Jella's fate, the reality of it weighed heavily on Lian Yang's heart. Jella's appearance greatly amplified Paris's pressure. Endless suicidal assaults would be unbearable for anyone. As the core of the trio, Lian Yang declared, "Jella has been poisoned. We must return to the Silver Village. Paris, we will undoubtedly rescue your companion, but we must leave at once." Dodging Jella's fireball and slaying another sprite, Paris remarked, "There is no other choice. I shall heed your words, little imp." Upon reaching the location of Tana in the Silver Village, she exclaimed, "Phew! You actually encountered her. What a stroke of luck." "What is the situation in the underworld prison?" Paris replied. "I am unharmed, but what exactly is happening in the underworld prison?" "The sprites there have gone mad and lost their souls," Tana explained. "You are aware that such a place is one that benevolent sprites would never approach. It has been manipulated by some evil entity, causing the sprites to gather there. I attempted to contact Plays, but I have been unable to reach him." Upon hearing the name Plays, Paris felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Plays, the lunatics in the prison mentioned this name. Could he have also been ensnared?" Tana's tone wavered with uncertainty and anxiety. "No, surely not. He is the prince of sprites. How could he possibly be manipulated?" Lian Yang suggested. "It would be prudent to verify the situation. We are unaware of Paris's companion's current state." However, Lian Yang was aware that Price had indeed been manipulated, and it was he who had summoned the spirits to the Nether prison. Before Tana could speak, Paris interjected, "That suits me perfectly. Let us split up. Whoever finds Price first must teach this elusive rascal a thorough lesson." With that, she turned and departed, clearly anxious about her companion's fate. Observing Paris's hasty exit, Tana could only shake her head in resignation and remarked to Lian Yang, "The situation in the Nether prison appears to be quite dire." Lian Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, It is troubling. Or rather, the state of the spirits in the Yano forest is far from favorable. We encountered Jella there, yet her soul is no longer present, leaving only an empty shell of a spirit. I even suspect that the other 2 spirit kings we saved before have also fallen victim to foul play. Tana responded, has the situation escalated to such severity? Regardless, please ensure you ascertain Price's condition first. If he is indeed under manipulation, matters will become even more complex. In the Nether prison, a tank cannon effortlessly dispatched an approaching manifestation of malevolent thoughts. Alice exclaimed, how could the humans of Arad design such a labyrinthine prison? It's utterly detestable. Within the twisting and turning confines of the Nether prison, it was exceedingly troublesome for Lian Yang and his companions to locate Price without a map. The frenzied spirits, the elusive conglomerations of malevolence, and the maze-like corridors exacerbated their predicament. I long to hear the sounds of battle, declared Baron, having concluded his own skirmish. The trio listened intently as the faint sounds of combat reached their ears. Despite their diminished volume, they could be certain it was Paris engaged in a fight. Exchanging glances, Lian Yang stated, it is Paris. Let us hasten. Following the sounds of Paris's battle, Lian Yang and his companions swiftly arrived at the scene of her confrontation with Price. Upon seeing them, Paris couldn't help but boast, you little imps, you've arrived a tad late. I was just about to reduce this scoundrel to tatters. Chapter 18. Tana's decision gazing upon the azure-skinned Price. Lian Yang scoffed, is this diminutive figure truly the elfin prince? Hardly impressive, it was said that elves embodied beauty, yet before him stood the 1.2-meter tall, pallid Price, devoid of any semblance of grace. It remained uncertain whether this was due to contamination or his inherent nature. In Lian Yang's eyes, the elfin Prince Price was a most irregular sight. Paris rolled her eyes and retorted, that's hardly the point. If he is not lying, then he is indeed the elfin Prince Price. Turning to Price, she demanded, diminutive one, where have you taken my friend? Price, with an expression of sanctity and yearning, proclaimed, ah, that woman. Fear not. She is soon to be reborn as a servant of Lord Sam and will fight to dedicate the entire world to him. You should join us. In saying this, Price exhibited a manic fervor, making it hard to believe he was once the leader of the entire elfin race. Paris was evidently unable to tolerate Price's erratic behavior, and with an air of impatience, she exclaimed, stop, 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 little one. How starved for affection are you? I'm sorry, but this elder sister does not fancy your dark, unkempt appearance. I must strike you so that you regain your senses. Negotiations having borne no fruit, Price took the initiative, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down from above. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Dodging the meteoric onslaught from Price, Lian Yang couldn't help but swallow hard and remark, fortunately, I have just upgraded my gear. Otherwise, with my previous level 15 equipment, I would have been utterly trounced by you. However, the leader of the entire Elven realm is indeed far more formidable than a mere king of a single faction. With sword in hand, he advanced, moving as swiftly as light, executing a 3-strike combo. Closing in, he thrust his sword forward, performing the flowing heart thrust. Lian Yang's incisive attacks came in rapid succession, but merging with his blade. In response to Lian Yang's relentless strikes, Price let out a sharp command. Seizing the sword that floated beside him, and with divine assistance, he swung it fiercely at Lian Yang. Clang! The skilled swordsman Lian Yang instinctively parried Price's strike. Oh, wind spirit! Realizing the futility of the situation, Price decisively summoned a tempest to blow Lian Yang away. Yet, Lian Yang was not alone in this battle. Boom! It was Alice, whose anti-tank cannon thundered towards Price. However, despite being deeply tainted, Price was not a mindless monster. His faith had merely been altered in a moment of peril. Price nimbly dodged Alice's speeding projectile. With a flick of his wrist, the sword that hovered nearby shot towards Alice with blinding speed. It was too swift. Alice had no time to evade, and it was destined to strike. Clang! Price's sudden assault was unexpectedly thwarted by Baron's timely block. Hey, little dark one, how can you lay a hand on such a delicate beauty? Your heart is indeed ruthless, Baron quipped lightly after intercepting Price's attack. You brat, Seizing the moment of Price's attack pause, the battle-hardened Paris lunged forward, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Annoying little one. Tiger fist of the Overlord. Paris held Price down, unleashing a relentless storm of iron fists that seemed as though they would never cease. Gulp! Watching such a ferocious Paris, Lian Yang and Baron couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite her somewhat coarse speech, there was no denying that she was indeed a stunning beauty. However, at this moment, it was truly challenging for Lian Yang and Baron to regard Paris with the eyes of admiration typically reserved for the opposite sex. Bang, bang, bang. Paris's torrential assault continued for quite some time before finally coming to an end. Rising to her feet, with a proud expression, she declared, "Humph, little one. When I say I will thoroughly punish you, I certainly will not let you escape." Cough, cough. Finally extricating himself, Price raved, "You bothersome pest. I will not allow you to obstruct Lord Sam's path. The entrance to the lower realms has been permanently sealed by me." With that, he turned on his heel and fled without a hint of hesitation. Seizing Paris, who was intent on pursuing Price, Lian Yang remarked, "His mind has been tainted far more severely than one could imagine. He cannot possibly release your friend. For now, let us return to Silver Village and see if Morgan has any viable solutions." Paris, reflecting on this, nodded in agreement and replied, "I have softened over the years. Otherwise, I would have long since put an end to him, that detestable little blackguard." At Silver Village, upon hearing Lian Yang's account, Tana said, "I never anticipated that Price had truly been corrupted. It appears, as you mentioned, that the other 3 elemental spirit kings must have also been." Turning to Morgan, she inquired, "Can you heal Price?" Tana gazed at Morgan with hopeful eyes. Morgan shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face as he replied, "I am truly sorry. I am powerless in this matter. The external assault is lethal for him, as he governs the entire realm of spirits. Thus, his purity is intrinsically linked to his very existence." After a moment's hesitation, Morgan added, "Perhaps we should allow him to revert to the magical form of the spirit realm and give birth to a new ruler." Tana murmured to herself, "Is that so?" A profound reluctance washed over her. The notion of returning Price to the magical form of the spirit realm essentially meant killing him to usher in a new spirit king. For only one king can exist among the spirit race. The old king must perish for a new one to arise. Suddenly resolute, Tana declared, "The usual Price would surely not tolerate the entire spirit realm being so grievously tainted. Furthermore, if he continues to seal off the path to the lower realms, it may lead to even more dire consequences. Price has always regarded the protection of the spirit realm as his most sacred duty. Lian Yang, you must help Price. Do not allow him to continue betraying himself." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Despite their youthful appearances, both Tana and Price were ancient beings, and the bond of friendship between them ran deep. In the depths of the underworld prison, confronted by Tana's plea, Lian Yang, along with his companions and Paris, fell into a contemplative silence. None wished to envision a day when they might betray their own. Such a fate was an indescribable torment. Reflecting on the descriptions of spirits in literature, and then glancing at the deranged Price within the underworld prison, one could only perceive the profound tragedy of humanity. Yet, amidst the silence, perhaps sending Price back to the spirit realm would indeed be a fitting tribute to him. The repeated assaults by Lian Yang and his companions had thoroughly transformed Sam into a quivering wretch. At that moment, countless spirits and uncontrollable adventurers gathered at the entrance of the underworld prison, their intentions unmistakable. Observing the throng of adversaries before him, Lian Yang could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "Ha! What a cowardly little creature." Sam's true form was a stone imbued with resentment and malevolent energy. Apart from his formidable mental prowess, he possessed no means of attack. Thus, he was filled with dread in the presence of Lian Yang and his allies, who could easily disregard his mental assaults. Burn, for refuse remains refuse, no matter how abundant. Without hesitation, the fiery-tempered Alice transformed her hand cannon into a flamethrower, mercilessly incinerating the enemies before her. The battle was imminent. Alice's fierce flames successfully incited the ferocity of the uncontrollable foes. Die. The fireball of the fire sprite, the freezing projectile of the ice sprite, and even the lightning of the light sprite surged toward Lian Yang and his companions with ferocious intensity. With a swift bend of her body, Paris, who had plunged into the battlefield, jested, "What a spirited welcome." In the midst of her words, she had already dispatched a crazed adventurer with a single punch. Demon sword technique? Lian Yang, who had somehow infiltrated the crowd, smiled wryly and remarked, "Indeed, the welcome is a bit too fervent for my liking." He exclaimed, "Goodness, you all have truly gone mad." With a deft 3-hit combo, he evaded several lethal strikes from the adventurers, effortlessly eliminating a few foes in the process. At that moment, an uncontrolled mage raised his staff high, the incantation nearly complete, and a fierce spell was about to be unleashed upon Alice. However, just as the mage was about to strike, a piercing scream erupted from him. He was dead. With a casual flick of his left hand, Baron stated nonchalantly, Mages ought to ambush from the rear. What are they doing at the front lines? Die? Anti-tank cannon. The war fanatic Alice continued to wield her beloved cannon, ruthlessly battering the chaotic sprites and adventurers before her. Roar. The little one, who had been cradled in Alice's arms, finally found the freedom to run. Amidst the brutal and fierce battlefield, the little one strolled leisurely and carefree. At that moment, a reckless fire squirrel charged directly at the little one. Roar. Faced with the incoming fire squirrel, the little one swung its front paw fiercely. Squeak. With a screech, the fire squirrel was sent flying, disappearing into silence. Well done, little one. Lian Yang, surrounded by several unruly adventurers, praised the little one's sharp attack loudly. At this moment, the little one was akin to a child, craving applause and encouragement. Roar. Indeed, the excited little one once again bounced and danced toward annihilating every entity that dared to attack it. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies, for Lian Yang's trio, bolstered by the kiss of Remy, the situation merely posed a heightened level of pressure, as the kiss itself had already rendered them nearly invincible. Unlike the ease experienced by Lian Yang's group, Paris, the renowned princess of the stinking ditch, found her circumstances far less favorable. While her strength was undeniable, she was still human. Under the relentless assault of frenzied foes, her magical energy had begun to dwindle. Here you go, yellow for health, blue for mana restoration. Noticing Paris's fatigue, Lian Yang decisively tossed her the kiss of Remy and mana juice. Paris's formidable combat prowess was essential on the battlefield. Gulp. After downing the 2 potions, Paris could not help but exclaim, "How are you little rascals so powerful? You possess such potent potions." To be honest, Paris was quite astonished. The value of such potions must be extraordinarily high. Yet Lian Yang was able to provide them in abundance. Truly an incredible feat seeing Paris revitalized. Lian Yang felt a surge of confidence and could not help but boast, without the diamond drill, one wouldn't dare to handle porcelain. Would they? As they spoke, the eerie swordsmanship manifested, with the 3-stage slash and the flowing heart skill alternating in a relentless display, revealing the terrifying might of boundless mana. Paris, unabashedly unleashing a myriad of skills, chuckled, "Kid, I have great faith in you now. This sensation is simply splendid." Completely indifferent to the consumption of magic, she fervently unleashed every formidable ability at her disposal, reveling in the exhilaration amidst the densely packed battlefield of foes. Suddenly, Baron bellowed, "The enemies at the entrance are about to be eradicated. I seem to glimpse some old friends from the Nether prison." Both Alice and Paris exclaimed in unison, "Whoever it may be, let us fight." Chapter 19. The Death of the Elven King Fireball. Upon entering the Nether prison, the first thing that greeted Lian Yang and his companions was the familiar sight of a fireball, larger than a basketball, hurtling towards them. Boom! The hastily approaching fireball collided with the prison wall, creating a massive crater, yet it caused no harm to anyone. Phew! Lian Yang patted his chest, saying, "Jella, your welcoming ceremony is as warm as ever. If the prisoners in this Nether prison had your skills back in the day, they would have surely escaped long ago." In this world of online gaming, people can get weary and fatigued, but do not despair. We possess an array of potions infused with the power of numerous bugs. When tired or sleepy, drink one. Come on, let us engage in a fierce battle of 500 rounds. No, 500 rounds will suffice. We can skip the intestine wrestling. Alice rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Behave yourself, Jella. How about tasting a cannonball?" Boom! The thunderous sound of artillery within the narrow confines of the prison was deafening, and Jella, consumed by the singular desire to slaughter Lian Yang and his allies, could scarcely even attempt to evade. Taking a direct hit from the cannonball, Jella crashed violently against the wall, yet remained unfazed. Spitting blood as she wielded her staff, a fireball, even more massive than the last, sped toward Alice like a shooting star. The intense surge of elven magical energy emanating from the fireball silently proclaimed its unmatched power, instilling a sense of dread. "Sister, doesn't he fancy playing ball?" Unperturbed, Alice observed the incoming fireball, effortlessly evading it with a graceful slide. Ding ding ding, as the battle with Jella intensified, the temperature in the typically sweltering Nether prison inexplicably plummeted. The silent ice crystal arrows, scarcely visible in the dimly lit prison, stealthily aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the unsuspecting adversary. Heha, Baron, dealing with ordinary elves, casually shattered the stealthy ice arrows, lamenting, truly devoid of soul. But is it acceptable for that scoundrel controlling Gilas to have such an elderly elf with a gray beard resort to such disgraceful ambushes? Indeed, illuminated by Jella's flames, the figure of Gilas, crowned with an ice crystal diadem and enveloped in azure, emerged into view around the distant corner. 3-stage slash. Spotting his old rival Gila's, Baron paid no heed to the ordinary elves beside him. He wielded his massive sword with the grace of a dragon, executing the 3-stage slash and swiftly positioning himself before Gila's. Mountain crash. Baron leapt high into the air, raising his colossal dual swords above his head, and struck down fiercely upon the Ice Elf King, Gila's. The might of a single sword is sufficient to rival the very force of a collapsing mountain. Yet, even in the absence of his soul, the battle instincts of the Elven King remained formidable. Jeruz, wielding his sword with both hands, unleashed a ferocious and swift upward strike with his colossal ice crystal blade. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as Jeruz calmly parried the fierce blow from Baron. It seems that Jeruz could indeed be regarded as a master swordsman of his generation. Excellent! A spark ignited in Baron's eyes, a sense of encountering a worthy adversary swelling within him as he tightened his grip on his sword. With unwavering determination, he launched a powerful downward slash in response to Baron's assault. Jeruz instinctively countered with a sword strike, deflecting the blow and swiftly reversing his blade in a lightning-fast counterattack reminiscent of the antelope's horn. The passionate clash of steel resonated as Jeruz unleashed all the sword techniques ingrained in his memory, while Baron, facing a fellow master of swordplay, retaliated solely with his own blade. He wished to grant Jeruz the final honor before his demise. Even if he could not reap the rewards himself, the fierce battle intensified as Alice and Jella exchanged fiery blows, while Baron and Jeruz engaged in a duel of swordsmanship. Lian Yang casually dispatched an elf, chuckling, "It seems the time is nearly upon us. This monotonous battle is as bland as drinking plain water." With a crackling sound, a thick, electrified laser materialized in an instant. Looking at the abyssal black hole on the ground, Lian Yang exaggeratedly patted his chest, exclaiming, "That scared me to death. Does the Elven King have a penchant for ambushes?" 3-stage slash. The speed was simply insufficient, whether in the game or in this incredibly realistic realm of Arad. What should have been a sharp skill transformed into Lian Yang's escape technique. However, it was indeed true that the swiftness afforded by the sword's power surpassed mere running. Within close quarters, Lian Yang's dark sword technique resembled a frenzied dance, the dual blade striking with the ferocity of thunder. Ding ding. The illusory elf was no swordsman. Wielding a staff, he was a pure mage, yet he possessed a sturdy crystal shield. Just as Lian Yang's blade was about to strike the illusory elf, he suddenly transformed into a radiant elf, resplendent in golden light. "Are you made of crystal? Perhaps you are diamond," Lian Yang observed keenly as his fierce dark sword technique clanged against the crystal form of the illusory elf. Yet not a drop of blood was shed. With a crack, as Lian Yang's assault concluded, the golden illusory elf reverted to its original form, unleashing another laser attack through the staff. Parrying with his sword, Lian Yang executed his signature storm strike. A swift and thunderous blow finally pierced the soft flesh of the illusory elf just as it was on the verge of transforming back into its radiant form. Yet that was all. The colossal sword, ensnared by the crystal shell, would not advance even an inch. With a grunt, he exerted great effort to extract the massive blade from the illusory elf's body. Casting a glance towards the battle between Alice and Jella, both danced around each other's assaults, exchanging fireballs and artillery shells, the intensity of the conflict unmistakable. Upon a second glance at the battle between Balong and Jeruz, the swords wielded by these masters of swordsmanship appeared to possess a life of their own, executing the antelope horn technique with an almost divine grace in their attacks. The artistry of slaughter could indeed be aesthetically pleasing. Once more, casting a glance back, the illusory sprite transformed again, its entire form radiating brilliance as a massive laser surged towards them. Lian Yang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Why must they face worthy opponents while I am left to contend with a scoundrel such as you? I yearn for an exhilarating battle." Evading the illusory sprite's onslaught, Lian Yang merely returned to his sword momentarily before pausing. "Why, you ask?" Upon witnessing Lian Yang's swordplay, the illusory sprite swiftly morphed into a glimmering sprite, granting Lian Yang no opportunity whatsoever. After unleashing a single barrage, it retreated into its shell with decisive swiftness. "Are you and the tortoise related by blood?" Lian Yang mused, lamenting the frustrating nature of his battle. At this moment, the now 7th-level diminutive creature had grown somewhat taller, observing Lian Yang's struggle with envy. True joy lies in contending against a worthy foe, not in the mindless slaughter of the weak. Although its age rendered it the youngest among these soulless sprites, its strength was undeniable. With a resounding shout from afar, It was the hammered helm spirit, the second sprite from the tainted crystal mine. Lian Yang, engaged in a game of whack-a-mole with the illusory sprite, could not help but scoff. That elusive Sam. I know you can hear me. Is this your way of seeking out your elder brother by bringing in your younger one? You couldn't handle Daleks, so you summoned this entire brute. Just how terrified are you of me, Lian Yang? Meanwhile, Sam, lurking in the lower levels of the Nether prison, sneered, "Damn those human scoundrels. None shall impede my quest for world domination." The 7th-level diminutive creature could no longer be considered an infant-level Kirin. By all accounts, it had reached the juvenile stage, its roar carrying a measure of might. With a resounding clang, the hammered helm spirit swung its mighty hammer with immense force. Should it strike true, the diminutive creature might very well spew blood. Yet, there was no should it strike. With a mere lift of its right forearm, the diminutive creature sent the hammered helm spirit's ferocious blow careening away. With a fierce charge, it lunged forward, sending the hammered helm spirit soaring. Compared to the Sprite King, the hammered helm spirit was woefully inadequate. However, the cowardly yet malevolent Sam had still summoned it forth. Little did Sam anticipate that the hammered helm spirit would be so easily dispatched, sent flying on their first encounter. Now, the leaders of the Tri-Element Sprites, along with the summoned hammered helm spirit, had gathered within this Nether prison. The relentless assault from the Sprites, combined with the fierce onslaught of the Sprite King, left Lian Yang and his companions feeling somewhat beleaguered. Dispatching a fiery squirrel that leapt upon him, Lian Yang bellowed, "Take your potions, engage in a fierce fight. If this continues, Sam will inundate us with more and more sprites, and countless will fall victim to his treachery." The Sprite King could summon sprites at will, and typically, none would deny the call of their sovereign. Jella, Jeruz, the illusory sprite, and the summoned hammered helm spirit were all unwittingly gathered by Price, only to have their souls devoured by Sam upon arrival. Nevertheless, they could still summon a ceaseless tide of sprites from the Yennefer forest to fight on their behalf. Thus, apart from the astute Daleks, who had long recognized the troubling circumstances, all the other elves suffered. The delightful confrontation came to a conclusion. Alice gazed at Jella, who had lost her soul and was attacking purely on instinct, and declared, "Yet I shall bestow upon you a death of the utmost honor." Anti-tank cannon, boom. A colossal fireball crashed down upon Alice, blood trickling from her lips. Nevertheless, the cannon in her grasp continued to unleash deadly assaults. Thunderous, bang. The shell pierced through Jella's chest, leaving behind a gaping void. The once mighty fire spirit princess and leader, Jella, finally succumbed. "Jeruz, you are a magnificent swordsman," Baron remarked as Jeruz's sword came slicing through the air, showing no signs of defense. Thud. Jeruz's blade plunged fiercely into Baron's shoulder. "Fear not." Grasping Jeruz's greatsword with his left hand, Baron proclaimed, "I shall grant you a death of honor." Rage erupted. The familiar blood array beneath his feet re-emerged, channeling Baron's fervor for battle and his furious wrath towards Sam. Explosively directed at Jeruz, without so much as a scream, Jeruz was obliterated by the ferocious tide of fury. "Tell me," observing the illusion spirit's laser assault, Lian Yang chose not to evade, allowing the lasers to sear his form. He intoned, "If you awaken, will the tortoise-like form you have taken not bring you shame?" Unperturbed by the burning lasers, Lian Yang strode deliberately towards the illusion spirit, declaring, "You, the embodiment of royalty, should not be desecrated by evil." The art of the ghost sword, the blade, like flowing light, swifter than a darting dragon, Lian Yang danced with his twin swords, weaving arcs of brilliance through the air. They struck fiercely against the illusion spirit's supple body. The illusion spirit emitted no cries of anguish, desperately attempting to transform into a dragon. The excruciating pain coursing through his being rendered him incapable of making a choice. At last, it was over. The frenzied ghost sword technique culminated in Lian Yang's sweeping strike, cleaving the former light spirit monarch, the illusion spirit, in twain. He was liberated. As for the giant hammer-wielding spirit, roar. With a shriek from the diminutive one, it was reduced to mere fragments. The battle concluded. Lian Yang stated calmly, "Let us depart. Paris should be nearing Price by now." Chapter 20. The Elven Prince Price. "I shall see where you hide." From a distance, Paris's boastful voice reached Lian Yang and his companions' ears. Clearly, within the labyrinthine confines of the underworld prison, Paris had successfully located the deliberately concealed Price. Truly, Paris possessed remarkable skills in tracking, following the subtle clues left by Paris along the way. Lian Yang could not help but exclaim, "This water-drawing princess is indeed deserving of her title." In truth, Price was acutely aware that he was no match for Lian Yang and the others. However, under Sam's influence, his faith in the elven realm had been wholly transformed into unwavering devotion to Sam. Believing that faith transcended life itself, Price, constrained by Sam and unable to leave the underworld prison, had been evading capture within the maze-like confines. Because he was aware that once he met his demise, the lower barriers would be lifted, and the fragile Sam entity would stand no chance against Lian Yang and his companions. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Paris, who had grown up in the slums, molded by the harshest of environments. Stealthily evading and deceiving had nearly become Paris's essential curriculum in her youth. In modern parlance, one might say she was a professional at hide-and-seek. The amateur Price, facing off against a seasoned Paris, was destined for tragedy, for the tricks he had mastered long ago had already been worn thin by her. Realizing there was no escape, Price decided against fleeing. Especially upon discovering that Paris was his sole pursuer, he intended to swiftly eliminate her. Turning to face Paris, he remarked, "You truly are a dog. How is it that you found me so easily? What of your little ghostly companions?" As he spoke, he searched the surroundings, dreading the sight of Lian Yang and the others. However, as fate would have it, his fears materialized. Out of the shadows, 3 figures and a creature emerged, revealing Lian Yang and his party. Lian Yang observed Price's disheveled state and mused, "Given your current predicament, it is hard to believe you are the leader of the elven realm, though you not find this pitiable." Price? Upon seeing Lian Yang's arrival, Price's heart sank, and he thought, "This is bad." Suddenly, he trembled with fervor, shouting, "For the great Lord Sam! All is worth it. I shall dedicate the world to Lord Sam." It was over. Lian Yang looked at Price with profound sorrow in his eyes and lamented, "You have reached the terminal stage of brain rot. There is no hope for your salvation." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous roar echoed. It was Alice, the only one among them with ranged abilities, who had been waiting for the signal Lian Yang had prepared in advance. Thus, as Lian Yang's voice faded, a cannonball whistled forth before Price could react. Aware that Price could not withstand them, Lian Yang had long been ready to deliver a decisive blow. The game of hide-and-seek was hardly entertaining. Despicable! Price shot a resentful glance at Lian Yang and hastily swung his sword to block the cannonball, astonishingly managing to deflect it. Thankfully, this was a high-level martial arts game. Otherwise, who could outpace a cannonball, let alone block it? In dealing with someone like you, your depravity is of no consequence. With a swift motion, Lian Yang raised his hand and, with a mighty slash of his great sword, executed a rapid maneuver, utilizing the sword's force for swift movement. Over such a short distance, his flowing heart leap was evidently faster than a 3-part slash. Sensing danger, Price turned to flee. Alone, he might have had a chance to contend with Paris and perhaps find an opportunity to escape once more. Yet if all 4 were to engage him, he knew he would have no chance of evading capture. He was acutely aware that he was constantly seeking an opportunity to flee. Stay with me? Soul grasp. But could he truly escape now? Baron unleashed a soul grasp, effortlessly pulling the fleeing Price back into the fray. Baron was the second trap designed by Lian Yang. His soul grasp was the only semi-control skill among the 4, having been strategically devised by Lian Yang to thwart Price's escape. "Let us engage in battle, Prince of Elves Price," Lian Yang declared with an unusual seriousness, sword held before him. Today, how utterly shameless and boundless Price has become. In stark contrast, during his moments of clarity, he was deeply concerned for his elven realm. Betraying oneself is perhaps the most excruciating torment in existence. Lian Yang wishes to grant him a glorious judgment. It seems there is no escape. As he re-enters the battlefield, Price slowly grasps the elven sword that hovers beside him, resolutely declaring, "Since there is no way to flee, I shall serve Lord Sam with unwavering loyalty. I will dedicate my life to protect him. After all, he is a king of a generation." Even though he has been tainted by Sam, a flicker of pride still resides within his heart. Floating in midair, Price's wings gently flap behind him as he lifts the colossal sword with one hand, his eyes gleaming with faith and fervor as he gazes silently at Lian Yang and the others. He is prepared to sacrifice his life for his beliefs, yet sadly, this faith should have originated from the elven realm that birthed him, Ligu Jianshu. Let the sword dance. The sword energy condenses upon the enormous blade, and his offhand is no longer a mere virtual light sword, but a tangible energy sword. This is a level 30 magic ceiling light sword, prepared by Lian Yang under the Council of Hope. Anti-tank cannon. Roar! The magnificent cannon, resembling a work of art, rests in Alice's hands. The exquisite maiden juxtaposed with the menacing cannon creates a strikingly unusual beauty. Frenzied blood. Go wild. The massive sword strikes the ground, gripped tightly with both hands, blood splattering, resembling a demonic deity of bloodshed. Baron's frenzied gaze is fixated on Price. Little one, you may as well perish. Born from the lowly Paris, she initially harbored no affection for the lofty prince, despising all noble and affluent classes. Yet, witnessing Price's fearless stance before her, she finds herself unable to utter coarser words. Embrace death. With a soft sigh, Price waves his unarmed hand gently towards Lian Yang and the others. Suddenly, a colossal meteorite appears in the cramped prison, its fiery blaze illuminating the dim space as if it were day. The meteorite, imbued with the might of thunder, fiercely assaults Lian Yang and his companions. Advance and stab? Lian Yang does not evade. He has no desire to retreat, standing firm as he thrusts his sword forward, cleaving the meteorite in twain in an instant. Cross slash. In perfect synchrony, Baron also chooses not to dodge. Though the meteorite is swift as a shooting star, he could easily evade with his three-part slash. Yet he stands resolute, delivering a powerful cross slash infused with rich blood energy, shattering the oncoming meteorite. Cannon! The massive cannon transforms slightly as Alice kneels to fire. The cannonball strikes the meteorite, a clash of speed against speed, power against power, resonating only with the sound of the explosion and the impact. Boom! Paris is even more decisive, delivering a light punch that pulverizes the meteorite. Charge! Lian Yang wields the enormous sword and dashes swiftly toward Price. Having resolved to bid farewell to Price with the most fervent combat, he refuses to employ the three-part slash for positioning. Closing in, he wields dual swords, employing the Li Gui sword technique. Spirit of the wind, Price cries out. Instantly, a tempest erupts around him, sending the charging Lian Yang flying. Mountain breaker strike. Though Lian Yang is blown away, Baron's assault reaches its destination. He leaps in close, descending with dual swords. The strike, swift enough to shatter mountains, descends with ferocity. You are still too inexperienced. Unity of man and sword. With a casual flick of his sword, Price effortlessly parried Baron's formidable mountain-crushing strike. As if it were a natural occurrence, in a swift motion, he turned, launching his sword towards Alice. Bang! Alice retaliated with a rapid-fire anti-tank round. Whoosh! She executed a sliding maneuver, narrowly evading Price's flying blade. The miss was but a fleeting moment as the blade abruptly reversed course, hurtling back towards Alice with a relentless pursuit. Tossing weapons seems to be my forte. In the blink of an eye, Paris seized the flying sword intent on launching another attack, hurling it back at Price with a fierce declaration. You've infringed upon my rights, lad. With a deft movement, she grasped the sword that had been thrown back at her. Mad with fervor, Price prepared to unleash another wave of offense. Suddenly, a small figure appeared silently behind Price, launching a fierce assault that sent the airborne Price crashing to the ground. What a clever dog! Observing this, Paris swiftly closed the distance, materializing in front of Price. Furious tiger fist, her powerful fists pummeled the subdued Price, who lay pinned to the ground. The essence of battle lies in striking a fallen foe. With both hands gripping the sword, she aimed a vicious thrust at the prostrate Price. Should the blade find its mark upon his head, even in this realm of data, Price would meet an instantaneous demise. Yet, Price, seasoned in combat, despite being restrained and assaulted by Paris, summoned his strength to roll over. Thud! The blade pierced his shoulder, and though grievously wounded, he was not yet dead. Paris's relentless assault finally paused. But the battle was far from over. Cannon, let it explode. With a build-up of energy, Alice unleashed a fierce blast upon Price in the moment Paris dodged. Boom! The weakened Price was sent soaring through the air. Soul Reaver! Before he could touch the ground, he was ensnared by Baron's Soul Reaver. Fury erupted. A torrent of blood surged from the earth towards the sky. With each successive blow, finally, the Elven King could bear no more. A violent spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Lying on the ground, weakened, Price coughed up blood, murmuring, "It seems I can no longer protect Lord Sam. I can only atone with my life." As they gazed upon the dying Price, the onlookers felt no joy in victory, merely observing him with a somber demeanor. Suddenly, a glimmer of uncharacteristic light flickered in Price's eyes. With a desperate motion, he plunged his hand into his abdomen to retrieve his core, weakly stating, "Upon my return, deliver this to Tana, if it's hurt perhaps." Before he could finish, Price fell silent. In the Silver Village, seeing the group return safely was a relief, yet the absence of Price cast a shadow over the moment. Upon witnessing Lian Yang and the others return intact, Tana's expression softened momentarily, only to be clouded by sorrow at the thought of Price. He entrusted me to give this to you, she said, handing over Price's core. As she gazed upon the core before her, Tana exclaimed with palpable excitement, "This is the core of Price." Even though it has been tainted by malevolence, Price continues to guard the last vestiges of hope. As long as he exists, the realm of the elves can gracefully usher in a new sovereign. Wiping away her tears, Tana added, "Thank you all. I apologize. I am still engulfed in the sorrow of Price's departure." Lian Yang and the others remained silent, for despite their fleeting acquaintance, the charismatic essence of Price had undeniably captivated them. Each of their hearts bore the weight of profound grief for his sacrifice. Chapter 21. The destruction of Sam Morgan, holding an ancient tome, spoke with a calm demeanor. Regarding the Sam mentioned by Price, I have perused numerous texts and have ultimately concluded that it refers to the name of the demonic stone located in the lower levels of the abyssal prison. I regret to inform you that I could not uncover further information regarding the origins of this stone. However, its ability to preserve a soul until now surely indicates immense magical power and lingering resentment. As Morgan's words trailed off, Tana interjected, "That vengeful spirit may have absorbed the accumulated resentment dwelling within the abyssal prison to gain strength, even to the extent of being able to manipulate Price." Pausing briefly, she turned to Lian Yang and said, "Lian Yang, the passage sealed by Price to the lower levels of the abyssal prison should now be accessible. The companions of Paris, whom you were unable to locate earlier, are likely there as well." Lian Yang nodded in agreement. "No matter how dire the situation may be, this is our reality. We must proceed to the abyssal prison at once." Tana responded affirmatively, "Allow me to accompany you on this investigation. The demise of Price and the Elven Kings has quelled the massive upheaval among ordinary elves. I, too, must conduct a thorough inquiry." Lower levels of the abyssal prison feeling the increasingly oppressive atmosphere and the onslaught of resentment. Tana's expression turned to one of regret. How could such a dense aura of malevolence exist? Had I known of the existence of a creature like Sam, I would have thought a mere seal would suffice. I bear considerable responsibility for the tragedy that has engulfed the entirety of the Yenofa forest. Overwhelmed by the potent malevolence, Tana found herself consumed by remorse. Yet, in truth, who could have anticipated the emergence of such a creature? My concern for Paris's companions weighs heavily on me. In such an environment, I dread to think how long she can endure. Just as Tana was about to voice her thoughts, Paris interjected, "She is not so fragile. But we cannot allow her to suffer any longer. I must go rescue her." Observing Paris's anxious demeanor, Lian Yang replied calmly, "For now, we are partners. We should split up the search for her. This approach will yield greater efficiency." With a hint of pride, Paris retorted, "I find you increasingly agreeable. Consider this a favor owed to me." Turning as if recalling something, she added, "Her name is Silma, with short black hair and an innocent face. If you find her, remember to bring her back." Watching the impetuous Paris rush off, Lian Yang couldn't help but tease, "Sister, you are somewhat older. Finding me agreeable won't do you any good. I prefer those of a younger age." Not having ventured far, Paris, upon hearing Lian Yang's jest, shouted in exasperation, "You scoundrel!" Yet she continued her quest for Silma without a backward glance. "See you soon," she called back. The eerie prison of the underworld is indeed vast. Even the lower levels resemble an expansive labyrinth in the game. It is a simple matter to dispatch a few waves of minor foes and traverse a handful of chambers, only to confront the boss, Silma, directly. However, reality is far from a game, and Lian Yang harbors little confidence in locating Silma. Accompanied by the diminutive creature, now grown to the size of a Siberian tiger, currently at level 11. With each level increase signifying the creature's maturation, the experience requirements double after level 15. Lian Yang swiftly navigates through one corridor after another. A glimmer of light appears ahead. In the midst of the pitch-black path, the sudden illumination greatly bolsters Lian Yang's confidence. Indeed, he finds himself in a spacious hall aglow with torches, where a girl clad in red stands. The inertia of history is indeed formidable. I have truly located her. Upon seeing her crimson attire and jet-black hair, Lian Yang instantly recognizes that the figure before him is Silma, the companion of Paris. As he steps into the hall, the previously tranquil Silma abruptly cries out, "Those who obstruct Lord Sam shall perish. All shall perish." With that, she charges furiously at Lian Yang. Yet, within Lian Yang's mind, clarity prevails. Silma's soul remains intact, merely manipulated by Sam. A human devoid of a crystal core cannot be overtaken as swiftly as an elf. There is still hope. Swiftly evading Silma's assault, Lian Yang chuckles, "It seems you require a moment of calm." Silma's level is roughly comparable to Baroness, yet her equipment, owing to Paris, surpasses that of the original Baron. Nevertheless, it is still far from matching the current Baron, let alone surpassing Lian Yang's gear. Thus, Lian Yang feels confident in subduing Silma. With deft strikes, punches, and swift kicks, Silma's attacks flow like a torrent. Yet they are merciless and unyielding. Observing her relentless combat style, Lian Yang surmises that Silma is indeed a street fighter. Unfortunately for her, she has encountered Lian Yang, who, armed with a plethora of techniques that astonish even himself, counters her assault with a three-part slash, swiftly maneuvering behind her. "Now, be still," he declares, delivering a precise strike to her neck, causing Silma to collapse into unconsciousness. "You there?" I heard quite a commotion and decided to investigate, Paris remarks as she enters the hall, greeting Lian Yang, only to turn and discover the suspicious Silma. Anxiously, she inquires, "What has happened to Silma?" Lian Yang replies, "She has been frantically pledging allegiance to Sam and attacking me without restraint. I had no choice but to calm her down." Feeling Silma in his arms suddenly heat up, Lian Yang curses the wretched inertia of history in his mind, while aloud he exclaims, "Oh no, she's burning up. She's extremely hot. We must return to Silver Village at once." Paris, tense, takes Silma into her arms and states vehemently, "I have prepared for the worst, but damned Sam shall not escape my wrath. I will tear him apart." Morgan, in a state of urgency, hastily addressed Paris regarding Selma. "I have taken emergency measures. However, the high fever will not easily subside. The crux of the matter lies in the deep-seated malevolence that Sam has instilled within her." Paris abruptly rose to her feet. "So, all we need to do is shatter that stone named Sam, right? I shall do it at once." Morgan shook his head, responding calmly, "Paris, it would be wise for you to remain by your friend's side. When one is afflicted with a high fever, they are exceedingly vulnerable. If you cannot hold on until we can eliminate Sam, it would be disastrous." Paris, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Sam? Aren't you a renowned alchemist? Can't you even help someone recover from a fever?" Her emotions were indeed running high. Having grown up in a harsh environment, she deeply valued friendship. Observing this scene, Lian Yang couldn't help but scoff internally. Despite his presence as a mere butterfly, certain events remained unchanged, and he never intended to alter the narrative of the Silver Village. Yet, having spent time together, Paris's combination of a sharp tongue and kind heart led Lian Yang to regard her as a friend. Approaching Paris, he firmly pressed her back into her chair and proclaimed loudly, "Paris, calm down. I will shatter that cursed stone. You focus on taking care of Selma." Upon exiting the room, he found Tana waiting expectantly. Seeing Lian Yang emerge, Tana said, "Please, I will take good care of Selma." Lian Yang nodded in agreement. "When Baron and the others return, reassure them to wait for my return. I am quite confident in my ability to break that stone." In the depths of the abyssal prison, Lian Yang surged forth with determination. This was perhaps the first time he faced a narrative boss alone since his departure, yet his thoughts were far from that concern. Humans are emotional beings, especially those who have fought alongside one another. Their bonds are profoundly sincere. At this moment, his aim to shatter Sam was not merely to vanquish a boss, but to rescue Selma and save the Yennefer Forest. The abyssal prison remained a dark labyrinth, yet locating Sam had become significantly simpler. Lian Yang advanced toward the source of the intense resentment, knowing that the greater the malevolence, the closer he would be to Sam, who must be lurking in the most oppressive depths of the prison. Cleaving through obstacles, he faced manifestations of evil thoughts and creations forged by Sam, all desperately attempting to impede his progress. Yet, he remained unfazed, wielding his colossal sword with ferocity, dispatching foes as he finally stood before Sam. Gazing upon the towering, purplish-black monolith, he could sense the palpable resentment emanating from it, an appearance indistinguishable from that of the game, clearly indicating that this very stone was responsible for the recent string of tragedies in the Yennefer Forest. "Adventurer, why do you hinder me?" The monolith's voice resonated in Lian Yang's mind, not so much spoken as it was projected directly into his consciousness. "The accumulated hatred of the wronged dead swells within me, and I seek to avenge them. You have no stake in this matter. Why do you obstruct my path?" Lian Yang coldly retorted, "To be honest, I couldn't care less about you, but your repeated self-destructive actions are truly unbecoming. It is precisely this arrogant disposition of yours that has rendered me so formidable. The living are invariably so foolish. Your physique is indeed powerful, and I find it quite appealing. Offer it to me. I shall wield it to conquer the entire world." Sam proclaimed with pride. "Huh?" Lian Yang could not help but laugh. "Do you truly believe that this broken stone, Awakened by a black nightmare, can possess my body? You aim to conquer the world? Then I suggest you quietly fade away. Throughout, Sam has never been regarded highly by Lian Yang, for no matter how potent one's mental prowess, it cannot breach Lian Yang's mental defenses, as the will of hope is of a world-class caliber. Who can withstand the will of the world? And when Sam's most formidable mental strength faltered, it was merely a talking stone, a mere monster. Removing Kazan's curse from his back, Lian Yang gently swung his sword, disappear. Without even employing a skill, Sam's essence, that magical stone, was utterly shattered by Lian Yang. Though you think halting me will bring an end to this? You have already lost the light eye. In his final moments, Sam could not refrain from muttering his last two lines. What does it matter to me whether it ends or not? Observing the dissipating form of Sam, Lian Yang chuckled. To Arad and the entire world of dungeon and fighter, he was merely a transient presence. What is happening? What more is there to say? Suddenly, he noticed that the Kazan greatsword in his hand was radiating an intense light, a crimson glow. In an instant, Lian Yang, you have awakened, Hope exclaimed, having witnessed Kazan's state through Lian Yang's eyes. What is happening? Observing the increasingly unstable weapon in his grasp, Lian Yang remarked, I seem to sense the sword's unwillingness. It is Sam, Hope declared. Sam's resentment has activated Kazan's discontent. Congratulations, you are about to acquire the power of the demon god. Indeed, as Hope's words fell, the brilliance of Kazan enveloped Lian Yang entirely. The blood-red light brimmed with madness and the uncanny. Chapter 22. Advancement. Frenzied blood sword soul. This crimson energy, surging into my body, the power of Kazan. Within the red cocoon of light, Lian Yang felt the formidable blood-red energy flooding his being, a force teeming with rage and ferocity. Precisely, Hope responded. I am genuinely curious about what a sword soul imbued with Kazan's power would embody. What could possibly transpire when absolute rationality converges with absolute madness? I too am eager to discover what it will become. The ethereal figure of Kazan subtly emerged within the cocoon of light, observing Lian Yang with astonishment. Outsider, your power is truly remarkable. Kazan, Lian Yang exclaimed in awe as he embraced the baptism of Kazan's power. It is I. Nodding slightly. I am astonished by your existence. Could it be that another space-time exists within this world? As a demon god, although my strength may not be the mightiest among deities, I exist in the liminal space between god and demon. Nevertheless, Kazan discerned at once that Lian Yang bore no soul mark from this world. Lian Yang affirmed, yes, not merely another space-time. In fact, one could say countless space-times exist, and I possess the ability to traverse through them. Arad, the ability to traverse time and space is not regarded as a taboo. The denizens of the celestial and demon realms are, in essence, not native to Arad. Thus, the arrival of Lian Yang from another time and space is not met with disdain. Perhaps, in following you, one might experience an entirely new world. Coincidentally, I have grown weary of wandering through this realm. Having spoken, Kazan unexpectedly plunged into Lian Yang's body. With a roar, concurrently, the power of Kazan's curse was finally inherited. Lian Yang's eyes instantly turned blood-red, and he let out a furious howl towards the heavens. Kid, I'll give you one last push. Consider it your entry fee. Kazan's voice resonated once more, faint yet resolute. It was then that the blood-red hue of Lian Yang's left hand, which had been on the verge of transformation, gradually diminished. No, it was not merely fading. The blood energy coalescing around his arm began to surge towards his heart. In an instant, a sword-shaped blood-red mark materialized upon Lian Yang's heart. The crimson blade emanated an indescribable aura of malevolence. Gently caressing the blood mark upon his chest, Lian Yang chuckled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. This is far more impressive than that grotesque left hand. The blood sword mark, emerging from his muscular chest, resembled a fierce tattoo, not only devoid of ugliness but strikingly handsome, filling Lian Yang with immense pride. Just as he fully assimilated Kazan's blood energy, the voice of the hope mechanism chimed in. Detected a parallel world. Second career core energy. Host profession is commencing integration. Career integration complete. The host can now wield dual powers. The host has unlocked a second career, granting all skills of the new profession. The host's new profession is designated as Bloodthirsty Sword Soul. Thrilled by the sensation of the tumultuous yet now subdued blood energy coursing through him, Lian Yang's emotions soared akin to a roller coaster ride. If he were to encapsulate his feelings in two words, they would be exhilarating. What a tremendous gain! The voice of hope exclaimed with unparalleled excitement. You now possess two distinct powers within you. With the system's assistance, you can opt to utilize either power individually or wield both simultaneously, albeit at the cost of double the magical energy. But do you truly care? The four principal classes of the Demon Swordmaster, Sword Soul and Berserker, are physical classes, while Azura and Demon Cry are magical classes. Sword Soul boasts unparalleled swordsmanship, while the Berserker wields the highest tier of energy. Azura possesses exceptional perceptive abilities, and Demon Cry, akin to a summoner, relies on conjured spirits to engage in combat rather than drawing from its own strength. Naturally, Lian Yang, who has always favored warrior classes in games, has never been particularly interested in Azura or Demon Cry.as for the Dark Knight. It is fundamentally a variant of the Demon Swordmaster, yet it emulates the skills of the other four classes using the powers of dark time and space. Purely in terms of potency, it cannot rival the originals. Now, however, Lian Yang has acquired the authentic sword energy cultivated by the Sword Soul, along with a more genuine blood energy than that of the Berserker, as Kazan currently resides within Lian Yang. Lian Yang's ultimate aspiration in the game, to wield dual blades and traverse the realm of demons, is no longer merely a dream. Wielding dual blades refers to the Berserker's blood frenzy, transforming ordinary attacks into dual-wielding strikes, summoning weapons formed from blood energy to engage in combat. The art of the dual sword technique, known as Li Gui Jian Shu, allows the soul of the sword to condense sword energy into a luminous blade, transforming into a dual-wielding styled eye in the game. This ability is unique to the luminous sword. However, in Arad, the four modes of attack are no longer confined to specific weapons, but can be freely converted based on necessity. Activating dual swords while employing Li Gui enables the simultaneous convergence of blood energy and sword energy into a secondary weapon, thus reaping the benefits of doubled attack power. "Who cares about that?" exclaimed Lian Yang with excitement. "I possess the kiss of Remy and the magic juice. Let the consumption be damned. By the way, I have defeated Sam, the greatest boss of Silvervillage.it should yield quite a bounty, right? As a boss that has influenced the entirety of the Yano Fa forest, the world laws of Arad designate Sam as a high-tier boss, ensuring that his drops will be extraordinary. The classification of bosses is hoped to be established based on the standards referenced from the world laws of Dungeon and Fighter, where the drop rates of higher-tier bosses surpass those of their lower-tier counterparts. In principle, the boss tier is unrelated to strength. However, it is generally observed that higher-tier bosses are formidable. For instance, apostles could be considered super-tier bosses as they have the capacity to impact the entire world. Conversely, the powerful Insect King, despite being capable of obliterating Sam with ease, is relegated to a lower-tier classification due to its territorial nature. Individuals such as the Four Sword Saints, including Aganzo, possess great personal strength yet are fond of adventure, categorizing them as mid-tier bosses. An example of a high-tier boss would be Emperor Leon Heinrich III of the Delos Empire, whose power remains ambiguous but whose influence is vast. Naturally, the loot dropped by bosses is also tier-dependent. A level 10 boss cannot drop items of level 100. Amidst a sea of purple equipment, two weapons radiating a pink glow stood out conspicuously. Upon closer inspection, Lian Yang discovered a dark crimson greatsword and a silver-gray hand cannon. The unyielding, supreme artifact greatsword boasts a physical attack power of 396, independent attack power of 188, strength of 46, a movement speed increase of 3, a casting speed reduction of -2, a physical critical rate of 5, and an attack speed increase of 3. Additionally, it has a 5 chance to inflict poison status on enemies for 3 seconds upon attack. The Dark Soul Hand Cannon, also a supreme artifact, has a physical attack power of 361, independent attack power of 188, strength of 36, dark attribute attack, and skill levels of 2 for the laser cannon and 1 for the anti-tank cannon. Such precious treasures, Lian Yang mused. This will surely lead to a qualitative transformation in the strength of Baron and Alice. Holding the two artifacts, Lian Yang felt a surge of luck. However, these items were somewhat redundant for him, as he possessed the superior Cursed Kazan. While he could use the hand cannon in this real world, it lacked attributes, and without relevant skills, he could not even execute a basic attack. After organizing the equipment dropped by Sam, Lian Yang murmured to himself, "Phew. Once I traverse the Forgotten Forest, I shall be departing from Silver Village. Having resided here for quite some time, I must admit, I feel a twinge of reluctance." "The Silver Village, you have returned," from a distance, Cyria joyfully exclaimed upon spotting Lian Yang's figure. "Everyone has been gathered around Zierma, but I was truly worried about you. It is such a relief to see you back safely, hee." With an air of pride, Lian Yang replied, "I am destined to surpass my master. How could I possibly fall so easily?" As he spoke, he made his way to Morgan's abode, where Baron and Alice had indeed returned, taking turns to care for the feverish Zierma. Upon Lian Yang's entrance, Morgan remarked, Zirma's fever has begun to subside. I knew at that moment that you had dealt with Sam. You truly are remarkable. Overflowing with joy, Paris gave Lian Yang a hearty pat on the back. Well done, lad. You've got some real skills. Zirma is already on the mend. However, what exactly is that wretched stone? Lian Yang replied. I cannot say what that accursed thing is, but it seems that piece of rock harbors ambitions to dominate the entire world. Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Paris sprayed the water he had just sipped. A mere stone with such grand ambitions deserves to be shattered by you. By the way, Tana looks rather troubled. It seems she has something to discuss with you. Entering Tana's quarters alone, Lian Yang inquired, Do you need to speak with me? Yes, Tana affirmed. I sought you out to ask something. But first, I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Due to my oversight, a series of crises unfolded in the Yenofa Forest and the Silver Village. Thankfully, with your assistance, matters have finally stabilized. What I wish to know is, having battled Sam, did you notice anything suspicious? Lian Yang understood the nature of Tana's inquiry, nodded, and confidently stated, I sense the presence of dark nightmares emanating from Sam. His sudden surge in power is undoubtedly linked to the dark nightmare. Tana responded, While Sam is indeed a formidable embodiment of malevolence, he lacks the capability to conjure dark nightmares across a rod. There must be other forces at play behind the scenes. Lian Yang remarked, Sam is merely an ignorant pawn. I can feel that some larger crisis is brewing, orchestrated by these detestable ambitionists. As he spoke, Lian Yang felt a surge of anger. There are those who continually sacrifice ordinary people for their own ambitions. Do they truly believe themselves to be above all? Shaking her head, Tana remarked, I have been pondering why Price would be manipulated by Sam. Even in ancient malevolent entities, their power should not surpass that of the elven ruler, Price. Price's former strength was nearly comparable to that of Aganzo during the events in the Wailing Caverns. As she spoke, Tana suddenly had a realization. If Sam carries the essence of dark nightmares, could it be that he too was struck by the dark nightmare, and that it bestowed upon him such transcendent power? Lian Yang asked, Is there any way to uncover Sam's past? His inquiry was not genuinely for the sake of knowledge, but rather a ruse to journey to the sacred site of the Yenofa Forest, the Forest of Oblivion. At this moment, he must adhere to the original narrative. Otherwise, he would lack a suitable excuse to visit the Forest of Oblivion. Indeed, Tana replied. I have conducted my own investigation as well. Aside from a solitary line in Morgan's ancient manuscript, no relevant records have been unearthed. However, the ancient spirits dwelling in the Forest of Forgetfulness might possess valuable knowledge. Will you venture there? The spirits may deliberately pose challenges for you. Yet I firmly believe you shall triumph over their trials. Before your departure, I shall discreetly commission the spirits to relay a message to the master of that realm. I wonder if they will show me any consideration. In any case, I wish you a safe journey and a smooth return in advance. Sigh. Lian Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The Forest of Forgetfulness is a unique map, indeed disconnected from the main quest. Yet it is imperative for Lian Yang to traverse it. For within its depths lie the blessings of the elves, a source of immeasurable power. Chapter 23. Forward to the Forest of Forgetfulness as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden hues upon the tranquil lake beside the serene Silver Village. Lian Yang gazed at the shimmering surface, relishing the fresh breeze that caressed his cheeks, a sensation almost lost to earth. He spread his arms to embrace the calm of the Yenofa Forest, murmuring to himself with a sense of nostalgia. Ah, it is indeed time to embark on a new adventure. Beside him, Celia also savored the sunset. Yet upon hearing Lian Yang's words, she remarked, I must express my gratitude. It is thanks to you that the Silver Village has regained its tranquility. Are you preparing to depart? Before Lian Yang could respond, Balong, casually lying on the ground with a blade of grass in his mouth, interjected. It is not merely he who intends to leave, but rather the three of us desire to journey forth, to explore and perhaps unveil the shroud of the Black Nightmare. We cannot allow this dark nightmare to wreak further havoc. Alice, who ardently believed that true love exists only between kindred spirits, fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Celia, her fiery eyes locked onto Celia's exquisite features and alluring form. With a sparkle in her eyes, she exclaimed, In truth, Celia, you too could join us on our adventures. Can you truly allow such a delicate beauty as I to follow two reckless sword-wielders? Her tone bore a hint of vulnerability, reminiscent of Little Red Riding Hood facing the big bad wolf. As her words hung in the air, both Lian Yang and Balong shuddered in unison. After their time together, the extraordinary proclivities of the stunning Alice and her unabashed declaration that true love thrives only among those of the same gender had become common knowledge. Lian Yang and Balong had never considered her a target of any sort, let alone entertain notions of friendship turning into something more. Celia, feeling the weight of Alice's intense gaze upon her, appeared uneasy. Though they were all very close friends and Celia was well aware of Alice's inclinations, she still spoke with hopeful anticipation. Is that truly the case? I can join you on your adventures? I wish to remain by your side always. Lian Yang nodded affirmatively. Of course, with the erudite Celia accompanying us, we shall surely avoid many detours. Unbeknownst to Celia, Lian Yang also harbored intentions of whisking her away, considering her to be the legendary jack of all trades. Elated, Celia recalled the news of Paris and Silma preparing to depart, saying, by the way, Silma has regained her health, and Paris is set to accompany her back to her homeland. She has gone to bid farewell to Tana now. Let us be on our way. Upon hearing that Paris was about to depart, Lian Yang remarked, regardless of her elevated status, she is still a comrade with whom we have fought side by side. It is only fitting to bid her farewell. Baron casually spat out the small blade of grass from his mouth, exclaiming, I truly yearn for the adventures that lie ahead. Thank you, Lian Yang. In the years prior, our battles were merely for survival, but ever since Lian Yang's arrival, I have gained the gift of friendship. Adventure seems to have taken on a new significance. Thus, my heart is filled with gratitude towards Lian Yang. Isn't it a bit bittersweet? Alice interjected, giving Baron a playful kick. Though she may be a bit older, she is undeniably a stunning beauty. Hurry along. If you keep me from saying goodbye to her, I won't let you off easily. Having traveled through Arad for a considerable time, Alice was well aware of the disdain that people held towards those afflicted with Kazan syndrome. She simply wished for Baron to shed his feelings of inferiority. At the entrance of Silver Village, Tana greeted Lian Yang and his companions. So, you have come to bid farewell to Paris as well. Handing 4 passes to Lian Yang, Paris said, I was just about to seek you out. Your arrival is quite timely. Here are the passes for the Heidmer ruins. Without these, the guards will not permit you to pass. Consider this our parting gift, though it may be a bit meager, it is all we have to offer. Should you wish to visit us during your adventures, you are always welcome, as long as you don't mind the monotony. With that, she turned and departed without hesitation. In truth, it was her lack of friends that made her fearful of saying goodbye. The still somewhat frail Silma also turned away, waving her hand from a distance, and called out, Thank you for your care during this time. Until we meet again. The late-arriving Morgan sighed as she watched Silma's retreating figure, saying, She is left. She really needs more time to recuperate, alas. Observing Morgan's melancholy demeanor, Tana explained, I heard they have been tirelessly investigating the Black Nightmare to protect the residents of Heidmer ruins. After being away for so long and with so much having transpired, they must be eager to return. Lian Yang, who had been silent for a while, addressed Tana, It seems I too should pay a visit to the Forest of Oblivion. Let it serve as my final destination in Silver Village. Deep within the depths of the Yenofa forest, I sensed a tremendous surge of magical energy. The potent magic permeating the air and the markings on the map confirmed that this was indeed the destination of the 3 of them, the Forest of Oblivion. Non-elf races would be ensnared here, forever wandering. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal fire giant appeared before Lian Yang and his companions. It was the high-ranking fire spirit, Flame Herrick. Before Lian Yang could utter a word, Herrick continued, However, you have received the protection of the Guardian. I shall grant you a chance for challenge. Should you succeed in sealing the 4 elemental spirits within this land, I will open the path for you. With that, Flame Herrick vanished in the span of 2 sentences, from arrival to departure. It was as if he had never been there at all. Let us fight. A horde of night demons materialized before Lian Yang and his companions, affirming that Herrick had indeed once been present. What an exquisite sword! Thank you, my dear brother. Baron unsheathed the colossal blade, the unique and formidable power of the artifact invigorating his spirit. Transforming his hand cannon into a brand new laser cannon, Alice haughtily remarked, What a splendid treasure! However, Lian Yang, do not even think about using it to pursue me. I am a daughter of Celia. Having grown familiar with one another, the camaraderie allowed for playful banter. Blood frenzy, with a head full of black lines, Lian Yang chose to ignore Alice's taunt and eagerly activated blood frenzy. The night demon, a kind of elf, was actually closer to a beast, possessing only rudimentary intelligence, somewhat akin to a gorilla, but with a strong sense of territoriality. Thus, they served as the natural guardians of the Forgotten Forest. Sensing the presence of Lian Yang and his companions, the night demons, feeling their territory encroached upon, were driven to madness. For many years, no human had dared to invade their domain. With ferocious roars, they brandished the various weapons prepared by the elves and charged wildly forward. Soul Grasp. Targeting the nearest night demon, Lian Yang unleashed the long-envied Soul Grasp. His elegant left hand instantly splattered with blood as it fiercely seized the oncoming creature. The ghostly sword technique. Blood energy enveloped the sword light, while white light shimmered upon the blade. With Kazan's cursed colossal sword in his main hand, and a peculiar light sword formed through the sword's glow in his offhand, Lian Yang attacked with alternating strikes, swiftly shredding the night demon into fragments. Shaking his left hand, Lian Yang couldn't help but ponder that perhaps the greatest regret of Silver Village was not acquiring a truly functional artifact sword. Yet, he also understood that the rarity and power of an artifact were precisely what made it an artifact. Abundance could never be deemed a good thing. The night demons launched frenzied attacks, but the Berserker Baron was equally unyielding. Activating Blood Frenzy, he wielded his deadly dual swords with remarkable speed. Under the relentless onslaught of his razor-sharp blades, none of the night demons that approached him stood a chance. They were all reduced to mere shreds. Mountain Breaker. Having dispatched the foes before him, Baron leapt into the air and cleaved a distant night demon in twain with a single stroke, cross slash. The colossal sword swung horizontally and vertically, unleashing a massive crimson cross-shaped sword energy that once again cleaved the enemies before him. Each of Baron's attacks was marked by a brutal ferocity. "Isn't it beautiful?" Alice mused to herself, as her laser cannon emitted a blinding white aurora die in an instant. The enemies before her were pierced through and fell silently. A night demon stealthily approached from Alice's rear. Cannon blast. Swiftly pivoting, she raised her hand and executed a cannon blast, abruptly thrusting the enemy away. Pulling the trigger, the thunderous roar of the shell obliterated the foe caught at the muzzle. The night demons, though a type of elf, were closer to animals, instinctively possessing a sense of territory. Animals defend their domains, but when faced with a formidable adversary, they are forced to retreat. In this moment, the overwhelming strength of Lian Yang and his companions compelled the night demons to flee. Few that they have finally run away. Alice wiped her hand cannon cleaned. "I truly dislike battling those brutish, hulking creatures. Yet, an artifact is still an artifact. No matter how powerful rare equipment may be, it ultimately pales in comparison to an artifact." Adjusting his colossal sword upon his back, Baron remarked, "It is not merely about the surface attributes. There seems to be a transcendent power inherent in artifacts that exists beyond mere statistics." Lian Yang had never felt much, even with an array of powerful artifacts at his disposal. However, for Baron and Alice, who were originally mere members of the Adventurer's army, the impact was profound. When it came to sheer statistics, artifacts did not significantly surpass rare equipment. Yet, in the heat of battle, the enhancement provided by artifact-grade weapons was a formidable force that mere data could not adequately convey. Lian Yang, though personally indifferent, was intrigued by Baron and Alice's observations. "Is it the principle of hierarchy?" he pondered aloud. Hope explained. "This world operates under a system of hierarchical laws. Essentially, ordinary white gear, advanced blue gear, and rare purple gear all fall under the category of mortal equipment. However, starting from artifact-grade pink gear, these items transcend mere mortal status and enter a higher echelon, divine gear. The law of hierarchy enforces an absolute dominance of higher tiers over lower ones. To quantify this, a wielder of an artifact can possess combat power exceeding that of a non-wielder by over 200, yet there exists an exception. Relic-grade equipment, which, while classified as artifacts, are merely pseudo-artifacts. Despite their formidable attributes, they do not enhance combat effectiveness against mortals, nor do they diminish when facing true artifacts. After contemplating this, Lian Yang inquired, "So, relics are akin to advanced rare equipment, correct?" "Precisely," Hope affirmed. Upon hearing this explanation, Lian Yang chuckled. "It seems we ought to collect more artifacts in the future." Rolling her eyes, Alice retorted with feigned exasperation, "Do you think artifacts grow on trees? Most artifacts have owners, and the number of reincarnated artifacts is exceedingly rare." "Fool," Baron continued forward without looking back. Lian Yang, feeling awkward after his gaffe, chuckled sheepishly. He had indeed thought of this as a game, where artifacts were as common as vegetables. While the number of adventurers was countless, the artifacts were limited to a mere few hundred. Collecting them was no simple task. As they pressed on, they encountered an open clearing where 4 purple sprites and a dark sprite awaited them in silence. Lian Yang nodded. "It seems our first challenge is the dark sprite." Chapter 24. The Forest of Forgotten. The 4 elemental sprites. I am the dark sprite Della. Strength is justice. Let us battle. Human, Della, an entity seemingly formed from a swirling black mist, possessed an ardent zeal for power, akin to that of other dark sprites. And no sooner had he spoken than arrows of concentrated dark energy were unleashed towards Lian Yang and his companions. With the blend of bloodlust and sword energy, Lian Yang deftly wielded the demon sword technique, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming arrows. Let us engage. The four purple sprites, equally resolute, summoned dark energy orbs that hurtled towards them. I'll take the left, you handle the right. Baron and Alice quickly organized their roles. Although all were purple sprites, the sprites of the Forest of Forgotten were significantly more potent due to the area's dense magical energy, rivaling that of the Sprite King outside. Thus, the strongest dark sprite was left to Lian Yang, while Baron and Alice each faced two purple sprites. The combat style of the dark sprite was astonishingly straightforward. As Lian Yang approached, a dark energy ball was suddenly propelled through the air. As creatures of darkness, summoning dark elements to attack was instinctual for it. You truly are an unwavering exponent of power. Dodging the perilous dark energy projectile with a deft maneuver, Lian Yang jestingly addressed Della. Triple slash. With a resounding shout, Lian Yang surged forward to Della's side, calmly asserting, in truth, I too am an advocate of power, yet I believe my strength surpasses yours. Inner demon swordsmanship. A seamless and incisive assault has always been Lian Yang's hallmark. In close quarters, the swiftest inner demon swordsmanship was unleashed. Surprisingly, the dissipating power of Della coalesced once more, as he remarked, if evading attacks is also a form of power. Abruptly, dark elemental arrows reappeared, launching a sharp onslaught. Della's attacks were indeed elusive and unpredictable. However, Lian Yang remained unfazed, for to him, combat was a dance upon the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to death. The exhilarating thrill of life and death intoxicated Lian Yang. Flowing heart leap, countless instances of his combat intuition had saved Lian Yang's life, and this time was no exception. With a graceful flowing heart leap, he effortlessly evaded Della's arrows. You are correct, evasion is indeed a form of power. But Lian Yang reappeared beside Della, soul grasp. He seized Della firmly in his grasp. I believe it is far more advantageous to leave the enemy with nowhere to escape. Della had no time to react. As Lian Yang released his grip, his dual swords danced with fervor, executing the inner demon swordsmanship. The brief yet resplendent skirmish came to a close, and in the center of the clearing, a pitch-black stone pillar began to rise. Human, your power is formidable. I bestow my blessings upon you. Della's voice resonated within the minds of Lian Yang and his companions. Lian Yang opened the character panel, observing the notifications. Stamina increased by 50, Dark Attribute Enhancement 100, Dark Attribute Resistance 100. Nodding, Lian Yang called out, the dark sprite has been dealt with. Your strengths have been considerably augmented, I presume? Let us proceed to the next destination. The buffs in the Forgotten Forest are merely temporary, bestowed by benevolent sprites to aid recognized intruders. Following the solitary path not far ahead, a second clearing came into view, as anticipated. This was the domain of the fire spirits. 4 flame squirrels and a fire sprite awaited Lian Yang and his companions in quiet anticipation. Upon their arrival, the fire sprite greeted them. Humans, I am the fire sprite, known to all as the devourer of spirits. Lian Yang nodded. I am Lian Yang, I am Baron. Baron unsheathed his massive sword. Alice, this battle shall be entrusted to me. Fire is the ally of the artillery master. Indeed, it is the very essence of their power. Not far off were the bear flamethrowers, cannons, anti-tank guns, and even laser cannons, all fundamentally relying on fire to deliver lethal blows to their foes. Very well, I shall take the left. You take the right. Lian Yang and Baron continued to allocate their combat roles, leaving the main stage to Alice, as they trusted in her prowess. The devourer of spirits did not rush to attack. Calmly inquiring, human girl, what is fire? The devourer of spirits refrained from launching an assault, yet that did not deter Alice. Transforming her hand cannon into a flamethrower, she unleashed a searing inferno, fiercely directed at the devourer of spirits. With a fierce shout, she declared, fire is merely fire. There is no need for excessive discourse. I know that fire embodies the force of offense. As the ferocious flames surged forth, the spirit devourer remained undaunted. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped its form, and a flame of equal magnitude surged forth to meet Alice's fiery onslaught. You are correct. Fire is indeed fire, and I should not attribute too much to it. So let it burn. In stark contrast to Alice's flame emitted from her flamethrower, the spirit devourer's fire was evidently more pure. Sensing her flames being overpowered, Alice could not help but exclaim, truly, you are worthy of the title fire spirit. It seems rather presumptuous for me to unleash my flames in your presence. I am genuinely fond of you, but the battle must persist. the Spirit Devourer, an embodiment of flame, was one of the purest fires in existence. Ha ha. Alice suddenly laughed heartily. The battle has already concluded. Laser cannon. In the blink of an eye, her flamethrower transformed into a laser cannon, and the robust beam shattered the Spirit Devourer's flames, continuing its assault upon its very form. The Spirit Devourer dissipated, leaving behind a towering crimson pillar of stone. Its voice resonated in the ears of all present. Such astonishing flames, O humanity! I bestow my blessings upon you. Sheathing his sword, Lian Yang nodded at Alice. Well done, Alice. It seems we have acquired a new buff power increase of 200, fire attribute enhancement 100, fire attribute resistance 100. Observing the formidable buffs displayed on the panel, Baron chuckled. The Dark Elf claims to revere strength. Yet it is the fire spirit's buffs that grant us true power. How amusing! The benevolent spirit bore no trace of malice. Thus, although the battle among Lian Yang and his companions might have been intense, it was not perilous. They pressed on, and the third challenge materialized before them. The temperature is so low, Baron, bare-chested, displayed a keen sensitivity to the cold. Equally attuned to the chill, he remarked, this must be the ice spirit's domain. Allow me to handle it. The thought of fiery blood clashing with the icy spirit was indeed exhilarating. Indeed. I, too, look forward to our duel, human. I am the ice spirit, Shisuk. Sensing the arrival of Lian Yang and his companions, Shisuk greeted them, displaying a warmth that seemed to surpass that of the fire spirit despite its frigid nature. The air grew increasingly frigid. Baron, sensitive to the temperature, distinctly felt the air drop by several degrees upon Shisuk's arrival. Lian Yang remarked, this is likely the most challenging battle environment we have faced yet. It is truly freezing. I refuse to be beautiful yet frozen. Alice, clad in scant fabric, summoned her flamethrower, seemingly prioritizing warmth over combat. Though the temperature is frigid, my blood appears to be surging. With sword in hand, Baron gazed at Shisuk with fervor. Ice arrow technique. As a primordial spirit, the mastery of elemental forces was as instinctual as breathing for Shisuk. In an instant, icy arrows were unleashed. Cross slash. Channeling his blood energy, Baron swung his colossal sword, delivering a massive crimson cross that cleaved through the azure ice arrows. With a shattering sound, the frigid arrows broke apart like glass, scattering across the ground. Mountain crash. With a single strike, the second blow swiftly followed. Baron leapt high into the air, delivering a fierce downward slash. Clang. An icy shield materialized above Shisuk's head in an instant. Baron's sword, with the momentum of a raging torrent, seemed invincible. Shisuk's shield, cold and unyielding, stood resolute. The tale of spear and shield is a timeless exploration of humanity. Clang, crashed, Shisuk's shield shattered. Yet, Baron's sword failed to strike Shisuk, suggesting that this encounter between spear and shield ended in a stalemate. No, it was Baron who emerged the loser. Though Baron did not land a blow on Shisuk, he still closed the distance. Rage erupted. The surge of bloodlust and Baron's fury erupted from the ground, and in a mere moment, Shisuk was engulfed by Baron's wrath. A cerulean stone pillar rose slowly, heralding Baron's triumph. The passionate human exclaimed, "What an exhilarating battle! Accept my blessings!" Shisuk's voice echoed. Intelligence increased by 200, Ice Attribute Enhancement 100, Ice Attribute Resistance 100. Upon glancing at the buff, Lian Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the Ice Spirit rewards intelligence, yet you, a mere brute, managed to push through. Baron flushed with embarrassment, hastily defending himself. That's the principle of overpowering with strength. Since meeting Lian Yang, he had merely followed Lian Yang's ideas and decisions, his innate laziness relegating him to the role of a fighter, thus earning him the title of Brute Bull. Upon hearing Baron actually attempt to defend himself, Alice couldn't help but smile. Strategy is essential in battle. Perhaps this is wisdom in itself? Exactly. With Alice providing a lifeline, Baron eagerly seized the opportunity, declaring, "Let us hurry. We're almost at the final challenge. In the realm of the light spirits, let us battle. I am Vengeance Fong." To their surprise, the light spirit Vengeance Fong was rather impatient, eager to commence the fight upon their first meeting. 3 strikes. Before Lian Yang could utter a word, crack, a thick bolt of lightning struck him. "It's painful. Alice, provide range support. Baron, you handle the illusion spirit." With a blow thwarted, Lian Yang quickly adjusted his strategy. Flowing Heart Leap. Although the dash distance of Flowing Heart Leap was slightly shorter than that of a 3-strike combo, its fewer movements made it considerably swifter. Within the blink of an eye, Lian Yang unleashed his most adept technique, the Inside Demon Sword Art, as he arrived before Vengeance Fong. Crack! The sword cleaved into Vengeance Fong. Yet simultaneously, the electric current coursed through Lian Yang's body. The sting felt akin to the ferocious bite of a wild beast. Truly, the name Vengeance Fong was well earned. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lian Yang downed a kiss of Remy and roared, "Alice, I'll hold them off while you attack." Understood. Laser cannon. Since acquiring the laser cannon, it had become Alice's favorite skill, not only for its speed and power but also for its remarkable accuracy, far surpassing that of cannons and anti-tank weaponry. Boom. The previously silent laser struck Vengeance Fong's body, producing a resounding explosion reminiscent of a collision between electrodes. Well done. Fire another shot to finish it. Alice's laser cannon inflicted damage on Vengeance Fong that exceeded all expectations. It is evident that the vengeful fangs, as pure embodiments of energy, remarkably diminished in size by half under Alice's formidable strike. With a swift leap, Lian Yang soared into the air. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning struck him mid-jump. The electric current surged through his body, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing throughout him. Gritting his teeth, Lian Yang resolved to fight on. He downed a vial of Remy's kiss and leapt once more, undeterred by the impending lightning strike. He fixed his gaze upon the bolt as he approached the vengeful fangs. In a burst of rage, he struck true, his fury hitting the vengeful fangs. Laser cannon. Simultaneously, Alice's laser cannon accurately struck the vengeful fangs as well as he beheld the silver-white pillar rising slowly. Lian Yang could not help but exhale in relief. The vengeful fangs were truly formidable. Humans, your resilience astonishes me. I bestow my blessings upon you. Spirit increased by 50, light attribute enhancement 100, light attribute resistance 100. Humans, you have received the blessings of the 4 elemental spirits. We await your arrival in the deepest depths of the Forgotten Forest. The voice of Herrick resonated once more through the Forgotten Forest. Chapter 25. The blessing of the elemental spirits, O brave souls who tread upon this land. We shall test your virtue. At this moment, the fiery Herrick, the icy Aquilus, the spectral Merkel, and the laser-wielding Grelin stood fully armed in the innermost depths of the Forgotten Forest, awaiting the arrival of Lian Yang and his companions. Upon stepping into the heart of the Forgotten Forest, Lian Yang could not help but chuckle. Is strength synonymous with justice? Is might the essence of goodness? Unsheath the sword and let battle commence. Force is always the highest decree. The weak may speak, but the strong shall fight. As higher-tier spirits, their forms began to evolve towards a humanoid state, no longer mere wisps of energy characteristic of lower-tier spirits. The higher-tier spirits, now possessing semi-human forms, no longer relied solely on elemental powers in combat. Whoosh! The sound of Herrick's attack reverberated as his fiery blade slashed fiercely towards Lian Yang. Though Herrick's sword was not swift, the intense heat radiating from the blade exerted immense pressure. Block. With his sword positioned horizontally, Lian Yang opted to defend against Herrick's powerful strike. It must be noted that the world of Dungeons and Warriors ultimately operates under a system of data. Certain principles that apply on Earth simply do not hold true here. For instance, as long as the disparity in power levels is not substantial, a block can perfectly negate an attack in the shadows. The spectral Merkel stealthily approached Lian Yang, lying in wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Effortlessly parrying Herrick's overhead strike, Lian Yang unleashed a flurry of swordplay. The inner demon sword technique. The more he practiced, the more Lian Yang realized that the inner demon sword technique was not merely a swordsmanship style. Rather, it was a technique that fully utilized the energy within one's body for combat. At that moment, Merkel made his move. While Lian Yang's swords frantically assaulted Herrick, he unwittingly exposed himself to Merkel from behind. The scythe in Merkel's hand remained still, yet it moved with the swiftness of thunder. The pitch-black blade shimmered with purple light, an embodiment of dark energy. Just as the strike was about to cleave into Lian Yang's back, clang, it was Baron, wielding his massive sword, who, at a crucial moment, adeptly blocked Merkel's attack. Ambushes are not a commendable habit. Come and fight me. After all, it was not Lian Yang himself in the fray, allowing him to confidently entrust his back to Baron, who indeed did not disappoint him. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he proclaimed, "Flowing heart, ascend." Grasping his sword with both hands, he pressed the blade against Herrick, leaping into the air while simultaneously lifting Herrick off the ground. In midair, Lian Yang unleashed a series of slashes. The massive sword danced through the air, the force of his cleaving strikes propelling him higher, followed by another powerful slash, creating a flurry of aerial combat. Barbecue! Alice executed a backward kick, sending the icy figure of Aquilus soaring into the sky, while the ferocious green machine gun unleashed a barrage of fired rat-a-tat-tat. The savage bullets ricocheted off Aquilus's form. As the ice sprite's body proved as unyielding as ancient ice itself, Alice's attacks were sharp, yet Aquilus was no slouch either. Stabilizing in midair, he raised a hand, unleashing an incredibly frigid blast of cold air. Hey! A swift roll allowed Alice to evade the icy onslaught from Aquilus. What a perilous situation! Laser cannon. Turning around to fire, Alice, hailing from the celestial realm, would not miss any opportunity to strike. The battle between Lian Yang and Herrick remained intense. Likewise, the clash between Baron and Merkel was a reciprocal exchange. Even Alice and Aquilus were engaged in a back-and-forth of gunfire and ice arrows, each retaliating with fervor. However, while Lian Yang had 3 allies, the upper-tier sprites numbered 4. The most overlooked yet most dangerous was the light element upper-tier sprite, Laser Grelin. Combat offers no leniency, no mercy. Unbeknownst to most, Grelin quietly gathered an unprecedentedly powerful attack in an inconspicuous corner, its body shimmering with increasingly intense lightning, signaling that a formidable strike was imminent. Just then, a whoa! It was Little Dot. Evidently, someone had been aware of the perilous Laser Grelin. From the very beginning of the battle, the most dangerous Laser Grelin had been entrusted to Little, the divine beast known as the Holy Kirin of Light. Though still quite young and unable to speak, Little Dot possessed an intelligence that was certainly not lacking. Initially poised to confront Grelin, Little Dot realized it had not garnered Grelin's attention. Furthermore, it seemed Grelin was intent on gathering a powerful attack, prompting Little to stealthily observe from the sidelines. Remaining silent, at last, Grelin's super attack reached completion, and just as it was about to unleash its fury, Little Dot pounced upon Grelin with lightning speed, interrupting its long-planned assault. Even for an elemental life form, the backlash of magic was no small discomfort. In that instant of disruption, Grelin collapsed to the ground, convulsing and sparking with electricity. Upon witnessing Grelin writhing on the ground, Lian Yang called out, "Friends, let us go." Give those 3 a beating. Did Herrick truly possess the strength to match Lian Yang's resolve? It was not just him. In truth, both Baron and Alice had the capability to independently deal with their respective adversaries. Yet the battle remained in a stalemate, each side locked in a dance of blades and swords. The inherent danger posed by Grelin at the side is undeniable. When it comes to strength, the 4 great spirits are indeed on par with one another. However, in terms of peril, the combined threat of Flame Herrick, Ice Shadow Aquilus, and Soul Reaper Merkel pales in comparison to the formidable menace of Aurora Grelin. For who can underestimate the incapacitating effects of lightning? Battle is not merely a contest of brute force. Intellect plays a crucial role as well. The 4 high-ranking spirits, having dwelled for years in the Forest of Oblivion, lack the complex thoughts of Lian Yang and his companions, failing to realize that the seemingly equal confrontation before them is merely a fade orchestrated by Lian Yang and his allies. With a decisive 3-stage slash, soul-devouring hand, Lian Yang executed a swift maneuver, abruptly interrupting his technique with the rigid demon sword, and instead, he seamlessly transitioned into a 3-stage slash, darting behind Herrick. His blood-infused left hand seized Herrick with ferocity, while his right hand, harnessing power, drove a fierce stab into Herrick's body. Cross-slash, Ballon S cross-slash effortlessly deflected Merkel's scythe attack, and in a heartbeat, thrust. The sudden assault compelled Merkel to raise his scythe defensively against Ballon's ferocious thrust. Yet it was not over. Rage eruption? A torrent of blood energy savagely crashed into Merkel. Ice Shadow Aquilus, the rigid Alice suddenly called out. What? The silent battle was momentarily disrupted by Alice's unexpected summons, leaving Aquilus taken aback. However, battle does not permit distraction. Feel the onslaught of a tempest. With a mere gesture, a cannon appeared. Compared to the penetrating force of an anti-tank gun, the cannon's attack was undoubtedly more explosive. Boom! The moment the shell made contact with Aquilus, it erupted violently. Yet Alice's assault did not cease there. Bang! After firing the cannon, Alice swiftly transformed her hand cannon into a flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of flames that Aquilus could not withstand. But what truly constitutes a tempestuous onslaught? A mere 3 axes cannot be deemed a tempest. Stepping forward was the barbecue, as she delivered a kick that sent the rigid Aquilus soaring into the air, while the frantic Grelin machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets upon her. Suddenly, a blinding laser flashed, as if Alice intended to unleash every skill in her arsenal. The Grelin machine gun was not yet finished, and in an instant, the laser cannon surged forth with ferocity. Phew! After her frenzied assault on Aquilus, Alice exhaled softly and declared, "It is over." The anti-tank cannon. At the very spot where Aquilus was scorched by the laser cannon, Alice's anti-tank shell penetrated cleanly through. The power of Flame Herrick is formidable. However, Lian Yang, convinced that his strength rivals Herrick's, chose to confront it head-on. The body of Soul Reaper Merkel is the sturdiest, yet when faced with the Berserker Balan, he could only passively endure the blows. The Blood Berserker can absorb health. A dangerously low life force will lead to weakness. The most intricate of all is Ice Shadow Aquilus, for being an ice spirit. Its body is incredibly resilient. Thus, Alice's prior series of assaults had a singular objective: to raise Aquilus' temperature and diminish its corporeal hardness, ultimately delivering a lethal blow with the most penetrating anti-tank cannon. As the battle concluded, all fallen spirits rose once more, a flash of brilliance illuminating the scene, as if they had suffered no injuries at all. Standing at the forefront, the luminous Grelin spoke slowly. "Warrior, I shall answer your query." Sam, who lay dormant in resentment, was inevitably destined to face the fate of erosion and disappearance. Yet the Black Nightmare bestowed upon him a formidable power. Beside him, Baron and Alice. Upon hearing this, silently acknowledged the truth of his words, Grelin continued. After acquiring the malevolent power of the Black Nightmare, the magic stone attacked the Silver Village and absorbed the strength of the sacred tree. Beginning to manipulate the elves. At this juncture, Grelin's expression was one of lingering trepidation as he gratefully remarked, "Fortuitously, you have defeated it, returning to the original trajectory of fate. However, the root of calamity still resides in the disappearance of the elves in Arad." Lian Yang resolutely declared, "The battle with Sam is merely the inception of our struggle against those who seek to subvert the continent of Arad. The Black Nightmare continues to spread along the main road. Our fight shall not cease." The soul of Merkel interjected, "Those who are sheltered by the Guardians, our confrontation with you is not a deliberate provocation, but rather a necessity to ascertain your strength due to certain matters." The icy silhouette of Aquilus took up Merkel's words, adding, "The girl you saved is the child we have long protected. Yet, in the face of the world's crisis, we find ourselves powerless. Through this battle, you have validated your strength. Although still feeble, I have decided to entrust the girl to your guardianship." As she spoke, she handed Lian Yang a shard of deep purple-black, saying, "Please utilize this fragment from another realm to enhance your power and safeguard her diligently." Upon accepting the otherworldly shard, Lian Yang observed as the four high-ranking elves simultaneously proclaimed, "Justice, kindness, and brave warriors. On behalf of the fire element, I bless you. Fear not the darkness. It shall shield you from harm. On behalf of the dark element, I bless you. Remember, only a heart ablaze shall not feel the chill amidst the snow. On behalf of the water element, I bless you. Where there is light, there is hope. On behalf of the light element, I bless you, young warrior. With our blessings, go forth and combat the forces of evil." Lian Yang, Baron, Alice, and the diminutive body of the Holy Kirin radiated with the shimmering hues of four colors. This was a narrative unprecedented in the game, a power that had never existed before. It seemed. Gazing at the permanent buff on the attribute panel, Baron chuckled. "These elves aren't so bothersome after all." Alice, with a casual flick, launched a cannonball at Baron, sending him flying. "You pitiful fool, a permanent buff has swayed you so easily. But this buff is indeed formidable. Elemental Elf's Blessing, blessed forever by the Elemental Elf's Strength 100, Intelligence 100, Stamina 30, Spirit 30, all attributes enhanced 50, all attribute resistances 50. Chapter 26. The power system unleashed Silver Village upon seeing the figures of Lian Yang and his companions appear at the village entrance. Celia greeted them. "You have returned." Sensing a faint, otherworldly aura emanating from Lian Yang, a sense of speculation arose within, prompting an uncertain inquiry. "Goodness! That fragment must be from the Forest of Oblivion's elves, right? Did they bestow it upon you?" Lian Yang nodded, elucidating, "For certain reasons, they entrusted this fragment to us to enhance our powers." However, Lian Yang could not reveal to Celia that the ancient elves had given him the fragment with the intention of enabling their protection over her. Some truths are far better left undisclosed, especially the knowledge that Celia is the only half-elf in Arad, which must be kept under wraps. Although suspicions lingered, the confirmation left Celia in awe, exclaiming, "I heard that shortly after the cataclysm, fragments imbued with mysterious powers were discovered in this very forest. Yet, the elves, fearing potential misuse, decided to safeguard it themselves. But now, they have entrusted it to you. You've truly earned their recognition. How remarkable." Alice waved her hand dismissively, stepping forward to embrace Alice. "Recognition or not, dear sister, I am very much eager for your approval." Suddenly enveloped in Alice's embrace, Celia's cheeks flushed, and she bashfully replied, "Oh dear, Alice, please don't tease. It's not like that. I truly do like you." Had it not been for Lian Yang and Baron's presence, Alice, holding Celia in a rather affectionate manner, might have been tempted to take liberties. Observing Celia's shy yet flustered demeanor, Lian Yang interjected, "All right, Alice, I am preparing to bid farewell to Tana. Is Tana indeed leaving? Will Celia accompany her?" Tana's tone carried both reluctance and hope. Nodding, Lian Yang affirmed, "Yes, she will be joining us." Tana inquired, "Have you decided where to go?" Baron interjected, "Perhaps we shall venture to the Dark City for a visit." Tana nodded in agreement, stating, "That is a commendable choice. The Dark City is the capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom. Following the Dark Queen's open policy, it has become a hub for adventurers and merchants alike after the Cataclysm. I believe it will suit you who cherish adventure quite well." "Indeed, indeed," Alice chimed in, her excitement palpable. "During our time in the Celestial Realm, I heard that the heart of Arad is Hertenmar, but upon my arrival here, I discovered that under the influence of the Cataclysm, Hertenmar has been reduced to ruins, while the Dark City has emerged as the new center of the continent. How enticing it is!" Watching Alice's fervent enthusiasm, particularly the fervor gleaming in her eyes, Lian Yang felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed Alice harbored tendencies of a shopaholic. Lian Yang stepped beyond the boundaries of the Silver Village. The mechanical voice of hope resonated once more, detecting host's departure from the underground city and the novice village of Silver Village. New subsystem activation. New subsystem activation successful. Opening new subsystem, faction system. Detecting host's exit from the novice village, reward level increased to 25. The familiar voice of hope chimed in, "You're progressing quite swiftly, aren't you? Already left the novice village?" Lian Yang, in a moment of speechlessness, remarked, "Brother, I have been in this world for a year and a half, and I have only just emerged from the novice village. Back on Earth, I could accomplish everything in merely 2 hours." Hope, chuckling, replied, "Do not be so ungrateful, my friend. While Earth may be a game, this realm, despite being a world of data, is nonetheless a genuine reality. If it were truly possible to attain your current prowess in just 2 hours, I shudder to imagine the chaos that would ensue." "Indeed." Lian Yang pondered for a moment and found merit in Hope's words. Having been engrossed in idle chatter, Hope interjected, "Advancing 25 levels is trivial. Yet this power system is akin to a calf crossing a river, exceedingly profound." Nodding, Lian Yang responded, "From the name alone, I can glean its essence, but I would appreciate it if you could elucidate further." Hope began to explain, "The power system traverses the vast multiverses. A lone wanderer cannot thrive. As the saying goes, a hero needs a band of 3. The host requires a formidable force as a solid foundation, which is why the power subsystem has emerged. The host can recruit any sentient being from any plane that consents to join. Presently, the power system has a maximum capacity of 10 members. The power system boasts 2 key functions. 1. Members of this power can utilize the Hope Mall system, which is identical to that of the host. 2. Members can partake in the slaughter system, which mirrors the host system. The host enjoys special privileges within the power system. 1. For every transaction made by a member in the mall, the host receives a 20 commission on the expenditure. 2. For every experience gained by a member, the host receives a 5 share of the accrued experience. Should a member depart from the power, all benefits derived from the power system will vanish. Should a member betray the power, they will be obliterated. The host retains the authority to expel members, and being expelled equates to severing ties with the power. Upon hearing about the power system, Lian Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that as the number of individuals under his command increased, even if he spent his days in slumber, the rate of his strength's growth would be astonishing. The allure of the mall and the slaughter system was nearly irresistible for the denizens of Arad continent, especially since it was evident that Lian Yang would maintain absolute control over all members of this power, eliminating any possibility of betrayal. Hope continued, moreover, upon reaching level 25, the mall has unveiled a myriad of new items. The Lucky Magic Box, with a maximum daily purchase limit of 20, the fashion system, allowing the host to customize appearance. Currently, only high-end and regular fashions are available. The Resilient Energy Elixir, the Martial Artist's Spirit Elixir, the Energy Elixir, and the Master's Secret. Phew. Who would have thought that emerging from a novice village would lead to such an abundance of new offerings? Lian Yang hastily inquired, "Hope, are there any other new additions?" Rolling his eyes, Hope replied, "If there were, I would have mentioned them. For now, it is only these. I strongly advise you to quickly recruit Alice and Baron into the power. I must inform you in advance that members of the power can accompany you beyond this world. This truly is a timely boon." Initially, I believe that even with the power of our faction, we would only be confined to the original timeline. Although it could serve as an offline experience device, the current slots for members of the faction under Lian Yang are indeed limited. However, if the faction members could accompany Lian Yang as he traverses different worlds, the significance of our faction would ascend to unprecedented heights. After introducing the new system, Hope fell back into silence, yet Lian Yang pondered how to broach this matter with Baron and the others, his brow furrowed in contemplation throughout the journey. Though none were particularly meticulous, Lian Yang's continued frowning did not escape the notice of Baron and Alice, let alone the astute Celia. "What troubles you, Lian Yang?" Celia inquired with genuine concern. This moment should be a rare period of leisure for the group, and Lian Yang ought not to wear such a troubled expression. After much deliberation, Lian Yang resolved to be forthright, stating, "If I were to say that I am not from this world, would you believe me?" Before Baron could respond, Alice burst into laughter. "Not from this world? I am not from this world either. Yet we remain good friends, no?" Lian Yang shook his head, insisting, "No, strictly speaking, the celestial realm and Arad exist on the same planet, in the same dimension, in the same timeline. But I do not belong here. I hail from another timeline." Interrupting Lian Yang, Baron nonchalantly remarked, "What difference does it make? You are our friend, and that is all that matters. Where you come from is irrelevant." Celia nodded in agreement, adding, "Whether you are from here or elsewhere, as long as you are our friend, that is sufficient as long as you remain the kind-hearted Lian Yang." "It seems you are right." Lian Yang nodded with a smile, surprised by his own apprehension. In novels from Earth, individuals from other realms are often instinctively met with some degree of aversion. However, Arad is different. This continent is a haven for a myriad of life forms. The presence of beings from other realms is not uncommon here, which has fostered a general acceptance of outsiders among the people of Arad. Lian Yang continued, "You are all aware that I possess certain unique means to procure special items. I can provide them to you, but it requires your entry into my faction." As soon as Lian Yang's words fell, Baron and Alice heard the mechanical voice of Hope. "Lian Yang invites you to join the faction. Do you accept?" "Accepted." Without hesitation, the two agreed to join, regardless of the nature of the faction. "Alice and Baron have joined your faction, significantly enhancing your strength." With their agreement, the voice of Hope resonated once more. "You two should familiarize yourselves with the current Hope system. Although it is still relatively rudimentary, it offers considerable assistance." Lian Yang observed the two, who looked momentarily stunned, and spoke earnestly. After a while, Baron, having finally grasped the information about Hope, looked at Lian Yang with disdain, saying, "Lian Yang, you truly are something else. You managed to sell a potion that costs just over 10,000 for a staggering 200,000 a bottle. The most outrageous part is that there are fools buying them in droves. It's astonishing. What I suspected about the cost of Remy's kiss was indeed true. But upon closer inspection, the production cost of merely 13,000 for a potion is utterly absurd in comparison to the selling price of 200,000 gold coins." Alice, upon seeing Baron in the marketplace, remarked, "Do not merely focus on potions. I assert that the contract system is the true ace up our sleeves. I have been pondering how Lian Yang, despite not having a high level, possesses such formidable strength. It seems you can indeed traverse 10 levels while equipped." "Heh." With a smirk, Lian Yang replied, "If you wish to engage in battles beyond your level and remain invincible among your peers, one must possess certain means. The adventurers we vanquished previously faltered due to their lack of strategy and equipment." Baron nodded thoughtfully, agreeing indeed. "I recall when I was evenly matched with them, yet after investing heavily in rare gear, my strength has become incomparably superior." One individual contributed 50 million gold coins, to which Lian Yang stated, "This is the startup capital for both of you. Acquire more contracts and potions. They shall ensure our survival in future adventures." Thus, we set forth towards the Dark City. "Celia, you are tasked with leading the way." Celia nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Although I am uncertain of the circumstances, my mind is brimming with knowledge. Hence, while I may not assist you in combat, I can likely provide answers to your queries." At this moment, Celia vaguely sensed that Baron and Alice had grown stronger, and though unable to fight, she was prepared to aid Lian Yang and the others in other ways. Chapter 27. The Fallen Thieves Guild Arad is truly vast, Lian Yang exclaimed, gazing at the scenery along the journey, which was entirely unlike that of Earth. "Have we been traveling for approximately 2 months now?" Celia chuckled about that, "but we have made good time. Despite encountering a few thoughtless monsters along the way, we have progressed swiftly. Alas, this hardly feels like an adventure." Baron lamented, cradling his head in his hands. "Throughout this journey, we have only encountered a handful of petty thieves, and I have yet to make use of that damned slaughter system. At this juncture, the party consisted of Lian Yang at level 25, Alice at level 28, and Baron, slightly higher, at level 31. Xylia was at level 15. You heard correctly. Despite Xylia not engaging in combat, she occasionally joined Tana and others on their adventures, thus benefiting from group experience bonuses to reach level 15. However, the substance of that level. Hey, I recall that in Paris's hometown, the Black Nightmare seems to be causing a ruckus. It appears we could conveniently pass through the Dark City on our way there. Alice proposed, why don't we take a detour to the Dark City? If it becomes tedious, we can seek out Paris. Oh, be honest, it has been 2 months since I last fought, and I feel a bit restless. Just as Lian Yang was about to say something further, Baron suddenly exclaimed, look, the town ahead appears to be on fire. Indeed, in the distance, the town was shrouded in thick smoke, visible even from several miles away. Without hesitation, Lian Yang declared, let us proceed at full speed. We must strive to save as many lives as possible. This serene little town, located just outside the Dark City, was a bustling waypoint for travelers. However, this vibrancy had long since attracted the notorious Fallen Thieves Guild, who now loomed ominously over it. Hurry! We must quicken our pace and flee. The canine figure known as Hato urged the captured thieves to hasten their plunder. I have no idea which scoundrel set this house ablaze, but soon a multitude of adventurers and imperial forces will be upon us. Hurry up and finish the heist, so we can make our escape. Ironically, as one of the infamous leaders of the Fallen Thieves Guild, Hato should not have needed to stoop to such degrading acts of robbery. However, the guild had recently recruited a fresh batch of novices, while the other leaders had taken their teams out for training. Consequently, Hato found himself dispatched by the guild's chief, the formidable hound demon Zhan. Being a professional thief, Hato possessed a certain level of competence. He had already stationed scouts in this town, carefully calculating the opportune moment to strike without attracting undue attention. After all, they were thieves, not soldiers. Subtlety was paramount in their line of work. The plan was flawless, and the occurrence of a fire was not unexpected. Alas, one cannot outsmart fate, and Hato could not foresee the sudden arrival of Lian Yang and his companions. Upon swiftly arriving in the town, Celia recognized the distinctive attire of the notorious Fallen Thieves Guild, exclaiming, it's them. The despicable Fallen Thieves Guild that plagues the roads. We must put a stop to them. Baron, let's go. Alice, you focus on protecting Celia. Witnessing the chaos wrought by the marauding thieves, Lian Yang felt an immediate surge of righteous fury. This damned guild shows no humanity. With a thunderous strike, Lian Yang unleashed his skill, cleaving a nearby thief in two without a moment's hesitation. Ignoring the notification of gained experience, he shouted, die, you wretched thieves. Following up with a series of swift slashes, he dispatched several more thieves. As the bodies fell, the frenzied thieves finally noticed Lian Yang's assault. Hato, infuriated, bellowed, who dares to obstruct our affairs? Are you unaware that we are the Fallen Thieves Guild? Baron casually eliminated another level 35 thief, relishing the 35 experience gained. In response to Hato's taunts, he retorted, I care not who you are. You best vacate this town immediately. Humph! You insolent brat, allow me to teach you a lesson on minding your own business. Hato sneered upon seeing the youthful faces of Lian Yang and his companions, underestimating them in his mind. He presumed they were no more than 30-somethings, while he himself boasted a formidable level of 45, dismissing them entirely. In the midst of their exchange, Hato charged at Lian Yang, fully aware that Celia posed no threat, and that Lian Yang was the strongest of the group. With a swift confrontation, Lian Yang was sent hurtling through the air. At merely level 25, he stood no chance against Hato's overwhelming level of 45. Spitting out the blood that filled his mouth, Lian Yang turned and swallowed a potion, regaining some health. With a hearty laugh, he mocked, I expected more from you. Turns out you're just a waste of space. Realizing brute strength would not suffice, he resolved to rely on his wits. Humph! I wonder whether your resilience or your bravado will prove stronger, Hato scoffed, as he lunged forward with a ferocious claw aimed directly at Lian Yang. It was not he who attacked Lian Yang, but rather Baron, sensing the impending danger, leaped in to intercept this fatal strike meant for Lian Yang. You must have been arrogant enough by now. Laser cannon. Seizing the opportunity, Alice, who had long been poised for action, unleashed a laser cannon in an instant. Blocking Alice's searing laser with one hand, the canine man Hato arrogantly proclaimed, little girl from the celestial realm, even if you level up by 5, you might still cause me a twinge of pain. For now, you are merely a warm light for my hands. Flowing heart ascend. Having secretly consumed a healing potion, Lian Yang rose once more to deliver a flowing heart ascend to Hato, forcefully launching him into the air. Get lost, Hato, now airborne, kicked out in anger, catching Lian Yang off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, Lian Yang, having swallowed the kiss of Remy, exclaimed with relief, "I possess divine elixirs." However, he pondered, why had the Empire not yet arrived? Engaging in a battle with a 20-level disparity was truly daunting, especially against Hato, the leader of the fallen thieves, who was not only well-equipped but also of a higher level. This left Lian Yang and his companions marveling at the strength of even the most casual brigand they encountered after leaving Silver Village. "Kid, you shall perish." After several failed attacks that left Lian Yang and his companions unscathed, Hato, feeling the pressure, finally resorted to lethal force. Just then, a thief rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Boss, this is bad. I've spotted the Empire's Night Brigade." "What?" Hato questioned incredulously. "Are you sure it's the Night Brigade and not the Guards?" "Both are military forces, but there is a significant distinction between the Night Brigade and the Imperial Guards. The latter are merely ordinary militia maintaining order, while the Night Brigade comprises the Empire's elite troops. Even a mid-ranking officer from them would surpass Hato's strength." The newcomer affirmed, "No doubt about it. I am a deserter from the Delos Empire, and it is unmistakably a regiment of Delos Empire Knights approaching." Upon hearing this, irrespective of its truth, Hato, the canine man, felt a chill run down his spine and, feigning bravado, barked, "Consider yourselves fortunate, little brats. I, Hato, have other affairs to attend to. Next time, I shall not let you off so easily." With that, he turned and fled, abandoning not only those few hundred thieves, but also the one who had brought him the news. Watching Hato retreat, Lian Yang noticed the disheartened expressions of his teammates and could not help but chuckle. This old rascal has committed countless atrocities, yet now, in his middle age, he is but this strong. Our journey of adventure has only just begun. Trust me, the next time we see him, he will be looking up at us. We must believe in the slaughter system. At the mention of the slaughter system, the group's eyes lit up. Killing adventurers of equal or higher levels grants a remarkable 10 increase in current experience. Baron, deeply affected by the situation, uttered not a single word, swiftly dispatching the nearest thief with a cross slash. He understood that once the Empire's Night Brigade arrived, he would be of no consequence. These rare thieves were all above level 35, yet they possessed no substantial equipment. For Baron, eliminating them was as effortless as slicing through melons. Cannons, anti-tank artillery, Gatling guns, flamethrowers, and laser cannons. Alice's assault was nothing short of madness. She unleashed a barrage of skills capable of inflicting pain or even death upon her foes. One after the other, it was palpable that the formidable beastman Hato exerted immense pressure on Alice. Even Lian Yang, despite wielding the 3-stage slashing technique of the ghost sword arts with a fervor, unleashed a plethora of skills, all with a singular aim, to swiftly vanquish more thieves. After all, each head counted as experience. The Iron Wolf Knights of the Delos Empire are renowned elite forces across the Arad continent, led by Barn, one of the 4 great sword saints, who had long been celebrated as a hero in Arad. The cataclysm had brought the once subterranean Dark City to the surface, usurping the original continental center of Hertenmal. In response, the Delos Empire, the foremost power of the continent, promptly dispatched the Iron Wolf Knights, under Barn's command, to Dark City for a political visit. Their objective was singular: to leverage military might for greater gain. Upon witnessing the thick smoke rising from the town, Barn, who had ordered a rapid march, finally arrived at the recently plundered settlement. With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Execute all the thieves." The knights, the elite of the elite, charged into the town in perfect formation. In a flurry of blades, the larger band of thieves suffered devastating casualties. "It's the knights, run!" someone cried out, realizing the overwhelming strength of the enemy and attempting to flee. Die. Yet, for such heinous crimes, how could Barn allow anyone to escape? A distant rock-shattering strike unleashed a fierce whirlwind of sword energy that mercilessly obliterated the fleeing thieves. Under the might of the knight's onslaught, the thieves in the town were swiftly eradicated. At that moment, Barn approached Lian Yang and inquired, "Young man, your swordsmanship strikes me as familiar. What is your connection to Aganzo?" Having been a long-time friend, Barn was undoubtedly well acquainted with Aganzo's techniques. Observing the middle-aged man before him, with his shimmering silver hair and impeccably arranged Delos imperial garb, adorned with the signature short sword, Lian Yang instantly recognized the illustrious Sword Saint Barn. "Greetings, Sword Saint Barn. Aganzo is indeed my master." "Ha ha ha," Barn laughed heartily. "I knew it. Who else on this road could wield Aganzo's swordsmanship? So, he has taken on a disciple." The thought of the taciturn Aganzo having a pupil filled Barn with intrigue. How could Aganzo possibly impart his teachings? Chapter 28. Joining the Iron Wolf Knight's barn, one of the four sword saints, perhaps harbored a peculiar admiration for strength, occasionally veering towards extremes. However, overall, he was not a villain, especially when it came to the camaraderie shared among the four sword saints. His loyalty to the Delos Empire was unwavering. Gazing at Lian Yang, Barn was suddenly moved and asked, "Lian Yang, what are your thoughts on the Delos Empire?" Lian Yang, taken aback by Barn's inquiry, replied, "As the current foremost power on the continent, the emperor of the empire is quite formidable, albeit there are numerous so-called revolutionary forces rising within the country. However, I deem their efforts futile. The empire's strength necessitates territorial expansion. Otherwise, the opulence will lead to the swift decay of the noble class. Overall, I believe the Delos Empire holds more promise than the Dark Elf Kingdom." Upon hearing Lian Yang's response, Barn promptly inquired, "What is your perspective on the Delos Empire's aggression towards the Dark Elf Kingdom and the Void Nation?" This was already a known strategy of the Delos Empire, yet Barn showed no reluctance in divulging it to Lian Yang, for the ambition of the Delos Empire to unify Arad was common knowledge. Lian Yang resolutely stated, if there were but a single nation on the continent of Arad, it would usher in a prolonged era of peace. However, he only articulated half of his thoughts, the other half being that if Arad were to be reduced to a solitary nation, it would not be long before the Delos Empire itself would fragment, or even face annihilation. Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Barn's eyes sparkled with interest as he exclaimed, "Young man, would you consider joining my Iron Wolf Knights?" The expansion of powerful nations was an inevitable reality, yet in the eyes of the majority on the continent of Arad, the Delos Empire was deemed unjust out of course. Many in power merely sought to exploit the populace for their own gain. However, what surprised Barn was the unexpected praise for the Delos Empire emanating from the apprentice of an old friend, even affirming the Empire's ambition to unify Arad. This revelation filled Barn with joy, prompting him to extend an invitation to Lian Yang to join the Delos Empire. Surprisingly, Lian Yang was not taken aback by Barn's invitation to join the Iron Wolf Knights. In truth, even had he not encountered Barn, he would have sought an opportunity to align himself with the Delos Empire, for possessing the status of an imperial citizen would vastly facilitate his future endeavors. After all, the Delos Empire was the foremost power on the continent. Glancing at Alice and Baron beside him, and receiving their encouraging gazes, Lian Yang carefully deliberated before responding, "We hold your Iron Wolf Knights in the highest regard, yet our current strength is regrettably insufficient. Moreover, we are eager to continue our pursuit of the secrets behind the Black Nightmare." Among ordinary folk, the Black Nightmare was a taboo. However, in the presence of high-ranking individuals like Barn, it presented itself as a pressing issue. Earlier, Lian Yang had discussed the prospect of joining the Delos Empire with Alice and Baron. Baron, whose moral compass was rather ambiguous, was indifferent to which faction they joined, while Alice, hailing from the Celestial Realm, was largely unconcerned with the various powers of Arad. The prospect of joining the Delos Empire, which would mitigate external obstacles in their future adventures, was a compelling argument for her. As for Celia, her only desire was to partake in the adventures, and she bore no concern for which faction they allied with, given her non-combatant role. After a moment of contemplation, Barn finally made a decision and inquired solemnly, "What if I were to offer you the establishment of an independent squad, allowing you to serve within the Iron Wolf Knights and granting you the freedom to act as you see fit?" At this juncture, Barn was making a substantial commitment, driven not merely by a desire to nurture talent, but also by a deeper motive to, at least nominally, bind Aganzo to the chariot of the Delos Empire. Among the four sword saints, Buwanga, as the chieftain of the Bantu tribe, inherently represented their interests. Shilon, a member of the Void race, maintained intricate ties with the royal lineage, serving as an undeniable guardian of his people despite holding no formal position. Each individual represented distinct factions, yet Aganzo stood as a true free spirit in this complex tapestry. However, when it comes to strength, it is difficult to determine which of the four sword saints is superior. Yet, it is undeniably true that two sword saints are certainly stronger than one. For Barn, the recruitment of Lian Yang into his knightly order was a spontaneous decision, yet it carried profound political significance. Although the four foremost sword saints of the Arad continent share a close camaraderie, rendering conflict between them implausible, the same cannot be said for nations, where friendships cease to exist the moment mutual interests are at stake. The Delos Empire, boasting two sword saints who stand atop the continent, undoubtedly wields greater influence among the various factions in Arad. Lian Yang turned his head to see Baron and Alice offering him affirming glances, and even Celia's expression showed no dissent. Sensing that he was nearing Barn's limits, Lian Yang nodded and inquired, "Is it permissible for the four of us to join the Iron Wolf Knights?" Baron and Alice were undeniably his brothers-in-arms, as well as his staunch supporters, while the erudite Celia served as his astute strategist. Barn nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, I grant you the privilege of naming your squad and will allocate 10 positions for you to fill at your discretion. However, do exercise utmost caution to prevent any revolutionary spies from infiltrating." For Barn, as long as Lian Yang remained within the Iron Wolf Knights, it symbolically tied Aganzo to the chariot of the Delos Empire. For Aganzo had no children of his own, with Lian Yang being his sole disciple. One would believe that if Lian Yang found himself in trouble, Aganzo would not come to the aid of his only apprentice. The 10-member quota was hardly a challenge. Unless he managed to recruit 10 sword saints, it essentially served as a mere token of goodwill for the younger generation. Or simply a trifle. Extracting 10 badges of the Iron Wolf Knights from his satchel, Barnes solemnly placed them in Lian Yang's hands, continuing, "From this day forth, you are a member of the Empire's knighthood. Always remember the honor and creed of a knight." It must be said that although Barn is a sword saint, he firmly believes that loyalty is the virtue of a knight. Thus he is unwaveringly devoted to the Delos Empire. He does not even mind engaging in actions that might attract criticism. Adorning their chests with the newly acquired Iron Wolf Knight badges, Lian Yang and the others solemnly pledged to fight for the honor of the Empire. Lian Yang's proclamation rang out loudly, though it lacked sincerity. His joining of Barnes' knightly order was merely a stepping stone into the Delos Empire. With the title of a Delos Knight, Lian Yang could circumvent the narrative's constraints and maximize his benefits. Certain storylines necessitate specific identities gained through prerequisite quests to proceed. However, acquiring the status of a Delos Knight would spare him from many troublesome preliminary tasks. As for Barn, he was a close friend of Aganzo and regarded Lian Yang as a junior. Yet his motivation for Lian Yang's inclusion in the knightly order was purely for a spontaneous political purpose. His loyalty to Lian Yang was of little concern. As long as Lian Yang did not assist the revolutionary forces against the Empire, Barn would be indifferent to whatever Lian Yang undertook under the banner of the Delos Empire. Once the seemingly solemn oath was completed, Barn reverted to his nonchalant demeanor, remarking, "Kid, what do you intend to name your knightly squad? I need to report this back. The independent knight squads are a most extraordinary formation, and thus each squad possesses its own distinctive name." Lian Yang stated with unwavering decisiveness, "Let us call ourselves the Hope Squad." He chose this name because the entity that brought him here was known as the Hope System, which bestowed upon him the hope of reclaiming his beloved. With a sense of immense pride, Barn declared, "Hope, you say? That is indeed a splendid name. Henceforth, your squad shall be known as the Steel Wolf Knights, the Hope Independent Squad." He gestured exuberantly, instructing Lian Yang and the others to retrieve their equipment, which consisted of attire suitable for formal occasions. In the realm of Arad, a game dimension, it can be said that every individual is a player, capable of leveling up and donning various gear. Due to the formidable attributes of virtual equipment, the so-called gear of the Steel Wolf Knights primarily comprised outfits designated for different official events, along with combat suits that provide battlefield recognition of friend and foe. Naturally, there were also virtual items crafted by artisans of the Delos Empire, but the mass-produced variants were merely of white quality, which Lian Yang and his companions found unworthy of their space. After donning their military uniforms, Lian Yang and the others eagerly dressed in their new attire. Observing Lian Yang and Baron adorned in the daily night uniforms of the Steel Wolf Knights, Alice could not help but tease, "I never noticed before, but it seems Lian Yang and Baron are quite dashing." Typically, Lian Yang donned a long black robe that he wore incessantly. While it initially appeared quite stylish, over time Alice began to think of him as resembling a crow. The indolent Lian Yang was entirely indifferent to Alice's opinions, continuing to flaunt his all-black ensemble day after day. As for Baron, with his alluring physique and quintessential handsome figure, he undeniably attracted glances. However, his habit of wandering around shirtless wore out Alice's appreciation over time. Yet, now that they were part of the Steel Wolf Knights, the military always demanded a uniform appearance. Even Lian Yang found it difficult to circumvent this regulation. Consequently, the two who were eternally unchanged could only appear before Alice clad in military attire. Strangely enough, this change in attire indeed offered a refreshing allure to Alice, who gazed at Lian Yang and Baron with sparkling eyes. Baron, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Alice's scrutiny, even pondered if her sexual orientation was in question. But remembering Alice's peculiar predilections, he quickly shifted the topic, saying, "However, Alice, you look rather lovely in your military uniform as well." Speaking of Alice, Celia was also adorned in military garb, exuding an air of vigor. Upon hearing that she looked appealing in her uniform, Alice's eyes lit up, and with a playful pout, she retorted, "When have I ever been anything but stunning?" With a sudden flourish, she spun around and embraced Celia, exclaiming, "Celia, my beautiful darling, I truly believe you look the most exquisite today. Would you consider yielding to your sister's charms? Teasing Celia had nearly become one of Alice's favorite pastimes. Celia, trapped in Alice's embrace, wore an expression of resignation. I knew I wouldn't escape again, and Baron, how could you betray me? This is utterly despicable. As time passed, Celia became accustomed to Alice's fervent admiration for beautiful women. She even began to suspect that Alice's enthusiastic desire to visit the Hedinmer ruins was motivated by a wish to be closer to Paris, who was equally renowned for her beauty. The journey from the plundered village to the Dark City was not particularly long, and of course, Barn merely led the knightly order at a standard marching pace. Within a few days, they arrived at the Dark City. Observing the bustling crowds, Lian Yang could not help but exclaim, "This is truly the epicenter of the Arad continent. How splendid!" Standing at the entrance of the Dark City, Barn, indifferent to Lian Yang's exclamations, remarked, "I have some matters to discuss with the Dark Elf Kingdom. From here, you shall commence your adventure. However, do ensure your return when the Empire calls upon you." Nodding, Lian Yang bid farewell, saying, "Until we meet again." Captain Barn, Chapter 29. The powerful Lian Yang unexpectedly studies 4 secondary professions upon exiting the Silver Village. The 4 companions of Lian Yang were filled with a sense of novelty at the grandeur of the Dark City. Eagerly glancing about as they traversed a small plaza, they suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Baron, astonished, inquired, "What is that in the sky?" "It resembles a flying." He hesitated, uncertain of his words. "Hello?" A girl clad in knightly armor suddenly greeted them. "Did I interrupt you with my sudden salutation?" "I am Yanis." "You seem to have an interest in that enormous shadow. That is a whale capable of soaring through the skies," Baron exclaimed dramatically. "A fish. A fish. Are you saying that is a fish flying in the sky?" Beside him, Alice suddenly recalled something, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Is it a whale? Could this be the legendary celestial behemoth that carries the GBL temple through the heavens?" Before Bakel's reign over the celestial realm, there existed a connection between the heavens and the Arad continent, and many peculiar tales from Arad were extensively documented in celestial literature. However, these stories were often dismissed as mere fables, such as the flying whale and the celestial behemoth. Alice never imagined they could be real. Yanis, with a slight tremor in her voice, replied, Yes. Would you like to see it up close?" Suddenly, her adorably naive face flushed with shyness as she added, Have I been too talkative? I haven't seen the celestial behemoth in ages, and I got a bit too excited. If you have any curiosities in the future, feel free to ask me. I am the encyclopedia of this place, and I shall share all I know." Baron remained astonished by the existence of such a colossal flying fish, his mind wandering to another thought. Just how delectable might its flesh be? Yet, he dared not voice this inquiry. Alice and Lian Yang exchanged bemused glances. Alice felt a profound sense of this girl's incessant chatter, while Lian Yang pondered whether it was the overwhelming power of the system or the historical inertia of Arad that was so profound. To encounter the celestial behemoth upon arriving at the Dark City and having Yanis initiate conversation was a remarkable testament to this historical momentum. "No, there are no issues for now," Lian Yang declared. "We are all at approximately level 20 and are preparing to seek out the secondary profession mentors. The existence of secondary professions is equally prevalent in the realm of dungeon and fighter, yet these professions necessitate a mentor for instruction. Morgan stands as one of the continent's foremost alchemists. However, regrettably, he does not impart the methods of alchemy." The loquacious girl, possessing considerable knowledge, eagerly took the initiative to guide us, exclaiming, "Ah, you seek a secondary profession? Just a few streets ahead, you can find Abello, a renowned mentor of secondary professions in the Dark City. It seems that being talkative is not necessarily a flaw, is it?" Indeed, following Yanis's directions and traversing a few streets further, we soon encountered Abello's abode. Clutching a lute, he sat before a table laden with an array of scrolls. It was unmistakably Abello, positioned at the edge of the Dark City. His doorstep appeared to be rather desolate, yet he seemed unfazed. With silver hair cascading down and clad in a purple robe, he serenely sang elven melodies to himself. Upon noticing the arrival of Lian Yang and the others, Abello greeted them. "Hey, adventurers, would you like me to perform a tune for you?" The trio had come to learn a secondary profession, not merely to indulge in song. Lian Yang waved his hand, saying, "No, thank you, we are here to study under you." Setting aside his lute, Abello approached a collection of scrolls and spoke softly. "So, you wish to learn a secondary profession? Nowadays, there are not many young adventurers on the main road pursuing such paths. I have faith in you, but what do you intend to study? In both the game and the authentic world of Dungeon and Fighter, secondary professions are indeed formidable financial burdens. Naturally, mastering them to the highest level can yield some returns, but overall, their utility is rather lackluster, resulting in a limited number of practitioners in the real Arad continent. The elite of secondary professions, such as Morgan, are indeed revered alchemists, yet many struggle to afford the high costs associated with these professions. Thus, the scarcity of individuals seeking to learn secondary professions accounts for the desolation outside Abello's door. Before Lian Yang and his companions could respond, Abello casually picked up a scroll and recited, Enchanter. Enchantment is a technique that infuses equipment with magical power, bestowing new abilities upon it, enhancing its potency. Afterward, he retrieved a second scroll, Alchemist. This profession is somewhat more intricate, involving the concoction of various potions from a multitude of materials. It is a complex discipline. I possess the scroll that will allow you to acquire the alchemist's secondary profession, yet I am not an alchemist myself. Delivering a mechanical overview of these two professions, Abello's enthusiasm evidently began to rise. Approaching a machine, he excitedly introduced, "This is my latest invention, which I have named the Decomposer. It not only extracts various precious materials, but is also remarkably simple and convenient to operate. Most remarkably, this machine can level up with the duration of its use. This is an invention I have yet to unveil to the world. You are indeed fortunate." After enthusiastically presenting the Decomposer, Abello mysteriously led Lian Yang and the others to an open area behind the house, tearing a scroll into pieces. Suddenly, an individual materialized out of thin air in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure in the yard, Alice exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a form of summoning magic? How can one conjure a person out of thin air?" Baron shook his head and replied, "No, this is not summoning magic. Observe the vacant expression in this individual's eyes. I can sense his life force rapidly waning. It feels akin to a puppet. Indeed, a puppet," Abero asserted with conviction. "Every adventurer, amidst the perils of their journey, yearns for a companion, much like the camaraderie you share. Yet, the stark reality is that even the best of partners cannot be by your side at all times. Thus, I pondered long and hard and ultimately discovered a method to create a temporary ally, one who can lend you assistance in times of danger. Of course, I disclosed this fourth secondary profession to you only because you are young adventurers. After all, it does have certain implications, if you catch my drift. Therefore, regardless of whether you choose to pursue it, it is prudent to keep this matter to yourselves. The decomposition machine can be regarded as a groundbreaking invention for the continent. Prior to its conception, no one had ever contemplated such a notion. However, the creation of a living being from nothingness treads into forbidden territory, and many religious individuals would find such an act difficult to accept. In contrast, Lian Yang remained remarkably composed regarding the four secondary professions that Abero presented. As a seasoned player, he had nearly mastered all the professions in DNF, and he possessed numerous characters at maximum level across the four secondary professions. Hence, he was not as taken aback as the natives. Lian Yang inquired, "How many secondary professions can one individual learn?" In the game, each character is limited to a single secondary profession, but Lian Yang was uncertain whether this rule applied to the real Arad continent as well. Theoretically, if one had the energy, one could learn all secondary professions. Abero shook his head and remarked, however, considering the vast depth of each secondary profession, many individuals spend their entire lives without mastering even one to a high level. Therefore, I advise you to focus on just one secondary profession. But wait, now you can learn an additional profession as a decomposer. The more you utilize the decomposition machine, the stronger it becomes, without interfering with your ability to learn other skills. Indeed, in the real Arad, one can pursue multiple secondary professions. The only challenge lies in the limitations of human energy. Much like in early fantasy novels, while it is not impossible to cultivate both magic and martial prowess, one must acknowledge the inherent limitations of human vitality. As Lian Yang contemplated which specific skill to learn, Xiang suddenly interjected, "You could learn all four secondary professions. I can digitize the data for the secondary professions, making them akin to the game." Lian Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you certain?" In reality, secondary professions require study and research to progress, whereas in the game, as long as one has sufficient materials and diligently employs the secondary profession, one can elevate its level. "Indeed," Xiang affirmed confidently, "I am absolutely certain." Nodding, Lian Yang turned to Abero and declared, "I have decided to learn all four secondary professions simultaneously." Such audacious words, defying the common belief that no one possesses the capacity to learn four secondary professions at once, left those present in a state of astonishment. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Young man, you must understand that the cost of choosing to give up is substantial. Moreover, I have never encountered anyone who has juggled four secondary professions and achieved any noteworthy success." Even those who study two simultaneously seldom stand out. Engaging in 4 secondary professions will inevitably ruin you. Shaking his head, Lian Yang responded, under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible to pursue 4 secondary professions concurrently. However, I possess certain unique methods that enable me to advance in all 4 simultaneously, with an efficiency that surpasses that of studying a single profession alone. Lian Yang was not speaking falsely. Many of the outcomes from the 4 secondary professions were indeed interrelated. By studying all 4 concurrently, Lian Yang could save a considerable amount of money. Observing the conviction in Lian Yang's eyes, Aganzo found himself wavering. He could not perceive Lian Yang as a fool. Ultimately, he cautioned, "Young man, you must think this through." "I am certain," Lian Yang replied with unwavering clarity, firmly believing that hope would not lead him astray. "Here, take this. It is the introductory scroll for the 3 systems of secondary professions, along with an initial decomposition machine." Turning to Alice and Barong, he inquired, "Do you both intend to study 4 secondary professions as well?" Before Aganzo could continue, Barong interjected, "What nonsense! I plan to study alchemy and the decomposition machine." Alice chimed in, "I shall focus on enchantment and the decomposition machine." Hope had indeed provided them with hints, yet they resolutely declined. Even if the system could simplify the process of learning 4 secondary professions, it still required an astronomical sum of gold coins. Thus, Lian Yang alone was sufficient to study all 4. Due to the unique nature of the puppet master profession, he was all that was needed. After all, the puppet scrolls he created could be utilized by both of them, couldn't they? With a sigh of relief, Aganzo remarked, "Here you go. I thought you all were as reckless as Lian Yang." Although Lian Yang wore a confident expression, Aganzo remained skeptical about him. Barong chuckled, "To be honest, it's just that I lack funds. Otherwise, I would also wish to study all 4. Barong inadvertently let something slip, causing Aganzo's eyes to brighten. Lack of funds? What does money have to do with secondary professions? With more money, one could engage in frenzied experimentation. The more one practices, the faster one progresses. Alice, noticing Barong's slip, quickly shifted the topic. The secrets of the Hope system were not something anyone wished to have overheard by outsiders. Nodding, Aganzo mused, "That is true. Recklessly spending money on materials can indeed expedite skill enhancement. However, once a certain level is reached, it should depend on perception, right? I really don't understand." Never mind, he has already completed his studies, unable to comprehend further. Aganzo chose to dismiss it. Lian Yang had already mastered all 4 secondary professions. It was too late to say anything now. It would be better to trust in Lian Yang's ability to create miracles. Chapter 30. The startled Kelly. The quartet, having completed their secondary professions, wandered about as if Lu Lao Lao had entered the Grandview Garden. Lian Yang, hailing from Earth, had never experienced such medieval splendor, while Alice, descending from the realm of technology, had never encountered the sword-wielding adventurers roaming the streets. As for Balong, one might say he embodies the essence of a provincial rustic, yet he finds himself somewhat entranced by the bustling splendor of Dark City. Unbeknownst to him, he has wandered into the heart of Dark City Square, the most vibrant and central location of this realm. "Your gear appears rather ordinary, I must say." The faint sounds of calls from the crowd inadvertently cause Lian Yang to halt his steps. Noticing Lian Yang's apparent discovery, Celia inquires, "Lian Yang, have you uncovered something?" He chuckles softly, responding with an air of mystery, "Alice, it seems we may have stumbled upon one of your fellow townsfolk." "What? My fellow townsfolk?" Alice exclaims dramatically. "Surely there cannot be so many unfortunate souls who, like me, fell from the sky sea to a rod." Alice is clearly skeptical, convinced her own misfortune is unique. How could anyone else share her plight? "Don't believe me? Come, let me show you," she declares, leading the 3 of them in pursuit of the sound. "Hello. I am Kelly." Kelly, engrossed in her business, is entirely oblivious to Lian Yang and the others. However, at that moment, Alice gazes at Kelly in astonishment, stammering, "Why you'd, or Kelly, the esteemed apprentice of Master Shangbalit." "Huh?" Kelly spins around, her eyes widening at the sight of the astonished Alice, and replies with equal surprise, "Yes, indeed. You are from the celestial realm?" With her tall stature and elongated limbs, Kelly is certain yet still asks, "I fell from the sky sea to this place." Alice exclaims, her joy palpable, "I never expected to encounter someone from my celestial homeland here. I remember now. You too fell into the sky sea." Kelly nods in agreement. Legends have long circulated in the celestial realm that the Arad continent lies beneath the sky sea. Who would have thought the tales were true? By the way, these must be your companions, correct? Would you like to enhance your equipment? It greatly augments one's strength. Although this is a tangible world, the equipment enhancement system indeed exists, and with each level of enhancement, there is a risk of degradation or damage beyond 10. However, enhancing equipment requires specialized enhancement machines. Like in the game, Kelly runs a business focused on equipment enhancement in the Arad continent. Despite her excitement at encountering a fellow countrywoman, Kelly does not forget to promote her business. Lian Yang chuckles and replies, "Even without your prompting, we were already planning to enhance our current gear. One must possess strength in the face of adventure." Lian Yang speaks the truth, as he has long intended to improve his equipment. It is well known that the disparity between an enhanced item and a non-enhanced one is astronomical. In fact, a 10 enhancement on a level 25 item can surpass a non-enhanced level 35 item. Currently, Lian Yang is at level 28, Balong at level 33, and Alice has reached level 30. Since his weapon is divine, he has not changed it, yet Lian Yang is still preparing a set of rare gear at level 40 and another at level 35. As he is not lacking in funds due to the Kiss of Remy, and he intends to enhance all of these to 10. Meanwhile, Alice and Balong are both readying a set of rare gear at level 40 to don immediately. Of course, it is essential to enhance the equipment to 10. After all, anything beyond 10 is at risk of being destroyed. Lower tier gear, due to the rapid progression of the killing system, will soon be replaced, rendering the effort to fortify them to 11 rather daunting. As he spoke, Lian Yang produced 2 complete sets of gear, and in response to Kelly's astonished gaze, he remarked nonchalantly, "These pieces have all been upgraded to 10. Receiving the equipment handed to her by Lian Yang, Kelly was not particularly surprised. After all, it is not uncommon for someone to enhance multiple sets of gear at once, albeit such instances are rare. The enhancement of equipment yields significant improvements, yet the costs are relatively manageable. Upgrading to 10 is quite affordable." As she casually placed one piece into the enhancement machine, Kelly expressed her mild astonishment. "Oh, this is impressive. There's even a purple item." She was taken aback that someone of Lian Yang's level could possess a purple piece of equipment, as purple gear is exceedingly rare within the high-tier equipment realm of the Arad continent, unlike the abundance found in games. Thus, Kelly was genuinely surprised. With a chuckle, Kelly noted the surprise reflected in her expression. Alice and Barong were oblivious, but they were well aware that Lian Yang, a man of considerable wealth, possessed 2 complete sets of rare-grade equipment. It seemed they could already envision Kelly's eventual astonishment. The enhancement is complete." Kelly placed the finished equipment aside and, observing Barong and Alice's amused expressions, inquired with confusion, "What are you laughing about? Is there really another purple item? I must give you more credit. You're not a scion of any significant power, are you?" As she picked up another piece of equipment, Kelly was even more astonished. On the Arad continent, where most donned white gear, even blue equipment was exceedingly rare. It is worth noting that even the most elite knights of the mighty Delos Empire typically wield only slightly superior white gear. Only officers are permitted to don blue items, while purple gear is reserved for a select few powerful entities and individuals within the continent's esteemed factions. Seeing Kelly's astonished expression, even Lian Yang could not suppress his laughter. Who could have anticipated that Lian Yang, merely at level 28, could acquire 2 complete sets of purple gear? In the immensely expensive realm of Arad, such equipment could cost several 100 million gold coins, enough to equip a knightly order. "What on earth is happening that has you all laughing so heartily?" Kelly queried, increasingly perplexed by the peculiar demeanor of this companion from the celestial realm and his associates. As she picked up yet another piece of equipment, her expression appeared as if she could swallow an egg whole. Another purple item. How can there be so many purple pieces? Listening to the laughter of Lian Yang and the others, Kelly began to grasp the situation and frantically examined Lian Yang's other gear, exclaiming, "This one is purple and this one too. Good heavens, they're all purple. What on earth have you done? Did you steal from the treasury of the Dark Elf Kingdom?" With a chuckle, Lian Yang relished the satisfaction of his playful mischief and replied, "I hardly possess the capability to pilfer a treasury. It's merely a matter of some rather unique wealth acquisition methods. By the way, Barong Alice, you should enhance your equipment as well." Gazing at the 2 sets of gear in her hands, Kelly did not even bother to check their attributes and uncertainly asked, "Could it be that you 2 also have an entire set of purple gear?" After speaking, she stared at the 2 with astonishment, fervently hoping for a negative response. However, to Kelly's disbelief, Baron nodded. Indeed, 2 sets of level 40 purple gear. Feeling as though her world was collapsing, Kelly exclaimed in shock, "Even a prince of the Delos Empire could not hope to acquire a complete set of purple gear at this level, let alone one that suits his own rank. You are simply astounding." Upon arriving at the Dark City, she hoped that the system would automatically activate a personal auction house feature, allowing seamless transactions with the auction house jointly operated by the major factions of the Arad continent. This would enable Lian Yang to buy and sell items at any time and from any location without revealing his identity. Otherwise, even with considerable wealth, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather 4 sets of purple equipment. Low-tier purple gear, due to its limited audience and low production, paradoxically commands higher prices than its higher-tier counterparts as scarcity drives demand. However, Lian Yang, who monopolized the supply of Remy's Kiss, was not short on funds. The daily consignments of Remy's Kiss and mana juice through the auction house yielded astronomical wealth. With a stunned expression, Kelly mechanically enhanced the 4 sets of equipment and, almost instinctively, inquired, "Do you have any other gear that needs enhancement?" Handing over his weapon to Kelly, Lian Yang replied, "All 3 of our weapons require enhancement, at least to level 12. Upon grasping the sword, Kelly's countenance shifted dramatically. "This is a divine artifact, my heavens," Alice chuckled. "Dear compatriot, it's not just Lian Yang's weapon that is a divine artifact. Ours are as well." "Oh, really?" A dazed Kelly suddenly recalled something. "What? Your weapons are also divine artifacts?" Upon taking a closer look, her astonishment grew. "Oh my goodness. They truly are divine artifacts. What on earth have you done? 4 sets of purple gear and 3 divine artifacts. What kind of beings are you?" The thrill of discovery left Kelly in a state of exhilaration. Today, this fellow from the celestial realm alongside her friends had shattered her long-held perceptions. Even Kelly, with her enhancement shop located in the bustling dark city, had seldom witnessed divine artifacts, let alone individuals who had enhanced their gear beyond 10. The risks associated with failures at 10 and 11 were significant, as failure would result in the complete loss of the equipment. With this in mind, Kelly cautioned, "Dear compatriots, truthfully, I recommend you enhance your weapons only up to 10. The risk of failing at 11 is far too great. While equipment above 10 is indeed formidable, losing it altogether is a heavy price to pay." Lian Yang understood well the potential for loss with failed enhancements, which is why he would not dare boast about enhancing Kazan's curse to 13 without the necessary means. Divine artifacts such as Kazan's curse were rare finds, and acquiring a second would necessitate challenging even more formidable bosses. Few sellers of Kazan's curse were unaware of its true value. With a wealth of resources at their disposal, Lian Yang, Baron, Alice, and others would purchase the maximum limit of lucky magic boxes nearly every day. Yet, despite their misfortune, they had not once managed to obtain any pets or similar equipment. In stark contrast, they amassed countless potions and 3 major contracts with effects even more astounding than Remy's Kiss. However, there exists a remarkably extraordinary item that 3 individuals have acquired in abundance, namely the sacred enhancement protection scrolls, which can ensure that equipment remains unbroken during enhancement. Lian Yang produced 10 enhancement protection scrolls and handed them to Kelly, stating, "First, enhance my weapon. By incorporating this scroll during the enhancement process, we can ensure that the equipment will not disappear even if it fails to reach 10. Without substantial preparation, we would not dare to enhance a divine artifact." Feeling the scrolls in hand emanating an aura akin to that of the enhancement machine, Kelly was filled with unwavering confidence that this scroll could indeed guarantee that equipment above 10 would not vanish upon failure. Nodding, she exclaimed, "I cannot believe such wondrous items exist. I am truly astonished by the nature of your being." As the enhancement machine whirred to life, after a few minor failures, Kazan's curse finally reached 10. Taking a deep breath, Kelly placed the sacred enhancement protection scroll and Kazan's curse into the enhancement machine. With a rumbled buzz, amidst the thunderous sounds of the enhancement machine, Kelly's heart fluttered with trepidation. Despite her firm belief in the scroll's efficacy, it was her first encounter with such a miraculous object, leaving her with a tinge of self-doubt. Ding! Amidst Kelly's anxiety, Kazan's curse unexpectedly succeeded in reaching 11. Sensing her unease, Lian Yang, brimming with hope, encouraged, "Continue." Indeed, the second attempt resulted in an unforeseen failure, yet Kazan's curse remained intact, albeit the sacred enhancement protection scroll had vanished. Witnessing this, Kelly's confidence surged. "Phew, you nearly frightened this lady to death. Such divine artifacts truly exist in this world. Now, let us press on." 10, 11 failed. 10, 11, 12 failed. Despite the continuous failures, Kelly maintained an exceptionally positive mindset, as the assurance that the equipment would not shatter sparked infinite hope for enhancement. Eventually, when only 2 of Lian Yang's 10 protection scrolls remained, ding-da, Kazan's curse finally enhanced to 13. Gazing at the shimmering purple light of Kazan's curse, Lian Yang expressed his satisfaction. "Phew, you've worked hard. Indeed, the attributes of a 13 weapon are worlds apart from those of a 10. Seeing Lian Yang's weapon successfully reach 13, he effortlessly handed over the enhancement protection scrolls for Balan and Alice. Shortly thereafter, after utilizing a few more scrolls, Balan and Alice's weapons also successfully enhanced to 12. Presenting Kelly with several million gold coins for the enhancement of the equipment, Alice bid farewell. Goodbye, fellow villager. We shall return often. Chapter 31. The City of Misfortune surveying the dilapidated city before them, Lian Yang inquired. Is this Hetunmal ahead? Hetunmal was once the capital of the Bermal Duchy, and gazing upon the extensive ruins, it is not hard to imagine that Hetunmal was once a bustling metropolis, rivaling the current splendor of the Dark City. Nodding, Celia spoke with sorrow. Once, Bermal was the center of economic circulation on the continent and a paradise for adventurers. However, the cataclysm brought by the era of destruction obliterated this place, transforming the formerly prosperous capital, Hetunmal, into the desolate ruins we see before us. Yet, resilient humans persist here, fighting for survival against all odds. Though Celia remained oblivious to her elfin heritage, she embodied the benevolence attributed to legendary sprites, perpetually caught in the throes of sentimentality. Sensing Celia's sorrow, Lian Yang gently murmured, "Everything shall be well. One day, this place will flourish once more." Indeed, the melancholic Celia had always been regarded as the beloved younger sister by those around her, prompting their unwavering concern for her well-being. As they continued onward, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of Hetunmal. Halt! No entry without permission. The imperial soldier stationed at the ruins of Hetunmal barred Lian Yang and his companions. The chaotic influx of reckless adventurers into the ruins necessitated Hade's decision to seal off the entrance. Before Lian Yang could voice any protest, Hade, passing by, misinterpreted the scene as yet another group of foolhardy adventurers attempting to infiltrate the monster-laden ruins. Reflecting on the despicable actions of some adventurers, he felt an immediate disdain. Where do these unsavory characters keep coming from? He muttered in frustration, turning away as he commanded his subordinate, the novice knight Rennie. You, go deal with this. The pink-haired novice knight Rennie, resplendent in his imperial knight attire, saluted at Hade's command, replying, "Yes, Deputy Commander. Leave it to me." Hade was known for his brusque demeanor and unyielding principles, often lacking the tact to shield his subordinates from his harshness. He was an anomaly within the military. However, his unwavering integrity and emphasis on honor garnered him a measure of respect among many knights, including Rennie. Hastening to Lian Yang and his companions, Rennie announced in a commanding voice, "The Imperial Knights have taken control of this area. Individuals of uncertain identity are not permitted to enter." In response to Rennie's arrival, Lian Yang donned the insignia of the Steel Wolf squad leader on his chest and declared solemnly, "I am Lian Yang, squad leader of the Steel Wolf Knights, here on a covert mission." This was a subtle misrepresentation on Lian Yang's part. While he indeed possessed the authority for autonomous action, he lacked the clearance to enter areas under imperial jurisdiction. "Yes, sir. I shall report to my superiors." Rennie's strong sense of hierarchy was evident, as he recognized Lian Yang's rank but required confirmation regarding his mission. "You needn't report it." Hade approached, his voice sharp. "You are the one who joined the squad under Barnes' invitation, are you not?" Barnes had already informed Hade of Lian Yang's identity, and he had no desire to play the villain. "Yes, Deputy Commander. I have come to investigate the Black Nightmare." Unlike Barnes, Hade was direct and forthright, holding great importance to the distinctions of rank. Lian Yang knew that maintaining a serious demeanor and avoiding any cunning maneuvers was essential in dealing with him. "The Black Nightmare? If you're not afraid of death, then come on in. Let him pass." Upon hearing Lian Yang mention the Black Nightmare, Hade showed no surprise, for Barnes had already conveyed that Lian Yang's objective was to investigate it. Initially, he felt a twinge of disdain. After all, how simple could it be to investigate a phenomenon that had swept across the continent? However, noticing the visibly enhanced weaponry wielded by Lian Yang and his companions, he surmised that their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Upon reflection, it appears that Hetunmal currently lacks any truly formidable monsters, rendering the notion of villainy rather unnecessary. Thus, I casually grant passage. In the distance, Albert faintly hears the name Lian Yang and hastens towards the entrance. Upon encountering Lian Yang, who is just retracting his military insignia, he inquires, "Are you Lian Yang from the Silver Village?" Lian Yang nods affirmatively. "Indeed. Has Paris spoken of us?" His question is somewhat superfluous, as he is well aware that Paris must have mentioned him to Albert. As anticipated, Albert nods in agreement. "Paris has indeed mentioned you. I caught wind of your name and came to see for myself. I was just contemplating a way to grant you entry, yet here you are, already inside." Under Albert's guidance, they swiftly arrive at Paris's residence, which is conveniently located not far from the entrance of the Hetunmal ruins. Upon seeing Lian Yang and his companions, Paris exclaims joyfully, "I wondered what all the commotion was about." "So it's you. Did Albert assist you in gaining entry?" It is evident that Paris is cognizant of the fact that her pass is ineffective. Albert shrugs nonchalantly, while I would love to claim credit for their passage. The reality is they possess their own means. And you do not hail from the Empire, do you? Lodging for those from the Empire is quite extravagant. Lian Yang chuckles softly, though I would like to inform you otherwise. The truth is we joined Baron S. Knights upon passing through the Dark City. Matters of identity cannot be concealed indefinitely. It is more prudent to speak candidly. Lian Yang understands that the relationship between Paris, the indigenous people of Hertonmal, and the Duchy of Belmal is rather intricate. Paris waves her hand dismissively. Baron's Knights, you say? A commendable choice. In any case, welcome to our humble abode. Although I had extended an invitation, your arrival in the currently tumultuous Hertonmal ruins is no small feat. Despite her dissatisfaction with the Delros Empire, Paris harbors no prejudice against Baron and his knights, for Baron is indeed a celebrated hero across the continent. Finding a nearby seat, Balan remarks, days devoid of adventure are utterly tedious, particularly knowing your homeland has been ravaged by the Black Nightmare. We thought to come here. Perhaps we might uncover some leads. It would be splendid if we could assist you in resolving the issue of the Black Nightmare. However, Balan holds little hope for this endeavor, for while the Black Nightmare in Silver Village has only recently begun to manifest, in her Tonmal ruins, it has already reached catastrophic proportions. Paris nods in acknowledgement. The storm of the Age of Destruction laid waste to this place. However, it remains a vast city. Its enormity renders it exponentially more perilous than Silver Village. With terrifying monsters lurking in abundance, I believe this should provide ample thrill for you. Lian Yang's presence brings Paris a measure of joy, as the situation in her Tonmal ruins grows increasingly dire. The relatively powerful Lian Yang and his companions offer a glimmer of hope for Paris. With a flick of her lustrous hair, Alice gazes intently at Paris, her eyes sparkling. Rest assured, my dear Paris, I shall find a way to resolve the issue of the Black Nightmare here. Indeed, Alice's arrival at the ruins of Hedinmer was undeniably aimed at Paris, who is notoriously known as the Princess of the Stinking Ditch. This moniker refers to her humble origins in the impoverished district, while the term princess is a testament to her exquisite beauty. Akin to that of a fairy tale sovereign point, one can only wonder how Alice, with her boundless adoration for beauty, could possibly overlook Paris. Feeling the weight of Alice's penetrating gaze, Paris took a step back and exclaimed, "What do you want? I must warn you, while you may have harmed Celia, do not even think of setting your sights on me." Clearly, after spending some time together, Paris had come to understand Alice's peculiar inclinations, making it difficult for her to regard Alice as merely a female counterpart. After a brief exchange, Paris continued, "Speaking of adventures, I am reminded of the adventurers. Ever since the Hedinmer ruins were besieged, a plethora of monsters have emerged, attracting countless adventurers to this place. However, the caliber of these adventurers varies greatly, so you must exercise utmost caution during your explorations. The most terrifying threats within the Hedinmer ruins are not the most formidable monsters, but rather the adventurers themselves." Nodding in understanding, Lian Yang replied, "I see. For now, I shall entrust Celia's care to you, while the three of us venture to the Hedinmer ruins to scout the area." Upon exiting Paris's abode, Lian Yang noticed that Hade had been waiting there for quite some time. Hade began, "Kid, have you met Paris yet?" Before Lian Yang could respond, Hade continued, "The current state of the Hedinmer ruins is exceedingly intricate, rife with black nightmares, mutated monsters, opportunistic adventurers, lurking revolutionary forces, and ambitious imperial factions. Your strength is quite insufficient, yet your identity is undeniably unique." Without waiting for Lian Yang's thoughts, Hade turned and departed. Lian Yang chose neither to explain nor to inquire further. Fully aware of Hade's character, he was the quintessential cold yet passionate enigma. Indeed, as Hade had indicated, the Hedinmer ruins were in a state of turmoil, constantly threatened by the black nightmares and the monsters they had spawned, jeopardizing the safety of its inhabitants. Furthermore, the influx of adventurers drawn by the prospect of profit, experience, posed an unstable factor, as these adventurers, driven by self-interest, would resort to any means necessary. The citizens of the fallen Belmar Duchy, having suffered the catastrophe of national annihilation, were understandably unwilling to accept the loss of their homeland to the Delos Empire. They had been secretly persuading adventurers who ventured into the Hedinmer ruins to join the revolutionary forces aimed at restoring Belmar. Simultaneously, the Delos Empire, with its own ambitions to monopolize the region, had also set its sights on this lucrative opportunity. It merely awaited a catalyst to launch a full-scale takeover. That catalyst would be the complete eradication of the Black Nightmares, akin to what had transpired in the Yenofa forest. Once the vast number of remaining monsters were rendered defenseless, they would become a natural training ground for adventurers, a source of soldiers for the revolutionary forces, and a military training ground for the Empire. However, for the time being, all three factions tacitly agreed to refrain from seizing this prize, as none possessed the confidence to monopolize it alone. Should they fail to occupy the areas swiftly, it would inevitably attract the attention of even more factions. However, Lian Yang's identity is remarkably unique. He is a disciple of Aganzo, and the Four Sword Saints hold an extraordinarily transcendent status in Arad, particularly in the absence of a clearly defined faction under Aganzo. One wishes to offend Aganzo, who possesses the strength to eliminate apostles. As the sole disciple of Aganzo, Lian Yang's enlistment in Bond's Knight Order is no longer a secret among the continent's elite. Yet ordinary adventurers remain oblivious to Lian Yang's true identity, perceiving him merely as an ordinary adventurer and considering him a part of the larger adventurer community. The Revolutionary Army is acutely aware of Lian Yang's identity but can only devise strategies to win him over, as they lack the resolve to confront the Sword Saints with their already disadvantaged forces. Thus, Lian Yang's intention to investigate the Black Nightmare encounters no resistance. However, once the chaos is resolved by Lian Yang, a figure of uncertain status, the interest surrounding the ruins of Hertmer will inevitably lead to negotiations or confrontations among the three factions, with Lian Yang being a pivotal character in such proceedings. Shaking his head, Lian Yang remarked, "Regardless, let us first assess the extent of the chaos here." The distribution of interests among the three parties is of little concern to Lian Yang. He is solely focused on enhancing his power to ultimately vanquish the evil dragon Spiz, sealed within the Dark City. Chapter 32. Slaying and seizing the boss. Upon departing from the residential area of the Hertmer ruins, a pervasive aura of malevolence enveloped the air. Lian Yang furrowed his brow and stated, "This must be considered a disaster zone for the Black Nightmare. The air is thick with its essence." With a shrug, Bon replied, "This is merely the periphery of the Hertmer ruins. It is said that this area now belongs to the Mushroom People, referred to as the Mushroom Manor." "Mushroom People?" Alice chuckled. "The Black Nightmare truly has no dietary restrictions, infecting both stones and plants, seemingly devoid of anything it spurns." "Ha ha ha!" The oppressive anger dissipated, and Lian Yang laughed uproariously. "Alice, you might be right. This Black Nightmare is indeed a gluttonous child. Die." Just as Lian Yang and his companions were laughing, a mushroom behind Bon suddenly leapt from the ground, transforming into a humanoid form that lunged fiercely at Bon. Bang! With a casual shot, Alice remarked, "Ambushes are not a commendable habit. Bon, be sure to thank me." Although the Mushroom People's ambush was quite unexpected, the gunman's reflexes were swift, particularly Alice, who stood opposite Bon. With a sudden draw of her blade from her back, she effortlessly dispatched a mushroom jester that lunged at her. Lian Yang grinned, "A battle! A battle! It's been days since I last fought." Bang, bang, bang. Alice, too indolent to utilize skills, wielded her hand cannon while mimicking the sounds of gunfire, as if the fierce combat were merely a theatrical performance. These monsters are significantly stronger than those in Silver Village. Noticing the increased strength of the monsters, Bon commented, "The positioning of these Mushroom People should be akin to that of the Flame Squirrels in Silver Village. Yet their power has reached the level of Lightning Beulah." Bon, likewise, engaged in combat using only standard attacks. It was not a display of bravado among the trio. Rather, having leveled up and upgraded their gear, they found themselves without opponents that matched their newfound prowess, thus resorting to the most fundamental form of attack. Through the intensity of their ordinary attacks, the trio could roughly ascertain their current level of strength. However, even their basic strikes, bolstered by the ability to don level 10 gear and learn level 5 skills, allowed the Lian Yang trio to dispatch their foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. With a long exhale, Alice shrugged and remarked, "That was indeed an effortless battle. The enhancement from our equipment is remarkable. I feel as if I have reached the level of the previous Dogman Hado." Nodding in agreement, Lian Yang replied, "The only thing he has over us is his level, but with both of you able to wear 10 purple gear at level 40, he cannot surpass you in terms of equipment. As for skills, how many tricks can a rogue really master? Let's continue our exploration. The strength of the outermost monsters makes me somewhat uneasy." Indeed, although the battle concluded with great swiftness, it was not due to the weakness of the monsters, but rather the overwhelming power of the trio clad in novice divine gear. However, in this authentic world, the disparity between bosses and lesser monsters is vast. It is entirely plausible for a mere level 10 monster to encounter a level 60 boss. As they pressed onward, Alice, the gunslinger, utilized her innate observational prowess to serve as the firepower support and part-time scout for the trio. She gestured for silence and whispered, "Sure, those ahead resemble Mushroom People, the ones in black hats. Did you notice? Upon closer inspection, those are adventurers. Following the direction of Alice's finger, they indeed spotted a group of 4 or 5 individuals sneaking about. Wearing black mushroom hats, they bore a striking resemblance to the nearby mushroom creatures, yet a closer look revealed them to be human adventurers. Reflecting on the creatures in the mushroom manner of the City of Doom within the game, Lian Yang confirmed that these adventurers belong to the Black Hat Thieves Guild I in the land of Arad. Any organization labeled as a thieves guild is notorious for its ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, undoubtedly having committed numerous atrocities against ordinary villages and towns. Contemplating this, Lian Yang stated, "This must be the Black Hat Thieves Guild, a band of adventurers that lurk in the ruins of Hedmer. Their furtive demeanor suggests they have stumbled upon something significant. Let us follow them." Remarkably, this group had traversed a path that rarely encountered the mushroom creatures. Any that did appear were swiftly eliminated by the cooperative efforts of the thieves. Their practiced movements seemed to avoid drawing the attention of more distant foes. Stealthily trailing the Black Hat Thieves for several blocks, they observed the leader suddenly halt, scrutinizing the surroundings with care, and declared, "It's just ahead." The other 2 groups should have arrived as well. During the upcoming battle, let us keep our movements as quiet as possible. This is a rare boss. The caution exhibited by the thieves was commendable. Not only did they advance with great care, but upon sighting their target, they meticulously confirmed they were not being followed. Regrettably, they encountered the formidable trio known as Lian Yang, whose strength far surpassed their own. Upon hearing the words of the leader of the Black Hat Thieves Guild, Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, a boss. These wretched thieves have managed to discover a boss, but alas, they have crossed paths with us." Observing the cautious advance of their adversaries along the way, it was evident that they harbored grand ambitions, but little did they anticipate unearthing a boss. A creature worthy of being termed a boss must possess the stature and prowess akin to that of the thunderous Cloth Lala. Moreover, it was certain that this encounter would yield a plethora of valuable spoils. Continuing to stealthily follow, they soon discovered the boss engaged in combat with the Black Hat Thieves Guild. The colossal purple figure, adorned with towering mutated fungi resembling antlers, was identified by Lian Yang with a hushed tone. Indeed, it is a boss, Super Mushroom Mambernans. Super Mushroom Mambernans serves as the second boss of Mushroom Manor, positioned above the Plague Rat Panduo, and subordinate only to the leader of the Mushroom Folk, the Mushroom Monster Shatu. Complicating matters further, it would release mushroom spores, with some rapidly maturing into mushroom men, while others transformed into cyan mushrooms capable of spewing toxic mist. The number of enemies engaged in battle with it increased. Neglecting to clear them promptly would result in a vast array of toxic spouting mushrooms. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate it with lightning speed. Otherwise, the fight would become interminable. Indeed, at that moment, the Black Hat Thieves Guild, numbering around 40 to 50 members, seemed determined to seize the opportunity and vanquish Bernans. "What a bounty!" Baron murmured, his eyes gleaming. "These individuals must be the elite of the Black Hat Thieves Guild, all at least above level 30. Alice, provide fire support. Baron, we charge." Lian Yang echoed Baron's thoughts, for in the eyes of the trio, Bernans was not the only tempting target. The allure of the Black Hat Thieves Guild was even greater. After all, Bernans might yield only a sacred artifact, with the probability being exceedingly low, most likely just purple equipment. However, these thieves could potentially grant the trio several levels of experience. Mk2 Grenade Launcher, Fire. The gunner's level 35 skill, FM, 92-2 Malawian Quach's Grenade Launcher, was perfectly suited for providing fire support to Lian Yang and Baron. A barrage of shells raining down from the sky would deliver a fatal blow to any Black Hat thief struck, while the surrounding enemies were thrown into disarray by the explosive shockwaves. Although Alice's initial salvo of grenades only felled 2 foes, it utterly disrupted the original tactics and formation of the Black Hat Thieves Guild. Despite the disarray, the guild members remained clustered together. Suddenly, Baron's left hand coalesced into a fearsome vortex of sanguine energy. Roaring as it drew together the thieves gathered before him, it was none other than the Bloodthirsty Demon Slash. The Bloodthirsty Demon Slash, a level 35 berserker skill, draws enemies in close while continuously siphoning their vitality, culminating in a devastating strike with the Sword of Blood energy. The more enemies drawn in, the greater the damage inflicted by the Blood energy sword. Moreover, the Bloodthirsty Demon Slash possesses an even greater utility, as it allows Baron to pull monsters directly before himself. Only then did Lian Yang execute a swift 3-part strike, positioning himself at the very center of the monstrous foe, and bellowed, "Rage unleashed." The thieves, ensnared by the bloodthirsty ceiling slash, had no time to respond before Lian Yang's explosive fury obliterated them, bestowing a bountiful experience upon the trio. This meticulously orchestrated ambush halved the ranks of the once formidable band of thieves, originally numbering around 50, yet that was the extent of their success. The remaining thieves huddled closely together, and their leader spoke in a grave tone. "It seems you have overstepped your bounds, my lord, fellow adventurers. Your ambush upon us while we engage the monsters appears to contravene the laws of the Empire." Haha, the very notion of a thief leader invoking the law in front of Lian Yang elicited a hearty laugh from him. The laws of the Empire. Since when have thieves abided by such regulations? As he spoke, he produced his military insignia and declared solemnly, "We are the Hope Independent Squad of the Steel Wolf Knights of the Delros Empire, and our current mission is to eradicate you, the Black Hat Thieves." Upon witnessing Lian Yang unveil his insignia, the leader of the Black Hat Thieves shouted, "Prepare to flee." Their strength is overwhelming. Although the thieves held the advantage in both level and numbers, the astute leader, noticing the faint purple glow emanating from Lian Yang's sword, quickly realized that their enemy wielded a weapon enhanced to 13. Faced with such an adversary, only escape offered a sliver of hope. Seeing the thieves attempting to flee, Lian Yang proclaimed, "Kill swiftly. Everyone we take down is a gain." With a swift leap, he dispatched the nearest thief with a single, decisive strike. However, with the formidable boss, the Super Mushroom Man Bernans, still present, the trio did not pursue far, claiming only 5 or 6 more thieves before resolutely abandoning the chase. The Super Mushroom Man Bernans had already sown a field of mushroom spores, prompting Alice to decisively unleash a flamethrower to cleanse the battlefield with ease. Lian Yang observed keenly. The Super Mushroom Man Bernans was on the verge of collapse from his previous skirmish with the Black Hat Thieves. He exclaimed, "What fortuitous luck! He is on the brink of death. Let us finish him off." Bloodthirsty ceiling slash. Baron executed the attack, firmly controlling the creature. Fem 31 grenade launcher. Rage unleashed. Alice and Lian Yang provided the firepower. With a powerful thrust, Baron, having absorbed enough vitality, pierced Bernans through with a ferocious strike. Once the battle concluded and the spoils were gathered, Lian Yang remarked, "Indeed, a piece of purple-geared IT is rather unfortunate for those thieves to have perished for such a prize." Although purple gear still held value in the eyes of Lian Yang and his companions, it was not considered particularly exceptional, especially since they were already adorned in complete purple attire. Humans. Just as Lian Yang and his companions prepared to return to the City of Misfortune, a faint cry for help suddenly reached their ears. The trio turned toward the source of the sound, discovering a hidden corner of the battlefield where an elderly goblin was weakly calling out, "Help me, humans!" Chapter 33. The Black Hat Thieves' last resort upon seeing Sherlock, whom Lian Yang had rescued, parried, "Sherlock, you old fool. Are you once again in search of your one and only kin?" Sherlock is also one of the indigenous inhabitants of Hertonmal, and he has been a long-time friend of Paris. In his frantic quest to locate his only kin, Maggie, Paris has attempted to assist in the search, yet all efforts have proven fruitless. Sherlock shook his head emphatically and declared, "He is the sole being of my kind in this world. I cannot forsake him." Turning to Lian Yang, he added, "To preserve even a single life is a stroke of fortune. Heh, but please allow this pitiful old goblin to ramble for a moment. The Age of Destruction annihilated the goblin race, and after losing my kin, I am left with but one friend. Yet that fellow, in a maddened frenzy, dashed into the fray alone and has yet to return." After a brief pause, he continued, "No one is willing to help me retrieve him. I have beseeched the Empire, but they remain adamant, stating such matters fall outside their jurisdiction. Alas, my life is wrought with suffering." Upon hearing Sherlock's words, Lian Yang, well versed in the narrative, found it difficult to comprehend his feelings for Maggie. Observing Paris's demeanor, it was clear that this old goblin had frantically searched for his companion countless times. Indeed, Paris helplessly remarked, "Old Sherlock just keeps repeating these same phrases. We have sent people to search, but they always return injured, and none have encountered the goblin he speaks of." This, Sherlock, visibly agitated, shouted, "He is merely timid and afraid to show himself. Humans never believe in goblins." Familiar with the so-called Great Migration outside the game, as well as the cataclysmic events within, Lian Yang found it impossible to stifle his sarcasm. Could humans and goblins, once sworn enemies of two distinct classes, ever trust one another? The very fact that Sherlock exists in the human realm is miraculous enough. Furthermore, the fearful Maggie would undoubtedly hide from human searchers. Given the perilous nature of the Hertonmal ruins, it was utterly impractical for a large force to seek Maggie on Sherlock's behalf. Nevertheless, Lian Yang nodded and stated, "Regardless, I intend to explore the Hertonmal ruins. If I see him, I shall rescue your friend." Lian Yang did not dismiss Sherlock's plea. If possible, he would be more than willing to save Maggie. The crux of the matter lay in whether he could indeed return with Maggie alive, considering the overwhelming inertia of history. As he contemplated venturing into the Hertamal ruins, Lian Yang suddenly recalled the Black Hat Thieves. He inquired of Paris, "Paris, what can you tell me about the Black Hat Thieves? They seem to wield considerable influence. It is quite troublesome that they would mobilize a band of 40 or 50 thieves for a single super mushroom man, Bernan's. Especially since their background as monsters in the game is quite vague. However, the true Arad continent is infinitely more complex. The Black Hat Thieves, you say?" Paris pondered momentarily. This group typically operates solely within the Hertamal ruins, amassing wealth left behind by residents and robbing adventurers who venture into the ruins. Their leader remains unknown, but it is rumored to have some connection with the Empire. You must have rescued Sherlock from the Mushroom Manor on the outskirts of the Hertamal ruins. That place is one of their most active territories. Be exceedingly cautious, for these individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Lian Yang suddenly comprehended that, from the perspective of the City of Misfortune, the dwelling place of the remnants of the Hertamal ruins, the Black Hat Thieves Guild was merely a minor organization, albeit one that posed some complications due to its ties with the Empire. However, for adventurers like Lian Yang and his companions who sought to embark on an independent expedition, the numerous members of the Black Hat Thieves Guild represented a considerable threat. Understanding this, Lian Yang nodded, expressing, "After a long and arduous journey, we've arrived just to venture forth into the unknown. I am utterly exhausted. Let us proceed." The following day, at the Mushroom Manor in the early morning, a gentle breeze wafted through the lush grasslands of the Mushroom Manor, carrying with it a refreshing chill that imbued Lian Yang and his companions with a sense of poetic charm about the place. Eager to delve deeper into the realm, they meticulously evaded the foreseeable mushroom creatures. With a swift stroke of his sword, Lian Yang dispatched a blocking mushroom creature, creating the impression that he was merely clearing away obstructive weeds. It seemed as though the trio was not on an adventure but rather enjoying a leisurely outing. As they ventured further inward, they appeared to have reached the depths of the Mushroom Manor. Suddenly, a dart whizzed through the silence, hurtling towards Lian Yang with remarkable speed. The ethereal blue glimmer unmistakably indicated that this dart was laced with poison. Although stealthily launched, the dart was detected by the highly vigilant Lian Yang, who, with a flick of his sword, deftly swatted it aside as if it were a mere leaf. However, like a signal flare, the moment the first dart was struck down, a torrential barrage of darts descended upon Lian Yang, as if rain had begun to fall. "Heh heh," Lian Yang chuckled. "I was just feeling a bit bored, and unexpectedly, some fools have come knocking at my door. Let the fun begin." As he surveyed the deluge of darts, he estimated that no fewer than 100 assailants were involved in the assault. Yet, deducing from the force of the darts he had deflected, he concluded that the vast majority were likely around level 25, which rendered the situation rather tedious for him. Laser cannon. Alice, on the other hand, appeared rather untroubled. As a sharpshooter, her heightened perception allowed her to sense the trajectory of the darts. Without even glancing up, she unleashed a laser cannon in the direction of the incoming projectiles. The searing beam incinerated the darts into steam, while simultaneously obliterating the unsuspecting assailants who were unable to evade its wrath. "What? You suggest dodging?" The attack speed of the laser cannon is nothing short of the speed of light, and with its highly concentrated energy, any contact with the human body would result in instant incineration. Unless one can predict the trajectory or counteract the energy of the laser, being struck means certain death. Roaring with ferocity, the Berserker Baron unleashed his bloodlust. Brandishing his dual blades, he charged towards the densest clusters of darts, striking them down with astonishing speed while effortlessly capturing and dispatching the enemies who had launched the projectiles. Crackling with defiance, the diminutive creature also rose to the challenge. Being a semi-sentient being, it allowed the darts to ricochet off its body with a melodic chime, fiercely directing its newfound lightning abilities towards the source of the onslaught. In a flash, the adversaries were reduced to ashes. Perhaps only those diminutive beings of relatively low rank can reap the greatest benefits from this sudden and unforeseen battle. After all, despite the overwhelming number of foes, the average level hovers around a mere 25. Offering only the most basic experience to the trio. Witnessing the lackluster outcome of his meticulously planned ambush, the leader of the assailants resolutely issued a retreat command. As they watched the trio, akin to war gods, effortlessly dispatch their former comrades, the assailants felt not hatred but an overwhelming dread towards Lian Yang. Upon hearing the leader's order to withdraw, they fled the battlefield with remarkable haste. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. "How can you behave this way? How can you so brazenly slaughter adventurers? You wretches!" Baron, somewhat perplexed, gazed at the newcomer and inquired, "Aren't these the ones who ambushed us?" The newcomer was also a small team of 6, easily identifiable by their attire. 2 sword souls, a berserker, an elementalist, a psychic, and, astonishingly, a paladin, a well-rounded party with tanks, damage dealers, support, and healing. The paladin, nonchalantly, remarked, "But I see you standing here. While those who have perished lie elsewhere." Baron was about to retort when Lian Yang interjected with a chuckle. Restraining him, he exchanged a knowing glance with Alice and stepped forward, asking, "And what do you intend to do?" Lian Yang was acutely aware that the individuals before him were the true trump card of the Black Hat Thieves Guild. Their lack of strength compelled them to resort to underhanded tactics. The paladin naturally responded, "You will accompany us to face the Empire's judgment. The indiscriminate slaughter of adventurers is a grave offense." His words carried a palpable air of superiority, clearly indicative of noble lineage. Lian Yang, undeterred, continued, "It seems these individuals are indeed affiliated with the Black Hat Thieves Guild. I don't recall that killing members of a thieves guild is illegal, do you? Just look at their attire and weapons. They are unmistakably the hallmarks of the Black Hat Thieves Guild. Is that so?" The paladin shrugged, responding with feigned indifference. "Perhaps they simply have an affinity for unique attire. Who decrees that looking like a thieves guild member makes one a member? I see them merely as adventurers in the vicinity, unjustly slain by you." The paladin was, of course, aware that these were indeed members of the Black Hat Thieves Guild, who were, in fact, subordinates of his own. "Ah, I see." Lian Yang nodded. "So, does that mean that even someone clad in the guise of a paladin could potentially be a member of a thieves guild?" Lian Yang's words incensed the paladin, for he realized that the game of cat and mouse could no longer continue. In a low voice, he declared, "If you choose to think this way, so be it. However, you must either return with us to face judgment or perish here at our hands." Of course, he believed that Lian Yang would not escape death, for the so-called judgment of the Empire was merely a farce wherein his men would judge Lian Yang. With right and wrong dictated solely by him, he possessed the authority to do so. "The Empire's judgment, you say?" Lian Yang produced his insignia, affixing it to his chest, and proclaimed, "I am Lian Yang, captain of the independent squad of the Iron Wolf Knights of the Delos Empire. I now suspect that you are a member of the Black Hat Thieves Guild. Finally, we have arrived at the crux of the matter. It is evident that the paladin, hailing from the noble lineage of the Delos Empire, has no valid excuse, making it rather inconvenient for Lian Yang to take action against him. To my astonishment, he is unable to maintain his composure." "What?" Upon seeing Lian Yang's military rank, the paladin's expression changed dramatically. Being a scion of the Delos Empire's elite, he instantly recognized the authenticity of Lian Yang's military insignia. The ranks of the Delos Empire are beyond forgery, and no one dares to counterfeit them. It is surprising that Lian Yang, originally just an ordinary adventurer, possesses the identity of an imperial knight. He inwardly cursed the leader of the Black Hat Thieves Guild for acting recklessly without thorough investigation. Even he would find it troublesome if implicated in collusion with a band of thieves. With this thought, the paladin commanded sternly, "Kill them all, or we shall all face dire consequences." As he spoke, he bestowed auxiliary skills upon all his comrades and took a position behind the 5 members. It must be noted that the paladin's team members are all around level 40. If not for the existence of the contract, which is absent in the Arad continent, this would indeed be a formidable battle. However, the battlefield does not entertain hypotheticals. The paladin activated his support skills, while the psionic adept erected a barrier to bolster his allies. The elementalist cast every buff at his disposal upon himself. The berserker unleashed his blood frenzy, and the sword master released the devastating broken extreme blade. As the leader of the 6-man team, the paladin's companions are essentially his bodyguards, and their long-standing camaraderie has forged an unparalleled synergy. The combat readiness of the paladin's squad is now at its peak. Chapter 34. Intense Battle. Lading Human Dragon's Fury Slash. As the 2 sword masters of the paladin's squad activated their skills, they unleashed the most powerful move of a level 40 sword master, the Dragon's Fury Slash. Their swords, imbued with the spirit of a dragon, manifested as resplendent sword energy, akin to 2 ferocious dragons charging towards Lian Yang and Baron. Heh! Observing the ferocity of the enemy's Dragon's Fury Slash, Lian Yang chuckled, standing his ground without evasion or retreat. He allowed the brutal strikes of their ultimate move to crash upon him. The sword masters of the paladin's team, seeing Lian Yang's refusal to dodge, couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement, mockingly exclaiming, "Where did this little rascal come from? Is he dazed by the might of your esteemed Jack? Die!" As they spoke, their strikes grew even more ferocious. "Hey, is that your idea of an attack?" Lian Yang, displaying a look of impatience, bellowed, "Die!" Li Gui sword technique. With a swift motion, he executed the sharp Li Gui sword technique. Infused with a frenzy of bloodlust in just one strike, he sent Jack flying. Lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Jack gazed at Lian Yang in astonishment, exclaiming, "What, you are completely unscathed?" Just as he was about to say more, bang! A figure crashed down upon him. The incoming figure faced Jack, and as it opened its mouth, a spray of congealed blood splattered across Jack's face. "Martin, you scoundrel!" Jack, suddenly drenched in blood, felt his temper flare. Kicking Martin away, hastily gulping down a bottle of yellow potion, he roared, "Ah, this is too much, die!" The paladin, sensing the shift in the tide, immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack together. The enemy is formidable, bang!" Before they could make a move, Alice's FM 92 Mk2 howitzer had already unleashed a fierce barrage upon them. Quick, the barrier. In this critical moment, the psionic master decisively summoned the elemental mage and paladin into her psychic shield. The explosive shells rained down violently upon the shield, causing the psionic master's complexion to grow increasingly pallid, as the barrier appeared on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to falter, Alice's artillery fire finally came to a halt. Simultaneously, the elemental mage had completed her incantation, raising her staff high as she exclaimed, "Jack Bomb!" The ferocious Jack Bomb hurtled towards Alice like a meteorite. Cannon! Observing the swiftly approaching Jack Bomb, Alice remained unfazed, effortlessly countering with a cannon blast that obliterated the elemental mage's projectile. "Little girl, your opponent is me, Blood Blade." What? The opposing berserker had stealthily positioned himself beside Alice without her notice. Clang! Just in time. Baron executed a block, rendering the berserker's fierce blood blade ineffective. Humph! The berserker bellowed, "Are you a berserker too? Let us see whether I, Barton, am stronger than you." Roar! Berserker Barton instantaneously entered a state of frenzy. "Frenzy, you say?" Baron chuckled. "In the face of absolute strength, frenzy is but a reckless endeavor. Die for me." Baron did not enter a frenzy, yet he boldly confronted the frenzied Barton. Baron's dual wielding was swift, and Barton's was equally rapid. The two engaged in a reckless exchange of blows, allowing each other to land strikes upon one another without defense. However, in this frenzied exchange, Barton remained oblivious to the fact that Baron, while trading wounds, merely sustained superficial injuries, whereas he himself was becoming bloodied and battered. Already at level 34, Baron donned a full set of level 40 purple gear, his defenses soaring far above those of Barton, who barely possessed a few pieces of blue gear at level 40. Alas, even a controllable frenzy is still a frenzy. A berserker in such a state is akin to a wild beast, fixated solely on the annihilation of its adversary. In stark contrast to the reckless exchanges of Baron and Barton, Lian Yang effortlessly subdued the twin swordsmen, propelling their attacks towards the paladin. Repent. Sensing Lian Yang's rapid approach, the paladin resolutely employed his signature skill, the Hammer of Repentance. The colossal hammer of holy light surged fiercely towards Lian Yang. A trivial matter. Triple slash. Yet, it proved futile. Lian Yang deftly executed a triple slash, evading the paladin's thunderous hammer of repentance. Closer now, Lian Yang was nearly at the paladin's side. Holy Shield. As one of the few adventurers affiliated with a formal organization, the paladin possessed a comprehensive skill set, and a holy shield effortlessly obstructed Lian Yang's advance. Concurrently, the elemental mage launched her next attack. Annihilation Black Hole. With a wave of her hand, a minuscule black hole manifested behind Lian Yang, its immense gravitational pull incessantly drawing him closer. Spiral Psychic Field. In a desperate struggle against the annihilating black hole unleashed by the elemental master, Lian Yang seized an opportunity as he was captured by the opponent's psychic warrior, who launched a ferocious spiral energy field. In a surge of rage, Lian Yang found himself merely a meter away from the black hole. At this critical juncture, he resolutely unleashed a burst of fury, which shattered the black hole into fragments. Yunlan, EC, step aside, bellowed the paladin at that moment. Repent. With another strike of the repentance hammer, the psychic warrior nodded fiercely, instructing, EC, freeze him. Do not let him escape. Spiral energy field. The elemental master, known as EC, raised a hand and commanded, Ice Wall. Solid walls of ice encased Lian Yang, trapping him in the center. At this moment, aside from the restrained Barton, the remaining Sword Soul brothers, the elemental master, the psychic warrior, and the leading paladin simultaneously launched an assault on Lian Yang. At such a close distance, Alice found herself unable to employ her powerful skills to shield Lian Yang, fearing the risk of collateral damage. Yet, amidst the various restraints, Lian Yang smirked. "So, you all have gathered together at last?" "What?" Lian Yang suddenly grinned, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through the hearts of the paladin and others. An ominous premonition hung in the air. Lian Yang assumed a sword-drawing posture and shouted, "Blade draw slash." "What?" The Sword Soul brothers, Jack and Martin, were instantly gripped by terror. The blade draw slash was a legendary skill among the Sword Souls, unmatched in its power. Reacting instinctively, they attempted to flee. Too late. With a resounding clang, the enormous sword was drawn and sheathed in an instant, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that radiated outward from Lian Yang. "Ah!" Two piercing screams echoed as the psychic warrior Yunlan and the elemental master EC were decapitated by Lian Yang's strike. Thud, thud, thud. The paladin and the Sword Soul brothers, having recognized the formidable might of Lian Yang's blade draw slash, assumed defensive stances, yet were still sent hurtling through the air, blood spilling from their mouths. Laser cannon. Having been at a distance from Lian Yang earlier, Alice had been unable to attack due to the fear of collateral damage. However, seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a beam of laser energy, thicker than before, that pierced through the Sword Soul brothers, who had aligned themselves in a straight line. They crashed violently to the ground, prompting the paladin to hastily gulp down a vial of Remy's kiss and declare with a fa of bravado, "You cannot kill me, I am Leaden Human, of the Human family from the Delos Empire." As he spoke, a flicker of confidence returned, and he asserted, "My father is the Gale Human. He will not let you go unpunished. Release me at once." The internal factions within the Delos Empire were intricate. While Lian Yang might have been unaware of others, he had encountered Gale Human in the game's storyline. Seemingly a noble of the Anti-Knight faction, he was certainly no ally to Lian Yang, who could not allow Leaden Human to live, recognizing him as a potential threat. With swift resolve, Lian Yang charged toward Leaden Human. "I knew that those slain today were merely thieves from the Black Hat Thieves Guild." Inner Demon Sword Technique. Close quarters. Initiate. Inner Demon Sword Technique strikes with deadly intent. Holy Light Shield. In the midst of conversation, Leaden Human had already consumed 2 bottles of Remy Kiss, restoring some of his stamina. He raised his hand to cast a Holy Light Shield and swiftly turned to flee. It must be said that although the data world is indeed a real world, the incessant reliance on data to dictate everything can be exceedingly vexing. If Earth were to suffer such grievous injuries, even with the finest potions and the best treatments, recovery would require a considerable amount of time. Yet in the world of Dungeon and Warriors, once one's health reaches a certain threshold, one can instantly regain their full vitality. Meanwhile, Barton emerged from his berserk state, having endured 2 strikes from Balan, and downed another bottle of Remy Kiss. Witnessing the demise of all his former comrades, Leaden Human stood alone. In an instant, Barton disregarded the lethal assault from Balan behind him, executing a 3-hit slash to reach Leaden Human in haste. He shouted, "I'll hold them off, you must flee." Roar. Upon uttering these words, he unleashed his berserk state once more, not merely utilizing the berserk skill, but truly igniting the flames of his life force in a primal rage. Yet Leaden Human dared not linger, turning and sprinting away. Nowhere to run. Laser cannon. Spotting the enemy leader attempting to escape, Alice raised her hand and unleashed her swiftest laser cannon. Pfft. The laser struck true, but the target was not Leaden Human. It was the Berserker Barton, 3-hit slash. Realizing Leaden Human was making his getaway, Lian Yang decisively activated a 3-hit slash to pursue him. Roar. However, in that moment, Barton had lost even the capacity for coherent speech, emitting a bestial roar as he seized Lian Yang's arm and hurled him back in the span of an attack. Leaden Human had already distanced himself, while Barton, consumed by madness, lashed out at everything in sight. It must be said, a berserker truly in absolute frenzy is a terrifying sight. Initially, he was merely at a higher level than Lian Yang and his companions, yet the vast disparity in equipment rendered him nearly invincible against Barton. Yet now, Barton was utterly overpowering Lian Yang and Alice in sheer strength. The duo could only consume potions, desperately fending off Barton's relentless onslaught. Blood Chi Blade. In a breath, Balan rushed onto the battlefield, unleashing a Blood Chi Blade, the explosive force of which forcefully pushed Barton aside. Roar. The diminutive Holy Light Unicorn, hindered by its low level, saw only one adversary still enduring the joint assault from Lian Yang and his companions. Without hesitation, it charged in front of Barton, bracing against his frenzied attacks. Although Barton possessed overwhelming offensive power in his absolute frenzy, he was devoid of any defense. The moment the little unicorn engaged him, It was a fleeting opportunity. Draw, slash. Lian Yang unsheathed his colossal sword in one fluid motion. The blade, like flowing light, danced with the spirit of anguish. Blood chi blade. Sacrificing his own essence, a massive blood-red sword ferociously thrust towards Barton. And for a moment, Balan seemed possessed by madness. Charged laser cannon. The laser cannon, operating at maximum overload, emitted a blinding radiance. The combined might of Lian Yang and his companions unleashed upon Barton. A tempest of sword energy and blood chi erupted. A wail of despair escaped as the frenzied Barton finally collapsed. Ha! The three of them simultaneously took a deep breath. Chapter 35. Once again, slaying to seize the boss casually opening his character panel. Lian Yang beamed with satisfaction as he observed his experience points rapidly nearing level 30. Seems the harvest is quite commendable. I am on the verge of reaching level 30 at 29. Little has finally reached level 20 as well. Soon, it shall become our ally. After reviewing his own panel, he glanced at little dots. In the world of Dungeon and Fighter, the experience required for pets to level up mirrors that of adventurers. With an astronomical increase in experience needed after level 15, however, given that their levels are still relatively low, overall progress remains swift. Baron also opened his character panel nonchalantly and remarked, I am at level 34.5. Such a splendid opportunity is rare. And you, Alice? He inquired. That I have just attained level 31. Alice replied as she inspected her character panel. It seems we may encounter some troubles. We let that Lian Yang escape. Waving her hand dismissively, Lian Yang responded, no matter. He wouldn't dare act openly. At worst, he might hire some assassins. But those truly elite assassins won't venture into the ruins of Hettenmal. At most. A few level 45 or 51s would be formidable. Although Lian Yang and the others found it challenging to defeat beings above level 45, eliminating them silently, even the most adept assassin, the Shadow Dancer, would be impossible. After all, Lian Yang and his companions possessed both a contractual advantage and superior equipment. While Lian was indeed an imperial noble, colluding with a band of thieves is a genuine crime. Should he dare to expose this matter, it would certainly not be Lian Yang and his companions who would meet their demise. Shaking his head, Baron remarked, despite all this talk, we ultimately need to resolve our issues through combat. Let us proceed deeper. I have a strong feeling we may encounter that goblin named McGee today. As they continued onward, they engaged in 2 intense battles, and by now, it was midday. The ruins of Hettenmal, shrouded in a black nightmare, felt unusually hot. Traversing a silent district, the mushroom creatures that should have been ubiquitous seemed to have vanished entirely. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lian Yang said gravely, something feels amiss. Previously, we treaded cautiously to avoid too many mushroom creatures. Yet now we are advancing normally, yet still only encountering a handful of minor foes. It is exceedingly strange. Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Alice also sensed the oddity and began to scrutinize their surroundings. Pointing toward a patch of grass in the distance, she said, there are signs of a large troop passing through. The numbers appear to be considerable, around 200, perhaps. Baron chimed in, the assailants who attacked us numbered only about 100, but their levels were quite low. Those individuals were merely stalling for time. Lian Yang asserted confidently, as for Lian, he likely intended to delay us or even eliminate us. Meanwhile, their main force must have stealthily advanced while we were engaged in battle. They must have discovered another boss. Follow me, Alice urged, having pinpointed the direction of the Black Hat Thieves' main force, beckoning Lian Yang and the others to sprint forward with urgency. As they traced the footsteps of the Black Hat Thieves, the chaos on the ground intensified with each step, and they occasionally stumbled upon freshly slain mushroom creatures. In an instant, the hearts of Lian Yang and his companions settled, for it was evident that the Black Hat Thieves had discovered a new boss. Only a creature of boss caliber could summon a vast army of mushroom men for protection. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat reached their ears, prompting Lian Yang to draw his weapon and declare, when we engage, do not hold back. Unleash your area skills upon them. For now, let us observe the situation. Indeed, the Black Hat Thieves had uncovered yet another Mushroom Man boss, one even more formidable than the previous Super Mushroom Man. At that moment, the Super Mushroom Man sat securely at the rear of the Mushroom Army, with the basic Mushroom Clown monsters at the forefront and the Mushroom Commanders positioned in the middle. The Super Mushroom Man took charge from the back. Clearly, this was a force specifically assembled to combat bosses, as the average level of the Black Hat Thieves was at least 30. They slaughtered the Mushroom Clowns with the ease of chopping vegetables. However, there were simply too many of them. Just as they finished off one wave, advancing only a few meters, another dense cluster of Mushroom Clowns would appear. The Black Hat Thieves had been engaged in battle for an unknown length of time. Yet they remained at least 30 meters from the Super Mushroom Man. Although numerous members of the Black Hat Thieves lay dead on the ground, the Mushroom Army was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. The ultimate strategy for claiming a boss is to eliminate the enemy just as they are on the brink of defeating it, allowing one to dispatch both the foe and the boss with efficiency. It was evident that Lian Yang intended to employ this tactic. His interest in the boss's potential loot was minimal. Rather, he aimed to deplete the strength of the Black Hat Thieves. With approximately 130 members still in play, a concerted charge from them would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. The protracted battle continued, and thankfully, the realm of Dungeon and Fighter boasted the miraculous existence of potions. Otherwise, no force could sustain such prolonged close-quarters combat. At present, the Black Hat Thieves found themselves within a mere 5 meters of the Super Mushroom Man, with the frontline monsters having transformed into Mushroom Commanders. The Black Hat Thieves were now reduced to around 90 members. Lian Yang unsheathed his weapon and commanded, "Let us proceed, and be sure to land a few strikes on the Super Mushroom Man amidst the chaos, where no one will notice in the heat of battle." He unleashed a swift and deadly blade draw. Seizing the opportunity, Baron selected a densely populated area and unleashed his blood blade, targeting the nearby members of the Black Hat Thieves. Yet, the most lethal among them was undoubtedly Alice, who effortlessly summoned an FM-92 Mk2 howitzer, followed by an FM-31 howitzer. Seizing the distance advantage, just as the artillery fire concluded, she unleashed a charged laser cannon. Indeed, ranged weaponry reigned supreme on the battlefield, and Lian Yang and Baron could only marvel at Alice's prowess. This sudden onslaught further decimated the already diminished ranks of the Black Hat Thieves, reducing their numbers by a third. The forces of over 90 individuals launched an assault against the Mushroom People's army, which still retained a slight advantage. However, with the sudden incursion of Lian Yang and his companions, the higher-tier units of the Mushroom People were unleashed, and to the astonishment of all, the Mushroom Commander appeared to exert overwhelming pressure on the Black Hat Thieves. At that moment, the leader of the Black Hat Thieves, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Damn those wretches! It is you again, disrupting my plans. I shall not let you escape unscathed. We must retreat at once." The leader was acutely aware of the precarious situation. Had it not been for the interference of Lian Yang and his allies, he was confident that he could slay the Super Mushroom after reducing his own numbers to 70. The ruins of Hedenmal were a veritable goldmine for adventurers. So regardless of how many fell, as long as the boss could be defeated, he would still profit. However, Lian Yang's unexpected arrival had thrown his meticulous plans into disarray, and his forces had already dwindled to 60 before even reaching the designated position, falling below the threshold necessary to confront the boss. Moreover, Lian Yang's watchful presence made it abundantly clear that he was no ordinary foe. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the thieves opted to flee, adhering to their customary tactics. After a swift strike that eliminated 30 of their adversaries, Lian Yang made no effort to impede their retreat, for the age-old wisdom of not pursuing a cornered foe rang true. Turning to Alice and Baron, he urged, "Let us hasten to vanquish the boss." Upon glancing back at the boss, he noted with intrigue how strikingly similar this Super Mushroom was to Bernan's. Yet, having previously dispatched Bernan's and claimed his experience and gear, Lian Yang found this resemblance perplexing. The Super Mushroom, too, had taken notice of Lian Yang and bellowed in fury, "You detestable human! Soldiers, eliminate them!" Despite his fierce words, he was stealthily attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. Witnessing this, Lian Yang was convinced that this Super Mushroom was indeed Bernan's, though the reason for his resurrection remained a mystery. With a powerful shout, he declared, "Since I have spotted you, you think you can escape? Prepare to die." Flowing Heart Leap, originally a distance of about 5 meters, Bernan's retreat extended this to 6 or 7 meters. Yet Lian Yang's Flowing Heart Leap effortlessly closed the gap. "Come back here," he commanded, as he conjured a swirling tempest of sword energy and blood essence from his left hand. Forcefully pulling the fleeing Bernan's back, it was the bloodthirsty demon Slash, now augmented with sword energy. As for Bernan's, once a notable boss among the Mushroom People, his existence had been tolerable, if not prosperous, until the accursed Black Hat Thieves sought to hunt him down, drawing the ire of Lian Yang and his 2 companions. The trauma of being slain by Lian Yang lingered in his psyche. After being resurrected through spores, he found himself once again in the crosshairs of the Black Hat Thieves, and to his dismay, the harbinger of his demise had returned. Unfortunately for him, Lian Yang was oblivious to Bernan's inner turmoil, for he was solely focused on the rewards that awaited him upon Bernan's defeat. With a flurry of techniques, ghostly swordsmanship, triple slash, mountain breaker, blade draw, rage burst, soul-devouring grasp, and bloodthirsty demon slash. Lian Yang unleashed his full arsenal upon Bernan's, relentless in his pursuit of victory. However, the mushroom army that he had originally hoped for was now being utterly suppressed by Alice Baron and the diminutive figure, rendering any expectation of assistance from them futile. Despite the sheer force and intensity of Bernan's attacks striking fiercely against Lian Yang, each blow seemed to be of little consequence, as Lian Yang would immediately recover by consuming a potion. Bernan's assaults failed to inflict any significant damage, while Lian Yang's skills proved to be lethally effective against Bernan's. The mushroom army, positioned so close yet unable to intervene, could do nothing to aid in the battle. In a moment of overwhelming frustration, Bernan's fell to Lian Yang for the second time. After vanquishing the towering Bernan's, the once fearless mushroom army, which had charged bravely into the fray, now retreated in a frenzy. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only the trio of Lian Yang, the diminutive figure, and the scattered corpses of monsters. Suddenly, Lian Yang thought he heard a faint groan. Turning to scan the surroundings, he asked, "Alice, did you hear that sound? Groan? Let me listen closely," Alice replied. "Yes, over there, behind Bernan's corpse." Indeed, upon circling around Bernan's lifeless body, Lian Yang discovered a small pit where a green goblin lay moaning in pain. Assessing its injuries, Lian Yang surmised that without his timely arrival, the creature would not have survived. He produced a bottle of Remy's Kiss and administered it to the goblin, stabilizing its condition. With a sly grin, Lian Yang remarked, "As expected, fortune favors the diligent." This was achieved without much effort. Had it not been for its injuries, we might never have found this little one hiding so well. Having located the goblin, who was not the deceased version from the game, Lian Yang felt a sense of pride, considering it a deviation from the expected narrative. Accompanied by the recovering goblin and a bounty of loot, Lian Yang joyfully embarked on the journey back to the City of Doom. Chapter 36. A killer that delivers experience. Upon returning to the City of Doom with the weakened goblin, Lian Yang and his companions had barely settled when the elderly goblin Sherlock arrived in haste. Having heard of Lian Yang's successful rescue of Maggie, seeing the fragile state of Maggie, Sherlock was overcome with emotion, exclaiming, "You have returned. You are finally back, my only compatriot, my dear friend Maggie. I am so relieved that I am not alone in this world." Although Maggie remained in a state of unconsciousness, there was no immediate threat to his life. Sherlock turned to Lian Yang, his face filled with gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful that you have brought Maggie back. I had almost despaired, thinking I would be the last goblin in existence. Though these gold coins may seem trivial, they are the only two forms of reward I can offer you, along with my sincere friendship." Without hesitation, Lian Yang accepted the gold coin Sherlock handed over, replying, "Helping others is indeed the essence of our adventures, especially when it concerns a friend's plea. Please take him back now. Here are some potions. I recommend allowing him to recover once he is no longer in a frenzy." Lian Yang's intention in saving Maggie was quite straightforward. After all, Sherlock was a native of Huttenmar, a long-standing friend of Albert and Paris. The identity of the Imperial Knight is, to be frank, somewhat awkward in the City of Misfortune. While the grassroots-born Paris does not mind, it does not imply that the prodigious youth Albert is indifferent. However, saving McGee and assisting Sherlock undoubtedly serves to ease the subtly strained relationship between the two parties. Late at night, the rare sight of Lian Yang lying in bed gazes out at the twinkling stars beyond the window, and he cannot help but murmur to himself, "It seems I have been in this world for nearly 2 years now." Although aware that this might only be a fleeting moment on Earth, he sighs, "My dear, I truly miss you." As Lian Yang contemplates his girlfriend, he continues to speak to himself. "At this moment, I cannot discern whether to feel grateful or sorrowful. Sorrowful for having once been so unambitious and negligent, spending my days solely immersed in gaming, and yet you have endured my side for so many years. Yet, feeling the immense power within me now, I am also grateful to you, for if it were not for you, I would not have strived to improve myself. The training with my master is no easy feat. It is the longing and love for you that fuels my perseverance." As Lian Yang lies in bed, he continues to reminisce about the sweet moments they shared, and soon he drifts into a deep slumber. The night is tranquil, the wind rustles the leaves softly, and the sporadic chirping of insects fills the air. For Lian Yang, who yearns for his girlfriend, this is a rare night of relaxation. While he sinks into sleep, it seems a shadow drifts quietly outside his window, stealthily approaching him. This is no mere shadow. It is an assassin clad entirely in a black knight garb. The assassin quietly draws a dagger, aiming it at Lian Yang's heart, seemingly weightless and soundless, yet striking with the swiftness of lightning. Clang! Sensing the murderous intent in his dreams, Lian Yang instinctively grabs the cursed Kazan, which he had been embracing in slumber, and hastily blocks the assassin's attack. In that instant, sleep is banished, and as he rolls away decisively from the bed, Lian Yang finally focuses on the figure intent on his assassination. With dark skin, elongated ears, and a dagger gleaming coldly in one hand, enveloped entirely in the inky cloak of night, Lian Yang is certain this is undoubtedly a dark elf assassin. Having missed their strike, the dark elf assassin clearly intends to flee, preparing to leap out the window. However, how could Lian Yang allow this would-be assassin to escape? Bloodthirsty demon slash, he exclaims softly, as his left hand extends. A fierce surge of blood energy and sword intent violently reverses, creating an immense pull that yanks the dark elf, who had already drifted outside, back into the room. The assassin's blood energy surges toward Lian Yang's left hand, as the glow from his left hand intensifies. At last, he flicks his left hand, casting the dark elf into the air, then grips his sword with both hands, fiercely thrusting forward. Thud. The blade pierces the dark elf assassin with brutal force. The dark elf, in that moment, cannot help but spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, despite the grievous wound, the dark elf assassin astonishingly remains alive. Lian Yang realizes that this assassin must be of a high level, at least level 45 or above. Under the weight of the law's governing power, such a significant level disparity is the only reason she survives what should have been a fatal blow. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Lian Yang's decisive strike finally granted the dark elf assassin a fleeting opportunity to retaliate. Gritting through the agonizing pain in his abdomen, he bellowed, "Whirlwind dance, die for me." In an instant, the assassin's dagger seemed to take flight, darting unpredictably as it flew through the air, leaving spectators in suspense regarding its next lethal appearance. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Where would it strike? A cold smirk graced Lian Yang's lips as he countered with a resounding fury unleashed. No matter from where the attack might originate, it would surely converge upon Lian Yang. However, how long could such a razor-sharp skill maintain its charge and stealth? Lian Yang was confident it would not exceed the duration of his own fury unleashed. Indeed, the impatient assassin, driven by the desire for a fatal blow, collided with the explosive surge of Lian Yang's wrath. At that moment, Lian Yang gripped his massive sword, adopting a poised stance, and with a resounding clang, the clear sounds of the blade rang out, and in the moonlight, a silver arc flashed past. Ding, level up. Host level increased to 30. The dark elf assassin's poised image, frozen in the act of thrusting towards Lian Yang, suddenly met a grim fate. With a sickening sound, the assassin's body seemed unable to withstand the internal pressure and abruptly split in two. The fierce battle had drawn everyone's attention, and Albert rushed over, eyeing the scene on the ground, inquiring, "What transpired? How did a dark elf assassin come to target you?" Wiping his sword, Lian Yang chuckled wryly. "While rescuing McGee during the day, I inadvertently offended an imperial noble colluding with the Black Hat Thieves Guild, and subsequently, I was ambushed at night. Truly, their efficiency is remarkable. By the way, Albert, I need you to arrange for me a different room. We should also check on Baron and Alice. I'm somewhat concerned for their safety." Albert paused, teasingly responding, "Oh, our knight dares to offend an imperial noble? How refreshing." Upon learning that Lian Yang had brazenly crossed an imperial noble, coupled with his act of saving Sherlock's friend McGee, Albert indeed exhibited a newfound warmth towards Lian Yang. At that moment, Baron's voice echoed, "Phew. All is well here. I heard the sounds of battle and rushed over. That fellow, Laden Schumann, truly retaliates swiftly. Seeing that you are unharmed puts my mind at ease." Baron arrived promptly, followed closely by Alice, who stormed in fully armed. Upon witnessing Lian Yang's unscathed state and the corpse of the dark elf assassin on the ground, she flashed a charming smile, saying, "I didn't realize you, Lian Yang, were so efficient you've dealt with this situation rather quickly. Men acting swiftly isn't always a good thing." Coughing, Lian Yang rolled his eyes at being teased after a midnight assassination attempt, exclaiming, "Alice, could you be a bit more normal? Can't you see I'm trying to calm my startled heart?" As he spoke, he theatrically clasped his hands over his chest, causing everyone in the room to burst into laughter. The jovial atmosphere dispersed the oppressive tension of the assassination attempt, prompting Lian Yang to urge, all right, everyone should hurry back to bed. Be cautious not to sleep too soundly tonight." "Understood." Acknowledged. Upon witnessing Baron and Alice's departure, Albert called out, "They've gone. Let me arrange for you a more comfortable room. It seems my humble and shall be bustling in the coming days, and I shall have to increase your room rate. I have heard that today, the esteemed Sherlock has bestowed upon you a handsome reward." In a newly appointed room, Lian Yang reclined on the bed, pondering. I wonder what has been unlocked at level 30. Hope replied. The new system hasn't unlocked anything significant. However, the shop has updated with numerous enticing items. By the way, the sky outfit that you have been longing for is included in this update. Here's the list. Take a look for yourself. Level 30 shop update. Lucky magic box daily maximum limit. 50. Sky outfit available. Can be synthesized through the outfit synthesizer. Allowing selection of any updated Earth sky set appearance. With an option for a transparent look, outfit synthesizer available. Can combine two pieces of equipment into one new outfit, with a certain probability of obtaining a sky outfit. Dazzling Remy's Kiss available. 2 seconds cooldown. Restores 30 HP. Removes all abnormal statuses. No level restrictions. Dazzling Magic Juice available. Restores 30 MP. Removes all abnormal statuses. No level restrictions. Dazzling Globe available. Removes all abnormal statuses. No level restrictions. Grants immunity to all abnormal status resistance for 10 seconds. Lian Yang, devoid of significant expectations regarding the standard updates, remarked, It seems that aside from enabling me to amass wealth more efficiently, the shop updates lack allure. The notion of better wealth accumulation naturally pertains to selling potions. This has always been Lian Yang's primary means of generating income. Hope casually commented, level 30 itself is not a particularly significant milestone. How could there be any major updates? Yet, is not the sky outfit something you have always desired? Lian Yang replied, It's decent. The appearance of the sky outfit is undoubtedly striking, albeit a bit too extravagant. If word got out, people might think I am a performer. Haha. Hope laughed, You have a point. A splendid sky outfit can only be treated as a unique piece of equipment. What a pity. Lian Yang, feeling somewhat defeated, sighed. Being able to don the level 40 purple gear is already commendable, and finally, I can wield this Aganzo's Ronin longsword. One mustn't be too greedy. It's time for sleep. Chapter 37. Ants can actually capture slaves? What a marvelous world. The following morning, Albert encountered Lian Yang practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard and exclaimed, You are actually practicing swordplay. To be frank, the experience gained from battling monsters far surpasses the efficiency of diligently honing one's skills. Few remain who still practice the most fundamental techniques like you. With focused determination, Lian Yang swung his great sword and responded, Only that which is earned through effort is truly real. Battles with monsters ultimately serve as mere catalysts. Noticing Albert's sword out of the corner of his eye, Lian Yang added, You practice swordplay daily as well? Indeed. Albert mused. While fighting monsters yields experience at a faster rate, it remains but a fleeting illusion. A reflection in a mirror or a flower in water. I too believe that the fruits of my arduous training are the most genuine. Albert is a renowned prodigy on the continent of Arad. Or rather, he should now be referred to as a young man. At an age comparable to Lian Yang, he has mastered all the skills of a swordsman, and this gentleman has even matched strength with an apostle and returned alive. Lian Yang doesn't even bother to inquire about his level. Who knows how this young man manages to level up so swiftly? Each session of training and combat yields varying experience based on one's innate aptitude. After completing his morning exercises, Albert stretched lazily and said with a hint of arrogance, I never expected you to share the same habits as a genius like myself. Lian Yang, I am beginning to hold you in high regard. Lian Yang, feeling exasperated, retorted, I understand you consider yourself a genius, but there's no need to inflate your own ego with such chatter. You're friendless. Waving his hand dismissively, Albert casually remarked, I know you're envious of me. It's all right, I don't mind. Besides, we are friends now, Lian Yang. While they were conversing, Albert suddenly inquired, So, what do you think? Has this place opened your eyes? It has become a paradise for monsters, talking ants and moving mushrooms. I could never have imagined such things before. He continued, By the way, those wretched ants even enslave the mushroom people to do their bidding. This world is utterly insane. Lian Yang, well aware that Albert spoke the truth, decided to feign innocence, replying, It's quite amusing, this notion of ants enslaving mushroom people. Albert, with a look that suggested he found Lian Yang's skepticism amusing, responded, Well, since you're here on an adventure, venture a bit deeper than the mushroom manor and you'll witness it for yourself. Those cursed ants truly enslave some benevolent mushroom folk, while a portion of the mushroom people are actually collaborating with the ants, in the ruins of Hetunmal. Such occurrences are not at all surprising. Albert, at the entrance of the inn, Paris, spotting Albert's return, quickly called out, Come help me tend to the wounded. Lian Yang is here as well, so you shouldn't be idle. In an instant, Albert's inn seemed to transform into a field hospital. Just then Baron, who happened to pass by, frowned upon seeing the multitude of injured individuals and asked, Paris, what is going on? Why are there so many injured? having just finished bandaging one of the wounded. Paris explained, "It's nothing. These are all from the rescue mission for the Karoo tribe, but they failed. Most of the capable ones have sacrificed themselves. What remains are these inexperienced youngsters. Ultimately, we are just short on manpower." Realizing that Baron, newly arrived in the City of Misfortune, might be unaware, Paris elaborated, "The Karoo tribe refers to the mushroom people you previously battled, though they are the benevolent kind." Coincidentally, Alice, returning from her morning exercises, overheard Paris's explanation and, filled with a sense of justice, interjected, "There are good mushroom people. I shall also join the effort to rescue the Karoo tribe." Who would have thought that ants would enslave mushroom folk in this day and age? It's truly laughable. Without lifting her head, Paris continued, tending to the next wounded individual, and remarked, "In truth, rescuing the Karoo tribe is quite simple. All one needs to do is eliminate the enamel wheel warriors responsible for each area, and the Karoo tribe will flee on their own. The crux of the matter lies in the terrifying speed at which these colossal ants proliferate. Scarcely has one territory been liberated when a veritable tide of ants surges forth. Those unfortunate souls who remain are truly lucky to make it back." Meanwhile, Albert, ever helpful, remarked, "It is the accursed black nightmare that has wrought this calamity. Under its influence, these once ordinary ants have transformed into gigantic behemoths, and they even enslave the mushroom folk to construct their kingdom." Suddenly, Lian Yang had a thought and inquired, "Albert, is there no way for you to assist?" "I am well aware of Albert's formidable prowess." Glancing around, Albert replied quietly, "I am a member of the City of Misfortune's guard, but the guard is heavily restricted, making it inconvenient for me to intervene in such matters. Yet, the despicable Imperial forces seem utterly indifferent to these events." As he spoke, a look of resentment crossed Albert's face. If it were not for such stringent limitations, the casualties would not be so grievous. "Fortunately," Paris interjected casually, "ever since that towering figure, the vice-captain of the Night Order you belong to, arrived, the Imperial Night Brigade has at least been genuinely patrolling and standing guard. That counts for something." Having finally tended to the injured, the weary group lay on the ground. Lian Yang stated, "This situation is untenable. The number of those enormous ants, the enamel tribe, is overwhelming. This merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Furthermore, in comparison to the infinitely spawning ants, we lack a numerical advantage." After a moment's contemplation, Paris suggested, "Currently, it is their breeding season. These ants, due to their massive size, incubate all their eggs on the surface. Perhaps we could destroy their eggs, thereby somewhat curtailing their reproductive capabilities. This could be seen as cutting off their supply at the source." And for a moment, Paris found it hard to conceive of a better strategy. Albert then chimed in, "Although there are quite a few ants on the surface, they represent merely the tip of the iceberg compared to those dwelling underground. Each time we venture into their territory, we are inundated by swarms of those gigantic ants emerging from their vast nests. It is indeed fortunate that anyone can escape from such a deluge." Nodding, Lian Yang concurred. "In that case, we could simultaneously send people to destroy the ant eggs while also targeting their nests, all the while rescuing some of the enslaved Karoo tribe." Paris, with a hint of resignation, responded, "While that sounds feasible, we are acutely aware that our most pressing issue is the lack of manpower. Both strategies are highly viable, yet they require at least one individual of comparable strength to lead the charge in order to accomplish these tasks. Unfortunately, the City of Misfortune has very few such experts left." At that moment, the silent Alice spoke up, "My attacks are wide-ranging. I can go and destroy the ant eggs. Moreover, you know we possess the kiss of Remy and magical juice, so we are not at all daunted by a war of attrition. Paris's flamethrower and grenade launcher cover a significant area, and should he undertake the task alone, he could swiftly clear an entire region of ant eggs." Baron remarked, "In that case, I shall take it upon myself to obliterate the ant nest. My speed is unmatched, and once I destroy the nest, I shall not be besieged by the overwhelming horde of ants." With a forceful assault, he swiftly dismantled the anthill, and then executed a rapid retreat using his three-part slash technique. Baron held a profound confidence in his ability to eradicate the nest. Paris's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Indeed, I am well aware of your capabilities. With both of you on board, the issue should be effortlessly resolved. As the saying goes, when one is at their wits' end, a glimmer of hope appears." During their time in the Yenofa forest, Paris had witnessed the formidable prowess of Lian Yang and his companions. Having navigated perilous adventures together, there was no reason to believe they had grown any weaker. Lost in thought, Lian Yang couldn't help but inquire, "However, while we calculate our imminent success, you must understand that we cannot remain here indefinitely. The fundamental issue of lacking skilled experts remains unresolved. Is there any way to significantly curtail the reproduction of the ants? What Lian Yang truly wished to ask was whether the fallen ant queen, Melina, had emerged to lay her eggs on the surface. All ants hatch from the queen's eggs. If the queen were to be eliminated, a lasting solution could be achieved to a certain extent. Once the ants produced a second queen, it was believed that the city of misfortune would have regained its vitality. Indeed, Paris's eyes lit up as if she had just conceived an idea, and she spoke. Yes, if we can eliminate the leader of the ants, the fallen ant queen Melina, we can restrict their reproduction. I have just received intelligence indicating that, in these days leading up to her egg-laying, the fallen ant queen Melina is currently on the surface deep within the ants' territory. Before Paris could elaborate further, Lian Yang interjected, "Very well. I shall take responsibility for eliminating the fallen ant queen Melina. Do not worry. I have my little companion and potions, and I shall face no danger." Upon reflecting on Lian Yang's extraordinary potions, Paris nodded and declared, "Then it is settled. Lian Yang, you will eliminate the queen, Baron. You will destroy the anthill, and Alice will be tasked with destroying the ant eggs. I must say, your arrival has been remarkably timely." Chapter 38. The frenzied ants as they traversed the mushroom people's mushroom estate and delved deeper into the heart of the city of Hertenmer. Indeed, the immense army of ants surged forth before Lian Yang and his companions with alarming frequency. Gazing at the formidable ant army, Lian Yang marveled. It is evident that creatures without natural enemies are truly terrifying. The ants, with their astonishing reproductive capabilities, have grown to such a size and possess intelligence. What a calamity for the world. Shrugging, Baron replied, "If there were no danger, why would we take such risks, to be honest? I am quite curious to know what this black nightmare truly is." Having lived solely for survival, Baron had come to understand friendship through Lian Yang, discovering that not everyone harbored disdain for those afflicted with Kazan syndrome. Thus, a singular voice echoed in his heart, urging him to strive for validation and to acquire more recognition and camaraderie. With a resounding bang, a grenade launcher dispatched a small squad of ants as Alice called out, "Enough of the chatter. I believe I have spotted the white ant eggs in the distance. How enormous they are!" Originally mere ordinary ants of Huttenmar, under the influence of the Black Nightmare, they suddenly acquired formidable powers, their sizes magnified, and their intellect awakened, at some unknown point. These enlightened ants entertained the notion of establishing their own nation, thus naming themselves the Namulan tribe, with Namulan signifying conqueror in their understanding. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the mutated mushroom beings, also affected by the Black Nightmare, soon fell within their sights. Consequently, they allied with other similarly ambitious mushroom beings to ruthlessly oppress the meek and benevolent mushroom folk. However, the recent days of the Namulan ants have not been devoid of troubles, for their enslavement of the kind-hearted mushroom people came to the attention of the adventurers from the City of Misfortune. Thus, persistent adventurers frequently intervened to rescue their natural slaves, the Karoo tribe. Alice remained indifferent to the fortunes of the Namulan. Regardless of the circumstances, the mushroom beings had also gained wisdom. If they were as malevolent as the previous mushroom monsters, it might have been tolerable. Yet witnessing the feeble mushroom folk being lashed by the hands of the great ants ignited a furious blaze within her. Laser cannon. With a swift motion, Alice summoned a robust laser cannon, and in an instant, 2 Namulan warriors supervising the Karoo tribe were struck down, their heads incinerated. "Huh? Are these their eggs? Flamethrower, burn." Observing the Karoo tribe's rapid escape, Alice deftly incinerated the dense clusters of half-human-sized ant eggs before her. "We cannot allow the humans to destroy our eggs." She liberated the enslaved Karoo tribe members. From afar, the Namulan watched in outrage as Alice not only freed their slaves but also ignited their eggs, vital for their species' continuation. In a frenzy, they charged toward Alice. "Humph!" Grelin machine gun. As the army of ants surged toward her, Alice raised her hand, transforming her hand cannon into a machine gun. The rapid-fire sound echoed, and the Namulan warriors, brandishing their claws, barely reached Alice's vicinity before being consumed by her relentless gunfire, their lives extinguished under the immense pressure of her power. This moment, Baron was still alongside Lian Yang, for the Ant Queen's lair lay deep within the Namulan tribe. As Baron and Lian Yang delved further, they finally beheld an anthill as colossal as a small mountain before them. "Why heavens!" Lian Yang exclaimed, "Is this really an anthill? It's practically a small mountain. How many mutated ants must dwell beneath?" Blood blade. With a swift gesture, Baron unleashed a blood blade, demolishing the immense anthill before him. "For now, we must eradicate the anthill at the surface exit. Otherwise, the incessant tide of ant armies will become quite troublesome. Is it ever that simple?" Lian Yang casually executed a blade draw, dispatching a nearby Namulan warrior. Look at that frenzied onslaught of ants, and the number of ants emerging from the distant anthill has evidently increased. Indeed, as Baron obliterated the anthill before him, the distant Namulan warriors were roused, charging forth in a frenzy, while several nearby anthills began to unleash their forces. The formidable army of ants, in this moment, displays an unrelenting momentum. With a swift and decisive Bingshan strike, Lian Yang obliterates an ant nest and inquires of Baron, "Is your supply sufficient?" "Indeed," Baron replies, as he once again demolishes another ant mound. Observing the increasingly dense clusters of ant nests nearby, Baron adds, "Moreover, I possess a fortune of 100 million gold coins, which will sustain us for at least a week." "That is reassuring." Lian Yang nods and continues, "Then make some noise over there. As you know, Alice's situation is precarious. If we are truly surrounded, it would be far less convenient for her to break through." After a moment's pause, he remarks, "Given the escalating density of the ant nests, we are likely not far from the Queen's lair. I leave this to you." Lian Yang's intent in urging Baron to draw more monsters is to grant Alice the opportunity to rescue more individuals. When it comes to offense and area damage, gunmen hold a significant advantage over swordsmen. However, they fall short in terms of breaking through. Once monsters close in, various heavy weaponry at mid to long range becomes less effective. As Lian Yang departs, continuing his journey while effortlessly destroying nearby ant nests and massive white ant eggs, he spots the infamous Black Hat Thieves Guild not far ahead, prompting a smirk. It's true what they say. The road of enemies is indeed narrow. How fortuitous to encounter these rascals again. Not only Lian Yang has noticed the Black Hat Thieves, but they have also become aware of him. This particular group consists of newly initiated thieves. Their strength not particularly formidable, yet their numbers are overwhelming. With the cataclysm of the destruction era upon them, many were unable to escape, swallowed by the horrors of disaster. The ruins of Hertanmal, once the capital of the Belmar Duchy and a former economic hub of the Arad continent, have seen not only the impoverished unable to flee but also numerous once mighty tycoons, all unable to evade the grim fate of being consumed by calamity. However, while lives may perish, their amassed wealth remains untouched. The leader of the Black Hat Thieves, having first stumbled upon this treasure, feverishly recruited new followers, seeking to unearth even more wealth, only to subsequently shift from mere excavation to robbing adventurers daring to explore the ruins of Hertanmal, as well as plundering the remaining residents. This cycle of recruitment continued unabated. Tio digressed slightly. This novice leader of the thieving band is not the true mastermind. He merely ascended to this position after enduring multiple encounters with Lian Yang and his companions, having survived through sheer luck. Aware of the terror that the young man with a large, dog-like yellow pet exudes, he trembles subtly, yet with a fierce demeanor proclaims, "Brothers, behold! A plump target approaches. Let us test the fruits of our training. Let us see who can snatch some coin from him." The fledgling thieves, unaware of Lian Yang's prowess, rushed towards him with reckless abandon, intent on encircling the adventurer, while those thieves who recognize Lian Yang's strength exchange knowing glances, discreetly taking their positions. Lian Yang observed the frenzied thieves charging towards him with an amused expression. Of course, he had also seen the robbers fleeing, but his intention today was not to hunt down bandits. Since they had boldly revealed themselves, he could hardly be bothered to go on. Xiao Bujian. He affectionately patted his pet's head, feeling no inclination to engage with these novices, who were barely at level 30. The sight of Lian Yang merely sending his pet into battle only fueled the thieves' frenzy. They roared, "This fool actually believes a large dog can stop us." Charged. Initially, this thief intended to shout charge. But alas, the final syllable never escaped his lips. Crackle. The storm of lightning erupted from Xiao Bujian, striking one thief and immediately leaping to the adjacent one, as if the lightning were playing a game of connect the dots. In an instant, the ranks of the thieves diminished by a tenth. Their advance abruptly halted as they faced the menacing sight of the colossal yellow dog, Qilin. The bandits sought their commander in desperation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "The commander has fled." As the group turned, they caught a glimpse of their commander disappearing around a distant corner. "We should run. Quick, flee." No one was foolish. Realizing their commander had lured them into the fray only to escape himself, the thieves understood he must have perceived the terror embodied by Lian Yang and thus sacrificed them as cannon fodder to buy himself time for escape. Naturally, everyone sought to preserve their lives and bolted in terror. As the thieves fled, Xiao Bujian did not dare pursue. In mere moments, another series of chain lightning struck, effortlessly reducing the thieves' numbers by another fifth, though the now terrified bandits had already fled far away. Stopping Xiao Bujian, who was poised to chase after them, Lian Yang said, "Let us go. Our objective is to eliminate the Ant Queen Meliana." To Lian Yang, the scene before him seemed nothing short of a farce. Eliminating the fallen Ant Queen Meliana was of utmost importance. Chapter 39. Fire Ants and Mad Ants. Alice, wielding her Gatling gun, once again obliterated a nest of ant eggs, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the enraged ants that erupted as a result of the destruction. It must be said that assigning Alice to eradicate the ant eggs was undoubtedly a wise decision. Perhaps Baron was more formidable, yet his method of destruction involved a painstaking, blade-by-blade approach. Even in a fit of rage, his attacks encompassed merely a 3-meter radius, in contrast to the densely packed clusters of ant eggs that could stretch for over 10 or 20 meters. His efficiency was rather paltry. However, Alice was different. Regardless of the skill employed, be it grenades, cannons, or flamethrowers, her every move resulted in swathes of ant eggs being annihilated. Due to Alice's remarkable efficiency, each of her actions incited a commotion among the nearby ant hordes. Subsequently, her slaughtering apparatus, the Gatling gun, began to demonstrate its formidable prowess. The roaring weapon could easily dismantle the advancing ant army. However, Alice's exceptional efficiency finally caught the attention of the leader of the Nemelian fighters. Boom! Thunderous rumbles resonated as Alice felt a tremor beneath her feet, prompting her to swiftly leap backwards. To her astonishment, the ground from which she had retreated erupted in flames, fiercely spewing forth 3 times before finally subsiding. The scorching heat allowed Alice, situated dozens of meters away, to feel the wave of warmth rushing towards her. Suddenly, a massive crimson ant leaped into view, landing right before Alice. This was a towering Nemelan warrior, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 6, with a robust physique and a dark red exoskeleton. Its fists, blazing like flames, resembled 2 enormous boulders engulfed in fire. It was the fire ant Zillion, dispatched by the fallen Ant Queen Meliana to safeguard the fragile ant eggs. Without uttering a word, Zillion raised a fiery iron fist towards Alice. With a swift slide, she effortlessly evaded the attack. Exclaiming in disbelief, "Ants will always be ants, utterly lacking in grace. Here I am, a delicate beauty, and you attack without so much as a greeting. Prepare to face my cannon." Turning swiftly, she unleashed a cannon shot. The projectile's speed far beyond what any ant could evade. Caught off guard, Zillion was sent flying by Alice's shot. Rising to his feet and thumping his chest, the fire ant Zillion appeared unfazed by the impact of Alice's cannonball. He raised both hands high above his head and brought them crashing down upon the ground in Alice's direction. Boom, boom, boom. The flames on the ground surged violently, akin to ferocious waves, rushing towards Alice with searing heat. As though intent on reducing her to ashes. Retreating, It was already too late. Faced with the approaching inferno, Alice leapt high into the air, soaring with remarkable height. However, the flames beneath her showed no signs of abating, and Alice began her rapid descent, seemingly on the brink of falling into the scorching blaze. Cannon! Just as she was about to land, Alice fired another cannon shot towards the ground. Utilizing the immense force of the explosion, she propelled herself into the air once more. At that moment, the flames on the ground had finally subsided, leaving only the charred earth to bear witness to the recent fierce conflagration. Anti-tank cannon. Recognizing that Zillion's exoskeleton was too resilient for her cannon to inflict significant damage, Alice decisively switched to a more penetrating anti-tank cannon. As the incoming projectile whistled through the air, Zillion charged towards Alice without flinching, believing the shot to be painful yet not dangerously threatening. Unfortunately, the anti-tank cannon was no mere cannon. While the cannon inflicted higher damage, the anti-tank version was specifically designed to target formidable foes like Zillion. The projectile struck Zillion's abdominal armor with precision. This time, Zillion did not soar away but collapsed heavily onto the ground, slowly rising to his feet, revealing that a shell had lodged itself within his once impenetrable abdomen. Roaring in agony as intense pain radiated from his midsection, Zillion charged at Alice with renewed ferocity. Alice had begun to adapt to Zillion's combat rhythm. Victory seemed merely a matter of time. However, Baron was currently grappling with a grueling battle. The formidable Baron advanced with astonishing speed. Each destruction of an ant nest would summon a relentless wave of Nemelan warriors to besiege him. However, in comparison to the overwhelming might of Baron, these were mere trifles. With each battle, his experience grew, and the pace of dismantling the ant nests quickened. Remarkably, leveraging his extraordinary agility, Baron would gather the frenzied attacking ant army after annihilating several nests, leading them into chaos. Ant eggs served as the source of troops for the Nemelan tribe, while the ant nests constituted their living force. Much like Alice, Baron, in his relentless destruction of ant nests, ultimately drew forth a formidable entity. The mad ant Tyrant, a harbinger of nightmares, mutated the ants, enlarging them and endowing them with intelligence. Yet, amidst these transformations, there existed exceptions. The mad ant Tyrant, though mutated and colossal, became utterly deranged, attacking everything in sight. The fallen ant queen Melina defeated him and subsequently sealed him beneath the entrance of her lair. However, Baron's frenzied obliteration of the ant nests instilled considerable unease among the Namulan. Thus, under the command of the fallen ant queen Melina, they released the mad and powerful ant Tyrant. Compared to his own kind, Baron, distinctly human, undeniably captured the attention of the mad ant Tyrant. Upon his emergence, a torrent of crimson blood sprayed upon Baron, the vivid fluid sizzling against his skin like acid. The blood spewed by the mad ant Tyrant was toxic. With a swift motion, Baron shook off the blood that clung to him, decisively drinking from a vial of shimmering Remy's kiss. Replacing his colossal sword, he brandished another, radiating a purple glow, muttering to himself, "I thought I wouldn't need this, yet it appears Lian truly had foresight. I have long coveted this artifact. Today shall be its inauguration." The sword he wielded was, astonishingly, the level 30 artifact, Kazan's Curse, previously wielded by Lian, enhanced to 13. Grasping Kazan's Curse, Baron felt an intimately powerful energy coursing through him. His gaze intensified as he prepared to unleash fury upon the mad ant Tyrant. With a mighty roar, Baron, now in a berserk state, was the first to strike at the mad ant Tyrant. Blood Blade. His strike was a lethal one. Thrust, boom, thud. Baron's blood blade pierced fiercely into the emerald belly of the mad ant Tyrant. Yet, the mad ant Tyrant, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of green venom towards Baron. The noxious liquid hissed and smoked as it seared his flesh. Cross slash. Unfazed by the venom, Baron raised his hand to deliver a blood-infused cross slash. The mad ant Tyrant, living up to his title, fixated on Baron's cross slash, retaliating with a spray of purple toxic mist. That moment, it seemed the mad ant Tyrant warranted a new moniker. Toxic Ant Tyrant. 3 assaults unleashed 3 distinct toxins. Standing amidst the purple mist, Baron nonchalantly consumed a vial of purple potion, then frantically wielded dual blades, striking fiercely at the mad ant Tyrant. The purple potion is a radiant globe that, when ingested, grants immunity to any anomalous presence within a mere 10 seconds. Thus, Baron remains utterly unconcerned by the venom of the mad ant Tyrant. In the face of Baron's frenzied close-quarter assaults, Tyrant ceases to spray his poison. Instead, he wildly brandishes his sharp claws, engaging Baron in a brutal exchange of injuries. 1. A deranged ant named Tyrant, the other, a berserk warrior, both unleash lethal strikes upon one another with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the battle between Alice and the fire ant, Zillion, nears its conclusion. Despite being aware of Alice's formidable anti-tank cannon, Zillion finds himself devoid of superior tactics. The speed of the shells is simply too swift for him to evade, and the instances where his desperate attacks manage to strike Alice are few and far between. As the tide of battle shifts, the armor on Zillion's chest and abdomen lies in tatters. The confrontation reaches its climax. Zillion's exoskeleton has been shattered by Alice's relentless onslaught, rendering his once exceptional defense ineffective. With a decisive movement, Alice opts for the more explosive damage of her cannon. The shell finds its mark, plunging into the abdomen of Zillion. Boom! Bereft of abdominal armor, the fire ant Zillion is cleaved in two by Alice's explosive force. Simultaneously, the injuries on the mad ant Tyrant multiply, and his claw-wielding speed wanes, while Baron continues to swing the cursed greatsword of Kazan with unrelenting vigor. Sensing his opponent's weakening state, Baron bellows, "Perish before me." Blood Blade. With a swift thrust, the crimson blade viciously pierces the chest of the mad ant Tyrant. Boom! The frenzied bloodlust shatters the chest of this deranged ant. The mad ant Tyrant meets his demise. Chapter 40. Carving a path through the sea of ants to the queen's lair. At this moment, Lian Yang, tasked with eliminating the fallen ant queen Melina, finds himself perilously close to the queen's lair. You may wonder why this is so. The distance between the ant nests, initially measured in dozens of meters, has dwindled to mere tens of meters, then to mere meters. Now, Lian Yang gazes in disbelief at the tightly clustered rows of ant burrows, a sense of impending despair washing over him. Though you know what a curb is? At this juncture, Lian Yang walks in the center of the path, flanked by massive ant nests that form a sort of curb. Or perhaps a wall would be a fitting description. The pathway spans approximately 10 meters, with the entrances of the ant nests aligned towards the center. is evident that this is a route deliberately designated for the queen to traverse to her laying grounds. Considering the size of the enormous ant eggs, one can deduce that a 10-meter-wide path is just sufficient for the fallen Queen Melina to pass through. As for the densely packed ant nests on either side, Lian Yang comprehends that the impenetrable blockade formed by the Nam ants is solely to safeguard the fallen Queen Melina. Drawing his sword, the great sword is unsheathed with a flourish, and in an instant, the crescent arc of cold, lethal energy sweeps away the advancing ants. At this moment, Lian Yang has equipped himself with a new artifact, a weapon reminiscent of his earliest days of swordsmanship, the Ronin sword of Aganzo. This weapon, long entrusted to Lian Yang by Aganzo, had been held back due to Lian Yang's relatively low level. It was only after he broke through level 30 last night, empowered by the Dominator's Covenant, that he could wield this divine artifact that had accompanied him since the beginning. Upon experiencing the unprecedented might of the blade draw slash, Lian Yang couldn't help but marvel at its potency. Truly befitting a level 40 artifact, a stark contrast to Kazan's curse. Alas, the frenzied ants, fiercely protective of their queen, offered Lian Yang no opportunity to revel in the weapon's strength. The area cleared by his blade draw slash was swiftly reclaimed by the onslaught of the relentless ants. Such madness, blade draw slash, triple strike. In the face of the densely packed army of ants, the notion of annihilating them before confronting the fallen ant queen Meliana was utterly ludicrous. The sheer number of ants lurking below was incalculable. Even if Lian Yang were to fight tirelessly, it would take an eternity to eradicate them all. However, the fallen ant queen Meliana must perish, so Lian Yang resorted to using the blade draw slash to clear the hordes. Seizing brief moments of respite to traverse swiftly with his triple strike, but though the skill retained the name triple strike, Lian Yang's weapon mastery had long since surpassed level 5, and he was now executing a 5-strike slash. With fervor, Lian Yang advanced with his 5-strike slash. The swift movements of drawing and sheathing his sword created a flurry of gleaming blades amidst the throngs of ants, leaving behind a trail of shattered remnants. Just as Lian Yang's 5-strike slash came to a halt, a multitude of Namel wheel fighters inexplicably converged around him, their numbers seemingly multiplying at an alarming rate. Rage erupted. Though the cooldown for the 5-strike slash was brief, it still existed. Faced with the unrelenting swarm of ants, Lian Yang decisively unleashed the longer cooldown skill, Rage Burst. The surging crimson fury obliterated the encroaching army of ants, scattering them to the winds. Mountain shatter. No sooner had the Rage Burst concluded than Lian Yang ferociously swung his sword to cleave through several charging ants. Yet, this was merely a prelude. The explosion of blood energy coalescing within his blade served as his ultimate weapon for clearing the ants. Indeed, a single, ferocious detonation of blood energy successfully eradicated the ants within a 5-meter radius. Heart Leap. Seizing the moment was Lian Yang's forte. With a single heart leap, he effortlessly traversed the 5 meters, ready for another 5-strike slash. Meanwhile, after a prolonged wait, his 5-strike slash had finally cooled down. Though the endless tide of ants posed no true challenge to Lian Yang, he felt a profound insignificance amidst the sea of insects. However, the thought of allowing these ants to continue their rampant reproduction left the already struggling Hedmer survivors with even less hope for survival. Gritting his teeth against the tremors of fear, Lian Yang found himself in a state where all his wide area and advancing skills were still on cooldown. Yet, he still possessed some skills that remained available. The Demon Sword Technique. Under the frenzied onslaught of bloodlust, the sword technique of the inner demon was unleashed, as Lian Yang's twin blades danced in a mesmerizing interplay of crimson and ivory. Progressing slowly through the relentless swarm of ants proved arduous, for the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Had it not been for the potent restorative potions provided by Remy, Lian Yang would have long succumbed to the ravenous horde, torn asunder. Nevertheless, the frenzied bites and slashes from the ants inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Fueled by rage, he unleashed devastating techniques. Mountain Crumble, Flowing Heart Leap, Blade Draw Slash, Triple Slash, and the Inner Demon Sword Technique. Lian Yang was resolute in utilizing every available area-clearing skill without hesitation. As the monstrous swarm thickened, his determination only intensified, for he was drawing ever closer to the Ant Queen. Navigating through the surging tide of ants was a grueling endeavor, when suddenly, the ground erupted with roaring flames, heedless of the countless Namulan warriors that stood amidst the inferno. The source of this scorching blaze was none other than the colossal fire ants, whose might rivaled that of the formidable fire ant Zillion. Lian Yang lifted his gaze, and within a mere 10 meters, for towering fire ants brandished their fiery fists, striking the earth with tremendous force. He was almost at his destination. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, yet the formidable presence of these grotesque giants evoked a sense of kinship within him. Why, you ask? For the monstrous density had reached an unprecedented level, and these four powerful fire ants unmistakably signaled that he was nearing the culmination of his journey. The lair of the fallen ant queen, Melina. With a fierce resolve, he invoked the bloodthirsty sealing slash. His left hand coalesced the reversed blood energy and sword aura, drawing together the four colossal fire ants and the multitude of Namulan warriors before him. Meanwhile, the Namulan warriors behind him relentlessly assailed his form, his left hand fervently absorbing blood energy while his right hand continuously administered potions. Not the kiss of Remy, but the coveted golden wool obtained through a lottery. At last, his left hand could absorb no more. It had reached its limit. Swift as lightning, he brandished the Aganzo Ronin long sword, cleaving a path between himself and the fire ants. Flowing heart leap, in such close proximity. This technique proved swift and effective. With a deft movement, he positioned himself amidst the four colossal fire ants. Blade draw slash. Die, you fiends. Channeling all his strength, the massive Aganzo Ronin longsword carved a silvery arc through the air. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resounded, for the fire ant that had given Alice such difficulty fell instantly to Lian Yang's mighty strike. The power of a high-grade artifact was truly beyond imagination. Having dispatched the final sentinels, Lian Yang advanced a short distance and finally beheld the Ant King he had named the Namulan tribe, intent on establishing a kingdom. The fallen Ant Queen, Melina. The immense form of the fallen Ant Queen loomed before him, her girth reminiscent of a construction site, while the conical bases of her four limbs boasted a diameter of at least 1.5 meters. Her razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously, instilling a sense of dread in Lian Yang. Yet, peculiarly, atop the vast abdomen of the colossal ant rested the upper half of a woman adorned in regal finery, crowned as if she were royalty. The fallen queen ant, sprawled atop a mass of colossal ant eggs, evoked an unsettling sensation in Lian Yang, sending shivers down his spine. The thought crossed his mind. My beloved subjects have perished. Could it be that you, this wretched creature, are the one obstructing the construction of my kingdom? I shall take vengeance for them, become the delicacy upon which I feast, a tribute to my fallen kin. At this moment, upon witnessing Lian Yang approach her oviposition site, the fallen queen, Melina, roared in madness. Humph! Why waste breath on such trivialities? Die. Lian Yang firmly believed that many battles are not rooted in the dichotomy of justice and evil, but merely arise from differing stances. Viewing the situation from the perspective of humanity and the residents of the Hedmal ruins, Lian Yang felt justified in his actions. Thus, he had no inclination to heed the diatribe of the fallen queen ant, Melina. Simultaneously, from the standpoint of the ants and the Namulan, Lian Yang, who had slain countless Namulan warriors and other ants, was indeed the sworn enemy of the fallen queen, Melina. Hence, further discourse between them was utterly superfluous. Lian Yang was resolute in his belief that matters of stance could only be resolved through combat. The eternal truth remains. Victors reign while the vanquished are scorned. Chapter 41. Slaying the fallen queen ant Melina mountain-shattering strike. The mountain-shattering strike, already formidable with the enhancement of sword energy, had become even more powerful since Lian Yang harnessed blood energy. Under the dual attributes, its might was truly boundless. At this juncture, standing not far from the fallen queen ant Melina, the mountain-shattering strike was undoubtedly the optimal opening move. Clang! The fallen queen ant Melina, resting upon countless massive eggs, effortlessly raised her hardened claws to deflect the impact of a strike imbued with formidable force. As the sovereign of the Namulan, she may not have been the strongest entity within the Hedmal ruins, yet her influence was unparalleled. Since the emergence of wisdom in the Black Nightmare and the rise of the Namulan, no individual or beast had dared to challenge her supremacy. Now, the fallen Queen Melina was filled with fury. The diminutive human before her not only refused to submit to the decree of her magnificent Namulan queen, but also had the audacity to attack. Raising her razor-sharp foreclaws, she lunged ferociously at Lian Yang, her claws shimmering with the undulations of blood energy. The assault from the fallen Queen Melina was astoundingly fierce. Whether struck by the energy emanating from her claws or directly hit, it would not bode well for Lian Yang. Given the vast disparity in size and strength, even a block was rendered futile. As Melina's claws were poised to strike Lian Yang, the moment of impact would undoubtedly chill him to the bone. However, flowing heart leap, just as Melina's attack was about to land, Lian Yang executed a perilous flowing heart leap, narrowly evading her mountain-shattering strike. With Melina's attack thwarted, an opening presented itself, Lian Yang could not let such a prime opportunity slip away. He raised his hand to unleash a mountain-shattering strike, leaping to deliver a slashing blow, then promptly withdrew, indifferent to the extent of damage inflicted upon the fallen Queen Melina. Despite the immense abdomen encased in a hardened exoskeleton, it was still no match for the devastating strike of Lian Yang, which cleaved a gash through its armor. For the fallen Ant Queen, Meliana, whose abdomen was acutely sensitive to pain, this wound felt akin to a piercing needle, inflicting excruciating agony. Die! She screamed in a frenzied rage, tormented by the searing pain. The fallen Ant Queen, embodying the upper half of a human, wildly flailed her arms, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of basins, raining down upon Lian Yang as if intent on obliterating him. Utterly die in the areas beyond the reach of Meliana's front claws, Lian Yang sprinted desperately, evading the relentless onslaught of fireballs that pursued him. Boom, boom, boom. The path he traversed was marked by a series of pitch-black craters, each a meter wide and belching thick smoke. Lian Yang raced back and forth within the confined space, all to escape the frenzied attacks of the fallen Ant Queen. After a lengthy struggle, the searing pain in her abdomen temporarily subsided, and the furious Meliana ceased her frenzied bombardment of fireballs. But the confrontation was far from over. Come forth, my flame guardians, Meliana, not one to engage in a solitary duel, summoned her minions to assist her in this battle after realizing just how formidable Lian Yang truly was. What the hell? This truly is a boss, complete with lackeys, Lian Yang, momentarily catching his breath and sipping a potion to restore his strength, couldn't help but grumble. It could be said that Meliana was the most boss-like creature he had encountered thus far. Her massive form, sharp attacks, and the ability to summon reinforcements. Yet, on Earth, he had not shied away from facing bosses alone. Blade draw. While Meliana was overwhelmingly powerful, Lian Yang remained undaunted. Bosses were meant to be toppled and stripped of their loot. Seizing an opportunity in Meliana's defense, he raised his hand and executed a swift blade draw. Faced with the boss alone, and lacking powerful control skills or supportive allies, Lian Yang found it impractical to unleash prolonged burst skills like Bloodthirsty Demon Slash. Instead, quick and straightforward techniques like the Mountain Shatter Cross Slash and Blade Draw were more suitable for the situation. Sensing the ground temperature abruptly rise, he decisively executed a 5-part slash and darted away from the scorching earth. Indeed, the moment he vacated the spot, a torrent of searing flames erupted violently. The loyal guardian of the fallen Ant Queen, a colossal fire ant, had arrived. As 8 massive fire ants burst onto the battlefield. Lian Yang tightened his grip on the Aganzo's Ronin sword, inwardly lamenting, "This creature plays dirty?" In the game, it summoned only a couple of small minions. Yet now it conjures up 8 giant fire ants like they're mere small bosses. Although the giant fire ants were formidable, Lian Yang, possessing dual-class skills and ample potions, remained confident in his ability to contend with them. However, the emergence of Meliana, capable of delivering a lethal blow, rendered these 8 giant fire ants a significant nuisance, as they could also inflict damage upon him. However, reality does not afford Lian Yang much time for contemplation. As the colossal fire ants launch their fierce assaults, the fallen Ant Queen, Melina, raises her claw, unleashing a devastating wave of sword energy. With a healing potion of paradise clenched between his teeth, Lian Yang turns his back to the fallen Ant Queen Melina, his gaze fixed gravely upon the 8 massive fire ants before him. Thud. Although Melina's razor-sharp claws do not physically strike Lian Yang due to the distance, the sharp sword energy still lands a punishing blow. Gasp! The sword energy impacts his body, causing Lian Yang to violently expel a mouthful of blood, yet he quickly swallows it down. Gripping the Ronin sword of Agon firmly, he declares with fervor, "Draw and slash." A similar silvery sword energy surges forth, but Lian Yang's is intermingled with a vivid crimson essence of blood. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 foremost colossal fire ants are instantaneously decapitated by Lian Yang's slash. Just as Melina's claws possessed the lethal capability to annihilate Lian Yang in an instant, he is acutely aware that his draw slash harbors the strength to sever the heads of the giant fire ants with a single strike. However, the sword energy from the fallen Ant Queen Melina cannot slay Lian Yang outright. It can only inflict grievous wounds. Thus, he had prudently prepared a rare healing potion of paradise in his mouth from the outset. With the tactical execution successful, having dispatched 4 giant fire ants in one fell swoop, Lian Yang felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He swiftly turns to advance, disregarding the massive fire ants behind him, and propelling himself forward, he closes in once more on the abdomen of the fallen Ant Queen Melina, employing the inner demon sword technique. Lian Yang's sword dances with remarkable speed, creating a gruesome gash in Melina's abdomen. At that moment, Melina's claws and the fire ant's fiery fists are poised to strike Lian Yang simultaneously. Soul-seizing hand. Lian Yang's left hand extends, and a giant fire ant that was previously behind Melina is instantaneously drawn to his front. Splat! Melina's claws puncture the giant fire ant, subsequently crashing into Lian Yang and driving him into the very wound he had carved into her abdomen with the inner demon sword technique. Ack! The fresh wound on her abdomen, once again disturbed by Lian Yang, evokes a heart-wrenching scream from the fallen Ant Queen Melina. Every action has been meticulously orchestrated. Lian Yang knows he can maneuver to slay Melina alone, but facing 8 colossal fire ants in an extended battle would inevitably spell his doom. Thus, from the very beginning, he had devised a plan of sacrifice, exchanging injury for survival. After the initial assault of Melina's sword energy, Lian Yang's life was reduced to a mere 31. Yet the potent healing potion of paradise restored him to peak condition in an instant, allowing him to effortlessly dispatch 4 giant fire ants with a swift draw slash. Yet, this was insufficient. He deliberately attacked Melina's abdomen with the inner demon sword technique, and indeed, both the giant fire ants and Melina's claws converged upon Lian Yang. While Melina's claws could annihilate Lian Yang in an instant, they were equally lethal to the giant fire ants, yet her claws could only send Lian Yang flying into his preordained landing spot, the gaping wound he had inflicted upon Melina's belly with the inner demon sword technique. In a desperate bid to evade another assault, Lian Yang swiftly consumed a potion and fled in an instant. The wrathful fireball unleashed by the fallen Ant Queen Meliana surged forth like an overwhelming tide, while her massive foreclaws frantically slashed through the air, pursuing him with lethal intent. Lian Yang raced for his life, the relentless onslaught of the fallen Ant Queen hot on his heels, as the remaining 3 colossal fire ants, summoned by her command, joined the frenzied chase. Unfortunately for them, the infuriated Meliana, consumed by pain, disregarded everything but her desire to strike Lian Yang. Her savage attacks, unable to reach him, inadvertently led to the demise of the giant fire ants closely trailing him. Witnessing the demise of all the colossal fire ants at the hands of the fallen Ant Queen, Lian Yang executed a swift 5-segment dash, positioning himself once more at Meliana's abdomen. This time, however, he refrained from striking her belly. Instead, he unleashed a surge of fury upon the gaping wound, intensifying her agony to a maddening degree. He then leaped onto her abdomen, performing a fluid motion that brought him to the fore of her human upper body. With a resounding crash, the colossal fireball that had never once struck Lian Yang finally collided with him, enveloping him in a shadowy haze of smoke. Drawing his sword, the pitch-black Lian Yang unleashed a devastating slash empowered by the legendary weapon Aganzo's Ronin sword, delivering a lethal blow. The flash of his blade was so swift that even the fallen Ant Queen Meliana could not withstand the razor-sharp edge of Aganzo's Ronin sword. Her face twisted in madness as her head was severed from her body. Chapter 42. The resurgence of Letting Hymen in the very moment of the fallen Ant Queen Meliana's demise. A blinding orange light instantaneously dazzled Lian Yang's eyes. A legendary item. It had to be, a belief firmly rooted in his mind that the orange luminescence signified an artifact of legendary caliber. Lian Yang hastily bent down to collect the spoils beneath his feet, fearing that any delay would cause the glowing equipment to vanish. Upon glimpsing the attributes of the item in his hands, he could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this is exhilarating. It's a TM legendary item, and it's a bracelet, Dragon Warshian Huang. Soul of the Fierce Battle Supreme Legendary Bracelet Magic Defense 28 51 Strength 55 Stamina 55 Attack Speed 3 Physical Damage 8 The attributes were straightforward yet profoundly impactful. An increase of 8 in physical damage was already staggering. At Lian Yang's current low level, he might not fully grasp the significance, but once he ascended to higher ranks, the combination of his base attack bonuses and the additional 8 boost would be utterly outrageous. Moreover, as a divine-grade item, the Dragon Warshian Huang bracelet would invisibly amplify Lian Yang's defense multiple times. Any non-divine equipment faces an invisible suppression when pitted against divine-grade items in the world of Dungeon and Fighter. Equipping the Dragon Warshian Huang bracelet, Lian Yang jubilantly wielded Aganzo's Ronin sword, roaring, "Ha! I possess a divine weapon for offense and a legendary item for defense. I'm on the path to invincibility." Then suddenly he puzzled, "Wait, how did I level up?" As Yu Guang glanced over the level in the equipment bar, Lian Yang suddenly realized that his level had risen. At this moment, Lian Yang possessed 2 divine-grade pieces of equipment, one for offense and one for defense. While physical classes fared well, magical classes faced a daunting challenge against Lian Yang. Without artifact-grade weapons, every spell cast upon him would diminish by over 50%. Conversely, Lian Yang's artifact-grade greatsword allowed him to amplify his damage by more than double, rendering him a veritable nemesis to ordinary mages. Upon checking the messages in the Hope log, he discovered that after ascending to level 30 through fierce battles, he had unexpectedly reached level 31 upon defeating the fallen Ant Queen. Melina. Indeed, adventure proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Legendary equipment occupies a tier between epic and artifact-grade gear, and each piece commands an exorbitant price in the games of Earth. Yet, in the continent of Arad, legendary equipment exists solely within the realm of myth. The appearance of any such item could incite a veritable bloodbath. As the sky neared afternoon, Lian Yang found Baron and Alice, who had already decimated numerous ant nests and eggs, and informed them of his successful conquest over the fallen Ant Queen, Melina. With her demise, the Namulan tribe would be but a disjointed mass, likely to turn on one another in their quest for a new queen. Upon returning to Albert's Inn, Paris, visibly anxious, inquired, "So, did you manage to slay the fallen Ant Queen Melina?" The weight of Melina's existence loomed over Paris like a mountain. Her survival would inevitably empower the Namulan tribe to once again wreak havoc upon the City of Doom. Nodding, Lian Yang produced the severed head of the fallen Ant Queen, stating, "I have successfully slain her. Here is her head. I believe it will serve to bolster everyone's spirits." At that moment, what the adventurers of the City of Doom most lacked was confidence, and this trophy would undoubtedly serve to elevate their morale. Indeed, look at the crown upon her head. It is, in fact, her antennae. Albert exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined that the queen of these giant ants would evolve to possess a human head." "Not only that," Lian Yang replied, "her upper body is human, while her lower half is ant. She possesses intellect on par with that of a human." Lian Yang felt a profound sense of relief. Had the Namulan tribe continued to develop unchecked, it would have posed a grave threat to the safety of the entire continent of Arad. It stands to reason that the vast influence she wielded would account for the legendary equipment she dropped upon her death. At the adventurers' gathering place in the City of Doom, Paris revealed the head of the fallen Ant Queen, Melina, announcing the fact of her beheading by Lian Yang. Indeed, upon the revelation of Melina's severed head, the adventurers of the city erupted into frenzied cheers, their expressions transformed with renewed determination, casting aside their previous despondency and negativity. It is well known to all that upon the demise of the fallen Ant Queen Melina, the entire Namulan tribe, the largest assembly of formidable ants in the ruins of Hedmal, would not only be incapable of unleashing a frenzied assault for the foreseeable future, but would also engage in fierce internal strife to elect a new queen, potentially leading to a fracturing of the tribe itself. For adventurers, the task of rescuing the enslaved Karoo tribe from the clutches of the Namulan would become significantly easier. Without the supreme sovereign Ant Queen, the Namulan would find themselves embroiled in chaotic skirmishes, rendering the emergence of a vast tide of ants highly improbable. The once mighty Namulan tribe has undoubtedly transformed into the prime target for all adventurers seeking to enhance their prowess amidst the ruins of Hedmal. That very night, summoned by the junior knight Rennie, Lian Yang arrived at Hades' office. "I heard you managed to take down that large ant all by yourself?" Hade inquired, somewhat astonished, as he reclined with his feet resting atop the desk. "Indeed," Lian Yang affirmed, pondering the reason behind Hade's summons. Although they held a superior-subordinate relationship, their interactions were typically marked by a mutual avoidance of conflict. Lian Yang did not provoke Hade, and Hade, in turn, showed little interest in him. Thus, at that moment, Lian Yang was entirely oblivious to Hade's intentions. "Don't think that just because you've slain a single large ant, you're something special in my eyes. There are countless individuals like you roaming around Arad." Hade's brusque words, known for his poor social graces, caused a pang of discomfort in Lian Yang's heart. However, he was well aware, through his experiences in the game, that this towering figure was notorious for his sharp tongue. Regardless of Lian Yang's thoughts, Hade continued, "You've only been here a few days, and already you've managed to offend someone. I must admit, you possess a certain audacity." Upon hearing this, Lian Yang understood immediately. It must pertain to the released Letting Shuman, who, having failed in his assassination attempt, would resort to other tactics. Clearly, Hade was privy to some information. "It's nothing too significant," Lian Yang replied. "A fool named Letting Shuman conspired with a band of thieves to eliminate me, but I dispatched his entire squad. It's a pity that he managed to escape. Had it been anyone else, even Barn, Lian Yang would not have spoken so brazenly. Yet, standing before Hade, he felt secure. This man was a forthright scoundrel, utterly disdainful of Letting Shuman and his father, the elder Suman. As expected, Hade remarked casually, "Fool, Next time, make sure to act with more decisiveness. Do you know of the Blighted Lands? That's the source of the foul stench you've been smelling these past few days. That rotund Schumann claims you are quite formidable and has instructed you to investigate the issues plaguing the Blighted Lands. Recalling the narrative, Lian Yang was reluctant to venture there. The mere thought of the noxious odors he had encountered recently was already overwhelming, and he feared he might succumb to nausea should he set foot in that wretched place. However, Hade, displaying impatience, urged Lian Yang to leave. Get out of here. The refugees should possess more useful information, and just make sure you don't end up getting killed there. Otherwise, Aganzo will be a considerable nuisance. He was clearly indicating that Lian Yang should seek information from Paris and that letting Schumann had already hired assassins to eliminate him. What was meant to be a gentle warning from Hade instead felt thoroughly irksome. Lian Yang held little regard for the Blighted Lands. It was a veritable mishmash, teeming with all manner of creatures. The most formidable adversaries include an enormous scorpion and a colossal black scorpion named Mose. Although the strength of the black scorpion Mose far surpasses that of the fallen Ant Queen Melina, Lian Yang remains largely indifferent. The true predicament lies with the assassins hired by Leidenhuman. Whether it is a solitary individual or a small team remains uncertain, but given the impossibility of high-level forces infiltrating the ruins of Hertanmal, Lian Yang is 80% convinced that it is indeed a complete team of assassins. Furthermore, their level is at least commensurate with that of the Dark Elf assassin who attempted to take his life that fateful night. This presents quite a dilemma. Meanwhile, Old Human has compelled Lian Yang through an imperial order to investigate the rotting lands, effectively placing him in a deadlock. Going means certain death, while not going poses significant trouble as well. Therefore, Lian Yang must make extensive preparations. Lost in contemplation on how to break this impasse, Lian Yang returned to Albert's Inn, where he fortuitously found Paris present. Without hesitation, he inquired, "What intelligence do you possess regarding the rotting lands?" Chapter 43. The rotting lands, the rotting lands? Paris was momentarily taken aback by Lian Yang's question. After a moment's reflection on the subject, she responded, "It was once the most fertile expanse in Hertanmal, but under the influence of the Black Nightmare, it has now become a place where the soil is thoroughly blackened and decayed. As the Black Nightmare continues to spread, both the structures and the data have all succumbed to decay." Lian Yang was certainly aware of the background of the rotting lands, yet he listened attentively to Paris before asking, "What is the situation regarding the monsters there now?" This was the crux of his inquiry. In the game, the rotting lands could only be described as a veritable hodgepodge, where one could encounter all manner of monsters from the ruins of Hertanmal. Whether reality mirrors this, Lian Yang felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. Albert interjected, saying, "As for that place, previously, it was relatively uneventful, but now it has transformed into a paradise for the monsters of the Hertanmal ruins. The stench is unbearable, deterring humans from venturing there. Yet the monsters are unfazed. And there is a new variety of scorpion there, roughly the size of an adult, some possessing potent venom. In short, it is quite troublesome." As he spoke, Albert's face contorted with distaste. "I would never wish to set foot in such a place, lest I return reeking and ruin my chances with the ladies who admire me." "What? You actually intend to visit such a locale next?" The self-absorbed Albert of Arad truly exemplified unparalleled narcissism and fastidiousness. With a resigned sigh, Lian Yang replied, "While it is framed as an adventure and an investigation into the Black Nightmare, I must admit that I harbor no desire to visit the rotting lands. Do you recall the assassination attempt a few days ago? That individual failed, and now, through imperial connections, I am being directed to investigate the rotting lands. It is utterly repulsive." This was Lian Yang's candid sentiment. The continent of Arad lacks a mission system, and while the Black Scorpion Mose is indeed far more powerful than the fallen Ant Queen Melina, its boss classification is significantly lower. Thus, to venture into the rotting lands for an adventure is truly a thankless endeavor. Paris pondered for a moment before speaking softly, "If that is the case, it seems you are not merely facing the monsters of the decayed lands. It is almost certain that the adversary will prepare assassins there as well, and no wonder you have come to us seeking information." The seasoned Paris was quite certain that the other party would not grant Lian Yang such a significant feat. Deploying assassins was a reliable course of action. "Therefore, I require some intelligence regarding the decayed lands." "A map would be even better," Lian Yang confidently asserted. "Even if they do send assassins, they would at most be of level 50. For more formidable beings, it's questionable whether they can even enter the ruins of Hertanmal, let alone successfully recruit them. Awakened beings are not easily commanded by mere imperial nobles." Lian Yang was indeed correct. Adventurers reaching level 50 would begin their first awakening, though not everyone could achieve success at this level. Many would struggle to awaken at higher levels, often well into their twilight years. Nevertheless, adventurers above level 50, barring exceptional classes such as shadow dancers or assassins, typically sought out equally matched locations for intense training, with few resorting to the dishonorable act of assassination. Albert rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. That may be true, but even a level 45 adventurer, though I know you are affluent, equipped with top-tier gear capable of besting even the most unrefined youth, would not suffice. I dare say that those shameless imperial nobles would not send merely one assassin. Having spent time together, Albert, despite Lian Yang's status as an imperial knight, had only seen him reside in his inn, rarely visiting the imperial camp unless absolutely necessary. Each morning, the two practiced swordplay together, forming a strong partnership. Albert had a charming demeanor but few friends, which led him to genuinely worry for Lian Yang. Reclining languidly in his chair, Lian Yang suddenly remarked, "That is precisely why I need a map of the decayed lands. I have a method to resolve the issues there and, in the process, eliminate those assassins." Observing Lian Yang's sudden shift from anxiety to nonchalance, Paris gently inquired, "Are you certain you can handle them alone? You must understand that if an entire team of level 45 adventurers were to arrive, even I would find it quite challenging." While Paris was unafraid of one-on-one confrontations, the synergy of various adventurers' skills could yield significant advantages. Thus, Paris found it perplexing how Lian Yang had become so composed. Gal, witnessing Lian Yang's unwavering confidence, called out, "The decayed lands are your patrol area. Do you possess a map?" Gal, Paris's apprentice, had remained unpursued by the Belmar Duchy, even before its destruction by the Black Nightmare, due to his involvement in special affairs on behalf of his master. Although Gal was not well acquainted with Lian Yang, he was obedient to his mentor and produced a map, stating, "I have documented the locations of various monsters during my patrols. I believe this will greatly assist Lian Yang." Despite the fall of the Belmar Duchy, Gal continued to safeguard the residents of the Hatunmal ruins. However, having long been engaged in extraordinary affairs, she habitually delineates the distribution map of her adversaries within her surveillance territory. Upon hearing Gal's words, Lian Yang was so exhilarated that he nearly sprang up to embrace her in a fervent display of affection. It seemed that once he expressed his excitement, he would soon be ushered out of Albert's inn. With this thought, Lian Yang chuckled softly, "Thank you, Gal, with your map. I can make those damned imperial nobles spit blood from their schemes." "Pits?" Albert inquired, perplexed. Yet Paris, who had spent years living on the fringes of society, suddenly brightened and asked, "Do you have a good plan? Those wretched nobles are insufferable no matter where they are. If I can, I will assist you." At that moment, Paris harbored no worries for Lian Yang, as he was certain that the excited Lian Yang must have some ingenious idea brewing. Lian Yang chuckled again. "I cannot divulge that just yet. I must make some other preparations with that." He dashed away in a flash. In his room, he retrieved a plethora of recently acquired white equipment, though there were no blue items left, as he had given them all to Paris. After all, while blue gear in the game might be mere trash, in reality, blue equipment was of exceptional quality. He casually took out both the disassembly machine and the alchemical extractor. It must be said that ever since he acquired his secondary profession, Lian Yang had been incessantly practicing during his leisure hours. Now, his 4 secondary professions had all reached the impressive level of 7, quite a significant achievement in the land of Arad. However, due to his relentless practice, Lian Yang found himself lacking in surplus materials. This time, he intended to craft the teleportation potion, a creation available to 5th-level alchemists. It was truly miraculous. While the game allowed teleportation only to designated locations, in this real Arad, one could choose any coordinate they could remember. The Holy Blessing potion in the game would resurrect the character immediately upon death, restoring 1/3 of their maximum HP and MP, with effects lasting 20 minutes in the game. Resurrection coins rendered this feature trivial, but in this real Arad devoid of such coins, it was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Lian Yang had previously experimented with wild monsters. As long as one utilized this Holy Blessing potion, they could resurrect at the moment of death, even if they were utterly obliterated. Though the cost was steep, the Holy Blessing potion had become an essential remedy for Lian Yang, as he prepared a full day's supply for every adventure. Reflecting on it, while it seemed insignificant in the game, he was genuinely impressed that Abello could develop such a remarkable device as the disassembly machine. Various small crystal blocks, which could only be synthesized by top-tier alchemists, had their existence revolutionized by the advent of the disassembly machine. He casually placed a heap of white equipment into the machine, then tossed some additional white items into the alchemical extractor. After a buzzing commotion, he successfully acquired the colorless crystal blocks and the breath of life he required. He swiftly combined these materials into colorless magical products, and then Lian Yang, with a shimmering radiance in his hands, gradually fused the colorless magical products with the breath of life. As the liquid transitioned from a milky white to a vibrant golden hue, Lian Yang meticulously bottled the concoction into pre-prepared crystal vials. Phew! Lian Yang took a deep breath. Mission accomplished. It is time to carefully examine Gal's map. Chapter 44. Dig a pit and jump in. The Blighted Land, a vast expanse corrupted by the Black Nightmare. Lighting Xiaomon, damn your entire family. As soon as he arrived in the Blighted Land, Lian Yang was overwhelmed by a stench that made his head spin. The foulest place he knew on Earth was an ice cream factory, a place filled with various chemicals of uncertain toxicity. Once, during a visit to conduct business there, he found the air in the restroom more refreshing than that in the production area. This is indeed true. A personal experience. It is hard to fathom that this stinking land was once the most fertile ground of Hetanmul, now transformed into a blighted land where decaying sludge exudes a suffocating odor, and the writhing, mutated Picala worms frantically devour everything in sight, leaving the very soil they traverse seemingly lowered by a few centimeters. It was morning, for only during the day could Lian Yang venture into the ruins of Hetanmul. The nighttime ruins thrummed with malevolent energy, posing a danger of several magnitudes greater. After some time of adventuring, Lian Yang was no longer a novice. Well, he was now a newcomer, cautiously evading the mutated Picala worms. These grotesque creatures go into a frenzy when attacked, yet if one avoids their sensory range, they do not easily assault humans. Lian Yang moved silently and swiftly, aiming to reach the location of the black scorpion, Mose. Only he was aware that Mose had already arrived in this land permeated by the essence of black nightmares. Continuing onward, Lian Yang observed a squad of Mushroom Commander and a pair of Namulan fighters joining forces to combat a Picala worm. Simultaneously, the products of the Black Nightmare, the mindless Picala worms, had become mere prey for the significantly weaker Namulan and Mushroom beings. He remained as quiet as possible, dispatching the occasional monster with the same ease as slicing through melons. At last, from a distance, Lian Yang spotted a creature far larger than any other scorpion. The black scorpion, Mose. The black scorpion Mose, a mere level 20-something boss in the game, appeared formidable and fierce. Yet in truth, it was lacking in many aspects. However, applying game statistics to the real world is sheer folly. In terms of power, it was slightly stronger than the fallen Ant Queen Melina, though not by much. Roughly at a level of 60 and possessing deadly venom. Its true complication lay in its acquired intelligence. Every morning, after feasting on the offerings from its minions, it would burrow underground, doing so with impeccable stealth. Knowing this habit, Lian Yang had come early and indeed, he found the black scorpion Mose. With a grin, Lian Yang muttered to himself, "Heh, dare to send someone to ambush me? I'll show you what cunning truly means." Silently withdrawing from the perception range of the black scorpion Mose, Lian Yang saw a squad of Namulan fighters unleashing a bloodthirsty sealing strike. With all his might, Lian Yang shouted, "At this moment." The team of Namulan warriors searching for the Picala worm found themselves involuntarily startled by Lian Yang's astonishing roar, which sent them charging furiously towards him in an instant. Lian Yang, in a state of bloodthirsty frenzy, unleashed his demon-slaying strike, failing to ensnare any monsters but accumulating a pile of bricks and rotten wood in his hands. Upon spotting the approaching Namulan warriors in the distance, he casually flung the debris he held, sending it crashing forth. With a resounding crash, the unprepared Namulan warriors were struck by Lian Yang's brutish assault, leaving them bloodied and bruised. "Damn humans, I shall end your life." Though the discarded objects could not slay the Namulan warriors, each being of over level 20, they certainly could not escape the humiliation of being knocked down and covered in dirt. A common trait among intelligent beings, regardless of their race, is an inherent desire for beauty, or more plainly, a sense of pride. While aesthetic values may vary across species, being reduced to a state of disarray is universally insulting. Thus, the Namulan warriors, enraged, roared and charged at Lian Yang with even greater fervor. Die! Lian Yang executed a devastating mountain-crushing strike, violently cleaving through the ranks of Namulan warriors, the surge of blood energy shattering their formation. Simultaneously, the nearby buildings crumbled under the onslaught. The cacophony of Lian Yang's bellowing, coupled with the sound of collapsing structures, roused the monsters in the vicinity, who began to rush towards his location in a frenzy. Heh. The true trouble in the rotting grounds came from the black scorpion, Mose, while Lian Yang showed no fear towards the other creatures, viewing them merely as sources of equipment and experience. With ease, he dispatched the incoming monsters, wielding his sword to inflict countless casualties, all the while creating a cacophony of destruction as walls and buildings fell in his wake. Meanwhile, within the Black Hat Thieves, Lord Hassan, that cursed Lian Yang has appeared. Upon hearing the report from the scout, Lian Huxman immediately deduced it was indeed Lian Yang, who had made no effort to conceal his presence upon entering the ruins of Hedmer this morning. The normally desolate rotting grounds were now bustling with activity, a clear indication of Lian Yang's arrival. "Leave it to us, young Master Huxman," Hassan declared confidently. As a samurai of the Huxman family, Hassan was a level 49 sword soul. On the verge of seeking his awakening path, his squad had been dispatched specifically to eliminate Lian Yang. The notion of sending this elite team to confront someone only level 30 filled Hassan with a sense of being overqualified for the task at hand. Hassan's team was the pinnacle of the Huxman family's elite, with him as the captain at level 49 sword soul, accompanied by Piao Yin at level 48 brawler, Disman at level 48 phantom cry, and Wells at level 47 duelist. Each equipped with high-tier gear, they possessed absolute confidence in easily dispatching Lian Yang. For the nearly 20-level disparity was insurmountable. Aside from Lian Yang's friends, no one would believe they were adorned in divine attire. As for Lian Yang, he continued to fight with carefree ease against the monsters, fully aware that soon, Lian Huxman's men would arrive. Indeed, just as Lian Yang vanquished a monstrous foe, a fierce blade of energy surged forth with lethal intent. In a swift motion, he pivoted to evade the oncoming strike, chuckling as he remarked, "This Lian Xiaomon truly spares no expense, sending 4 entities of level 45 and above to eliminate me." Although Lian Yang was unfamiliar with Hassan and his companions, he recognized the distinctive appearance of the level 45 advanced weaponry they wielded. After all, the weapon aesthetics in the world of dungeon and fighter bore little difference from those in the game. You possess keen eyesight, but alas, your fate is sealed. Remember in your next life not to offend those you ought not to, Hassan stated nonchalantly, not even deigning to glance at Lian Yang with a chuckle. Lian Yang retorted, "Well, I believe I should impart this wisdom to you. Do not play the dog in your next life, for dog food does not come cheap, and you would waste it on yourself." In the realm of sharp tongues, Lian Yang, being a newcomer from Earth, was not to be outdone in mere moments. He observed Hassan's face flush with rage. Not only Hassan but also the expressions of his 3 companions soured. For the art of insult often reveals deeper truths. The Xiaomon family lavished them with generous salaries, and their servitude to the family was akin to feeding a dog only to have it turn on its master. Hassan spoke in a low, menacing tone, "You sharp-tongued brat, I had intended to grant you an intact corpse, but it seems you wish to become fertilizer instead. Kill." With that command, the ferocious dragon's void slash surged forward, serving as a signal for the simultaneous onslaught of Diasman's phantom steps, Pian Yan's instant movement, and Wells' Gatling fire, all converging upon Lian Yang. "Follow closely behind me," he shouted, invoking his 5-phase slash. Downing a vial of speed-enhancing potion, Lian Yang swiftly widened the gap between himself and Hassan's group. Of course, the distance was not significant. Hassan, being the fastest, immediately followed up his Dragon S Void slash with a 5-phase slash, closely tailing Lian Yang. However, it proved futile. With his speed already superior, Lian Yang, bolstered by the potion, seemed to soar through the in that foul-smelling, decaying realm. Lian Yang sprinted wildly, pursued relentlessly by Hassan and his companions. Had it not been for Lian Yang's sharp tongue, the 4 might have planned a future attempt on his life. Yet, feeling insulted, they pursued him with a vengeance, determined to cut him down. As they raced, they finally arrived at the territory of the black giant scorpion, Mose. Coming to a sudden halt, Lian Yang grinned wickedly and declared, "If I am to perish, I shall drag you with me. Dream on," Hassan retorted, executing a 5-phase slash that brought him face to face with Lian Yang, his hand raised for a lethal strike. With a resounding clash, a massive iron shield materialized in Lian Yang's grip, absorbing Hassan's deadly blow with an ear-piercing clang. With a furious shout, Lian Yang bellowed, "Die for me." What? The black giant scorpion, Mose, abruptly appeared behind Lian Yang, its vicious claw ruthlessly severing him and discarding him like refuse. It then charged ferociously towards Hassan and his companions. Although it typically shunned humans, the cacophony created by Hassan and his group transformed them into targets of inevitable doom in the eyes of the black giant scorpion. Mose, in the distance, the once shattered figure of Lian Yang now stood unscathed, quietly lurking nearby, silently observing the monumental battle between the black giant scorpion Mose and Hassan. Chapter 45. The black giant scorpion Mos. At this moment, Hassan and his companions were filled with a sense of despair. Cursing their fate in Lian Yang's words, Hassan felt like nothing more than a mere dog. Despite being the disciple of a sword master, he found himself facing a situation where they might all perish together. The black giant scorpion Mose was a notorious creature, infamous throughout the ruins of Hertonmal. Countless monsters had fallen victim to its ambush, and it had even thwarted several large-scale hunts specifically organized to capture it. As for escape, although Mose was massive, it was astonishingly agile. The failures of those hunts were largely due to Mose outmaneuvering and picking off its pursuers one by one. They had ventured deep into the ruins of Hertonmal, and even if the four of them scattered, they would inevitably meet their demise before escaping the ruins. With no option to flee, they were left with no choice but to fight. In contrast to Hassan's tumultuous thoughts, the black giant scorpion Mose was far more straightforward in its intentions. Damn it! Not allowing your king Mose to sleep during the day. You shall perish with that. Mose raised its fearsome and formidable pincers, the already colossal claws now imbued with a thunderous force, striking towards Hassan with blinding speed. In a moment of panic, Hassan attempted to raise his katana to block, yet it proved futile. Thud. The once powerful level 49 sword Soul Hassan was sent flying by a single swipe from the black giant scorpion Mose. Perhaps the only consolation was that he was still alive, unlike Lian Yang. However, Mose was not so easily deterred. Its 6 limbs swiftly moved, positioning itself before Hassan, ready to cleave him in two, clang, crack, in the blink of an eye. Wells intervened, thrusting his spear to block Mose's lethal strike aimed at Hassan, yet his spear was abruptly severed in the process. Fear coursed through Wells. That was a level 45 blue spear forged from steel and rare materials. Just then, in a split second, the ghostly steps of Disman flickered, successfully rescuing Hassan from the clutches of the black giant scorpion Mose. After consuming a large vial of life-restoring potion, Hassan's complexion improved slightly. Yet, in his weakened state, he was still unable to fight. He was well aware of the existence of a new potion called the Kiss of Remy, but it was far beyond his means at this level. Wells had saved Hassan, but the price was more than just the severed weapon. In truth, he had taken Hassan's place as Mose's target. Without delay, the black giant scorpion Mose unleashed a purple energy sphere from its massive tail, sending it hurtling towards Wells with lightning speed. In that fleeting moment, the attack from Mose was so sudden that Wells barely had time to react. The energy projectile violently struck him, sending him crashing aside. However, the next second, as Wells lay on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. He reached out, his hand turning a sickly shade of purple, as he gasped, "Help me, Yet." Before he could finish his sentence, the ominous purple hue surged up to engulf his head. He saved Hassan, but at the cost of his own life. The menace of the black scorpion moss, responsible for the poisoning of Wells, was far from over, as the formidable Diceman and the agile Piao Yin had now entered his line of sight. Wells decisively chose to protect Diceman, who stood guard before Hassan. The black scorpion moss remained stationary, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs, unleashing a torrent of green toxic mist towards Diceman. The memory of Wells' demise still fresh in his mind, Diceman, fully aware of the terrifying potency of Moss's venom, swiftly evaded with his ghostly steps. However, the weakened Hassan fell victim to the noxious cloud, proving the adage true. One may evade the initial strike, but not the subsequent onslaught. Under the assault of the green mist, Hassan, already feeble, was swiftly corroded into a pool of green liquid by the black scorpion moss's venom. In the distance, Lian Yang, who had been covertly observing the battle, could not help but spit in disdain. He had initially contemplated seizing an opportunity to strike a fatal blow, but given the current circumstances, any attempt at ambush would likely result in both combatants uniting their firepower against him. Diceman, displaying considerable cunning, not only fled but also strategically deployed an erosion plague mon and an ice frost saya upon the ground. With swift precision, he activated the infernal flame of Callow, as anticipated. The black scorpion moss hastily stepped into the trap set by Diceman, its movements immediately hindered. There is wisdom in the saying, strike while the iron is hot. With the perfect moment at hand, Piao Yin unleashed a rapid lightning dance, delivering a flurry of kicks to the black scorpion moss, his legs alternating in a mesmerizing display that mirrored the trajectory of lightning itself. Even the black scorpion moss, despite its formidable nature, could not withstand the full brunt of Piao Yan's long-prepared strike, feeling the searing pain radiate through its body. Not to be outdone, Diceman, wielding a short sword, unleashed black infernal flames that clung to the black scorpion moss, intensifying its agony. Despite its slowed pace, the black scorpion moss eventually extricated itself from Diceman's ghostly array, albeit at a reduced speed. With a decisive turn, it unleashed a jet of toxic mist towards Piao Yin, fully aware that relentless pursuit of Diceman would present an opportunity for counterattack. Piao Yin, ever vigilant, had anticipated Moss's every movement, and as the scorpion opened its maw, he had already distanced himself. Yet, the black scorpion Moss understood that the mist would not reach Piao Yin. Thus, it continued to spew forth its venom while its tail, resembling a machine gun, relentlessly fired purple toxic eggs. Diceman, cautious of closing the distance, continued to unleash infernal flames at the black scorpion Moss, the dark fire crackling against its form. However, the black scorpion Moss remained undeterred. Ultimately, in a moment of overextension while evading the dual onslaught of toxic mist and venomous projectiles, Piao Yin faltered. A heavy thud echoed as one of Moss's toxic eggs struck him with brutal force, enveloping his visage in a suffocating purple haze. Witnessing Piao Yin's tragic end, Diceman became increasingly wary, calculating the trajectory of the black scorpion Moss and decisively laying an array of ghostly traps along its anticipated path before turning to flee. Indeed, the black giant scorpion Moss, once brimming with the ferocity of its infernal flames, now found itself subdued, yet still moved with the swiftness of lightning as it stepped upon the magic array of Diceman. At this moment, however, the torment of the swirling flames had ceased. The black giant scorpion Moss slowly opened its maw, unleashing a bizarre green liquid that instantly propelled towards the fleeing Diceman in a heartbeat. Diceman's figure vanished from sight, causing Moses' meticulously planned assault to strike nothing but empty ground. Yet, in the next instant, he reappeared not far away, having executed the ghostly technique known as phantom flicker. However, as Diceman desperately fled, he suddenly realized that his pace had abruptly quickened, and the world before him began to spin rapidly in a moment of panic. He caught sight of his own body before his very eyes, and then darkness enveloped him. Diceman had calculated the pursuit route of the black giant scorpion Moss, yet Lian Yang had equally anticipated his escape path. Just as he employed the phantom flicker, Lian Yang had already foreseen his reappearance and positioned himself behind him. With the sharp blade of the Agon left, he effortlessly executed a draw slash that severed Diceman's head. Ignoring the system's notification, Lian Yang chuckled, "Moss, you have indeed been of great assistance to me." The black giant scorpion Moss came to an eerie halt, gazing at Lian Yang in astonishment. "Did I not kill you? How is it that you stand here?" Its voice resonated with confusion. "Of course, you did kill me." Lian Yang nodded. "But I possess a potion that can resurrect me." "Well then, you have fulfilled your purpose, and it is time to send you on your way." "Humph, then I shall simply kill you once more. I refuse to believe you can resurrect again." Although Lian Yang's revival puzzled the black giant scorpion Moss, it was not the first time it had encountered the bizarre phenomena of this world. Suddenly, it raised its massive pincers, launching a swift purple toxic projectile towards Lian Yang. Lian Yang remained standing, neither moving nor flinching, effortlessly shattering the toxic projectile with a casual stroke of his sword, allowing the purple gas to envelop him. He then calmly declared, "Let us engage in a true battle. Your poison holds no sway over me." Chapter 46. The Elegy of the Black Giant Scorpion Moss Roar. Howl! The cries of man and scorpion reverberated throughout the decaying land. In this moment, Lian Yang's eyes glowed crimson, signifying his berserk state. It was the first time he had activated this fury since acquiring Kazan's wrathful power. Under the bloodthirsty frenzy, his demonic sword technique was wielded with a madness and sinister intent. Lian Yang felt a slight dizziness accompanied by unparalleled exhilaration, and with this excitement, his dual wielding grew increasingly frenzied. It was akin to the sensation of intoxication, a delightful inebriation where heart and sword were intertwined, and no matter how formidable the foe before him, his sword would sever the very essence of their souls. As for the black giant scorpion Moss, while it appeared to effortlessly dispatch the Hassan quartet, such ease was merely superficial. The lethal strike from the swirling flames and the infernal fire that still scorched Diceman left it racked with agony. The once deadly claws that had ambushed Lian Yang now lacked their initial sharpness. Clang! As the colossal sword collided with the massive pincers, a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the arena. However, Lian Yang remained unfazed, gripping his gigantic sword as he slid back several meters. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Bring it on!" In that instant, he launched himself once more into a reckless assault against the formidable black scorpion. Moss, with a swift motion, the distance between them widened, and Moss violently lashed his enormous scorpion tail. Crack! The tail struck with the ferocity of a steel whip, creating a resounding clap in the air. Another explosive sound reverberated as Lian Yang, propelled forward, felt the sharp sting of Moses' tail. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful strike to the joint of the scorpion's tail. The sheer force propelled Moses' tail to whip through the air again, eliciting yet another crisp crack. The legendary sword, Aganzo's wandering blade, though failing to sever Moses' tail, penetrated deeply into the flesh. A howl of agony erupted from the black scorpion, its wrath directed at the insignificant human before it. In a fit of fury, Moses' pincers lunged violently at Lian Yang. That moment, caught between the remnants of his previous strength and the surge of new energy, Lian Yang hastily raised his gigantic sword in an attempt to block the frenzied attack. But to no avail as the sword met the pincers. Lian Yang was sent hurtling backward, crashing forcefully against a distant wall. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Yet Lian Yang grinned, exclaiming, "Ha! Still got 10 life left. You're truly powerful, big scorpion." He swiftly consumed a healing potion, restoring himself to full vitality, his gaze fixed intently on the charging Mose. Having narrowly escaped death, Lian Yang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Hassan and the other unfortunate souls had managed to deplete some of Moses' strength beforehand. Though they had not inflicted significant damage, they had prevented Mose from delivering a one-hit kill. In a fit of rage, Lian Yang activated his berserk mode once again, charging madly at the black scorpion. Closer, even closer. As the distance diminished, Mose raised his right front claw menacingly, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow. Lian Yang, with both hands firmly gripping his sword, locked his gaze on Mose, silently calculating the distance. Closer. Closer. Now, with a roar, a surge of fury erupted from beneath Lian Yang's feet, propelling him forward in a fierce attack against Mos. As Mose approached, the right front claw swung violently, but it failed to connect with Lian Yang. No, the strike was merely a feint. Leveraging the momentum, Moses' massive body twisted abruptly to the left, while the formidable tail lashed out once more at Lian Yang. Crack! Harnessing the force of impact, empowered by the might of its right foreclaw, the ebony giant scorpion unleashed an even more ferocious strength from its colossal tail. In an instant, the tempestuous wrath of Lian Yang erupted violently upon the abdomen of the black giant scorpion. Mose, while its massive tail struck mercilessly against the horizontally positioned great sword in Lian Yang's grasp. Resounding thud. A blood-curdling cry. Lian Yang was once again sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he tumbled through the air. The relatively softer underbelly of Mose, struck with Lian Yang's meticulously cultivated fury, elicited a piercing wail of anguish from the creature. Although fundamentally a scorpion, with an exceptionally hard exoskeleton, Mose was not exempt from the vulnerabilities that lay within the abdomen of any creature. While Lian Yang's explosive rage could not completely shatter the protective shell, it inflicted excruciating pain upon Moses' midsection. As for Lian Yang, the rapid-fire nature of the battle evidently precluded the cooling recovery afforded by the celestial healing elixir. However, he possessed the luminous kiss of Remy, a potion with a cooldown of merely 2 seconds, along with the golden wool, which had a cooldown of just 1 second. These two potions did not conflict in efficacy, and in an instant, Lian Yang restored his health to a remarkable 80%. A single second, though fleeting, could spell the difference between life and death in the throes of combat. The agonizing Mose inadvertently granted Lian Yang a precious moment to consume his potions. Yet, it was merely a fleeting respite. The searing pain only served to heighten the ferocity of the black giant scorpion, which now wielded its pincers in a relentless onslaught against Lian Yang, seemingly intent on cleaving him to pieces beneath its formidable grasp. Nonetheless, the pain had diminished its strength, now reduced to below 60%, rendering it far less potent than when it first emerged. In contrast, Lian Yang had fortified himself with an array of potions, his health never dipping below 90%. Fully aware of the formidable prowess of Mose, he eschewed defense, embracing a state of frenzy, engaging in a fierce exchange of strikes and counterattacks. Although Lian Yang remained the one under pressure, he could no longer be easily dispatched by the black giant scorpion. As their fortunes fluctuated, Moses' vitality dwindled perilously. It attempted to flee on numerous occasions, cunningly aware that failure to escape would seal its fate. However, Lian Yang, having prepared for such a possibility, summoned forth a steel giant shield, identical to the one used upon his entrance. The shield served no other purpose than to create an incessant cacophony. Yet, it was this irksome noise that prevented Mose from burrowing into the ground, and on the surface, its massive form could not flee with haste. As Lian Yang's advantages grew, his strikes became ever more incisive, yet he remained increasingly cautious. He could not ascertain whether the black giant scorpion, one of the most formidable monsters in the ruins of Hedenmer, had any hidden trump cards. 40%, 30%, 20%. Indeed, as the scales of victory gradually tipped in Lian Yang's favor, The previously undaunted Mo suddenly emanated an ominous dark energy. With a tremendous effort, Lian Yang swung his great sword, only to be sent hurtling into the air as the blade collided with the black giant scorpion. Blood erupted from his mouth as he ascended into the sky. The relentless attacks of Lian Yang collided fiercely against the distant walls of the houses. Boom. The structure that bore the brunt of Lian Yang's assault crumbled with a thunderous crash, a testament to the overwhelming might of the black scorpion. Mo's, spitting out the blood that had gathered in his mouth after consuming the potion, Lian Yang couldn't help but mock himself. Fortunately, these potions replenish blood. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be Arad's first anemic demon swordman. Honor blessing, to his astonishment, amidst the ruins of the fallen building stood another figure, undoubtedly a paladin. As the smoke cleared, an adventurer clad in full steel plate armor emerged before Lian Yang, a massive cross strapped to his back and a book that appeared to be a scripture clutched in his hands. His imposing physique rivaled that of Schwarzenegger, and recalling the honor blessing he had just uttered, it was evident that he was a paladin of the advanced holy class. A paladin would not merely invoke a single honor blessing. He continued to proclaim, weapon blessing, dawn blessing, vengeance of light, slow healing, celestial melody. With each utterance, a beam of light emanated from the paladin's hands, enveloping Lian Yang in a gentle embrace of sacred light, causing his status panel to transform instantaneously. This was no ordinary paladin. Such powerful supportive skills could not be learned by any cleric lacking innate talent, even with a complete ecclesiastical organization at their disposal. Chapter 47. New ally, Paladin Arthur. What? An extraordinarily powerful paladin, Lian Yang exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his status panel, feeling the explosive energy surging through his entire being. As the radiance dissipated, the paladin graciously bowed and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Arthur, the survivor paladin from Hertonmal. Arthur was one of the survivors of the calamity that befell Hertonmal, originally wandering the ruins with some companions until an unforeseen event compelled him to part ways with them. To his surprise, in this decayed and forbidden land of Hertonmal, he encountered Lian Yang. Having come from the Silver Village, Lian Yang's deeds in vanquishing the fallen Ant Queen Melina had reached even the survivor squads entrenched deep within the ruins of Hertonmal. Arthur was certain that the demon swordman before him was indeed Lian Yang. Lian Yang politely introduced himself in return. Hello, I am Lian Yang. Thank you for your assistance, but it seems that the black scorpion, Mo's, has become even more formidable. Yet, as he beheld the now more menacing visage of Mo's amidst the dissipating black smoke, a flicker of trepidation crossed his mind. May the holy light be with us, Arthur declared as he stowed away his scripture and removed the cross. Onward. Without wasting another moment, Lian Yang consumed various potions to bolster his combat prowess and charged fiercely once more towards the black scorpion. Mo's, at that moment, however, Mo's had completely lost its rationality, roaring like a beast as it lunged toward Lian Yang. Victory spear. With a chant, Arthur concentrated the holy light in his hands, forming a golden spear. With a powerful swing of his muscular right arm, he hurled the golden spear toward the oncoming black scorpion. Mo's, the spear of victory, imbued with the radiance of holy light, pierced through the colossal black scorpion. Mo's, without any resistance, before forcefully embedding itself into the ground. In an instant, the formidable Mo's found itself pinned to the earth, unable to advance even an inch. Seizing the opportunity, Lian Yang unleashed a swift triple slash, drawing his blade with remarkable speed. The sound of a crisp collision resonated as Lian Yang's lethal slash severed Mo's left claw, which had been raised in defense. Yet, at that moment, Lian Yang discerned that the mutated black scorpion Mo's had grown even more powerful, though its life force still dwindled at a mere 3/5, it remained weak. Holy Light Cross. Arthur, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the battles amidst the ruins of Hedenmer, unleashed the Holy Light Cross, which forcefully imprinted itself upon the mutated black scorpion Mo's. Roar. Despite the dual disadvantage in equipment and level, Arthur's Holy Light Cross merely inflicted a slight sting upon the mutated Mo's. However, Lian Yang, who was enveloped by the Holy Light Cross, felt his own strength surge anew. Fury unleashed. Take advantage of its weakness. Just as Mo's was on the verge of breaking free from Arthur's Spear of Victory, Lian Yang swiftly activated his Fury Unleashed and turned to make a hasty retreat. Awoo. Although Arthur's strikes failed to inflict significant harm upon the now more formidable Mo's, Lian Yang's prowess, augmented by Arthur's support, allowed him to viciously drain 5 of Mo's life force. The pain elicited a thunderous roar from the black scorpion. Awoo. Bang. Crash. In agony, Mo's charged ferociously at Lian Yang, but a golden wall of light suddenly materialized before it. The ferocious impact shattered Arthur's holy light shield with a sound akin to breaking glass. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lian Yang found himself further distanced from the black scorpion Moes, already preparing for another assault. At last, the mutated black scorpion Moes lunged once more at Lian Yang, its remaining right claw poised to strike. However, having lost its left claw, Moes' balance and strength were significantly diminished compared to its former might. Crack, clash, Lian Yang parried the relentless assault of Moes' powerful right claw with his sword, immediately countering with a swift strike. With a seemingly divine intervention, he deflected the onslaught of Moes' formidable tail, then, with a sudden agile leap, he effortlessly increased the distance between himself and the black scorpion Moes. Spear of Victory. Although it was their first collaboration, Lian Yang felt an extraordinary synergy with Arthur. The Spear of Victory once again anchored the mutated black scorpion Moes in place. Triple slash, blade draw with Moes immobilized by the Spear of Victory. Lian Yang seized this moment to execute a rapid triple slash, closing in on the scorpion's tail. Crack, slash. In a fleeting moment, the ominous black scorpion, Moes, sensing danger, raised its tail and lunged toward Lian Yang. However, it had grossly underestimated the sharpness of Lian Yang's blade-drawing strike, as well as the formidable edge of Aganzo's rogue sword, a level 40 artifact. A flash of silver light revealed that the grotesquely mutated, more robust tail of the black scorpion Moes was severed cleanly by Lian Yang's strike. With a pained howl, the black scorpion Moes writhed in agony, for its tail, laden with far more nerves than its forelimbs, had been completely cleaved in an instant. It broke free from Arthur's victory spear and surged toward Lian Yang. Thud. Yet, as it charged, the black scorpion Moes stumbled and fell to the ground. Lian Yang, unfazed, calmly sipped from his potion, replenishing his depleted health. At that moment, the black scorpion Moes posed little threat. Having lost its tail for balance, it could only attack with its right claw. For Lian Yang, slaying it was merely a matter of time. Indeed, when the black scorpion Moes rose again and rushed toward Lian Yang, its speed appeared merely as a brisk jog in Lian Yang's eyes. Although it could still run, the creature could no longer charge effectively in a surge of fury. Lian Yang raised his sword to block the black scorpion Moes' assault, unleashing an explosive burst of wrath. As the creature struggled to retreat, it found the effort excruciating, and just as it contemplated fleeing on its hind legs, it collapsed once more. The pain from the full force of Lian Yang's wrath erupted upon it, prompting another anguished roar. With a swift motion, Lian Yang executed another blade-drawing strike. Thud. The black scorpion Moes' right foreclaw was severed in one clean stroke. Now, it was left with only 6 legs and a mouth that could still spew venom. In its madness, the black scorpion Moes seemed oblivious to the fact that its toxic spray was ineffective against Lian Yang, who bore the shimmering world sphere, as it desperately unleashed a mist of emerald poison. Intent on poisoning Lian Yang to death. Die, bloodthirsty ceiling slash. Devoid of pincers and a tail, the black scorpion Moes had no means to inflict harm upon Lian Yang. At long last, the long-dormant bloodthirsty ceiling slash was unleashed. With blood energy and sword aura intertwining on his left hand, Lian Yang forcefully drew the black scorpion Moes closer. The massive creature, still spewing venom, flailed its 6 limbs wildly in midair, as if trying to grasp something. As Lian Yang became enveloped in the emerald mist, the blood energy on his left hand grew increasingly crimson, and the sword aura shimmered ever brighter. With a thunderous shout, Lian Yang declared, slash. He hurled the enormous black scorpion Moes into the air, and in the next instant, the Aganzo rogue sword, imbued with concentrated sword and blood energy, thrust upward with ferocity. The sound of the massive sword-piercing flesh echoed. The roar of the black scorpion Moes abruptly ceased. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1 level, now at level 32. The system's alert resonated in Lian Yang's ears. With a deep breath, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. Thank you, Arthur. Gasping for air, he expressed his gratitude to Arthur, who had unexpectedly appeared as a paladin. Without Arthur's timely intervention, Lian Yang would never have been able to defeat the mutated black giant scorpion, Moes, so effortlessly. Suddenly recalling a flash of pink light at the moment of Moes' demise, he hurriedly inspected the spoils he had collected. Indeed, a hand cannon shimmering with a pink glow materialized before him. Artifact. Aurora Angel's Giant Hand Cannon Supreme Grade Artifact Hand Cannon Physical Attack 454 Magical Attack 274 Independent Attack 243 Strength 63 Ice. Attribute Attack enhances all skill levels by 1 for levels 1 to 35. What a find. Alice's weapon has arrived. Lian Yang beamed at the hand cannon in his grasp. Now, His companions' weapons could keep pace with their levels. Chapter 48. How malodorous is the land of decay after gathering the items dropped by the black giant scorpion Moes. Lian Yang firmly handed Arthur a piece of purple armor, despite his initial refusal to share the spoils. Suddenly, Lian Yang inquired, "Arthur, how did you come to be here? Did you see that?" He gestured to the makeshift mask covering his mouth and continued, "I dared to venture into this repulsive place because of this." Upon hearing Lian Yang's question, Arthur composed himself and replied, "I am a paladin from the Hertmer Ruins Survivor Squad, but not long ago. Our captain, Red Dog Bugatti, seemed to have been infected by the Black Nightmare. I was the first to notice his mutation, and then I fled." But the others. Arthur's voice faltered as tears streamed down his face. Unable to comprehend that the brothers with whom he had fought through countless days and nights had transformed into mindless monsters before his very eyes. Red Dog Bugatti? Lian Yang pondered for a moment and remarked, "I recall that individual. He was known for battling the mutated creatures within the Hertmer Ruins. I never imagined he too would fall victim to the Black Nightmare. In truth, Red Dog Bugatti was quite renowned. He was a formidable demon swordmaster. In reality, it was exceedingly difficult for those cursed by Kazan to thrive, and many who did manage to grow strong often became malevolent due to their childhood experiences. Thus, skilled demon swordmasters traversing the realm of Arad were exceedingly rare. Red Dog Bugatti was one such individual, wielding the power of the demon hand to combat the mutated monsters in the Hertmer Ruins. Yet it was shocking that he had succumbed to mutation akin to a character in a game. Lian Yang couldn't help but marvel at the formidable force of historical inertia. Naturally, he understood that this outcome was inevitable, as the underlying narrative of the original story hinted that the Delos Empire was seemingly conducting experiments utilizing the potent Black Nightmare present in the Hertmer Ruins, with Red Dog Bugatti coincidentally being one of the subjects. Arthur appeared to be still immersed in the sorrow of losing his comrades, and as Lian Yang contemplated Red Dog Bugatti, his expression shifted dramatically. He urgently declared, "We must leave. Danger looms in the city of misfortune." Originally, the formidable Akainu Bugatti, who stood as the first line of defense against the monstrous threat, has now mutated into a creature of horror. Guided by a Black Nightmare, he is sure to launch an assault on the fated city that serves as a bastion for humanity. The unsuspecting residents of this doomed city are bound to suffer grievously, and Lian Yang cannot idly stand by as this tragedy unfolds. Thus, he must hasten his return to the fated city to alert everyone to prepare for the impending calamity. At the Albert Hotel, Albert, upon seeing Lian Yang's return, was about to greet him when he was overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from Lian Yang, causing him to retch violently. With a weak, intermittent voice, he managed to utter, "Ugh. Lian Yang, ugh, you must wash up, ugh. I'm going to suffocate." In his hurried return, Lian Yang was oblivious to the fact that, wherever he tread, people were succumbing to fits of nausea. Yet, Albert appeared to be suffering more severely. "There is something urgent." Lian Yang, still donning a makeshift shiny world emblem mask, was oblivious to his own repulsive odor as he spoke with an anxious expression. "This is unacceptable." Albert, his complexion pale, replied, "We cannot possibly communicate like this. Ugh, this is utterly revolting." It was at that moment that Lian Yang realized he was still wearing the mask, prompting him to dash out of the fated city and plunge into a nearby stream, scrubbing vigorously. The mask was inadvertently dislodged, and upon encountering the noxious odor from his own body, Lian Yang couldn't help but vomit, muttering to himself, "Ugh, my goodness, it seems even more foul than in the land of decay." As for Arthur, he could certainly detect the stench emanating from both individuals, but being shielded by sacred light, he experienced a sensation akin to Lian Yang's previous masked state. Thus, despite lacking any protective measures, his reaction was far less pronounced. To this moment, Lian Yang's stench was indeed worse than that of the land of decay. He could scarcely endure the foulness that enveloped the edges of that wretched place. Yet now he bore the most pungent odor from the very depths of it. After an hour of thorough cleaning, having finally rid himself of the acrid stench, he returned to Albert's hotel. Observing Albert still tirelessly spraying and cleaning, Lian Yang remarked, "We are in serious trouble." Pinching his nose, Albert, still pale, responded, "We are indeed facing grave issues. I'm nearly suffocated by your stench. Thankfully, I did not venture there. Otherwise, the lovely ladies around me would surely despise me." Albert was ever mindful of his attractive companions and his fans. "Are you aware of Akainu Bugatti? He has been infected and mutated by the Black Nightmare." Lian Yang, lacking the inclination for idle chatter with Albert, understood that if the first line of defense, Akainu Bugatti, were to collapse, the unprepared adventurers of the fated city would suffer catastrophic losses. The residents, devoid of any martial prowess and reliant on the adventurers for protection, would be doomed. What? This cannot be, Albert exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. While Akainu Bugatti may not have been the strongest, he was undoubtedly a formidable force, and the notion of his sudden mutation was unfathomable. Just then, Paris entered, her face etched with urgency as she declared, I received intelligence from Gal. The adventurers in the Hertonmal ruins seem to be launching simultaneous attacks against both us and the Empire. What? Albert, with a look of astonishment, turned to Lian Yang and inquired, has Red Dog Bugatti truly mutated? Before Lian Yang could respond, Paris noticed Arthur beside Lian Yang and couldn't help but ask, what mutation of Bugatti are you referring to? I recognize you. You are Arthur, the paladin from Bugatti's survivor squad. Arthur was indeed quite renowned for his formidable talents, mastering nearly all paladin skills, and was celebrated as a prodigy in the ruins of Hertonmal. Naturally, Paris was familiar with him. Arthur replied, yes, just a few days ago, my companions began to exhibit increasingly strange behaviors, prompting my vigilance. To my horror, the day before yesterday, the captain and the others transformed into monstrous werewolf-like creatures. I had already sensed something amiss, so the moment they mutated, I fled. Reflecting on these events, a sense of dread and sorrow washed over Arthur. Upon hearing this, Paris's expression darkened. Bugatti and his survivor squad have been of tremendous assistance to us. They serve as our foremost line of defense against the mutated monsters. It seems he is in grave danger. Understanding the strength of Albert and Paris, Lian Yang spoke solemnly. I must visit Hyde. Relying solely on our efforts, it will be arduous to fend off the attacks from the monsters and mutated adventurers. Hyde is a man of integrity. Despite his disdain for the revolutionary forces lurking in the City of Doom, he is devoted to protecting the residents. It was evident that both Albert and Paris were aware of this, yet their respective statuses prevented them from seeking Hyde's assistance. However, Lian Yang, who was nominally a subordinate of Hyde, could in Hyde's office. Lian Yang got straight to the point. Captain, I have dealt with the Black Scorpion, Moss, in the Rotting Land, but I have also received intelligence that Red Dog Bugatti, the leader of the survivor team roaming the ruins of Hertonmal, has mutated. These damned ragtag forces are utterly unreliable. Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Hyde couldn't help but curse, turning to him and saying, then, my dear squad leader, what brings you here? Fully aware that Hyde was jesting, Lian Yang replied earnestly, the combined might of Paris, Albert, and the others is insufficient to withstand the joint assault of the monsters and mutated adventurers in the ruins of Hertonmal. I hope the Imperial forces can dispatch some defensive troops. Remember, you are my subordinate. Only I can command you, and you cannot demand anything from me. However, I find you rather agreeable, Hyde remarked, then gestured to Rennie beside him. You, go duel with him. Yes, Rennie promptly stepped forward, responding loudly. Interfering requires strength. If you win, I will send troops. Hyde was indifferent to the decision of whether to dispatch troops, yet he did not dislike Lian Yang's approach. Given that Lian Yang had sought his help, he decided to test Lian Yang's strength. Coincidentally, Rennie, clad in imperial armor, wielded a great sword and earnestly said, Lord Lian Yang, I humbly ask for your guidance. Ultimately, Rennie was an entry-level knight, while Lian Yang was a squad leader. So Rennie did not exhibit the rudeness often seen in games. Instead, he showed Lian Yang respect at all times. Let the battle commence. Remove the long sword of Aganzo, and Lian Yang shouted sternly. Chapter 49. Lian Yang and Hyde. As the battle commenced, Lian Yang and Rennie engaged in a ceremonial duel, exchanging strikes with sword and blade, each seeking to swiftly adapt to the other's combat style. Both being swordsmen, Rennie, as an imperial knight, wielded the core swordsmanship of the Delos Empire's secret technique, while Lian Yang employed the revered techniques of the top sword saints of the continent, known as the Li Gui swordsmanship. Every move Lian Yang executed was a spectacle of elegance, concealing lethal intent within. A moment's distraction could lead to a tempestuous onslaught. In contrast, Rennie's approach was grounded in the battlefield wisdom of seasoned veterans, her imperial swordsmanship revealing its deadly prowess in every decisive maneuver. As the warm-up concluded, both combatants had gleaned insights into each other's patterns. With a mischievous grin, Lian Yang signaled the end of their preliminary exchanges. Rennie, not to be outdone, shifted her sword's angle, her fierce yet gentle energy emanating as she proclaimed, "Let the true duel commence." The moment the genuine battle began, Lian Yang's swordplay transformed. Gone was the elegant concealment of deadly intent, replaced by a frenzied, overpowering force. Each strike became a formidable assault, forcing Rennie into a defensive scramble. The tides of battle were ever-changing, and Lian Yang's sudden shift in style caught Rennie off guard. Despite her anticipation, initially, Lian Yang's attack style mirrored his own, albeit in a state before he harnessed the power of the ghost god. With that newfound strength, he evolved from swordsman to ghost swordsman, his technique now exuding a rampaging ferocity. Rennie, a trained imperial knight, gradually acclimatized to Lian Yang's fierce onslaught. Although she still found herself at a disadvantage, she was no longer completely suppressed when she revealed her true style. Rennie's swordplay conveyed a striking blend of softness and sharpness. Perhaps due to her femininity, her sword danced through the air with a captivating grace, yet always retained an intrinsic gentleness interwoven within her technique. Each time Lian Yang's fervent strikes were countered by her delicate swordsmanship, the relentless power of the imperial sword aura surged forth, continuing to meet Lian Yang's rapid attacks. Overall, the standoff tilted in favor of Lian Yang, but Rennie was determined to hold her ground. In a fleeting moment, she seized an opportunity and cried, "Swift shadow slash! Ha! You've fallen for it, block?" Lian Yang chuckled, unwilling to prolong the stalemate. He understood that a powerful thrust would inevitably leave Rennie injured, and harming a delicate girl in a spar would shatter his standing in the knightly order. Thus, he deliberately exposed a gap in his defense. Rennie, inexperienced in battle, seized the moment to unleash her sword technique. Flowing Heart Ascend, Lian Yang deftly blocked Rennie's skill, immediately countering with Flowing Heart Ascend, lifting Rennie into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he abruptly shifted his attack, the blade positioned horizontally as he bellowed, Mountain Breaker Strike. The spine of his sword struck Rennie's body, sending her crashing back to the ground from mid-air. "You have been defeated." Upon landing, Lian Yang did not pursue Rennie but instead helped her to her feet, speaking in a calm manner. Rennie, undeterred, replied softly, "Yes, I have been defeated." After all, Lian Yang was not merely a whimsical adventurer from a game, but a figure of higher rank than Rennie, exhibiting courtesy even in battle. Thus, Rennie could not afford to act recklessly. Noticing Rennie's composure in defeat, Lian Yang remarked, "Even an imperial knight should dedicate some time each day to honing their swordsmanship. Merely slaying monsters for experience is ultimately a shallow endeavor." During their confrontation, Lian Yang discerned that while Rennie's swordplay was quite skilled, it was merely that, skill without a profound understanding of the essence of swordsmanship, evidently acquired through leveling up. "Indeed. I understand now." Heidi nodded and said to Rennie, "You may leave for now." After Rennie's departure, Heidi nodded at Lian Yang and remarked, "I find you increasingly agreeable." Lian Yang responded with a nonchalant smile, "I actually find myself quite agreeable as well, but, Deputy Commander, when did you become so amiable?" The proud Heidi, taken aback by Lian Yang's audacity to tease him, casually inquired, "I have mentioned before that you are quite to my liking." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Are you aware of the Revolutionary Army? Although those few remnants of Belmar might recognize your identity, I doubt they will discuss it with you. However, I trust your astuteness has not overlooked them." Despite Hyde's strained relationship with Barn had nonetheless provided a detailed introduction to Lian Yang's character and insights. Lian Yang was not merely Aganzo's apprentice. He possessed considerable potential. Nodding, Lian Yang remarked, "They are merely a pack of forlorn curs, forced into the shadows due to their lack of strength, a bunch of naive ineptitudes." Lian Yang held little regard for these so-called revolutionaries. It was only natural for powerful nations to expand their territories. It was no surprise that individuals, once smeared by others, would seize the opportunity to form alliances and incite rebellion. Yet, the Revolutionary Army's slogans lacked any allure. Heidi, taken aback, remarked, "I had thought you and those young ones from Albert would at least hold a favorable view towards the people of the Belmar Duchy. Yet here you are, so pessimistic about them." Heidi was aware that Lian Yang was one of the few who subjectively endorsed the expansionist ambitions of the Delos Empire, yet he did not anticipate such disdain for the Revolutionary Army. Nodding, Lian Yang replied, "Given how severely the ruins of Hedunmal are besieged by the Black Nightmare, relying on our empire's defenses alone, it is clear that these ruffians merely make grand proclamations while accomplishing little of substance." Heidi let out a hearty laugh. "I truly hold you in high regard. My disdain for them stems from similar sentiments. They do not dare to oppose us openly, yet they presume to lead a revolution? Ha!" At this moment, Lian Yang and Heidi found common ground in their shared pride and aligned thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Lian Yang inquired, "I have heard that Queen Scotty of the Belmar Duchy may still be alive, with her presence felt among the Revolutionary Army. This complicates the situation in the ruins of Hedunmal significantly. Due to the presence of the Revolutionary Army, the Imperial forces stationed in the ruins of Hedunmal are in a state of heightened tension. No one dares to carelessly expand their defensive perimeter, for there is no certainty when the erratic Revolutionary Army might strike. Under such circumstances, the task of reclaiming the Hedmer ruins falls solely upon the militia formed by Albert and Paris. Over time, this has led to mutual dissatisfaction between both parties. Hyde nodded and remarked, "This woman is quite troublesome, concealing her true nature very well. Of course, the most bothersome is that woman in the tavern. You know, her strength may rival that of Agon." Taking a deep breath, Lian Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. No matter what, this time it will be up to you. The deputy commander, I am preparing to head to the old district of Hedmer. Striving to eliminate those monsters, is there anything you need me to bring back?" Shaking his head, Hyde replied, "Let those useless items vanish. As you command." At Albert's Inn, upon entering, Lian Yang discovered everyone present. With a faint smile, he said, "Phew, Hyde has agreed to provide support, so the safety of the residents is temporarily secured." Paris sighed in relief and candidly remarked, "This big guy seems to be quite different from the other Imperials. But Lian Yang, you did well." Albert exaggeratedly added, "I must say, your title as captain of the Imperial Knights is indeed quite advantageous. Even the gruff Hyde could be managed by you." Taking a seat, Lian Yang stated seriously, "Hyde will at most assist in providing support, but that does not address the fundamental issue. I plan to investigate the old district of Hedmer. If I can deal with the mutated adventurers there directly, the defensive pressure on the City of Misfortune will be considerably alleviated." The newly joined paladin, Arthur, spoke with a sorrowful expression, "I will go with you. Bugatti would surely despise his current monstrous form. As his former teammate, I wish to personally bring an end to his tragedy, as well as that of all my former comrades." "All right." Lian Yang nodded and continued, "Baron Alice, you two should accompany me this time. Our adversaries appear to be formidable, certainly. Now that the Namel clan is embroiled in internal strife, we have little to occupy us, and we have long been concerned about the depths of the Hedmer ruins." Baron and Alice said eagerly, Chapter 50. Arthur joins the fray. What exactly is the Black Nightmare? How can it be so malevolent and powerful? Walking along the streets of the old district of Hedmer, Lian Yang gazed at the half-destroyed opulent houses, firmly believing that this was once a medieval metropolis more prosperous than the City of Darkness. The Black Nightmare itself is not particularly unique. Every world has its own, merely a collective of negative energy. The calamity here has been exacerbated by malicious exploitation. After a prolonged silence, Hope suddenly spoke. "If anyone understands the connection between this underground city and the realm of adventurers, it is undoubtedly Hope. However, it is clear that Hope is not inclined to reveal who controls the Black Nightmare." And of course, Lian Yang did not inquire further, as discussing such matters at his current level seemed premature. While traversing the main thoroughfare of the old district of Hedmer, Arthur suddenly asked Lian Yang, "What is the meaning of your adventures?" Upon hearing these words, Lian Yang suddenly halted his steps, turned his head, and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Initially, my intentions were quite straightforward, to engage in battle with the monsters and subsequently enhance my strength. This endeavor was not only to accomplish certain tasks, but also to validate my own worth. However, when I glance at the ruins surrounding us and witness the struggles of the residents in the City of Misfortune, I feel compelled to take action. Therefore, at this juncture, the purpose of my adventures, as well as the aspirations of Baron and Alice, is to seek the source of the Black Nightmare and rescue those ordinary individuals." Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Arthur chose to refrain from pursuing this topic further and turned to inquire, "I have heard that you are a member of the Iron Wolf Cavalry of the Delos Empire?" "Indeed, due to my master's influence, Barn has granted me the title of captain of an independent squad within the Iron Cavalry." Nodding casually, Lian Yang never concealed his identity from anyone. In the rare tranquility of the old streets of Hertonmal, Arthur suddenly knelt on one knee, his expression grave, and declared, "Then, esteemed captain, I wish to apply to join your squad. Joining me, huh? My adventures are fraught with peril, and this realm of Arad is but a fleeting stop." Lian Yang inquired nonchalantly, "Are you certain you wish to align yourself with my faction?" Upon hearing Lian Yang refer to it as a faction rather than merely a knightly squad, Arthur's eyes widened momentarily before he proclaimed loudly, "I am willing. Welcome to the Hope Squad. You should begin to feel the difference." With a slight smile, Lian Yang helped Arthur to his feet. Though be honest, he had been contemplating the prodigious paladin for quite some time, surprised that Arthur had taken the initiative to join. Arthur, however, was astonished by what appeared before him. Observing intently for a considerable duration, he stammered, "Captain, is all of that real?" "Of course, otherwise, why do you think we are so formidable?" Lian Yang replied proudly. Although he diligently practiced swordsmanship daily and faced near-death experiences in his adventures, the Hope system was the foundation of Lian Yang's strength. Despite still being engulfed in sorrow over the loss of his former comrades, He witnessed daily fatalities in the ruins of her Tonmol, with teammates departing one after another. Arthur had grown quite indifferent to it all. His sudden desire to join Lian Yang's squad stemmed from the realization that Lian Yang was unlike anyone else in the City of Misfortune. When it came to strength, he was merely exceptional among the youth, yet he was the only one consistently resolving issues, while others merely engaged in passive defense and power struggles. In truth, individuals as talented as he had been subtly approached by the Revolutionary Army. Yet he had declined their overtures, perceiving them merely as a group of fools clinging to their former power. In comparison to them, though still not overly powerful, Lian Yang's vibrant team undoubtedly held great allure for him. Suddenly, Alice interjected with a teasing tone. Lian Yang, it seems you may be incurring more expenses. Huh? Lian Yang paused, then burst into hearty laughter. It appears to be the case. How is that hand cannon of yours faring? Still manageable, Arthur replied, still processing the information, his mind filled with questions. What expenses? Take a look at my equipment panel, Lian Yang gestured. Beside him, Baron mischievously opened his equipment panel for Arthur to inspect. Staring blankly at Baron's gear, Arthur was utterly bewildered. Why heavens! A complete set of 10 purple gear. At level 40. How much could that possibly cost? Then, as he gazed at the attributes of Baron's gleaming purple greatsword, he was rendered speechless. A divine artifact? Or perhaps a 13 enhancement? Well, this is standard for our team, Lian Yang casually remarked. Once we complete this mission, I'll get you a full set as well. Aside from the artifact, the rest should be no issue. He then casually traded 100 million gold coins to Arthur. Go procure the contract and stock up on potions, especially the strengthening elixir. It's quite the treasure. Dumbfounded by the sudden influx of wealth, Arthur remained in a state of shock. So this is what they refer to as extravagance. This is beyond mere expense. It is sheer opulence. Oh, come now. Money is just a number. Alice waved her hand dismissively. As a companion who had been with Lian Yang since their days in Silver Village, she only set her sights on items of supreme quality, those surpassing mere artifacts. With the likes of the Kiss of Remy, a money-grabbing artifact, currency seemed inconsequential. It must be noted that among Lian Yang's trio, both Lian Yang and Baron excelled in melee control and damage output, while Alice provided ranged damage and fire support. Their formidable equipment rendered the need for a tank obsolete, yet the presence of someone like Arthur, who could offer support and healing, was indeed invaluable. Thus, everyone was quite pleased with Arthur joining their ranks. The old district of Hertenmer, once the heart of the city, now stood as the most perilous territory. Engaged in light-hearted banter, the group remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar flora surrounding them. Unbeknownst to them, a tender, verdant sapling had stealthily approached Alice from behind. Closer, ever closer. In an instant, the unsuspecting green sapling lunged at Alice. Bam! Despite the abruptness of the attack, Alice sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned, raising her hand to unleash a hand cannon. Though compact, the cannon fired genuine projectiles. The plant that had dared to ambush her was obliterated in an explosive moment. Prepare for battle, Lian Yang bellowed, drawing his greatsword as he surveyed the vibrant plants that had suddenly come to life around them. I was wondering why it was so quiet here. It seems we have wandered into the domain of the ravenous plants. Slow regeneration, guardian emblem, honor blessing. Although the confrontation was unforeseen, Arthur, accustomed to such surprises, immediately unleashed a suite of support skills. The honor blessing is considered the quintessential and most versatile skill of a paladin, as it significantly enhances the combat prowess of all allies within a certain radius, regardless of their class. Physical classes thrive on strength, inflicting greater damage with higher power. Magical classes rely on intelligence, increasing their spell potency with greater intellect. The enhancement values provided by Honor Blessing are contingent upon the paladin's own vitality and spirit. The higher the physical strength, the more power the paladin bestows upon their allies. Conversely, the greater the mental fortitude, the more intelligence they impart. Both slow healing and the guardian emblem are skills that can enhance the paladin's inherent physical prowess to a certain extent. Thus, a seasoned paladin will promptly apply slow healing and the guardian emblem upon themselves, and then resolutely bestow Honor Blessing upon all their comrades. As the battle commences, Arthur swiftly grants the Dawn Blessing and Weapon Blessing to Alice, who serves as ranged fire support, while Lian Yang and Baron take charge of output and act as part-time tanks. Naturally, the more potent Alice's attacks, the higher her efficiency. At this moment, Baron casually dispatches a monster with ease, not even bothering to use a skill, reveling in the invigorating surge of power coursing through him, a grin spreading across his face. Having a paladin as a teammate is truly delightful. The enhancement is substantial. Is that even a question? If he weren't formidable, would I be able to directly recruit him into our ranks? Lian Yang bellowed, not out of desire to shout, but because the nearby monsters were making such a racket that speaking softly would render him unheard. Arthur, unfazed by Lian Yang's remarks, instead wore an expression of pride. In this world, those lacking strength will find themselves without allies. Only by demonstrating one's value does one earn the right to be courted. Chapter 51. The werewolves of the old district of Hertmer, blade draw slash. With a single, effortless blade draw slash, Lian Yang dispatched the last few monsters, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Arthur, your presence has indeed made us more formidable. Lian Yang's blade draw slash is his favorite skill, simple and effective, especially as the might of the weapon increases, enhancing the power of the slash, which is why Lian Yang, who has always wielded legendary weapons, is particularly fond of it. Yet that is not all, Baron exaggeratedly proclaimed. Once we return, equipping him with a full set of top-tier purple gear dedicated to boosting physical strength will truly elevate our prowess. Even in his blue and white attire, Arthur is already capable of providing substantial support to the trio. If he were to don a complete set of purple gear that enhances physical strength, their overall might could escalate by several tiers. You make me wish we could return sooner, Arthur echoed with longing. In the realm of dungeons and warriors, levels are crucial, but the true determinants of strength enhancement are skills and equipment. The potency of skills depends on innate talent, whereas equipment relies entirely on one's fortunes and wealth. Fortunately, Lian Yang and his companions are not lacking in funds. As they continued onward, Alice, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Following the direction of Alice's pointing hand, several faint, translucent figures were wandering aimlessly, devoid of awareness. Judging by their attire, some were clergy, while others were sorcerers. "Pal, Lisa? You?" Arthur gasped in pain, recognizing the figures. "You know them?" Lian Yang inquired. "Yes," Arthur nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he replied. "Those translucent figures are the souls of adventurers, members of my former survivor squad. But look at them now. They are clearly left with nothing but their wandering souls." "Souls?" Alice asked, perplexed. "But weren't all your squad members mutated?" Before Arthur could utter a word, Lian Yang suddenly exclaimed, "I comprehend now. Both the clergy and the sorcerers, in their essence, are individuals of mental focus. The Black Nightmare cannot directly control them. Just look at Arthur to understand. These are adventurers who have perished, slain by the mutated creatures due to their failure to escape in time. Their weakened souls, upon death, have fallen under the dominion of the Black Nightmare. Let them be liberated, Hammer of Atonement." In the midst of his words, Arthur charged forward. Perhaps he could come to terms with the loss of his comrades, but he could never accept the notion that their souls were still manipulated by malevolent forces after death. As holy light coalesced in his grasp, a colossal hammer of sanctity materialized in Arthur's hands. With a forceful grip, imbued with profound sorrow and fury, he struck towards the souls of his former companions, now ensnared. The violent waves of holy light resonated clearly within the repressed souls in the distance. In a moment, the soulless figures turned and rushed towards Arthur. To his astonishment, several clergy members simultaneously unleashed their own hammers of atonement, fiercely charging at him. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, yet it filled Lian Yang and the others with a tinge of melancholy. Meanwhile, the sorcerers behind the clergy conjured elemental magic projectiles, and though there were but a handful, the rapid-fire barrage created an overwhelming tempest of arcane energy. Tears streaming down his face, Arthur endured a strike from the Hammer of Atonement released by the subdued clergy soul. With unwavering resolve, he raised his hand and called out, "Be liberated." Holy Light Cross. Arthur's Holy Light Cross radiated an air of sanctity, as the concentrated energy swiftly inscribed itself upon the nearest repressed clergy soul. As the cross penetrated its essence, the already translucent soul of the clergy member began to fade even further, and just before vanishing completely, it bestowed a faint smile upon Arthur, nodding in acknowledgement. Alas! The smile was but a fleeting moment, yet it etched itself deeply into Arthur's memory. With a heart-wrenching roar directed towards the heavens, he could no longer contain himself, and, in a fit of anguish, he conjured another hammer of holy light, striking down upon the nearby repressed clergy soul. Inspired by Arthur's sorrow and rage, Lian Yang and the others felt their eyes moisten, their minds flooded with memories of the adventurers who had once fought valiantly against the mutated creatures, infected by the Black Nightmare, to protect the residents of the City of Misfortune. Yet now, they faced such a tragic fate. The hero's twilight is often melancholic. How lamentable that restless souls find no peace. A line of poetry flickered through Lian Yang's mind. Shaking his head, He found it difficult to wield his sword with the same ferocity as before. The scattered souls of adventurers were swiftly purified under the onslaught of Lian Yang and his companions. Yet not a soul among them felt the slightest tinge of victory in battle. As they pressed onward, the four companions remained silent, effortlessly vanquishing the few remaining creatures, purifying every adventurer's soul they encountered amidst their sorrow. They had undeniably transformed into monsters, never to return. Gazing upon the werewolf before him, rampaging and attacking everything in sight, Arthur's expression had shed all signs of sorrow. He merely uttered, "Let us fight," with a gentle sigh. He activated Blood Frenzy, and Baron surged forward, exclaiming, "Laser cannon!" With a mere gesture, a laser cannon erupted, ferociously piercing through a werewolf, leaving Alice in a state of profound melancholy. Before her stood the adventurers she once fought alongside. The roar of the four from Lian Yang would surely evoke sorrow, yet the werewolves remained unaffected. Their identities lost beneath the shadow of a black nightmare, their blood-red eyes consumed by a frenzy to tear everything apart. With a thunderous growl, one charged at Baron, brandishing its claws as if intent on shredding its foe to pieces. A swift motion gathered blood energy, and with a thrust of his hands, the fierce blood sword struck the werewolf, resulting in an explosive release of vitality. It was Baron's most formidable skill, Blood Blade of Death. For a warrior, dying on the battlefield was the noblest of fates. The demon's sword technique. The sword in Lian Yang's grasp lacked sharpness, instead exuding a profound sorrow. With a deft swing, a werewolf's head fell to the ground. This moment marked perhaps the weakest point in Lian Yang's battles since arriving in the land of Arad. For those before him were not meant to be enemies. Do you understand? Engaged in combat, Arthur remarked. Every day, we discuss what must be done after someone dies. Yet the most frequent theme is the need to protect the residents of the city of misfortune. With a swift motion, a spear of victory, infused with the lightning of vengeful light, struck down a werewolf, as Arthur continued. But no one has ever told me what to do if they themselves become monsters. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his voice remained cold and detached. Then let me tell you now. Lian Yang swiftly dispatched another werewolf, speaking in a solemn tone. If one day I become such a monster, no longer myself, then kill me. Reality is not a game. The dead cannot be resurrected. Yet humans are not merely players, and in this perilous dungeon and warrior world, he harbored no desire to transform into a beast. Enough talk, let us fight. You taught me this. Veterans never die. They merely fade away. There were still many werewolves, yet Baron, standing back to back with his comrades, bellowed with fervor. Veterans never die. They merely fade away? Indeed, let us battle. In an instant, Arthur's eyes sparkled with determination, and he shouted, "Holy light sphere, shine for me." The holy light coalesced into a radiant orb, surging with bolts of lightning into the midst of the werewolves. As they fell, Arthur calmly uttered, "Go in peace, my former comrade. One day, I shall unravel the riddle of the Black Nightmare and restore tranquility to Arad." In the midst of battle, Lian Yang, Baron, and Alice, who provided distant fire support, exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing Arthur's revival. Some sorrows can transform into the driving force for one's advance. Die, all are monsters. Perish, I command you. The battle was far from over. Yet Lian Yang and his companions could hear the distant echoes of frenzied howls. Upon hearing the distant roars, Lian Yang called out, "Alice, prepare yourself. We are about to charge forward. It seems someone is ahead. Let us investigate." That a flicker of relief crossed the faces of Baron, Arthur, and Alice, for they had finally encountered an adventurer capable of speech. Monsters, after all, do not converse. Yet Lian Yang's expression betrayed a hint of concern, as he hesitated several times to speak, ultimately saying nothing. Deep within, he harbored a sliver of hope, yearning to truly encounter a surviving adventurer. Chapter 52. Rest in peace, former comrades. As they surged forward at full speed, the group soon beheld an adventurer locked in a frenzied battle amidst a throng of werewolves. His eyes, obscured by strips of cloth, glimmered with the pulsating energy of his blade, unmistakably marking him as an Azura, Trezeguet. Arthur recognized this individual and called out from a distance. Upon hearing Arthur utter that name, Lian Yang's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was that troublesome fellow. He wondered if there was any hope left for him. True to his fears, upon hearing Arthur's call, Trezeguet abruptly turned towards Lian Yang and the others, charging furiously in their direction, attacking every monster in his path with wild abandon. Arthur initially believed Trezeguet was excited to see him, exclaiming joyously, "How wonderful! He just happened to be away on the day of the incident." I never imagined he would survive. Die, you fiends! Trezeguet screamed as he lunged towards Arthur, unleashing a devastating wave of fiery energy. Sanctified shield. Arthur raised his hand, conjuring a shield of holy light to deflect Trezeguet's assault, shouting, "It's me, Arthur. What has happened to you, Trezeguet? Monsters that perished. All perish." Trezeguet continued to howl in madness, seemingly perceiving only monsters before him, his sanity unraveling. Alice, in anguish, pointed to Trezeguet's arm and said, "Look at his arm. It's beginning to mutate." Indeed, Trezeguet's arm was swelling with muscle, the dark fur becoming increasingly dense, though it remained concealed beneath his voluminous sleeves, making it difficult to discern. No. Following Alice's gesture, Arthur let out a mournful cry, for this scene was all too familiar. It was precisely where the red dog, Bugatti, had first begun to mutate, his arm, marked by burgeoning muscles and dark fur. The current state of Trezeguet mirrored that of Bugatti during his frenzy, and his suffering. Though he has lost his mind, he is still human for now. Baron interjected suddenly, his voice low yet resolute. "Repentance hammer." Without replying, Arthur summoned his repentance hammer, in the blink of an eye. The hammer, imbued with holy light, struck Trezeguet. Bang! The frenzied Trezeguet was oblivious to Arthur's attack. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the blow, crashing violently against a distant wall. Meanwhile, Lian Yang and the others continued to fend off the nearby werewolves. There was nothing Lian Yang could do to assist Trezeguet. Had they arrived sooner, there might have been a chance. But now, it was too late. Lian Yang began to comprehend the mechanism behind the werewolf's mutation. The prerequisite was mental fortitude. Holy practitioners possessed formidable mental strength due to their unwavering faith, while mages cultivated theirs through daily meditation. The Black Nightmare could only manipulate those with weaker mental faculties. Trezeguet, as an Azura, required meditation, yet his mental strength could never reach that of a mage or a holy practitioner. Moreover, the mutations afflicting the survivor team were not solely attributable to the Black Nightmare. There were likely additional factors at play. Due to the complete lack of any signs of mutation perceived by Lian Yang and his companions, one crisis followed another. Arthur and Trezeguet were still locked in combat when a distant female fighter charged forward. Monster, perish! With a raised hand, she unleashed a net of destruction, then resolutely hurled a venomous needle, clearly embodying the essence of a street brawler. Upon witnessing the newcomer's state, Arthur, engaged in battle with Trezeguet, felt a jolt in his heart and tremulously inquired, "Figo, have you too?" The only response was the merciless strike of the Queen of the Mic, Figo, and in that fleeting moment, Arthur distinctly saw the ashen gray bristles adorning her hands. It was evident that the Queen of the Mic, Figo, had also undergone mutation. The anguish that gripped Arthur was beyond the comprehension of Lian Yang and the others, yet the mere thought was already unbearable. What had begun as a flicker of hope had swiftly devolved into utter despair. Arthur, resilient as ever, stood firm in his resolve. Lian Yang spoke solemnly, "We must resolve this swiftly. Arthur cannot contend with both adversaries simultaneously. Leave it to me." As he spoke, Baron had already approached the Queen of the Mic, Figo, lifting her away from Arthur with a swift upward strike. The fallen Figo sprang to her feet, revealing that her level of mutation was evidently less severe than Trezeguet's, likely having mutated only recently. Her array of attacks was significantly more diverse than the few remaining moves of Trezeguet's wavering swordplay. Trezeguet, in a frenzy, wildly wielded his short sword, each move infused with madness, disregarding his own injuries. Occasionally, in his fervor to unleash a devastating wave of fiery swordplay, he even ignored the attacks from the nearby werewolves, fixated solely on annihilating the monster before him. Arthur, in turn, swung his cross in fierce retaliation. Each clash with Trezeguet's short sword resonated with the ringing sound of metal upon metal. He sought to immortalize this most fervent battle as a requiem for his former comrade, Trezeguet, for his tragic fate was now inevitable. In contrast, the Queen of the Mic, Figo, intermittently cast her nets of destruction, while Baron remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that should he be ensnared, even he would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, the Queen of the Mic not only engaged in hard combat with her steel claws but also stealthily launched a barrage of venomous needles, the pain from which was excruciating. Whenever Baron sought to unleash a powerful strike, Figo would assuredly retreat, using the nearby werewolves as shields against his attacks. The more she evaded, the more hesitant Baron became to strike with full force. After narrowly blocking one of Figo's lethal blows, Baron couldn't help but ask, "Lian Yang, is there truly no hope for Figo? I can sense that she still possesses some awareness." I'm afraid not. Once in a state of frenzy, the mutation of a werewolf becomes irreversible. This pertains to the laws of evolution, and we are powerless to intervene. Lian Yang, engaged in battle, had already noted Figo's combat state early on. After consulting with Hope, he learned that prior to succumbing to madness, the issue of adventurers mutating into werewolves could have been resolved with a mere shining world instrument. However, once engulfed by madness, the current Lian Yang finds himself utterly powerless, for in a certain sense, the state of the unparalleled singer Wang Fij and Trezeguet can be regarded as a form of degeneration or evolution guided by a dark nightmare. This degeneration or evolution is a law, entirely irreversible. Irreversible? Baron gazes helplessly at the unparalleled singer Wang Fij before him, undoubtedly a remarkably gifted street fighter, who, with a face full of regret, exclaims, since it is irreversible, at the very least, I will ensure that you perish as a human. Roar, die for me. The lingering ferocity of battle instincts informs Fij that something about the monster before her has shifted. The fight has become perilous. Unconsciously, she exerts a bit more strength. Yet, the focused Baron is in no way inferior to the unparalleled singer Wang Fij, who lags far behind him in terms of equipped skills. As the atmosphere transforms, Baron raises his sword, unleashing a strike that is as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. In that moment, the unparalleled singer Wang Fij can barely defend herself. No matter how frenzied she becomes, the absolute disparity in power cannot be altered. At this point, she has even lost the opportunity to unleash her skills. Baron's sword grows increasingly rapid, while her defenses weaken. Die, Blood Fury Blade. Under the onslaught of the Berserker Baron, even the deeply deranged, unparalleled singer Wang Fij cannot withstand the assault, ultimately leaving her defenses wide open to Baron's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Baron raises his hand to unleash his mightiest move, the Blood Fury Blade. With a swift swing of his sword, blood energy envelopes the massive blade, and a piercing strike plunges into the chest of the unparalleled singer Wang Fij. Boom! At the instant the blood energy explodes within her, the frenzied Wang Fij finally collapses beneath the sword of the even more frenzied Berserker Baron. Meanwhile, the battle between Arthur and Trezeguet draws to a close. Unlike Baron's absolute dominance over Wang Fij, the strengths of Arthur and Trezeguet can only be described as evenly matched. Were it not for the crazed Trezeguet possessing only the most basic combat instincts, the paladin Arthur might have found himself at a disadvantage. Yet reality holds no what-ifs. The frenzied Trezeguet strikes with overwhelming force in every move, yet his madness lacks any semblance of strategy. After a brief period of adjustment, Arthur has discerned the combat patterns of Trezeguet. Rest easy, my former comrade. In a flash, Arthur raises his hand to deliver a repentance hammer, a massive hammer imbued with sacred light, which crashes down upon Trezeguet's form. Holy Light Cross. Immediately following, Arthur unleashes another Holy Light Cross. Under the double assault, Trezeguet's life points finally plummet to 0. In the final moment of his life, he suddenly awakens, offering a faint expression of gratitude. Thank you, Arthur. Even in death, it is preferable to becoming the very monster he once fought against with all his might. Chapter 53. The Power of Celia. As the battle concludes, the once sorrowful Arthur suddenly breaks into a grin, saying, Hee, Lian Yang, your kiss of Remy is truly formidable. Otherwise, I would have struggled against that fellow Trezeguet. But I must admit, it stings a bit. After one battle, I've consumed several bottles of Kiss of Remy, which amounts to over 1,000,000 gold coins. In the midst of conversation, a palpable sense of sorrow washed over Arthur's face, as if Trezeguet's final expression of gratitude had imparted a profound understanding. Even Lian Yang found himself perplexed, yet the atmosphere among the quartet had notably lightened. No longer burdened by the previous heaviness in the ensuing battle, Arthur appeared invigorated, as if imbued with newfound energy, hastily bestowing enhancements upon Lian Yang and the others before eagerly grasping his cross to join the fray. When faced with an overwhelming number of foes, Arthur occasionally neglected to enhance his companions, instead wielding the Hammer of Repentance to cleanse the nearby werewolves. The surviving adventurers in the old district of Hertonmal were scarce. Compared to the inhabitants of the City of Doom, the werewolves encountered along the way had dwindled significantly. The enemy's primary forces had transformed into ravenous plants and the Namel mushroom creatures, the prevalent monsters of Hertonmal. Occasionally, there would be an unwitting thief, but they were swiftly dispatched. The battles were frequent yet devoid of tension, for Lian Yang and his companions had far surpassed the standards expected for navigating the ruins of Hertonmal. Suddenly, the quartet came to an abrupt halt and Arthur, his expression grave, spoke. I sense a malevolent and vengeful energy in matters of energy perception, Arthur was an expert, having cultivated the holy energy of infinite justice. Any trace of evil power rendered him acutely sensitive. Lian Yang inquired, "What is the strength of this energy? Mere malevolence should not evoke such gravity." Combat had become the most excellent means of forging camaraderie. Through numerous life and death struggles, Arthur had seamlessly integrated into Lian Yang's small team. The situation was intricate, transcending mere strength. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur solemnly declared, "I can perceive that it is a soul, or rather a collective of souls, bound together by some formidable force. We must return to the City of Doom. Preparations are necessary." Upon hearing this, Lian Yang immediately grasped the identity of the impending presence, yet the pressing concern was their inability to inflict any harm upon it. Nodding, Arthur affirmed, "I concur with this suggestion. While we remain unencountered, we can withdraw, for we are currently incapable of damaging this amalgamation of resentful souls." Beside them, Alice, bewildered, asked, "But Lian Yang, what significance does our retreat hold?" Lian Yang replied, "I need to draw upon some of Celia's power. Her abilities can enable us to strike at the monsters ahead." Alice, suddenly enlightened, nodded and remarked, "Ah, I hadn't realized little Celia possessed such capabilities. But Lian Yang, how did you come to know this?" As she spoke, she regarded Lian Yang warily. With a swift retort, he exclaimed, "You must not lay a finger on Celia. She is mine. A secret, fool, death lily." Without a backward glance, Lian Yang fled, and Alice, momentarily taken aback, could not allow him to escape so easily. She raised her hand and unleashed a few fierce projectiles toward him, shouting, "Don't you dare run. How dare you speak of me like that? You've grown quite bold." At the Albert Inn, in Celia's room, she appeared utterly forlorn, exclaiming, "Please, wait a moment." Upon hearing the accounts from Lian Yang and the others, the compassionate Celia, with a sorrowful countenance, clasped her hands in prayer for the vengeful spirits of the old district of her Tonmal. Simultaneously, as she prayed, a gentle radiance began to coalesce in her hands, softly illuminating the quartet before her. At the very moment when the radiant light enveloped him, Arthur's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lian Yang and inquired, "You knew all along, didn't you?" The revelation that Celia possessed such pristine energy astonished him. "What do you mean by pure energy?" Celia, having concluded her prayers, responded with a puzzled expression, "I was merely praying for those wretched souls. Nothing more." Lian Yang nonchalantly replied, "Leave the purification of those vengeful spirits to us." "Oh, very well. And welcome to our new team member, Arthur." Celia was aware that she was somewhat extraordinary, yet she remained indifferent to such notions. Her joy was found in embarking on adventures alongside Lian Yang and the others in a hurried return to the City of Misfortune. After acquiring Celia's energy, they swiftly made their way to the old district of her town. With a look of confusion, Arthur questioned Lian Yang. "I had always thought she was just an ordinary little girl, yet I never imagined she possessed such pure power." "Ordinary?" Lian Yang chuckled, as the last remaining elf in a rod. "How could Celia be considered ordinary? It is simply not the right time to reveal her identity." Celia's identity had never been commonplace, and as for how Lian Yang knew that Celia had the ability to purify vengeful spirits, it was because he was a seasoned player of DNF, with over 40 max-level characters across 2 main accounts, having memorized nearly all the main storyline in the original narrative. It was through the power of Celia's prayers that the dark spirit gam was purified from the old district of her town. Now, let us battle this wretched black nightmare. Arthur decided against overthinking it. Everyone harbored secrets, and as long as they understood that knowledge of each other as truths would not lead to harm, it was sufficient. With practiced ease, they returned to the depths of the old district of her town, where the dark spirit gam still lingered, its immense malevolent energy and overwhelming resentment standing out like a torch in the darkness. Sensing the presence of Lian Yang and the others from afar, the dark spirit gam lunged at them with fury, its form retaining a semblance of humanity, reminiscent of a devil conjured from a dense fog of darkness. Draw slash. As soon as they were within range, Lian Yang launched a swift draw slash, the silver light slicing through the dark spirit gam, cleaving it in two, yet, in an instant, the severed body reformed, although its pitch-black form appeared slightly more translucent. Utilizing a series of high-damage, wide-area skills to assault it, Lian Yang realized that while the draw slash was immensely powerful, it only struck in a singular line. It was effective against living beings, but proved arduous against an entity like the dark spirit gam, a conglomerate of energy and souls. Received, rage burst. Approaching the dark spirit gam with ease, Baron unleashed a fierce attack with his rage burst, causing the dark spirit's form to scatter explosively. However, It was not long before it coalesced back into its devilish shape, albeit appearing even more translucent this time. Noticing a pattern, Lian Yang sighed. It seems this battle will devolve into a war of attrition. We can only gradually deplete its energy. He found himself growing somewhat bored. Such a purely exhausting battle was rather uninspiring. Not necessarily, Arthur interjected, raising his hand to invoke a holy light cross. The radiant cross, forged from the essence of holy light, was precisely imprinted upon the frenzied dark specter, Gam. With a soft pop, the dark specter was suddenly enveloped in a flurry of white mist, visibly diminishing before our very eyes. I had anticipated this. The power of the holy light, bestowed by Celia's prayer, must indeed have a restraining effect on these malevolent souls. My thoughts were affirmed, and Arthur couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Leave it to you. As Lian Yang observed the effectiveness of Arthur's attack, he lost interest in intervening in such a laborious battle. It is worth mentioning that despite the immense size of the dark specter Gam, since the initial strike, it had appeared almost dazed, its mechanical attacks failing to land even a single blow. However, our collective strikes found their mark with uncanny precision. Rest assured, Hammer of Repentance. Raising his hand, Arthur called forth the Hammer of Repentance, causing the dark specter Gam to swiftly fade once more. For a moment, Arthur resembled a purifying machine, continuously unleashing holy light spells until, at last, when he cast the radiant cross once again, the dark specter Gam vanished entirely, and the party received notifications of experience gained. This shouldn't be possible. Arthur, your battle seemed excessively effortless, Baron inquired, perplexed. Not at all, Arthur elucidated. The power of Celia, the influence of Celia's prayer, has incited chaos within this amalgamation of souls, rendering its attacks so mechanical. Furthermore, under the dual onslaught of Celia's power and the holy light, the efficacy of my strikes has been magnified. This revelation, everyone comprehended why the formidable dark specter Gam had behaved almost like a fool, standing idly as Arthur purified it completely. Chapter 54. The failed experiment were almost there. Tread carefully. As they traversed the familiar streets of the old district of Hertenmer, Arthur cautioned his companions about the potential emergence of the savage canine. Bugatti. Indeed, as the leader of the survivor team navigating the heart of the monster-laden ruins, Bugatti was no feeble adversary. Although he might have seemed somewhat distant from the likes of the fallen Ant Queen, Melina, post-mutation, he surely did not pale in comparison to the black scorpion, Moss. Considering his humanoid form, he posed an even greater threat to Lian Yang and the others than Moss did. As they advanced, Bugatti's roar resonated in Lian Yang and his companions' ears. Arthur explained, Elia was the captain's partner. Alas, she too has perished. For reasons unknown, all mutated monsters were particularly sensitive to the presence of the living. Sensing the aura of Lian Yang and his party from afar, Bugatti charged toward them. Unlike the other dark-hued werewolves, Bugatti towered above most, sporting a coat of silvery fur and still clad in the armor of his survivor team. His massive, crimson left arm unmistakably indicated his former identity as a demon swordsman. Slowly healing, Guardian's emblem, Honor's blessing. As the battle commenced, the steadfastly faithful Arthur raised his hand to bestow foundational buffs upon Lian Yang and the others. Let us fight, heroes of the battlefield. Lian Yang executed a three-part strike, closing in with a swift thrust. Though it may not inflict substantial harm upon Akainu Bugatti, it nonetheless serves to abruptly stifle his formidable momentum. Laser Cannon. Alice's laser cannon, with its pinpoint precision, seizes the moment and effortlessly leaves a bowl-sized black mark upon Akainu Bugatti's silvery wolf fur with a single shot. A furious wolf howl erupts from Akainu Bugatti, seemingly driving him into a greater frenzy as his mutated claw lunges ferociously towards Lian Yang. With his sword held horizontally before him, Lian Yang deftly parries Akainu Bugatti's assault. Spear of Victory. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur raises his hand to unleash a Spear of Victory. Although it may not deal significant damage, it firmly anchors Akainu Bugatti in place. Bloodthirsty Demon Slash. While engaging in combat with Akainu Bugatti, Lian Yang recognizes that he may need to employ evasive tactics, but he is accompanied by a fully equipped team. With a swift motion, he executes the Bloodthirsty Demon Slash, expertly reversing the flow of his sword energy and binding Akainu Bugatti tightly before him. Blade of Blood. At the right moment, Baron unleashes a ferocious blade of blood.fm 31 grenade launcher. Alice, unreserved, raises her hand to unleash her most powerful skill, the FM 31 grenade launcher, dealing overwhelming damage. Hammer of Repentance. This is Arthur's assault, indicating that he too has adapted to the combat style of Lian Yang and his companions. In an instant, Akainu Bugatti, now under Lian Yang's control, is engulfed in a kaleidoscope of chaos, Baron's explosive blood energy, the fiery blasts of grenades detonating upon his body, and the holy light of Arthur's hammer of repentance. A howl of agony escapes Akainu Bugatti once more anguish than before. Yet, it is not over. Lian Yang bellows. Having amassed sufficient blood energy, Lian Yang's bloodthirsty demon slash reaches its zenith, violently casting Akainu Bugatti aside as he raises his sword for a powerful thrust, striking Akainu Bugatti's body with ferocity. The blood energy and sword aura upon Lian Yang's blade deliver an unparalleled impact, inflicting a ghastly wound upon Akainu Bugatti's upper body and sending him hurtling through the AI art. However, it is not finished. Bloodthirsty demon slash. It is Baron. Having concluded his bloodthirsty demon slash, he and his companions unleash a relentless barrage upon Akainu Bugatti. In the blink of an eye, Baron executes another bloodthirsty demon slash, firmly binding Akainu Bugatti in midair. If Akainu Bugatti retained any consciousness, he would surely feel utterly humiliated, as such bullying is hardly customary. Yet, as the saying goes, reality offers no what-ifs. Controlled by Baron, Akainu Bugatti is rendered helpless as Lian Yang resolutely releases the already prepared blade draw slash. With impeccable precision, Lian Yang calibrates the distance for the blade draw slash, a silver arc swiftly gliding through the air, perhaps even large enough to strike Baron had it not been for Lian Yang's meticulous control. The remnants of the once legendary Hertmer Ruins survivor team captain, Akainu Bugatti's mutated wolf head now lies severed upon the ground. Collecting the fallen purple gear from Akainu Bugatti, Lian Yang hands them to Arthur, saying softly, "Here, this is the last memento your former captain left for you. Thank you." Silently accepting the spoils handed over by Lian Yang, Arthur carefully placed them in a secluded corner of his backpack. With sincerity, he expressed his gratitude to Lian Yang. Though the purple equipment may have held considerable value, the bond forged between Arthur and the Red Dog, Bugatti, undoubtedly outweighed it. Thus, no one broached the subject of equipment with Arthur. Regaining his composure, Lian Yang remarked, "Arthur, you must be aware of Bugatti's residence. It is evident that the mutations among these werewolves are not merely a consequence of the Black Nightmare." Pausing for a moment, Lian Yang continued gravely, "The mutations among adventurers here must have a deliberate cause behind them. I believe that if Bugatti kept a diary, it would surely record all of this." The residence of Bugatti was not far from the location of their recent battle, and under Arthur's guidance, they arrived swiftly, found it. The state of Bugatti's home could best be described as barren. Soon, Alice discovered Bugatti's diary hidden within a secret compartment of his wardrobe. Lian Yang opened the diary, and indeed, it chronicled the origins of Bugatti's mutation. "Today, a prominent noble from the Delos Empire approached me, claiming to be a former hero of the Delos Empire, known as Swift Schumann. However, I remained skeptical, given his corpulent figure. Yet, he proceeded to assert that he possessed a method to harness the power of the Black Nightmare. I believed him to be mad. The Black Nightmare only drives one to insanity. How could it possibly be utilized?" He returned, this time accompanied by someone named Senel, who claimed to be a willing participant in the Black Nightmare experiments. The moment he unleashed his power, I undeniably sensed the aura of the Black Nightmare. It brings forth endless calamity. However, if this power could be harnessed by adventurers, it might swiftly address the monstrous infestation plaguing the ruins of Hedenmer. The modified power of the Black Nightmare seems to possess an infectious quality. I can feel that my companions in the team have also been touched by its altered essence. Nevertheless, it remains manageable for now. Recently, I have often felt unwell. I fear I may be ill. I must hasten back to the City of Misfortune to investigate. Moreover, it seems Senel's memories have become muddled. I too find myself frequently forgetting my current actions. I fear I may not be able to return to the City of Misfortune. Is this my final day? This should be my last entry, and my body is transforming into a monster. What should I do? I am so frightened. Ilya, please help me. As anticipated by Lian Yang. Although the account was vague, there was no doubt that Bugatti had undergone the Empire's experiments. Ultimately, it had resulted in failure, and the most terrifying aspect was that this modified Black Nightmare could indeed spread. No wonder all the survivors had mutated. Upon finishing, Lian Yang handed Bugatti's diary to Arthur, suggesting that everyone take turns reading it. "Let us destroy it," Arthur proposed, his expression one of calm detachment. After they had all perused Bugatti's diary, Baron remarked, "The Delos Empire has never been a welfare institution. Their presence in this desolate ruin is undoubtedly not merely to safeguard the surviving residents here. However, it seems they have overstepped this time." Alice responded nonchalantly, Did we not foresee this occurrence? Ultimately, it was Lian Yang who set the tone. Let us obliterate this matter. There is no point in prolonging it. The Delos Empire has engaged in such deeds far too frequently. They are unafraid to experiment with any force. Chapter 55. Courtship of Hater, you've returned? Paris exclaimed upon seeing Lian Yang back in the City of Doom, as soon as the relentless onslaught of mad adventurers subsided. I knew you must have accomplished your mission. Phew, what can't I handle? Lian Yang replied with an air of confidence. However, Akainu Bugatti and his squad have undergone mutations, so you understand. Lian Yang remained remarkably calm. Despite the shadow of Akainu Bugatti's demise lingering over the team in a world besieged by monsters, acceptance of death had become a requisite lesson for everyone. Paris shook her head and remarked, he was quite the capable individual, providing us with much assistance in the past, yet he ultimately met his end. After a pause, she continued, I recall they all seem to have mutated. Have you uncovered any information regarding the cause of his transformation? None, Lian Yang replied matter-of-factly. By the time we found him, he had completely transformed into a frenzied werewolf. After purifying him, Arthur found no useful information at his residence. Lian Yang, of course, refrained from revealing to Paris that Akainu Bugatti had perished as a result of a failed experiment in collaboration with the Empire. Tensions between the City of Doom and the Delos Empire were already high. Such news was best kept under wraps. Then you should rest quickly. Although Paris had just returned from the front lines, she still had numerous tasks ahead of her. I need to drop by Albert's place. We should be entering the cleanup phase soon. Did Paris believe Lian Yang's claims about not discovering the cause of Akainu Bugatti's mutation? Perhaps she did, for even if something were found, it likely wouldn't be crucial information. Conversely, she did not fully trust him. A complete lack of information was simply absurd. However, since Lian Yang chose not to elaborate, Paris refrained from pressing further. The Delos Empire's penchant for various experiments was already a well-established fact across the continent. It was hard for Paris to believe that an entire army stationed in the ruins of Hedmer would not have some ulterior motive. Yet, confronting the Delos Empire was not an option at present. Despite their inaction, the residents of the City of Doom genuinely required the protection of the Delos Empire's forces. Delos Empire Camp Hater gazed at Lian Yang with an air of arrogance. Have you dealt with those monsters? Hater was not particularly concerned about the threat posed by mutated adventurers. Rather, he was more anxious about the potential exposure of the Delos Empire's dark nightmare experiments in the ruins of Hedmer, which would only exacerbate the already infamous reputation of the Delos Empire. With a casual nod, Lian Yang lazily remarked, It's all sorted out. However, that Gale showman truly is incompetent. Experiments inevitably entail failures. Yet Gale showman has left a glaring loophole in the form of Red Dog Bugatti. Should this information leak, it is certain that the continent of Arad will be engulfed in turmoil. Haida scoffed dismissively. Once, he was a figure of note, renowned as Gale showman, but now, he is even inferior to his son, who is entangled with a band of thieves. Haida, being upright, held a deep disdain for Gale showman, whose spine had long been broken. Although in terms of titles and official positions, he fell short of Gale showman, Haida possessed a steadfast pride. Inquiring about Gale showman's son, Lian Yang asked, What of that laid-in showman? How has he been lately? Do you have any news? Upon hearing this, Haida's face darkened, and he retorted sharply, Hey, kid, I warn you, I am your superior, not your information broker. After a moment's thought, he added, however, that little good-for-nothing seems to be lurking around the old district of Hertmer, plotting something. Were it not for his amicable relationship with Lian Yang, Haida would hardly have paid any attention to someone as insignificant as Laden Showman. In this world, power is the ultimate currency. Lian Yang's prowess in the Hertmer ruins is indeed remarkable. Currently, he possesses the strength of an ordinary level 50 unawakened adventurer, yet in the Iron Wolf Knights of Bonn, a level 50 unawakened adventurer merely qualifies as a squad leader. Thus, Laden Showman held no value in Haida's eyes, despite his noble imperial lineage, which to Haida was akin to nonsense. If he disregarded Gale Showman, Laden Showman was even less worthy of his concern. Beside them, Baron and Alice, longtime acquaintances, suppressed the urge to smirk. Having spent some time together, they had grown accustomed to Haida's stubborn pride. Yet, each time they witnessed Haida's desperate attempts to save face, only to ultimately yield to Lian Yang, they could hardly suppress their amusement. Only Arthur, clad in the armor of the Delos Empire's knightly army and bearing the unique insignia of the Hope Independent Team, stood beside Baron and Alice. Observing the playful banter between Lian Yang and their nominal superior, he felt a sense of disillusionment. Where had the stubborn visage of Haida gone? Indifferent to it all. He presumed Haida had uncovered something new and intended to investigate later. However, Haida, I plan to depart soon. According to the game's narrative, the old district of Hertmer is a place devoid of hope. Yet Lian Yang was contemplating whether to venture there, still undecided. Get lost? Haida stated coolly. You serve no purpose here anymore. Why linger then? Haida understood that the Hertmer ruins were suitable for training, as the overall strength of the monsters was not overly daunting, making it ideal for low-level adventurers to level up. Yet for Lian Yang, aside from accruing some so-called experience points, the ruins offered no tangible enhancement to his combat prowess. Despite their familiarity, Haida's sharp tongue often made Lian Yang wish to land a few slaps on him. It truly was commendable that Bond could still appreciate his talents. It is well known that Heidi often engages in frivolous banter when there is nothing else to occupy his time. There is no need to rush. However, given that Lian Yang has grown accustomed to this, he waved his hand dismissively and continued. Although I plan to leave, it is not at this moment. I have an inkling that something significant is about to occur. I intend to venture into the Dark City to enhance my equipment. Is there anything you require assistance with? Upon hearing this, Heidi could not help but curl his lip in disdain, retorting, Humph, what can a mere level 35 squirt like you possibly do for me? I am currently at level 85. Your meager funds wouldn't even suffice to purchase a few pieces of purple gear. Lian Yang was indeed notorious for his wealth in the ruins of Hertinmal, but the ease of acquiring money was primarily due to the high-end market where currency holds little value. Level 85 blue and white gear from the Delos Empire can be self-manufactured. Yet purple gear is virtually non-existent for sale, of course. The limited audience is a fundamental reason as well. Rare things are often regarded with astonishment, Lian Yang scoffed, casually tossing a sacred enhancement protection voucher to Heidi. Inquiring, what do you think of this? Heidi nonchalantly caught the sacred enhancement protection voucher tossed by Lian Yang, but in the next moment, he fell silent, astonished, exclaiming, Are you the disciple or illegitimate child of Aganzo? Even Aganzo himself could not possess such an item. Equipment enhancement has always been the fastest method to bolster one's power in the continent of Arad. However, the emergence of equipment surpassing 10 has been exceedingly rare, especially in high-end domains. Unlike games where one can endlessly farm for any divine artifact or epic item, in Arad, nearly every artifact above the divine tier is unique, and once damaged, finding a second of its kind is nearly an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, enhancing equipment beyond 10 carries the risk of shattering it. Hence, despite the undeniable power of the 11 weapon, few dare to undertake such enhancements. As for enhancement protection vouchers, even Kelly had only witnessed one from Lian Yang. It was previously unheard of. Let alone someone like Heidi. Silence. Lian Yang was nearly driven to the brink of tearing Heidi's mouth apart, asserting, This item. Whether I say it is abundant or scarce, it suffices to enhance one weapon to 15, not counting what we keep for ourselves. That is it, my finest weapon. Heidi, without hesitation, solemnly retrieved a resplendent spear glowing with a faint golden light from his backpack. Upon receiving it and inspecting its attributes, Lian Yang felt as though he could fit an egg in his mouth, incredulously stating, With that foul temper of yours, how could the Delos Empire possibly provide you with such a formidable weapon? Heidi arrogantly replied, Relying on the Empire? Don't be absurd. This is something I painstakingly obtained from the Abyss. I've heard that a foul mouth can reflect one's character. Holding Heidi's weapon at the entrance, Lian Yang spoke aloud, ensuring everyone could hear. Get lost. The lackadaisical Heidi impatiently shooed him away. Of course, Lian Yang was not merely indulging Heidi for his own amusement. This was merely a test, as he harbored a desire to draw Heidi into his faction. However, to directly state, Heidi, I invite you to join my ranks, would be a jest. After all, how high was Lian Yang's level? Thus, he resolutely wielded the sacred enhancement protection voucher, a formidable bargaining chip. If Heidi accepted its use, it would imply a lack of aversion. If he declined, it would indicate that Lian Yang must strive harder. Nonetheless, it was evident that Heidi held a favorable impression of Lian Yang and bore no significant resistance to joining his camp. As for joining Lian Yang's forces, that remains a topic for further discussion. At present, Lian Yang is still not sufficiently powerful. Chapter 56. Challenging Kelly's heart, a dreadful cataclysm of destruction has obliterated what was once the economic heart of Arad. Hedenmar.it is also this terrifying calamity that has caused the long-buried capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom, the City of Darkness, to rise from the depths of the earth, establishing itself as the new economic center of the Arad continent. As a native of Hedenmar, the erstwhile economic hub of Arad, Arthur gazed upon the magnificent and towering City of Darkness before him, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Sensing Arthur's inner turmoil, Alice casually remarked, Don't dwell on it too much. The disaster has passed, and Hedenmar will surely be rebuilt. Lian Yang added, despite the seemingly prosperous facade of the City of Darkness, it is fraught with peril, and the monsters lurking within the ruins of Hedmer pose a greater headache for the upper echelons of the City of Darkness. At that moment, Arthur felt an undeniable sense of imbalance within himself. Perceptive to Arthur's sentiments, Lian Yang deliberately elaborated on the dangers surrounding the City of Darkness. When one complains about the unfairness of the world, it suffices to remind them that there exists someone whose plight is far worse. Such is the paradox of human nature. Indeed, Arthur shook his head and, with a chuckle, remarked, "This place differs significantly from the Hedmer of yore. It resembles a colossal fortress, while Hedmer felt more like a bustling metropolis." "It is only natural," Lian Yang explained. "Hedmer has been a time-honored city built upon the earth, and its walls severely hinder its expansion. In contrast, the City of Darkness, once buried deep underground, reflects the Dark Elves' enduring memory of the splendor of the surface world, hence the grandiosity of its fortifications." With that, they navigated effortlessly to Kelly's shop. "Your equipment is rather mediocre." Kelly continued to entice unsuspecting adventurers to enhance their gear. "Hey, is my equipment truly mediocre?" Alice, standing behind Kelly, couldn't help but jest. "That depends on how you define it," Kelly replied, no longer attempting to lure customers. Upon turning to see Alice and her companions, she inwardly rejoiced at the arrival of unsuspecting prey, saying, "Your equipment has been enhanced quite well, but the fundamental quality remains rather low." "There's nothing we can do about it," Baron shrugged, speaking with resignation. "Our levels are simply too low to equip high-tier gear." Level indeed posed a significant constraint. This matter could only be addressed gradually. "That's true." Kelly nodded in agreement before turning to Arthur and inquiring, "Is this handsome gentleman your new companion?" Arthur nodded and politely introduced himself. "Arthur, the Paladin. I recently joined the group." "Joined?" Kelly was taken aback by this fresh term, then burst into laughter, saying, "How apt! You've truly stepped into a den of thieves. These folks are ruthless in their pursuit of profit." Later, Kelly would overhear many speak of Lian Yang and his companions, and she learned of Lian Yang's lucrative venture, the Kiss of Remy. Instantly, she felt that perhaps a lifetime spent enhancing equipment could never match Lian Yang's prowess in amassing wealth. Lian Yang, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Robbing is rather uncouth. Observe how we maintain stability, efficiency, and speed. You've worked hard today once again." As they conversed, 4 sets of equipment were produced. It goes without saying that they were all complete sets of purple gear. Upon receiving the items, Kaylee wore a look that conveyed her expectations. "I knew it. You all came here for no good reason. I've been working so hard." While she lamented, her hands moved swiftly. The entirety of these 4 sets of purple gear, all fortified to 10, far exceeded what she could earn in a month of toil. Each of these sets was level 45 purple gear, reserved even for Yangbelong and Alice, while Arthur was just the right fit to don them. The enhancement provided by such top-tier equipment was substantial, especially since there were times when one could not afford to be away from the adventure grounds for long. Thus, Yang had prepared the level 45 purple gear in advance. After placing the purple gear aside, Yang retrieved the long spear he entrusted to hide for enhancement. When the spear, radiating a subtle golden glow, was handed to Kaylee, her expression was one of utter astonishment, as if she could fit an egg in her mouth, exclaiming, "An epic level 85 epic spear, Qing Yueling. This is the legendary legend, the ultimate aspiration of the magic spearman." It must be noted that Hyde, with his notoriously abrasive demeanor, had truly defied expectations by acquiring an 85-level epic spear. Yang was equally taken aback upon seeing its attributes. This was the first epic equipment he had witnessed on the continent of Arad. Making a quiet gesture for silence, Yang softly remarked, "This weapon belongs to someone else. I'm merely enhancing it for them. Here, I hope to enhance it to 15 today." As he spoke, he produced a hefty handful of sacred enhancement protection tickets. Upon receiving the tickets, Kaylee suddenly inquired, "Hey, I remember you've been adventuring in the ruins of Hedmer lately, right?" "Yes, indeed." Yang nodded in affirmation. Kaylee, with an air of mystery, asked, "Is this spear belonging to that guy? Who else could it belong to?" Magic spearmen on the main road are as rare as unicorns. Aside from him, who else could obtain an 85-level epic? In the shadowy realm of Dark City, there was a certain taboo regarding the Delos Empire, as their ambition to unify Arad was common knowledge. Regaining her composure, Kaylee spoke nonchalantly. "You really are something, kid. That guy is notoriously difficult, yet you managed to deal with him. However, I still have my doubts about enhancing it to 15, although I don't wish to compare him to the likes of Barnagon and Zwa, who are renowned strongmen in Arad. Hyde's prowess is indeed among the best here. Especially with his obstinate temperament and notoriously foul mouth, He is known far and wide. Don't worry about the enhancement. I have confidence, Yang reassured her. How could he lack confidence? Ever since money was no longer a concern, coupled with the addition of Arthur, the enhancement protection tickets in Yang's possession had become almost abundant. Even the most minuscule probabilities, when met with a vast quantity, nearly assured success. While Yang took it lightly, Kaylee was acutely aware of the stakes. This was, to be honest, her first time enhancing such a high-level epic weapon. Despite the presence of sacred enhancement protection tickets, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Soon, the Qingweling had been successfully enhanced to 10. After placing a sacred enhancement protection ticket, Kaylee nervously activated the enhancement machine. The machine hummed and roared, echoing with the rhythm of her heartbeat, as she feared the dire consequences of a failed enhancement. The tension mounted. Kelly found herself once again at the mercy of the enhancement machine. And to her astonishment, she achieved success once more. With a heart full of trepidation, she activated the apparatus again, and once again, fortune smiled upon her. Yet, the weight of anxiety pressed heavier upon her. She was genuinely fearful that the sacred enhancement protection vouchers would fail to safeguard her epic equipment. Relax, I believe in you, Lian Yang reassured her, fully aware of Kelly's apprehensions, yet unperturbed himself, for he possessed unwavering faith in the power of hope. With a snap, the enhancement process concluded. However, the attempt to elevate Qingweling from 12 to 13 faltered. Upon witnessing the still glimmering golden light of the Qingweling, Kelly's worries began to dissipate. Since it won't shatter, what is there to fret about? She mused, adjusting her mindset and preparing the sacred protection vouchers for another trial. Attempts to enhance yielded a series of failures. 11 shattered, 12 failed, 13 crumbled. Yet, undeterred, she persevered. Even as the highest enhancement reached a mere 14, Kelly remained unflustered, clutching a substantial number of sacred protection vouchers. With each failure, a smile crept onto her face, for even in defeat, Lian Yang would still owe for the enhancement costs. Finally, after expending approximately 40 sacred protection vouchers, a melodious chime signaled success. Kelly had enhanced Hade's Qingweling to 15. Phew, what a trial! At first, I genuinely feared the vouchers would become ineffective, she exclaimed, wiping the perspiration from her brow with a look of relief. Rest assured, Lian Yang comforted her, for such a precious weapon, how could I let you proceed without a means of protection? The Qingweling was indeed Hade's strongest weapon. Truth be told, should it have shattered, Lian Yang would have had no hope of winning Hade over. As they prepared to depart post-enhancement, a towering dark elf suddenly approached Kelly. Recognizing the familiar attire, Lian Yang hesitated in his departure. A lucrative venture. Kelly, the dark elf exclaimed upon entering, spotting the perspiring young woman. Wiping her brow, Kelly replied proudly, just a small order. 4 sets of 45-level purple gear enhanced to 10. Before she could elaborate, Clint erupted in laughter, nearly spitting out his drink. Enhancing 4 sets of low-level purple gear in one go? How audacious! Wiping the Qingweling, Kelly remarked nonchalantly, I must say, Clint, you are quite the adult now. How can you still be so surprised? Look at this. Qingweling, an 85-level epic. As Clint took the weapon, he initially maintained composure. After all, 85-level SS weapons were not uncommon. But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens, 15? Who on earth is so reckless? Ah, that would be me, Lian Yang interjected, seizing the opportunity to divert Clint. And now you can hand me that weapon. I need to return it to someone. Oh, of course. Clint, still bewildered, relinquished the weapon to Lian Yang, his mind reeling at the audacity of someone daring to enhance an 85-level epic to 15. With the Qingweling in hand, Lian Yang greeted gently, Hello, Krent. I am Lian Yang. The figure before him was none other than Krent, the renowned enhancer of the infamous duo that exploits the DNF realm. Lian Yang pondered whether he could assist in enhancing equipment at this moment. In his mind, he calculated that the enhancement boost would far surpass mere strengthening for the later stages of equipment. After a brief moment of astonishment, Krent quickly composed himself, offering a slight smile as he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Krent, the envoy of the Dark Elven Queen. Pausing momentarily, he continued, Have you heard of the equipment infected by the aura of another realm? Indeed. Krent was capable of enhancement. While contemplating this, Lian Yang replied, I have vaguely heard my master mention it, but it seems too advanced for me, as I am still below level 35. Unfortunately, enhancement, being the pinnacle of the DNF strengthening system, required equipment to be at least level 55, a distant dream for Lian Yang at present. Although still taken aback by the thought of how a mere level 35 could possess such wealth, he noted that Krent had already adapted, responding politely, No worries, I believe you will soon be equipped with gear above level 55. At that time, You may seek my assistance in enhancement. Hey, hey, interjected Kelly, exasperated. Krent, you should be mindful. How can you come to my home and poach my business? Kelly jested, as the two, being the notorious duo of the Dark City, shared a friendly bond due to their common interests. Krent chuckled brightly, softly saying, "Ah, you see, it's a habit, a professional habit indeed. I almost forgot to mention that I need to discuss something with you." Sensing the opportunity, Lian Yang took his leave, saying, "I must be off now. I will visit you again next time." At the ruins of Hertanmal, Lian Yang gazed from a distance at the green crystal materializing outside the city of misfortune, an unsettling feeling gripping him. Continuing onward, he noticed that the density of monsters in the village had far exceeded normal levels, prompting him to exclaim urgently, "Something has happened in the city of misfortune. We must leave quickly." As he dashed forward, the monsters trailing behind frantically pursued Lian Yang and his companions, yet they paid them no mind. The occasional attacks that struck him were rendered negligible due to his tin equipment, and Lian Yang was indifferent to the minor damage. Upon seeing Lian Yang return, Albert at the village entrance let out a sigh of relief, stating anxiously, "Thank heavens, you have returned just in time." With the city of misfortune appearing temporarily unscathed, Lian Yang breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "What transpired? Why are there so many monsters surrounding the village?" The green crystals outside the village instilled a profound sense of foreboding within Lian Yang. Albert, with a face full of rage, replied, "Someone has deliberately contacted the monsters in a hidden area of the Hertanmal ruins. The leader of these monsters is a puppet controlled by a dark nightmare. She can transmit energy through the green crystals outside the village, enabling the statues to attack adventurers. However, we do not know the exact location." Lian Yang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The green crystals outside the village instantly reminded him of the Despair chessboard, where the chess piece statues derived their energy from these very green crystals. However, what perplexed Lian Yang was that even a monstrous entity in a state of despair should not possess the capability to besiege the City of Doom. He inquired further, "Surely, these mere statues cannot be the sole reason for such a tense atmosphere here. Moreover, the density of monsters outside the City of Doom is exceedingly high." At this juncture, Paris interjected, stating, "We are also unclear about the specific circumstances, but the monsters are still gathering strength. Your superior, that towering figure, has reportedly been reassigned by the Empire and will not return for some time." It was only after his departure that the unrest among the monsters erupted. Then, he suddenly asked, "Has anyone seen Letting Hume, the arrogant paladin from the Delros Empire?" For some reason, Lian Yang felt an inexplicable connection between the monster uprising and him. Although Letting Hume seldom appeared in the eyes of Albert and the others, Gao, with his background in special affairs, still remembered him. After a moment of careful contemplation, Gao spoke solemnly. In fact, before Hyde's departure, he had already ventured into the ruins of Hertanmal. Furthermore, his relationship with the Black Hat thieves, who have infested those ruins, is quite intricate. Indeed, Lian Yang mused inwardly, while outwardly he remarked, "I have no concrete evidence. Yet I suspect that these monsters may very well be the handiwork of Letting Hume." "What?" Paris and Albert exclaimed in unison, with Paris indignantly retorting, "How can he act in such a manner? Does he not realize that inciting such chaos will lead to the deaths of many?" As the guardian and leader of the native inhabitants of Hertanmal, Paris was resolute in her belief that Lian Yang's words were undoubtedly the truth. However, she found it intolerable that someone could commit such inhumane acts for the sake of personal gain. Albert's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, standing there quietly, though everyone could sense the rage emanating from this man who had once battled alongside the apostles. Disregarding the reactions of Paris and Albert, Lian Yang continued coolly, "For reasons unknown to me, I am also aware that these statue monsters originate from a secret village deep within the old district of Hertanmal. They are being controlled by a malevolent puppet, ensnared by black nightmares. Coincidentally, the only adventurer who has recently appeared near the old district of Hertanmal, aside from us, is Letting Hume. The old district of Hertanmal is not a place one can simply venture into. Without sufficient strength, one is bound to meet a grim fate. As for the monster uprising, recalling the narrative, I am quite certain that it is the black scorpion Mose who has been revived. Despite having been thoroughly convinced of Mose's demise, the familiar chaos of monsters before me has left me utterly convinced that the black scorpion Mose has indeed returned, resurrected under the influence of the black nightmares." After a brief silence, Lian Yang resumed, "At present, among the monsters in the ruins of Hertanmal, I can think of no other figure capable of such influence except for the black scorpion Mose. Although I am entirely certain that we had slain him, as we had genuinely acquired experience and equipment, I can think of no one else who could possibly wield such power. Despite his brief arrival, Lian Yang undoubtedly succeeded in penetrating the very heart of the city of misfortune. When his words were uttered, though many found them utterly preposterous, none dared to refute him. Rubbing his temples, Albert gravely remarked, "If I understand you correctly, you intend to confront the Black Scorpion Moss once more?" "Indeed," Lian Yang affirmed with a nod. "Regardless of whether the Black Scorpion Moss has resurrected, the encirclement of the village by these statues and monsters bodes ill. I cannot predict when they will strike, thus I must venture into the ruins of Hertenmer to seek a solution." At that moment, Lian Yang was no longer risking his life for mere advancement. He aimed to protect the unfortunate remnants of Hertenmer. "That is exceedingly perilous," Sherlock expressed his concern. Before Sherlock could finish his thought, Paris decisively interjected, "Then let us proceed." She wished to offer counsel, but the throng of residents from the city of misfortune behind her left no room for alternative plans. Gathering his composure, Albert grinned and said, "Lian Yang, you may venture forth with confidence. I, a genius, shall safeguard these residents." Just as Lian Yang prepared to advance, he stumbled at Albert's words and called back without turning, "Albert, damn you." Chapter 58. The Bloody Queen Dio. Although Lian Yang had visited the ruins of Hertenmer numerous times, each occasion left a profound impression. The Black Nightmare, which had seemed inconsequential during gameplay, unleashed a calamity of immense proportions upon the world. Initially approaching with a mindset of adventure and play, Lian Yang gradually transformed, influenced by his companions like Paris and Albert, into someone genuinely intent on eradicating the terrifying Black Nightmare that plagued the continent of Arad. The quartet effortlessly dispatched the surrounding monsters, disregarding the system's experience notifications, and casually collected the dropped equipment and materials. They distinctly sensed that the number and strength of the monsters around them were steadily increasing. However, due to their formidable prowess and splendid gear, they felt no immediate pressure. With a blood blade, Lian Yang effortlessly cleared the area of monsters. "Barlow, feeling bored," inquired Lian Yang, "considering we embarked on this adventure together. Why do I sometimes feel as though you possess boundless knowledge? As the continent's foremost sword saint, Agon shouldn't have known so much, should he?" Lian Yang's existence remained shrouded in mystery for Barlow and the others. Even after joining Lian Yang's faction and discovering they could traverse various worlds, they still found him unfathomable. At present, Barlow merely perceived the ongoing battle as exceedingly dull, seeking any excuse to engage in idle chatter. Lian Yang employed a myriad of combat styles, drawing sword strikes, bloodthirsty ceiling slashes, triple strikes, and a barrage of various skills. Effortlessly and elegantly, he cleared the area of frenzied monsters and remarked nonchalantly, "One day, when I take you to my world, you will understand why. Just do not be astonished when that time comes." Lian Yang had never been concerned about Barlow and the others knowing he hailed from a game world, but he knew that such revelations would be met with disbelief. Once they returned to the Earth plane, allowing Barlow and the others to experience DNF for themselves would be far more effective than any explanation. As the battle intensified, the monsters surrounding them grew increasingly dense. A bewildering array of creatures manifested before their eyes. Mushroom commanders, Namluan fighters, colossal scorpions, venomous arachnids, and mutated plants had become mere trifles. Even the elite mini-bosses such as the super mushroom men, giant fire ants, mad ants, scorpion captains, and plague rats began to proliferate alarmingly. Despite the ferocity and multitude of these beasts, Alice wielded her heavy weaponry with such devastating power that it left the three men in her team awestruck. While Lian Yang and his companions could only methodically clear the monsters in small increments, Alice would effortlessly eliminate entire lines of foes with a single blast from her laser cannon. A few well-placed rounds from her grenade launcher would result in the instantaneous evaporation of vast swathes of monsters. Even more terrifying was the fact that Alice's abilities predominantly affected large areas. Although this marked Lian Yang's second venture into the ocean of monsters, he still felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even though he could easily dispatch numerous creatures at once, the relentless tide of adversaries evoked a profound feeling of insignificance within him. However, as the monsters became more densely packed, Lian Yang and his companions felt an increasing sense of assurance, for this indicated that they were drawing nearer to the heart of the chaos, where the most formidable boss awaited. Whether it was the resurrected black giant scorpion, Moss, or another beast, it was undoubtedly the orchestrator of this monstrous upheaval. Indeed, after traversing a short distance, a colossal silhouette emerged before Lian Yang and his companions. It was an enormous scorpion. One could even describe it as gargantuan. The former black giant scorpion, Moss, had been immense, but the creature before them was on an entirely different scale. This behemoth was comparable in size to a commercial airliner. its glossy black exoskeleton adorned with streaks of crimson and gold, an eerie sight to behold. Yet, Lian Yang and his comrades could distinctly sense the creature's extreme weakness. Despite its immense power, it lay prostrate on the ground, clearly in a feeble state. Not only did Lian Yang's group notice the giant scorpion, but the creature also recognized them. Despite their diminutive presence amidst the throng of monsters, the stark difference in species imparted a sense of surreal prominence to the four. The giant scorpion gradually rose to its feet and bellowed, "Damn humans, it's you again. This time, I shall ensure your demise." Indeed, Lian Yang mused, though its appearance had drastically altered, the giant scorpion before him was undeniably the black giant scorpion. Moss. Casually dispatching the surrounding monsters, Lian Yang scoffed, "Moss, I can slay you once, and I can do it a second time. Even in this ghastly form of yours, in battle, one must never concede defeat, and at this moment, the outcome between us remains uncertain." Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, the black giant scorpion, Moss, grew even more enraged, brandishing its larger and fiercer pincers while roaring, "Miserable human! I have been resurrected and am now referred to as the Bloody Queen by the monsters here. I have even taken the name Dio for myself. Today, I shall claim your head as the finest tribute to my dominion over Arad." It must be said, the hatred harbored by the Bloody Queen Dio for Lian Yang was boundless. Had it not been for this inexplicable resurrection, it would have remained eternally shrouded in darkness. Upon contemplating this, an inexorable fury towards Lian Yang surged within her heart. As for Arthur, who lingered beside Lian Yang, she certainly noticed him. However, in her eyes, he was merely an inconspicuous minor character compared to Lian Yang. As long as the leading figure, Lian Yang, was vanquished, the other three would meet their demise as well. At this moment, Lian Yang genuinely laughed, fully aware that the bloodthirsty Queen Dio had been resurrected due to the Black Nightmare, or rather, the current creature had been profoundly influenced by the Black Nightmare. It seemed that every monster affected by the Black Nightmare harbored a delusion of conquering the Arad continent. Even the magic stone Sam from the Yenofa forest, despite being merely a stone, aspired to dominate Arad. Astonishingly, even the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, recently resurrected and still exceedingly weak, shared such aspirations, oblivious to the fact that their strength was, in reality, insignificant in the realm of Arad. As they spoke, they had already approached a close proximity to the bloodthirsty Queen Dio. Slowly healing, Guardian's emblem, Honor's blessing. With a decisive gesture, Arthur summoned the three most fundamental buffs. It was universally acknowledged that only by slaying the monster before them could the problem be fundamentally resolved. Bravado was merely a means to bolster morale. Feeling a surge of newfound strength coursing through his body, Baroness' eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Arthur, I've realized that your equipment upgrades are the most valuable. The buffs you possess now are leagues apart from those before." The equipment bestowed upon Arthur was predominantly purple, geared towards enhancing stamina, resulting in a remarkable 50% increase in his vitality. The skill enhancement naturally elevated the supportive effects for Lian Yang and his companions to unprecedented heights. After applying the buffs, Arthur retrieved the cross from his back and remarked with a faint smile, "It's not just the buffs that have strengthened. My combat prowess is now sufficient to outpace my former self by several streets." Taking advantage of this momentum, Lian Yang and his companions fully consumed potions and maximized their buffs. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio was not idle. With a distant roar, she summoned no fewer than 20 elite monsters to her side. It appeared that the Black Nightmare had thoroughly transformed the bloodthirsty Queen Dio. Previously, she had been reluctant to summon minions for battle. Now, however, she had nearly encircled herself with small bosses. Observing this scene, Lian Yang chuckled heartily. "I thought your resurrection would bring some change. It seems instead you've grown more timid. And you dare call yourself a queen? Roar, damn humans, as long as I can slay you. Nothing shall impede my path to world domination." The bloodthirsty Queen Dio retorted nonchalantly, issuing a command. "My subjects, tear them apart." At her behest, the 20-odd small bosses charged forward with reckless abandon. Their fervent assault bore an uncanny resemblance to the frenzied elves of the Yenofa forest. Having long prepared for a monster ambush, Lian Yang swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a silver arc of light. The sword light flashed, severing the monster before him in twain. More distant creatures were also flung aside by Lian Yang's razor-sharp strike. A well-prepared draw and slash technique. Chapter 59. Lighting's Conspiracy. The seemingly feeble Bloody Queen Dio let out a furious roar, charging headlong towards the quartet of Lian Yang. Yet, this was hardly surprising, despite her recent resurrection leaving her in a weakened state. she was still exponentially more formidable than she had been as the Black Scorpion Moss. Although the four of Lian Yang held a slight advantage, they were nevertheless besieged by over 20 small boss-level monsters. The astute Bloody Queen recognized that if she hesitated, the unfortunate outcome would befall her once the four eliminated these lesser foes. Upon her assault, Bloody Queen Dio swiftly targeted the isolated Arthur, her massive claw poised to strike with ferocity. However, Arthur, ever vigilant on the battlefield, would not afford her such an opportunity. Sensing Dio's impending attack, he raised his hand, conjuring a colossal shield of holy light. Bam! Crash! The gigantic claw collided with the luminous shield, shattering it into fragments in an instant. Yet, Arthur remained unperturbed. Having already sidestepped, he brandished a resplendent spear, hurling it with all his might to immobilize Dio's attacking foreclaw. It was not that Arthur lacked the desire to subdue the entirety of Bloody Queen Dio, but rather that such a feat was simply unattainable. The spear of victory he summoned, measuring just over 2 meters, could barely penetrate Dio's immense foreclaw. Given her colossal size, in the heat of battle, Lian Yang and Baron, both engaged in close combat, were fervently clearing away the swarm of small bosses, unable to spare a moment to assail the restrained Bloody Queen Dio. Bang! 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 Yet, the ferocious onslaught of Alice arrived just in time. Within a mere 2 seconds, the tempestuous Alice unleashed a barrage of laser cannons, howitzers, and anti-tank weaponry, culminating in a devastating round from a grenade launcher. Howl! The relentless barrage had left the formidable claws of Bloody Queen Dio riddled with cracks, eliciting a pained roar from her. Realizing her claws were ineffective, Dio decisively resorted to her favored scorpion tail, swinging the massive appendage viciously towards Alice. Foolish scorpion, even mutated, remains ever so foolish. Seizing the moment while Bloody Queen Dio was distracted, Lian Yang, unbeknownst to when he escaped the clutches of several small bosses, suddenly found himself beneath her towering form. With a battle cry, he executed his most adept technique. The draw slashed. A silver-red arc flashed through the air, striking forcefully at the base of Dio's scorpion tail. Clang! The collision of arc and tail produced a resounding clash akin to metal on metal. What? Upon retracting his blade, Lian Yang was astonished to find that his full-power draw slash had merely left a white mark upon Dio's tail, without even a single cut to show for it. Ha ha ha! Bloody Queen Dio laughed maniacally, declaring, "Once was sufficient. How could I allow you to sever my tail once more?" Upon being resurrected by the Dark Nightmare, the Blood Queen Dio became acutely aware of the mutations within her body, prompting her to deliberately enhance her previously relatively fragile tail. The scorpion's tail, already formidable in its ability to sway and strike, was unexpectedly fortified at its base by the Blood Queen Dio. This sudden augmentation rendered Lian Yang's most adept tail-slicing tactic utterly futile. With one failed strike, he retreated decisively. The mighty Blood Queen Dio, even in a weakened state, was not a foe Lian Yang could contend with. The disparity in size and weight was simply too great. However, Lian Yang did not return entirely empty-handed. He had managed to block a particularly vicious whip of the Blood Queen Dio, which was once razor-sharp. As he withdrew, Lian Yang quickly remarked, "We cannot afford to underestimate this foe. We must concentrate our efforts to eliminate this minor boss, and then strike her together." The Blood Queen Dio, thoroughly infected by the Dark Nightmare, had reached a level of power that none among Lian Yang's cohort could confront alone. To vanquish her completely, they would need to combine their strengths, especially against the 20 minor bosses that loomed before them, which must be dispatched swiftly. Understood. Baron raised his hand and unleashed a blood blade, absorbing a brutal attack from a nearby minor boss, ultimately dispatching it with a single stroke. In their quest for a swift resolution, they realized that sustaining some injuries was unavoidable. Fortunately, Lian Yang and his allies possessed the most extraordinary potions in the land of Arad, and in abundance. Thus, what was initially a strategy of exchanging injury for victory evolved into an impressive display of combat prowess. Confession Hammer. Clad in full plate armor, Arthur absorbed the blows of surrounding monsters and retaliated with his own Confession Hammer, instantly shattering a massive fire ant before him into oblivion. It was utterly defeated. One must acknowledge that his 10 purple vitality plate armor not only significantly enhanced Arthur's capabilities, but also amplified his defensive prowess to a terrifying degree. Simultaneously, the colossal hammer imbued with holy light successfully drew the ire of the surrounding monsters. What once were minor bosses targeting Arthur now included even those further afield launching assaults upon him. Well done. Baron executed a blood blade strike against the back of a creature charging at Arthur. Having a genuine tank to absorb aggro undoubtedly allowed Baron, as a pure damage dealer, to fight with greater ease. The Blood Queen Dio, however, was increasingly vexed. Every time she attempted to mount an offensive, Alice's cannonballs and Lian Yang's sword would arrive punctually. The weakened Blood Queen Dio could not afford to completely disregard their onslaught. The combination of their distant and close-range attacks was driving her to the brink of madness. Observing Arthur and Baron systematically dismantling the surrounding minor bosses filled the Blood Queen Dio with a profound sense of urgency. She understood that if this continued, her demise was inevitable. In the depths of despair, the mindset of Layden Huxman was one of unbridled satisfaction, brimming with pride as he remarked to the doll Queen Clara, "My beautiful queen, it seems the denizens of the City of Misfortune will soon be unable to withstand our onslaught." "Oh, how delightful!" Clara let out a charming giggle, her face aglow with happiness as she exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. I never anticipated that the great scorpion would return, commanding all those creatures within the ruins of Hedinmer. Without her, how could I ever experience the thrill of wielding power over the fate of an entire village? My dear Xiaoman, you are truly my lucky star." Unlike Redding Xiaoman, who was consumed by a thirst for power, his primary concern lay in the accumulation of wealth. As long as there was gold to be had, there was nothing he would shy away from. The notorious Black Hat Thieves Guild spread throughout the Hedinmer ruins was one of his many enterprises. Ever since he uncovered the hidden village within the depths of the Hedinmer Old District, he had been contemplating whether it could yield him a fortune in gold coins. By sheer coincidence, the black giant scorpion, Mose, revived at that very moment, and his band of thieves reported that the resurrected creature required human flesh to regain its strength. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, and he decisively led a band of thieves to the Despair chessboard. Upon a brief encounter, he discovered that the doll Queen Clara was, in fact, human. He had yet to discern the difference between humans and dolls, and her twisted psyche thrived on the suffering of others. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly informed Clara of Mose's intent to attack the human village and requested her assistance in launching an offensive against the City of Doom. As expected, the doll Queen Clara readily agreed. After a brief discussion, Redding Xiaoman promptly dispatched thieves to lay a path of green crystal stones, through which Clara could issue commands and channel energy towards the City of Doom, to prevent interference from the formidable Emperor. He even leveraged his father's connections to orchestrate a diversion that would remove Hade from the equation. Reports from within the City of Doom informed Redding Xiaoman that, at this juncture, the city was almost powerless to withstand the onslaught of Clara and Moses' monstrous alliance. Inciting a thrill within him that nearly sent him soaring, he had prepared his band of thieves to spring into action. Should the monsters break through into the City of Doom, they would not hesitate to plunder with abandon. Though the City of Doom was a sanctuary for survivors, it still held a wealth of enticing gold waiting for Redding Xiaoman to seize. Chapter 60. The Bloodthirsty Queen Dio. On the run, the battle between the Lian Yang Quartet and the Bloodthirsty Queen Dio remained fiercely contested, not merely stagnant, but gradually inclining towards victory. After a brief moment of panic, Queen Dio swiftly commanded her subordinate mini-bosses to coordinate their attacks. The colossal and robust Scorpion Captain, shielded by a tough exoskeleton, was tasked by Queen Dio to withstand the onslaught of Lian Yang and Baron. The giant fire ant, clad in fiery red flesh and capable of igniting its fists in flames, was occupied with countering the paladin Arthur. Meanwhile, creatures such as the super mushroom men, mad ants, and plague rats, which relied on toxins and ranged attacks, remained behind to unleash their potent assaults. As for Queen Dio herself, she had transitioned from being entangled by Alice to ensnaring Alice instead. Neither side dared to make a rash move against anyone outside their ranks. Lian Yang, at this moment, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, internally roaring, "Isn't tactical positioning and formation a privilege reserved for players? As a formidable boss team, your antics are quite tiresome. You dare to employ cunning tactics against me. This game has become unplayable, and I demand a refund." Nonetheless, despite the Blood Queen Dio's most rational configurations, her overwhelming power fails to allow her boss team to crush Lian Yang's group, which dismantles everything in its path. However, the absence of a healer capable of restoring health, coupled with the boss team's inability to consume potions, cannot withstand the relentless consumption of drugs by Lian Yang's quartet. Facing a wall of meat shields, Lian Yang, unwilling to relent, erupts with fury, wielding his sword with ferocity, slashing strike, soul-grasping hand, and the exquisite demon sword technique. He throws everything he has without reservation. As for being attacked, with a bottle of the sparkling kiss of Remy perpetually clenched between his teeth, Lian Yang wildly swings his colossal sword, his thoughts echoing a singular phrase. "Come on, let us harm each other." Regarding Baron, well, in terms of sheer power, he may not quite match Lian Yang, especially since Lian Yang relishes in double enhancements. Yet Baron is a purebred berserker. He unleashes his dual blades and enters a frenzied state. Rarely even activating skills, he swings his crimson dual-wielding blades like a desperate warrior. Do you know what a rabid dog is? It's a relentless, howling assault that disregards the pain coursing through its body. Observing Baron, drenched in blood and launching his mad dog-style attacks, Lian Yang cannot help but reflect that this red-eyed hound certainly lives up to its name. Of course, the golden fleece that Baron perpetually clutches indicates that he is far from foolish. As for Arthur, the formidable paladin, he diligently provides buffs to his companions, followed by Holy Cross, Holy Shield, and the Hammer of Repentance. I must admit, compared to Lian Yang's flamboyance and Baron's fervor, Arthur's attacks are undeniably elegant. He consistently executes a variety of powerful skills with calm composure and meticulous precision. It must be said that although Blood Queen Dio possesses a modicum of cunning, she still falls short. Had she deployed Captain Scorpion to counter Arthur and unleashed the giant fire ants upon Lian Yang and Baron, the outcome might have been more favorable. After all, the two engaged in a frenzied state possess nearly zero defense. Unlike her subordinates who struggle against the boss, Blood Queen Dio finds herself in a rather comfortable position, fully aware that her attacks cannot penetrate Alice's defenses. Consequently, she has learned to be prudent, only harassing Lian Yang and his allies at the moment of their impending victory. Initially, Alice dared to stray, but as the battle progressed, she realized that a single mistake could transform Dio's harassment into a lethal assault against Lian Yang and his comrades. Thus, Alice, now fully engrossed in the battle, becomes the most pressured presence on the battlefield, as she must remain vigilant of Blood Queen Dio's movements. Returning to the present, this moment offers Lian Yang a true boss-fighting experience. One person restrains the boss while the others swiftly eliminate the elite foes. Remarkably, this marks the first time engaging in such a tactical combat scenario. Captain Scorpion's attacks are far from feeble, and his defenses are not lacking. However, when faced with the more ferocious Lian Yang and Baron, he pales in comparison. Even should several foes converge upon him, or some remote bosses continuously harass from behind, it proves insufficient. However, in the end, she could only watch as her life force plummeted at an alarming rate. Fortunately, this was reality. As a minor boss, her strength far surpassed that of the minions under her command. Otherwise, she would surely have perished even more swiftly. This moment, the Blood Queen Dio, who was locked in a stalemate with Alice, felt increasingly disadvantaged. Although none of Lian Yang and his companions were as formidable as she, they were a formidable quartet. It was evident on the battlefield that Lian Yang and his allies were gradually gaining the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before they eradicated the minor bosses. At that point, it would become a battle of 4 against 1. Thus, even though she was unaware that she had been resurrected by the Black Nightmare, the profound influence of that nightmare had already compelled her to flee. Seizing the moment while several minor bosses remained unvanquished by Lian Yang and his comrades, she knew that if she delayed, escape would become impossible. Damn those humans! In a moment of desperation, the Blood Queen Dio abandoned all defense and adopted an aggressive stance, lunging fiercely at Lian Yang and his companions. Dodge! Lian Yang shouted urgently as he saw the frenzied assault of the Blood Queen Dio approaching. A direct hit would not be a trivial matter. With a furious roar, the Blood Queen Dio's presence intensified. Die! All of you! Her colossal form leaped high into the air, crashing down amidst Lian Yang and his comrades, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured their vision. As the dust settled, the 4 of them, who had been bracing for the Blood Queen Dio's ambush, found only a large crater where she had landed. Lian Yang could not help but scoff. Is this truly a powerful boss? To think she would resort to such bluster and flee. It's not merely bluster. Barong pointed at the increasingly frantic assault of the minor boss army, remarking with a hint of resignation, this creature, after being defeated once by you, has chosen to abandon her minions to protect herself. I asked that what you meant. Indeed, some remaining ranged bosses, such as the Super Mushroom Man, had completely forsaken their distance advantage and engaged Lian Yang and the others in close combat. Surprisingly, these minor bosses, which could be dispatched in moments when isolated, proved to be a considerable challenge when coordinating their attacks. Alas, while a single one could be easily dealt with, even the mightiest defense of Arthur would fall victim to a swift demise when beset by several at once. However, with the most powerful Blood Queen Dio having fled, Alice was free to unleash her overwhelming firepower upon the remaining minor bosses. Often, just as Lian Yang, Barong, and Arthur found themselves locked in a stalemate with the minor bosses before them, a resounding explosion would signal the demise of one such creature, effortlessly obliterated by Alice's ranged onslaught. Previously engaged in a solitary struggle with the Blood Queen Dio, Alice now found herself unencumbered, as the remaining ranged bosses turned to reckless aggression, only to be thwarted by Lian Yang, Arthur, and Barong. With no monsters able to approach her, Alice unleashed her full arsenal without restraint. She expertly wielded her electric laser cannon, anti-tank artillery, and howitzers, relentlessly targeting every minor boss within her reach. As for the Blood Queen Dio, although her resurrection has granted her immense power, her courage and audacity have diminished significantly compared to the past. Upon discovering that even the formidable Lian Yang and his companions posed a challenge, she initially contemplated sending the remaining minor bosses in the ruins of Heidemel to wear them down. However, to her dismay, not only did these minor bosses fail to exhaust Lian Yang and his allies, but they too appeared to be on the verge of being gradually overwhelmed. The Blood Queen Dio promptly resolved to flee, well aware that her neighbor, the Doll Queen Clara, was also engaged in the assault on the City of Doom. Despite their minimal interactions, Dio understood that Clara, although weaker, had her own limitations. If a group of minor bosses could not handle Lian Yang and his companions, surely finding a counterpart of her own strength to counter them would suffice. This was the most genuine thought of the Blood Queen Dio'd. As for the possibility of the Doll Queen Clara refusing to assist or even turning against her, Dio was entirely certain that the pursuing Lian Yang and his companions would undoubtedly attack Clara alongside her. At that moment, Clara would have no hope of remaining unscathed. Chapter 61. The bluster of Dio in a frantic escape. The Blood Queen Dio finally arrived at the Despair chessboard, where the Doll Queen Clara resided. Standing at the entrance, Dio called out in a booming voice, "My dear neighbor, I have come to pay you a visit." What? The Doll Queen Clara, taken aback, thought to herself. You, a wretched scorpion, though we are currently united in our assault on the City of Doom. We are hardly allies. Our objectives may align for the time being, but what brings you to my domain at this moment? Despite her dissatisfaction, Clara quickly emerged, forcing a smile as she greeted, "Oh, my dear neighbor, what a surprise to see you here today." As pleasantries were exchanged, Clara finally took in the imposing figure of the Blood Queen Dio, her heart racing. You have not diminished in beauty. Indeed, you appear even more majestic than before. The formidable presence of the black scorpion Mose, well known among all creatures in the ruins of Heidemel, had always been slightly superior to the rest. Yet, the resurrected Blood Queen Dio now seemed to have shattered that equilibrium entirely. Her colossal form, reminiscent of a commercial airliner, instilled an overwhelming pressure in Clara's heart. Not only she, but even the notorious traitor, Jeton Hyman, felt a tremor in his calves. "We knew you were powerful, but this is excessive," he thought. Cunning as ever, the Blood Queen Dio recognized Clara's fearful reaction. She immediately declared with authority, "Clara, let us dispense with pleasantries. The humans in the City of Doom are on the brink of destruction, and Heidemel requires a true sovereign." While the Blood Queen Dio was indeed terrified of Lian Yang's impending arrival, she understood that any hint of trepidation on her part would prompt the trembling Clara to turn against her. Should a confrontation arise before Lian Yang's arrival, even if he did show up, they would be forced to guard against one another in the ensuing conflict. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio resolved to compel the Doll Queen Clara to submit through the exertion of force. Unity sought through struggle shall endure, while unity sought through concession shall perish. Both monstrous leaders, equally paralyzed with fear, stood as the two mightiest bosses atop the ruins of Heidemel, shrouded in the darkness of nightmares, rendered speechless. The bloodthirsty Queen Dio was apprehensive. Should Yang and his companions pursue them, and Clara still refused to yield, the ensuing conflict would undoubtedly yield no better outcome than before. Likewise, Clara was beset by trepidation. Having grown accustomed to wielding power, few were willing to serve as her subordinate. Yet, at this juncture, there appeared no better alternative, for her only ally was the singular figure of Leaden Hume. However, Leaden's strength lay in the vast numbers of his Black Hat Thieves Guild, which, if one were to speak candidly, could be deemed ineffectual in terms of raw power. Even in the presence of the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, whose form was as formidable as a commercial airliner, Leaden's existence might even become a burden. Yet, as a fellow entity deeply infected by the essence of black nightmares, Clara too possessed an intrinsic fear of death. After much contemplation, she resolutely declared, "Clara is willing to pledge fealty to the esteemed bloodthirsty Queen Dio." As she spoke, a wisp of her soul drifted from Clara's being into that of the bloodthirsty queen, signifying that Clara's fate henceforth lay firmly within Dio's grasp. "Ha ha ha ha!" The bloodthirsty Queen Dio cackled with wild abandon. "Excellent! From this day forth, you, Clara, shall be the second sovereign of the Heidemel ruins. Together, We shall conquer the world. Despite the madness of the Scorpion's resurrection, Clara's deep-seated obsession with world domination ignited an overwhelming excitement within her at Dio's words. Meanwhile, Leaden Hume observed the two frenzied creatures with a skeptical mind, pondering, are they both mad? With such strength, they intend to conquer the world. If this ruckus continues, when Hyde returns in a foul mood, he might just shoot you both dead. I must flee. As Clara surrendered, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio immediately commanded, Clara, consolidate all your forces at once. We must first eliminate the adventurer squad dispatched from the City of Doom. At once, Clara, having surrendered, offered no resistance and promptly commanded, Hume, summon all your men to the despair chessboard. All of them. The chess piece soldiers under Clara's command possessed no will of their own. They were entirely at Clara's beck and call. Meanwhile, aside from dispatching a small boss to intercept the adventurers from the City of Doom, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio concentrated her efforts on thwarting Yang and his companions' pursuit. The Black Hat Thieves Guild, under Leaden Hume, presented a more complex scenario. They had once merely been Leaden's cooperative force, an organization acquired through his exercise of power and wealth. However, due to the thieves' insatiable greed for gold, they had come to harbor a profound respect for Leaden, who also valued wealth above all else, especially in light of their recent endeavors, wherein they had cautiously aligned with the monsters of the Hedmer ruins to prepare for a raid on nearby villages. The thieves' loyalty to Leaden had significantly heightened in an instant, under a single command. All the monsters and the rogue band that lingered between them within the ruins of Hedmer surged maniacally towards the despair chessboard, transforming this once mysterious little village into a bustling hub. Even the members of the Black Hat Thieves, caught in a surreal reverie, found themselves swept up in the chaos. Once upon a time, the underworld rogues residing in the Hedmer ruins were intolerable to both monsters and humans alike. Yet now, a mere symbiotic partnership had emerged, allowing these creatures to coexist in an astonishing semblance of peace. Meanwhile, the quartet from Lian Yang was nearing the conclusion of their battle against the small boss team. The paladin Arthur bestowed powerful enhancements upon all his comrades, while a shield of holy light consistently absorbed lethal strikes intended for his allies and himself. Lian Yang and Barong, the inseparable duo of demon swordsmen, effortlessly halted the advance of the bosses with their colossal swords, cleaving through monsters with ease. As for Alice, she remained blissfully untroubled, relentlessly unleashing her cannonade of furious howling artillery. Indeed, to rephrase an old adage, each shell obliterated an enemy. Perish. A splendid arc of silver and crimson flashed as Lian Yang executed a decisive sword slash, severing the head of the final boss. With a faint sigh, he remarked, I hadn't noticed before. But gathering these small bosses together can be quite troublesome. Arthur adjusted his crucifix and retrieved a sacred tome, lamenting, fortunately, aside from the considerable expenditure of resources, it is manageable. However, I wonder where we shall seek the bloodthirsty Queen Dio. To the despair chessboard. Both Barong and Alice exclaimed in unison, with Lian Yang nodding in agreement, casually adding, it seems that the resurrected giant scorpion has developed a fear of death. I cannot ascertain the exact reason, but monsters tainted by the Black Nightmare rarely stray from the area of their corruption. Thus, this giant scorpion, unable to leave the Hedmer ruins yet desiring to survive, must seek assistance at the despair chessboard. At this moment, Lian Yang no longer dared to underestimate the formidable bloodthirsty Queen Dio. An unrelenting foe is not inherently terrifying. As long as one can withstand, evade, and delay their offensive, they can ultimately be vanquished. However, the existence of such a powerful entity that flees when outmatched proves to be quite vexing. For when one is weak, they will not relent. Yet when one grows strong, capturing them becomes exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio's area of activity remains confined to the Hedmer ruins for reasons unknown, and despite her inability to evade provocative sounds, she must seek aid at the despair chessboard. Though Lian Yang was not entirely familiar with the path to the despair chessboard, the throng of monsters and rogue bands flocking towards it undoubtedly illuminated the way for his quartet. Along their journey, they casually unleashed their skills. Despite the rapid upgrades from the slaughter system, the sheer volume of monsters provided an abundance of experience for the Ford. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, observing the dense mass of monsters before her, felt an undeniable sense of security. No force could negate the absolute power derived from overwhelming numbers. As long as enough ants gathered, even an elephant would be destined to become mere bones. Chapter 62. Arrival at the despair chessboard. It appears that since the cataclysmic era, Hedenmal, once engulfed and obliterated by black nightmares, has never witnessed such a bustling scene as today. All the monstrous legions not engaged in the siege are thronging towards the despair chessboard. Just how vast is Hedenmal, the former economic epicenter of Arad? Even Lian Yang struggles to grasp this concept, for despite the game experience suggesting that he is nearing the final level of the City of Misfortune, he has merely skimmed the surface of the monumental ruins of Hedenmal. Yet, even this glimpse has left Lian Yang feeling overwhelmed by the grandeur. As a myriad of grotesque creatures surged forth, the quartet of Lian Yang, equipped with formidable gear, strength, and camaraderie, found the massive horde merely a source of experience and wealth. Indeed, the battles within the Hedenmal ruins have proven to be a rare bounty for Lian Yang and his companions. The sheer number of monsters allows them to slay endlessly, and the Black Hat Thieves, designated as monsters in the game yet regarded as adventurers in the true world of Dungeon Fighter, provide an abundance of experience. Lian Yang's reflections on these recent skirmishes reveal a simple truth. The strenuous battles leave one exhausted, but the exhilaration upon conclusion is transcendent. The rapid enhancement of his abilities has captivated him. As for the bloodthirsty Queen Diao, she was already one of the mightiest monsters in the Hedenmal ruins when she was still the black giant scorpion Mose. However, astute as she is, she understands that many of the remaining residents of Hedenmal possess terrifying powers, individuals she can only look up to, even now. Thus, she has always remained in the shadows, rarely striking first. Albert and Paris, tasked with protecting the residents and constrained by Hade, have largely avoided provoking her. Yet, resurrected by the Black Nightmare, the bloodthirsty Queen Jiao has grown ambitious, deluding herself into believing she possesses the strength to conquer the world. Boldly, she has set her sights on besieging the City of Misfortune. Her reckless actions have evidently agitated Albert and his companions. Though he has not voiced it, Albert harbors the intent to eliminate this monstrous scorpion the moment Hade returns, regardless of Lian Yang's presence. Alas, the Black Nightmare has not only resurrected her but altered her essence. Though still clever, she has lost her grasp on the current state of affairs, as she gazes upon the relentless tide of monsters. She remains enraptured by the joy of uniting the Hedenmal ruins and dreams of global conquest. Finally, amidst the frenzied horde, Lian Yang and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Despair Chessboard Village. The journey was not far, nor particularly perilous, yet it was undeniably arduous. With a sigh, Lian Yang exclaimed, "Exhausting. At long last, we have arrived." Alice hurriedly urged, "Let us move quickly. This village appears sizable. We must find that giant scorpion and prevent its escape." At that moment, the maniacal laughter of the bloodthirsty Queen Jiao echoed through the air as she arrogantly declared, "Flee? Why would I run? Poor human insects. I, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, have graciously spared your wretched lives. Yet, it seems you choose to disregard the path to paradise and instead dare to encroach upon the gates of hell." In this moment, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio has entirely forgotten that it was not she who showed mercy to Lian Yang and his companions, but rather she had fled in terror from the formidable prowess of the Lian Yang quartet, seeking refuge in the Despair Chessboard. Baron could no longer contain himself and spat out, mocking, "Then I must sincerely thank you for the 20-odd elites you sent our way. You've provided us with quite a haul of splendid equipment. Will you bestow upon us a few more minor bosses before granting us our lives once more?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Clara, the doll queen standing beside the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, suddenly paled, overwhelmed by a wave of regret. Upon reflection, it was clear that the bloodthirsty Queen Dio had not come to conquer her. She had been fleeing in desperation with a specific purpose in mind. In that moment, Clara could not help but lament her hasty decision to hand over the soul fragments to the bloodthirsty Queen Dio so early on. Now, she was left to engage in a desperate struggle alongside Lian Yang and his companions. For should the bloodthirsty Queen Dio perish, so too would Clara, the doll queen. Unlike Clara, Lian Xiaoman was well acquainted with Lian Yang, having once led an elite squad that was annihilated at his hands. If there were to be a contest regarding who harbored the deepest enmity towards Lian Yang among the three, it would undoubtedly be Lian Xiaoman. Yet, fully aware of Lian Yang's current strength, Lian Xiaoman had discreetly hidden behind the bloodthirsty Queen Dio upon realizing that the adventurers dispatched from the City of Doom were led by Lian Yang. Alas, Lian Yang's keen eyes spotted this erstwhile traitor who had stood alongside Clara and the bloodthirsty Queen Dio and exclaimed, "Lian Xiaoman, my old friend, why do you hide away? What, are you too ashamed to face the world after becoming a traitor?" On the journey to the Despair Chessboard, having witnessed the harmonious coexistence with monsters and even the occasional cooperation from the Black Hat Thieves Guild, Lian Yang was confident that Lian Xiaoman was indeed present in the Despair Chessboard, ready to sweep away all adversaries. Indeed, from a distance, Lian Yang spotted Lian Xiaomon making his entrance alongside two monstrous bosses. Lian Yang would not allow him to remain concealed, continuing, "You fool, I am still a high-ranking noble of the Empire. I find it hard to believe that Barn would not relish discussing your entanglement with these monsters with His Majesty. Even in the Delos Empire, there is an absolute zero-tolerance policy towards these creatures tainted by the Black Nightmare. While you may experiment with how to utilize the Black Nightmare or seek to gain greater strength through the monsters, colluding directly with them is intolerable." As for Lian Xiaomon, who had privately recruited a band of thieves and conspired with monsters to plunder villages. Should this come to light, even his father would be unable to save him from a grim fate. Indeed, Lian Xiaomon's complexion shifted dramatically as he retorted, "Humph. One day, we shall eradicate your detestable night order, but you shall not live to see it." Lian Xiaomon was well aware that Lian Yang was currently a figure of unparalleled strength. However, the seemingly endless horde of monsters instilled him with enough confidence to believe he could subdue Lian Yang. Naturally, allowing Lian Yang and his companions to escape was not an option, for even the departure of a single member of the quartet would pose a significant threat to the Xiaomon family. In moments where words are futile, particularly in the face of life and death adversities, the Blood Queen Dio ferociously struck the ground with her colossal pincers, roaring with a thunderous voice, "Slay these 4 humans." With a gradual healing touch, the guardian emblem, and the blessing of honor, Arthur's foundational blessing remained astonishingly swift. Before Dio's words fully resonated, Arthur had already bestowed the foundational blessing upon Lian Yang, Barong, and himself. Blood Frenzy. Being a fundamental skill, Lian Yang and Barong promptly activated it. Rampage. Traditionally, only one of them would unleash Rampage, yet the overwhelming pressure compelled both to simultaneously activate the Rampage buff. Shattering Blade. Naturally, Lian Yang and Barong's effects were significantly potent, harmoniously triggering Blood Frenzy before concurrently unleashing Rampage. However, Lian Yang possessed an additional Shattering Blade. The true source of Lian Yang's formidable strength lay in his dual-class adventurer status, allowing him to reap the benefits of both Berserker enhancements and Sword Spirit boosts. Not to mention, he enjoyed the unparalleled buffs of Dungeon Fighter, Rampage, and Shattering Blade, simultaneously. Equipped identically, while others might inflict a mere 100 damage with a single strike, Lian Yang could effortlessly deal a staggering 220. Dual-class synergy was far beyond a simple addition of damage. As levels increased, the advantages of dual-classing became increasingly pronounced. Potential Eruption. Faced with the pressure from the 2 bosses, even the typically reserved Alice decisively granted herself another Potential Eruption. After the Paladin had completed applying buffs and each member had adorned themselves with their respective enhancements, Lian Yang's quartet gazed resolutely at the formidable Blood Queen Dio. Lian Yang boldly declared, "Let us engage in battle." Chapter 63. The Mighty Boss Combination Die. Despite her inner reluctance, the puppet Queen Clara had already relinquished her soul fragments. Thus, at the very moment the battle commenced, it was Clara who initiated the attack. In contrast to the Blood Queen Dio, the puppet Queen Clara undoubtedly embodied a more unadulterated vessel of Black Nightmare, as she was a soul directly controlled by the Black Nightmare, residing within her puppet form. Consequently, she possessed extraordinarily potent mental prowess. With a mere gesture, it appeared as though invisible hands were manipulating the air, and countless chess-like puppets existing within the realm of despair were lifted into the air like mere pieces on a chessboard. Before hurtling down upon Lian Yang's quartet like ferocious cannonballs, with a swift motion, Lian Yang struck down the descending puppets with his sword, shouting, "Be wary of evasion." These chess puppets wield tremendous power. How could their might be insignificant? Although these chess puppets could easily be shattered by a few swift strikes, they were still stone figures weighing several tons. The very act of such heavy statues plummeting from a height would be fatal upon impact, especially with those invisible hands accelerating their descent, rendering their impact far more lethal than that of cannon fire. Indeed, without uttering a word, upon witnessing the statue ascend, everyone instinctively assumed a defensive posture, evading the impending assault of the statue in an instant out of course. The doll Queen Clara was not originally endowed with such formidable prowess. However, with the remarkable enhancement provided by the powerful Paladin Arthur, the combat capabilities of the Lian Yang team surged exponentially. Yet, the doll Queen Clara also possessed the support of Lian Human. Although her strength may not rival that of Arthur, the true realm of Dungeon and Warriors does not dictate that a Paladin's buffs cannot be conferred upon monsters. Consequently, the already formidable attacks of the doll Queen Clara became even more devastating. Not to be outdone, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, who had fled, also benefited from Lian Human's buffs. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her veins, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio let out a maniacal laugh. Wahahaha, Lian Yang, today marks your demise. What? Before Lian Yang could fully comprehend the situation, Queen Dio's tail whip struck with blinding speed, landing ferociously upon him. Crack, gush, taken completely off guard, Lian Yang erupted with a torrent of blood, soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. It must be said that the Paladin's enhancement was truly terrifying. Previously, even a sneak attack from Queen Dio would have been exceedingly difficult to land upon Lian Yang, let alone delivering a crippling blow in a single encounter. Yet now, under the not-so-mighty buff of Lian Human, it had become a reality. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Lian Yang, having exhausted the celestial healing potion, could not help but remark, I must say, Lian Human, your treachery is truly thorough. Don't think you would grant buffs to a boss? Humph. Lian Human scoffed disdainfully. What treachery are you speaking of? As long as there's profit to be made, I have no qualms. Blame yourself, Lian Yang, for obstructing my path to wealth. Now, you can rest assured and meet your end. Fear not, I shall return to the City of Doom in heroic fashion. Lian Human had long devised a plan. With his support, the two bosses would eliminate Lian Yang and his companions and then ruthlessly plunder the City of Doom. He would subsequently drive away the two bosses and all the monsters besieging the city. In that moment, the common folk would undoubtedly believe that it was Lian Human who had saved them. Dream on, scoundrel, laser cannon. Alice, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected, You truly are calculating, aren't you? You intend to kill us to relish the spoils of victory and bask in the glory of heroism? What a fantasy! The previously silent doll Queen Clara finally spoke, her voice cold. Dreaming? You wretches who dare obstruct my desire to hear the wails of the residents of the City of Doom shall perish. General, the soul of the doll Queen Clara had endured unimaginable torment during her existence, leading her thoughts to become exceedingly radical and deranged. Lian Human attacked the City of Doom for wealth, while Queen Dio sought to capture enough humans to devour and heal her injuries. Only the doll Queen Clara attacked the City of Doom solely to hear the anguished cries of the people. Scoundrels! In a state of rampage, Baron was already emotionally volatile upon hearing the inhumane words of the puppet Queen Clara. He was instantly engulfed in fury, bellowing, Die for me. Suddenly, caught off guard, Baron followed in Lian Yang's footsteps. In an unguarded moment, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio effortlessly swatted him away with her forepaw. However, thanks to the formidable defensive enhancements from his equipment and the support from Arthur. Although Baron was gravely injured, he had not succumbed to fatality. Rising abruptly from the ground, he laughed maniacally, declaring, Since you cannot kill me in one blow, then perish. As he spoke, he charged wildly towards the puppet Queen Clara. It was evident that Clara now represented a significant threat, combining harassment with control. If she were to be eliminated, the remaining bloodthirsty Queen Dio, even with letting Xiaoman's assistance, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. But how could the bloodthirsty Queen Dio be unaware of this? With a wild grin, she lashed out with her sharp tail towards the oncoming Baron, growling fiercely, You shall die. Cannon fire. Alice's timely attack arrived, as a powerful projectile surged towards the massive tail of the bloodthirsty Queen Dio. Naturally, letting Xiaoman would not permit Baron and Alice to coordinate so effortlessly. With a raised hand, a dazzling shield of holy light appeared before Dio's tail. Boom! The projectile from Alice violently struck letting Xiaoman's holy shield, shattering it into fragments, yet it failed to halt the inexorable force of Dio's tail. However, flowing heart piercer. In the blink of an eye, Lian Yang rushed in, unleashing a flowing heart piercer. The colossal sword, imbued with crimson sword energy, pierced into the massive tail of the bloodthirsty queen. The intense pain caused her to whip her tail back violently. Bang! Yet, the overwhelming momentum once again sent Lian Yang flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air. Die! The frenzied Baron executed a rapid three-hit combo, seizing the moment Lian Yang momentarily hindered the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, charging directly towards the puppet Queen Clara. Humph! The puppet Queen Clara scoffed coldly, taunting, Foolish human, do you think rushing towards me will be of any use? Die! With a graceful lift of her hand, a golden chess piece resembling a gunman swiftly descended before Baron, unleashing a ferocious shot of gun energy, rapid healing. Simultaneously, letting Xiaoman raised a hand, and a beam of holy light rapidly enveloped Dio's tail, visibly mending the wound inflicted by Lian Yang's desperate strike. Sensing her injuries mending, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio's confidence surged, as she raised her massive pincers to strike down upon Baron before the golden puppet. Laser cannon. In a critical moment, Alice, braving the onslaught from the monsters, raised her hand and unleashed a powerful laser attack aimed at the bloodthirsty Queen Dio. Holy light shield. Letting Xiomon cackled wickedly, "Don't think you can save him. He is doomed, but not so fast." Arthur swiftly condensed a golden spear of holy light in his hands, exclaiming, "Spear of victory." Pin her tail down. With a swift motion, a resplendent golden spear pierced through the shattered sanctum of Letting Hushman's sacred light, obliterated by Alice's laser cannon, and swiftly embedded itself into the colossal tail of the bloody Queen Dio. In an instant, the spear pinned Dio's tail firmly to the ground. However, in a mere heartbeat, less than a second after being ensnared, the bloody Queen Dio broke free from the shackles of Arthur's spear of victory. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Baron deftly retreated, executing a three-part slash to extricate himself from the encirclement of both the doll Queen Clara and the bloody Queen Dio. Observing Letting Hushman swiftly mending the wounds of the bloody Queen Dio, Arthur solemnly declared, "This is futile. We are currently incapable of inflicting any effective damage upon them." Lian Yang glanced towards the approaching horde of monsters in the distance, accompanied by the raucous Black Hat Thieves Guild, and then surveyed his own experience, which was just over halfway to level 34. "Let us first clear the minor foes to gain experience. Leave the Thieves Guild to me. I am on the verge of reaching level 35. Chapter 64. Level 35. The potent automatic healing function. It must be said that the coordination between the bloody Queen Dio and the doll Queen Clara, coupled with the formidable support of the notorious Letting Hushman, rendered the current strength of Lian Yang's quartet merely sufficient to maintain an unyielding stalemate. Yet, the City of Doom remained besieged by a vast coalition of monsters, poised to erupt into a monstrous assault at any moment, leaving Lian Yang no choice but to engage in a war of attrition against this formidable boss combination. Ironically, these boss entities, in their cunning, mistakenly believed that summoning a greater number of idle monsters from the ruins of Hertmer to besiege Lian Yang would lead to his demise. Thus, a multitude of monsters, including Letting Hushman's elite Thieves Guild, were mobilized. These detestable Black Hat Thieves, notorious for their malevolence, found themselves on the verge of executing a grand heist on a sizable town, only to be thwarted by Lian Yang and his companions, forcing their elite cadre back into a desperate gambit. The realization of their dwindling fortunes in gold instilled a profound loathing towards Lian Yang's quartet. The Black Hat Thieves seethed with rage at the sight of Lian Yang, while he, conversely, reveled at the prospect of facing these malicious brigands. An elite squad under Letting Hushman's command. Though few in number, each member boasted a level exceeding 35, transforming them into living reservoirs of experience for Lian Yang. He firmly believed that upon reaching level 35, the system would undoubtedly unveil new features, most importantly allowing him to acquire two potent new skills. Armed with these formidable abilities, he envisioned vanquishing the two bosses in a single blow. With a decisive flourish, Lian Yang unsheathed his sword with the swiftness of a meteor, performing a 5-part slash. He was eager to engage in battle with these thieves in a moment of fury. As he sensed the bloody Queen Dio's impending assault, Baron promptly laid down an explosive surge of rage along the calculated trajectory of Dio's attack. A torrent of sanguine energy erupted upon the massive pincers of the bloody Queen Dio, causing her to recoil sharply in pain, her fierce gaze fixed intently upon Baron, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Due to Arthur's harassment of Letting Hushman, Alice resolutely unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks before the puppet queen, Clara. The incessant frequency of her assaults left Clara exhausted and unable to counterattack against Lian Yang. Speaking of offense, although both sides appeared evenly matched, they were locked in a war of attrition. However, if it merely came down to holding the line, the trio of Baron and his companions could manage with ease, which was precisely what Lian Yang required. With the speed of his 5-segment slash, Lian Yang swiftly positioned himself at the very center of the elite team from the Black Hat Thieves Guild. He raised his hand, uttering a sharp command, "Die," as he executed a draw and slash move. Yet, the Black Cat directive was composed of humans, not monsters, and at the very moment Lian Yang made his move, the thieves had already readied their defenses. Clang! The sound of clashing metal rang out as several thieves before Lian Yang were sent flying. Although the bloodied thieves were left gravely injured from Lian Yang's strike, miraculously, none perished. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the thieves quickly regrouped, brandishing their diverse array of weapons, and launched a frenzied counterattack against Lian Yang. Despite his disdain for this disorganized mob, Lian Yang remained exceedingly cautious. Planting his massive sword into the ground, A violent surge of rage erupted around him. It was an explosion of fury. Only such a continuously high-damage skill could effectively counter the enemy's ambush. Indeed, several impatient thieves were struck by Lian Yang's fury the moment they attacked. Seizing the opportunity, Lian Yang executed a draw and slash. The thieves, already staggered by the rage, found themselves with no time to defend. Silver light flashed as two heads flew into the air. Hooray! 20 experience gained. Onward. Taking a deep breath, with the Elite Thieves Guild level, Lian Yang needed only to eliminate 3 more to reach level 35. For a guild that thrived on the edge of danger, the death of 2 comrades only fueled their fervor, intensifying their frantic assaults and retreats. Yet, Lian Yang remained unfazed, allowing several thieves' attacks to land upon him. Encased in his tin purple gear, he sustained no significant damage. Raising his left hand, he reversed his blood energy and shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Taste my bloodthirsty seal slash." The reversed blood energy generated a tremendous pulling force, instantly drawing the thieves within a 45-degree arc before him into his grasp. As the thieves' blood energy surged toward Lian Yang's left hand, the crimson glow intensified. Finally, with a fierce motion, Lian Yang hurled the captured thief into the air. Die. He raised his hand, delivering a vicious strike infused with blood energy toward the airborne thief. Level up, current level, 35. The long-awaited sound of leveling up resonated at last. Immediately, a mechanical voice resonated in Lian Yang's ears. Host level has reached 35. The marketplace has been updated. Daily limit for Lucky Magic Boxes is 100. Lucky Magic Boxes now include enhancement vouchers, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13 Blessing Enhancement Vouchers 713. Lucky Magic Boxes have incorporated titles, activating the title system. Titles will be drawn from Lucky Magic Boxes. Automatic Potion Consumption System activated. Lian Yang swiftly mastered the 40-level ultimate skills, Dragon's Break and Bloodblade, as these were crucial abilities for his potential victory against the boss duo. Upon hearing that the system had actually initiated the automatic potion consumption feature, Lian Yang was ecstatic. Originally, this ability was only available through auxiliary means, but he was pleasantly surprised that the system provided such an extraordinary capability. During battle, as long as he set when to use which potion, Lian Yang no longer needed to worry about his health points. He could focus solely on fighting with greater ferocity. Moreover, with the primary system at his disposal, any new abilities he unlocked would be updated in real time for the subsystems held by Barong, Arthur, and Alice, as long as Lian Yang activated his newly acquired powers. Executing a 5-segment maneuver, Lian Yang swiftly positioned himself before the Blood Queen Dio, facing the colossal pincers that lunged towards him. Surprisingly, he chose to stand firm, raising his sword to clash head-on. With a resounding crash, Lian Yang found himself locked in a fierce duel with the Blood Queen Dio without being knocked back. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a faint red glow enveloped him. It was the body fortification potion. Although Lian Yang had possessed this potion for quite some time, he had seldom utilized it. While the body fortification effect prevented him from being knocked back or controlled, it offered no reduction in damage taken. Moreover, he could not simultaneously consume the body fortification potion and a health potion. However, with the automatic potion consumption feature, this legendary potion in the game, which provided a full 60 seconds of invulnerability, finally reached its peak efficacy. As the swords and pincers met, Lian Yang remained steadfast, but in an instant, his health plummeted to a mere 10. Yet, the very next moment, he regained 100 of his health, thanks to the automatic potion consumption feature that instantly replenished his vitality. Radiating with a brilliant red glow, Lian Yang withstood the ferocious onslaught of the Blood Queen Dio and shouted to Barong beside him, "Leave this giant scorpion to me. Go take down that puppet." Understood. With the automatic potion feature at his disposal, Barong was equally equipped. He glowed with a vibrant red aura as he allowed the chess pieces summoned by Puppet Queen Clara to strike him, disregarding the blows as he charged recklessly towards her. After all, the potions utilized by Lian Yang and his companions had an almost zero cooldown and provided immediate recovery. While the monster's attacks were spaced out, it could be said that as long as they were not killed in one blow, Lian Yang and his allies had virtually limitless health. Lian Yang and Barong each targeted a boss, while Arthur and Alice were equally engaged. The Holy Knight Arthur, also enveloped in a radiant red glow, charged fiercely towards Late Inhuman, braving the monster's attacks and raising his hand to unleash a spear of victory. Grenade launcher? In the fleeting moment when Arthur's spear of victory immobilized Late Inhuman, Alice's frenzied grenade launcher surged forth in a chaotic onslaught. In the urgency of the situation, Late Inhuman could only conjure a sanctified shield of radiant light to fend off Alice's lethal assault. Meanwhile, the the diminutive figure, nearly forgotten due to its low level, finally unleashed a formidable offensive against the relentless tide of monstrous adversaries, while the quartet of Lian Yang each executed their roles with precision. Of course, the Black Hat Thieves Guild was also in the fray. Chapter 65. Frenzied bloodlust that strikes fear into the boss with the introduction of an automatic healing feature. The tide of battle experienced a cataclysmic reversal. The bold fear the reckless, and the cold fear the desperate. This potent healing mechanism ensured that Lian Yang and his companions maintained their health at full capacity. Emboldened by their invulnerability potions, the four of Lian Yang charged forth, their fervor so intense that even the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, a formidable boss, felt a shiver of trepidation in their assault. The blood-soaked queen, as massive as a commercial airliner, wielded colossal pincers on her forelimbs, each nearly the size of a small car. With every frenzied strike or crushing motion, the force was akin to that of 1,000 tons. A single blow could inflict mortal wounds. Lian Yang, despite his own invulnerability, was not exempt. Each collision between his great sword and the queen's mighty pincers resulted in torrents of blood spilling forth. Nevertheless, with every spray of blood, Lian Yang pressed closer to the bloodthirsty Queen Dio, undeterred by her relentless attacks. Initially, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio had underestimated Lian Yang, recognizing that his strength was far inferior to hers, yet she found herself once again awed by his unyielding fervor. Sensing the imminent danger of his approach, Queen Dio violently lashed her enormous tail, venomous stingers aimed directly at Lian Yang. However, undaunted, he allowed the stingers to pierce his body. The immense pain did not deter him. In that very instant, he wielded his great sword with ferocious intensity, striking decisively at the crucial joint of the queen's tail. With a roar, the bloodthirsty Queen Dio erupted in a geyser of green ichor, the excruciating pain eliciting a wretched howl from her. Lian Yang, bathed in a radiant crimson glow, continued his relentless advance. The queen instinctively recoiled a few paces. Despite the incredulity she felt, the aura of impending death emanating from Lian Yang filled her with profound dread. In contrast to Lian Yang's fervor, the Berserker Baron seemed even more formidable, enduring the crushing weight of the several-ton stone chess pieces that the doll Queen Clara hurled from the heavens. Each impact shattered the stone, causing blood to spurt from Baron, yet bolstered by the invulnerability potion, he remained unyielding, pressing forward through the onslaught of Clara's stone projectiles. Closer and closer he drew, evolving from initial disdain to a progressively grave expression as he barreled toward the doll Queen Clara, who felt an icy chill envelop her entire being. Baron charged recklessly toward her. The speed of Clara's attacks quickened. From a stone being hurled every few moments to one every few seconds, her ferocity escalated exponentially. The distance from Baron to the puppet Queen Clara is approximately 1,000 meters. Yet, within this very span, the path traversed by Baron is strewn with bloodied fragments of stone statues. As he draws nearer, the puppet Queen Clara has escalated her assault. She is no longer merely hurling stone statues at Baron, but has instead deployed all of her ranged chess pieces on either side of him, unleashing a relentless torrent of energy attacks that rain down upon Baron like a tempest. Despite the incessant spray of his own blood, Baron remains undeterred, his advance unimpeded. The only solace for him, perhaps, is that as a berserker, he lacks the ranged abilities to strike directly at the puppet Queen Clara herself. Nevertheless, Clara is beset by a profound chill of dread. An adversary who disregards life and death is truly terrifying. The relatively fragile puppet Queen Clara is acutely aware that once Baron closes the distance, it will spell her doom. The Black Nightmare exerts an almost inexhaustible control over her mental fortitude. Yet, her feminine form remains an unavoidable vulnerability, and fear gradually seeps into her heart. In stark contrast, the human paladin reading Hyman finds himself in a better position. Although Arthur's onslaught is ferocious, the Holy Knight wielding a crucifix finds his attacks to be rather manageable. The greater distance affords reading Hyman the opportunity to adequately defend against Alice's strikes. However, as the injuries of the Blood Queen Dio worsen, his healing efforts for her become increasingly frequent. The magical elixirs he procured at great expense are nearly depleted. The sudden reversal of fortune casts a shadow over the cunning reading Hyman. Having utilized such a plethora of special potions to preserve his life, even if he were to plunder the entirety of the City of Misfortune, he would still incur losses. Yet, as he observes the Blood Queen Dio, who is completely subdued by Lian Yang, and the puppet Queen Clara, who is nearly paralyzed with fear from Baron's madness, thoughts of escape arise unbidden in reading Hyman's mind. If he does not flee, he will surely perish here. Indeed, As Lian Yang grows increasingly emboldened in battle, engaging in a tactical retreat with the Blood Queen Dio, he finally seizes an opportunity. At the very moment when the Blood Queen Dio, in agony from the pain of her right claw, uses her left claw to block Lian Yang's attack, Bloodblade. The Berserker's level 40 skill, learned at level 35 through the Master S contract, gathers the blood essence and sword energy into a furious explosion directed at the joint of the Blood Queen Dio's claw. Roar, crash, with a heart-rending scream that pierces the heavens, the Blood Queen Dio's left claw, unable to retract in time, is brutally severed by Lian Yang's strike. The overwhelming pain ignites her frenzied nerves. In that moment, she no longer fears Lian Yang's ferocity. The remaining claw, along with her scarred tail, lashes out wildly at him. Simultaneously, the frenzied Baron has also arrived before the puppet Queen Clara, raising his sword enveloped in blood aura, and bellows, "Die, Bloodblade." In this dire moment, the puppet Queen Clara resolutely adjusts her mindset, casting aside her fear, and screams, "You think it's that easy to kill me? Die." The doll Queen Clara began to spin violently in place, her petite feet striking the air as she kicked at Baron's colossal sword. However, it proved futile. Baron, fortified by the body enhancement potion, completely disregarded Clara's attacks and relentlessly thrust towards the spinning doll queen. With a sickening thud and a resounding boom, the vicious blood sword plunged mercilessly into Clara's body, unleashing a fierce explosion of sanguine energy. As the smoke cleared, the fallen doll Queen Clara softly murmured, "Am I to perish? You shall certainly not survive." With a surge of rage, despite Clara's overwhelming weakness, Baron unleashed a final, furious strike, ending her life. As a mage-type boss, Clara might have been formidable in her element, but once engaged by a melee fanatic like Baron, her demise was inevitable. Simultaneously, the bloodied Queen Dio, now missing a massive claw, was caught off guard by Lian Yang, who seized the opportunity to sever one of her colossal legs. With a thunderous crash, her immense form fell, struggling to maintain balance. "I shall assist you," Baron cried triumphantly, dashing towards the bloodied Queen Dio with a series of swift strikes. Upon realizing the demise of the doll Queen Clara, Lian Yang was seized by terror. He raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of black bombs that hurtled towards Arthur and Alice. Though the bombs lacked significant power, they stirred a cloud of dust, momentarily obscuring Arthur and Alice's vision. As the smoke dissipated, Lian Yang had vanished, prompting Arthur and Alice to pursue him. "Do not concern yourselves with that scoundrel," Lian Yang bellowed. "Focus your fire and eliminate this giant scorpion." "Understood." With cries of Bloodblade, Dragon's Break, Slash, Hammer of Repentance, and Focus Flame Thrower, the yet unbalanced bloodied Queen Dio sensed the overwhelming power radiating from the quartet and struggled to escape. But how could she? Engaged in close combat, Lian Yang's Dragon's Break, Slash relentlessly struck, pinning the bloodied Queen Dio in place. Baron's Bloodblade was firmly embedded in her form, rendering her incapable of breaking free. Finally, Arthur's Holy Light Mega Hammer and Alice's Searing Flames struck down fiercely upon the bloodied Queen Dio's head. With a final, agonizing roar, the bloodied Queen Dio fell once more at Lian Yang's hands. Chapter 66. The Death of Lian Yang. With the fall of the bloodied Queen Dio, the summoned monsters sensed the overwhelming might of Lian Yang and his companions. Apart from a few utterly deranged creatures, most scattered in all directions. Naturally, as the largest boss of the Hertmer ruins, the bloodied Queen Dio bestowed abundant rewards upon Lian Yang's group. A flash of pink light shimmered, and Baron exclaimed in astonishment, "By heavens, a divine artifact. Let us see what it is." Turning to look, indeed, a scythe radiating a pink glow lay quietly beside the body of the bloodied Queen Dio. The Scythe of Apocalypse, a supreme-grade artifact at level 45, boasts a physical attack of 472, a magical attack of 497, and an independent attack of 296. It grants a strength and intelligence boost of 48 each, alongside dark attribute attacks. The scythe enhances physical and magical critical hit rates by 2 while decreasing hit rate by 1. When attacking, it has a 3 chance to inflict a curse upon enemies for 20 seconds, reducing their strength, intelligence, vitality, and spirit by 61 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur firmly grasped the Scythe of Apocalypse in his hands, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Damn it! Now I have an artifact too. I've been enviously watching the three of you wield your artifacts every day." Among the quartet, only Arthur lacked an artifact, though he kept his jealousy concealed. However, his envy dissipated now that his Scythe of Apocalypse was not only a genuine artifact but also the highest level one among them. Humph, Baron scoffed, jealousy evident in his tone. We will soon acquire even more powerful artifacts. Enough, Alice replied with exasperation. You all possess genuine artifacts, while I wield a relic. Besides, that scoundrel Leaden Husman has likely fled far by now. We must hasten to pursue him. Upon hearing this, Lian Yang summoned Little One, saying, Take us to chase him. On a chance encounter, Lian Yang discovered that although Little One had grown and now resembled a Qilin, his sense of smell rivaled that of a true hound. This was precisely why Lian Yang had not sent Arthur and Alice after Leaden Husman earlier. The radiant Qilin, Little One, would effortlessly track him down. Bad man. A youthful voice emerged from Little One's mouth. Since leveling up, Little One had gradually learned to speak and understood that Lian Yang was treating him like a dog, promptly calling him a wicked person. At that moment, Leaden Husman was sprinting for his life, having commanded numerous thieves to scatter in imitation of his attire to avoid being pursued. The original plan had been splendid. The puppet Queen Clara would torment the citizens of the City of Misfortune. The bloody Queen Dio would capture humans to regain power, while Leaden Husman would dispatch a legion of thieves to plunder the city. To ensure the plan's flawless execution, he had even sent away the formidable Hyde. Yet, this seemingly perfect plan had been disrupted by an unexpected variable, Lian Yang. Reflecting on the tragic demise of a longtime companion at Lian Yang's hands, Leaden Husman felt a surge of rage. Damn it! This accursed Lian Yang is my nemesis, my harbinger of misfortune. Every time I prepare for something good, he appears. Fear not. You shall not encounter me again, he muttered. What? Hearing Lian Yang's voice behind him, Leaden Husman was seized by terror. How could you catch up to me after all this time? Lian Yang approached him slowly, a calm demeanor masking the intensity of his intentions, and stated, I suggest you prepare for your demise. With deliberate slowness, he unsheathed his colossal sword, a menacing aura enveloping his countenance. Lighting Xiaoman firmly uttered a single word, his head, filled with terror, shooting upwards. Alice was instructed to incinerate Lighting Xiaoman's lifeless body with a flamethrower. As Lian Yang softly remarked, It's over. The monsters of the City of Doom should disperse now in this wicked realm. Shrouded in a black nightmare, Lian Yang was deeply concerned that the remains of Lighting Xiaoman might transform into something else. And more importantly, he wished to avoid leaving any trace for the Xiaoman family. Otherwise, even Barn would find himself entangled in troublesome affairs. The group leisurely made their way back to the gates of the City of Doom, and indeed, the once dense horde of monsters had gradually retreated. Adventurers huddled together in small clusters, their eyes gleaming with the joy of having survived calamity. Upon seeing the four return unscathed, Paris let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, I told you, you could do it. You four managed to resolve such a monumental issue. Her carefree demeanor seemed at odds with her exquisite beauty. Taking a deep breath, Lian Yang exaggeratedly replied, I'm utterly exhausted. These days, even monsters are forming alliances. Can you imagine how troublesome it is to face two formidable foes at once? In truth, had it not been for Lian Yang fortuitously nearing level 35 and subsequently defeating the Thieves Guild to level up, the four would have only been able to guarantee their safe return. The formidable boss combination empowered by Lighting Xiaoman was simply beyond Lian Yang's capacity to vanquish. Regardless, it was just good to be back. Albert slowly emerged, his excitement palpable. I never anticipated that you would actually succeed. You're almost more remarkable than this genius. Observing Albert's self-adoration, Lian Yang felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, Albert would never forget to sing his own praises. Coincidentally, at that moment, Hyde had just returned, his face sour, and he irritably addressed Albert. Why is it that the moment I leave, monsters decide to besiege the city? Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, I would have even less regard for you useless lot. Albert, still quite inexperienced, but Paris, being seasoned, retorted with subtle sarcasm. Who knows if this monster siege has anything to do with your empire? How coincidental that the moment you depart, the monsters besiege the city. Hyde, disdain written all over his face, replied nonchalantly, Humph. I wouldn't engage in such lowly behavior. If I wanted to, I would simply dispatch troops to eliminate you all. All right, enough bickering, Lian Yang interjected, tossing Hyde's spear over to him. Done. A weapon enhanced to level 15. Grasping the spear that shimmered with golden brilliance and feeling the power radiating from it, Hyde exclaimed in astonishment, I must say, you truly have a way of enhancing my spear to level 15. With a flourish, Hyde twirled the spear, then casually remarked, Now, forget these trivialities. You should come with me at Hyde's residence. He casually placed the spear on the weapon enhancement table, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "What's the situation with this monster siege?" Paris had merely insinuated that the monster siege might be the Empire's doing to provoke hate. Yet he harbored deep suspicions that it was indeed orchestrated by the Empire. Due to a transfer order, he was reassigned, yet ultimately, it led to nothing of consequence. Upon returning to the City of Misfortune, upon hearing about the previous siege by monsters, the first thought that crossed Hade's mind was whether the imperial nobility had meddled once more. Nodding slightly, Lian Yang remarked, "You know Lian Xiaomon, right? He is the son of that notorious Wind Xiaomon. This time, he is allied with the monster leaders from the ruins of Hedemal, plotting to plunder the City of Misfortune." Lian Yang, not withholding any information, succinctly elucidated the matter. Hade, upon hearing Lian Yang's words, was somewhat speechless and expressed his dissatisfaction. Old Xiaomon is a worthless fool, and his son is equally inept. How could they even conceive of colluding with monsters to raid villages? Have they filled their heads with dung? Who knows? Lian Yang, disinterested in further discussing Lian Xiaomon, continued. "There is hardly any progress for me here. I intend to depart in a few days." "Good riddance," Hade shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "Though this place seems fraught with peril, it is merely a byproduct of political compromises." "Have you decided where to go?" Lian Yang, having already formulated his plans, replied with enthusiasm, "I am preparing to visit the Dark City. It is said that the nearby drifting caverns have yielded many artifacts from ancient times. I believe it will provide a splendid adventure. Moreover, as you know, there are traces of the Black Nightmare in that vicinity." "Very well." Hade pondered for a moment and cautioned, "You should be wary of the Xiaomon family. Numerous adventure guilds maintain close ties with them along the main roads." "Understood." Lian Yang was well aware that, although there was no direct evidence linking Lian Xiaomon's demise to him, the conspiracy involving Lian Xiaomon and the monsters from the Hedemal ruins was likely not a secret to certain individuals. There was merely a lack of proof. And with Lian Yang having successfully dealt with the siege of monsters and Lian Xiaomon's subsequent disappearance, the implications were abundantly clear. Chapter 67. Barnes' advice having left the Hedemal ruins several months prior, Lian Yang and his trio frequently paused along their journey, as he could not resist intervening in any injustices encountered. Naturally, this slowed their pace considerably. At this moment, the group finally arrived at their intended destination, the center of Arad, the Dark City. There was no other choice. A brief experience had taught Lian Yang that to swiftly enhance one's strength in the world of Dungeon and Warriors, it was essential to follow the main storyline to a certain extent. Thus, the drifting caverns of the Dark City became their target. However, access to the drifting caverns was under the jurisdiction of the Dark Elf Kingdom, and entry was not granted to just anyone. Fortunately, after repeated visits to Kelly for equipment enhancements, the duo known for their money-making schemes, Tyrant, had developed a tacit understanding with Lian Yang and his companions. Currently, Lian Yang's group was evidently restricted by their levels, but once they advanced, they would transition from being Kelly's patrons to Tyrant's. As the envoy of the Dark Elf Queen, Tyrant possessed ample wealth, yet who would ever complain about having too much money? Thus, Lian Yang sought to facilitate future adventures in the drifting caverns, while Tyrant aimed to earn more in the long run. Through mutual flattery and camaraderie, their relationship grew exceedingly strong. Standing before Tyrant's residence, Lian Yang called out in a boisterous manner, "Tyrant, I have come to seek refuge with you." Recognizing Lian Yang's whimsical nature, Clint emerged, holding his head in exasperation, and remarked, "You, the affluent Lian Yang, needn't seek refuge with me. Do you? Surely, you can effortlessly procure a manor in the Dark City." With a casual wave of his hand, Lian Yang replied nonchalantly, "I merely wish to embark on an adventure in the Dark City and sought your recommendation for a suitable location. As the capital of the Dark Elves, aside from the drifting caverns, where else could one find adventure?" Lian Yang's intentions were undeniably clear. However, Clint remained unconcerned and replied, "I believe the drifting caverns near the Dark City are quite remarkable. Those caves have risen alongside the city itself. It's merely a matter of permitting access to one location for adventure, and beyond the incessant swarm of monsters, there's nothing particularly valuable for the Dark Elf Kingdom." Lian Yang's desire to explore there was hardly something Clint felt the need to obstruct. "Heh." Lian Yang chuckled mischievously and said, "Let us not beat around the bush. You know that place is not for casual visitors. Hand over the pass." Clint understood the cue, and naturally, Lian Yang would offer him a way out. One must ask, yet it does not imply that the other is obliged to serve willingly, does it? Take it, Clint said, already having received a letter and knowing fully well that Lian Yang's purpose for coming to the Dark City was indeed the drifting caverns. Thus, he had prepared 4 temporary passes well in advance. At last, Lian Yang thought to himself, feeling grateful for his friendship with Clint. The four individuals, now in possession of passes to the drifting caverns, did not intend to rush directly into the caves. Every visit to the immense dark city brought forth numerous new experiences. Therefore, the quartet decided to meander through the dark city, as they strolled leisurely along the bustling streets, admiring the vibrant surroundings. Thoughts of the struggling residents in the city of misfortune cast a somber shadow over their hearts. "Hey, you there!" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Upon turning around, they were pleasantly surprised to see their old friend. "Hade," Baron curiously inquired, "aren't you supposed to be in the city of misfortune?" Hade looked at Baron with a you-must-be-joking expression and replied, "That place has been practically resolved by you little rascals. I have no intention of lingering there. The Imperial experiments at the ruins of Hethunmal had concluded, and most formidable bosses had been vanquished by Lian Yang and his companions. Hade's formidable presence there served little purpose." Thus, only days after Lian Yang and the others departed the Hethunmal ruins, Hade was reassigned back to the knightly order. Alice interjected, "I heard that among the envoy from the Delos Empire visiting the Dark Elf Kingdom, there is a particularly foul-mouthed guard, and it turns out to be you." Hade's expression froze, and he retorted indignantly, "Those rascals are simply too sensitive. How did I become the foul-mouthed one?" Although they held a superior subordinate relationship, they were more like old friends. Hade took Alice's jest in stride. Noticing the junior knight, Rennie, behind Hade, Lian Yang greeted her. "Good to see you again, Miss Knight." "Hello, Captain Lian Yang," Rennie responded warmly, as their relationship was generally amicable. Turning to Hade, Lian Yang asked, "If you are the guard, then the commander must have accompanied you as well, correct?" It is quite unfortunate that the loquacious Hade has found no one, aside from Barn, who is truly willing to employ him. It is indeed peculiar, for Hade appears to hold little affection for Barn. Yet, Barn inexplicably favors Hade, even appointing him as his deputy commander. Furthermore, he seems capable of tolerating Hade's unparalleled caustic tongue. Indeed, Hade nodded and remarked, "Even if he is here as an envoy to the Dark City, only that fellow is suited to negotiate with the Dark Elves." Barn Baziot, one of the four great sword saints of Arad, is simultaneously the commander of the Steel Wolf Knights, the most formidable knight order of the Delos Empire. He is an unequivocal powerhouse and a successful politician. The Delos Empire seeks to establish diplomatic relations with the Dark Elf Kingdom that has suddenly emerged from the depths, and the powerful yet shrewd Barn is undoubtedly the prime candidate. After all, while a strong individual like Hade possesses undeniable might, his abrasive demeanor would hardly facilitate diplomatic relations. Merely avoiding a declaration of hostility would be an achievement. Alternatively, one might consider a cunning politician, yet without formidable military strength, one would find little respect on the martial continent of Arad. As Hade approached Barn, he observed the latter's enduring charm and radiant smile. Greeting him, "Commander, it is a pleasure to see you once more." Upon seeing Lian Yang, Barn too was pleased, for although Hade bore a grudge against him, Lian Yang had faithfully reported various matters concerning the ruins of Hurtmer to Barn. Nodding, Barn replied, "Is it truly you? What a serendipitous encounter. I have heard tales of your remarkable adventures in the Hurtmer ruins." "Indeed." Lian Yang nodded, adding, "Primarily due to the considerable assistance provided by the deputy commander." Hade interjected abruptly, "I hardly aided you at all." Ha. Both Lian Yang and Barn were momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Hade felt a twinge of embarrassment and sought an excuse, saying, "I have matters to attend to." "You two carry on." He remains unchanged. Shaking his head as he watched Hade's retreating figure, Barn inquired, "So, are you here in the Dark City with intentions to venture into the nearby drift caves?" Lian Yang nodded and replied casually, "Yes, Clint also recommended that location for exploration. I have a sense that there may be traces of the Black Nightmare there." "Clint, you say?" Barn pondered for a moment before stating, "Those individuals who have suddenly emerged from the subterranean depths, truth be told, Clint is one of the few I do not particularly dislike." "Fortunately," Lian Yang remarked nonchalantly, "you are aware of my financial resources. I am essentially a potential client of his, so acquiring a few temporary passes for the drift caves should pose no issue." "Indeed." Barn nodded and continued, "However, you must exercise caution, as the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and Clint is somewhat ambiguous, primarily aimed at restraining our empire. These dark-skinned denizens from the underworld are truly untrustworthy." With a resigned shrug, Lian Yang replied, "That falls under your purview as commander. My objective is to seek adventure and find a way to resolve the issues posed by the Black Nightmare. Nevertheless, the Revolutionary Army is hardly a significant concern. The incessant machinations of the Revolutionary Army lack any truly formidable experts. Albert and Paris may have formed a close alliance, but neither truly belongs to the Revolutionary Army. In this martial world, Without high-end weaponry, one can only engage in petty actions. Indeed, Barn remarked with a hint of indifference, you are still too feeble. Although your strength is rapidly increasing, be exceedingly cautious during your ventures. Those dark-skinned creatures emerging from the depths are not to be trifled with. I understand. Lian Yang certainly comprehended, as he was well acquainted with the intricate machinations within the realm of the Dark Elves. Chapter 68. The Drifting Caverns. The Drifting Caverns are regions that, alongside the Dark City, float above the surface of the Arad continent, influenced by the cataclysmic events of the Era of Destruction. These labyrinthine caves hover around the capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom, the Dark City. All drifting caverns fall under the dominion of the Dark City. Some are merely nominal territories, while others are genuinely possessed by the Dark Elf Kingdom. It is within those areas that nominally belong to the Dark Elf Kingdom but are, in truth, entirely ungoverned by it that Lian Yang intends to embark on his adventure. Of course, although the Dark City is open, the drifting caverns are not. A permit is required for entry. This necessity was precisely why Lian Yang sought to befriend Krent. Unfortunately, the protagonist in the original narrative was somewhat ambiguously aligned with the revolutionary forces. Krent, adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, initially chose to assist the protagonist as a precaution against the Delos Empire. However, upon arriving in the realm of the Dungeon and Warriors, Lian Yang had directly aligned himself with the Delos Empire, rendering the notion of acquiring a permit through the revolutionary forces utterly absurd. From the very first day he set foot on the Arad continent, Lian Yang was filled with awe at this fantastical world, where nature exhibited wonders unseen on Earth. Standing at the entrance of the drifting caverns, gazing at the myriad labyrinthine caves floating in the vicinity of the Dark City, Lian Yang was utterly astonished. Caves are well known, yet when they so abruptly appear suspended in midair, continuously shifting, Lian Yang, hailing from Earth, could not fathom the principles at play. This defied all logic. This was Lian Yang's initial thought. Naturally, Arad had no place for science. Stop. This area is not open to the public. Passage is forbidden. A dark elf with fiery red hair obstructed the path of Lian Yang and his companions. I am Lian Yang, and this is Krent's permit. They are all my team members. Politely introducing himself, Lian Yang handed the permit to Viola, who scrutinized it carefully before replying, Are you the special adventurer that Lord Krent mentioned? I am Viola of the Blackstone Legion. While I am uncertain how you obtained this special permission, I now recognize your amicable intent. Pausing, she continued, This is the ruins of the former Spider Kingdom, which has long been under the jurisdiction of the Dark City. I do not believe this place will pique your interest. Lian Yang nodded with a smile, expressing his desire to explore the Spider Kingdom. Reluctantly, Viola consented to accompany them on their adventure, though she harbored significant reservations regarding Lian Yang and his companions. Lian Yang gazed at the proud yet wary Viola and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. In the original narrative, had the protagonist not uncovered the anomalies within the Spider Kingdom, thereby triggering a cascade of ensuing events, it was highly likely that the Dark City would have witnessed untold devastation. While the Dark Elves were still entangled in the debate of whether opening the Dark City was indeed a prudent course of action, a dreadful black nightmare had silently descended upon the drifting caves near the Dark City. Having traversed the winding and serpentine paths, Lian Yang and his companions finally arrived at their intended destination, the entrance to the Spider Kingdom. Upon entering, the cave was not shrouded in darkness, perhaps due to its proximity to the surface. Glimpses of the external sky could be seen through some vast crevices. Nonchalantly dispatching a colossal red spider, Viola remarked coolly, After the demise of the Spider Kingdom, only a few spiders remain here. Although I have heard some peculiar rumors, they are merely baseless embellishments. Once you have satisfied your curiosity, please return directly to the Dark City. Deep down, Viola harbored a profound disdain for adventurers, or rather, for any race other than the Dark Elves. However, the quartet had obtained a special pass from Krent, necessitating her presence, either to accompany or to surveil them. The thought of Lian Yang causing trouble in the drifting caves left her feeling uneasy. Lian Yang, however, paid her little mind. He saw no reason to engage in discourse with such an arrogant and ignorant dark elf. Familiar with the storyline, he anticipated that Viola would soon receive an unexpected blow to her pride. Sure enough, after a brief while, a gigantic blue spider emerged before them, its voice laced with hostility as it roared, Halt, dark elf. This is our territory. Have you forgotten the agreement? Lian Yang chuckled inwardly. The main event had arrived. This creature was also a resurrected denizen of the Spider Kingdom, and it was evident that its memories were frozen in the moment preceding the kingdom's downfall. Lian Yang recalled that this monster was known as the Spider Hunter, Rodria. Yet, oblivious to the ancient covenant, Viola muttered impatiently, What is this? Is this spider insane? Why is the underground guard allowing such a creature to roam free? Accustomed to her own pride, Viola wasted no time and lunged at the spider hunter. Rodria, exhibiting an attack style that was indeed reminiscent of an assassin class in the game. Although Viola was more than capable of handling the spider hunter alone, Lian Yang decided to join the fray, teasingly remarking, "Miss Dark Elf, isn't this the essence of adventure?" Unexpected occurrences at every turn. Dodging the dark elemental arrows shot by the spider hunter, Viola replied curtly, "This is merely an accident, and as you can see, this large spider is rather weak." Just moments ago, she had boasted about how the ruins of the Spider Kingdom had long been under the jurisdiction of the Dark City, only to be swiftly humbled. A faint blush crept onto Viola's cheeks, yet she stubbornly insisted that these were trivial matters. The spider hunter, Rodria, while considered an elite, boasted strength comparable to the fallen queen, Melina. Its attack methods were limited to two: launching 3 dark elemental arrows or ensnaring its foes with webs. It is quite troublesome, yet at this moment, Lian Yang has transformed from the former Wu Xia Meng into a formidable presence. With a mere flick of his wrist and a few skills, the spider hunter Rodelia can only succumb to defeat. He nonchalantly remarks, "Very well. This spider lacks considerable strength, but I suppose I must venture deeper. Conversing while battling spiders is undeniably intriguing, is it not? You possess special permits, so of course, there is no issue." Paola responds with evident impatience. Nevertheless, she concedes to Lian Yang's request, for the emergence of the spider hunter Rodelia has stirred a sense of unease within her. Baronia and Alice, on the other hand, merely observe, too disinterested to engage in conversation with Paola. Even a formidable figure like Hade, known for his sharp tongue, can be deemed proud. Yet Paola, with her haughty demeanor, can only be described as tsundere. After battling the spider hunter Rodelia, Lian Yang's expression is rife with vigilance. Rodelia serves as a harbinger. The black nightmare has descended upon the drifting caverns. A roar erupts from the depths of the cave, resonating with an intense fury, loud and clear, yet distinctly unlike that of a beast. But how could a human's voice be so powerful? Let us hasten our pace. I suspect there might be something exceedingly fascinating ahead. Upon hearing the roar, Lian Yang comprehends its nature, instinctively quickening his steps. After all, he is currently embodying the adventurous spirit of an intrepid explorer. Before long, a monstrous figure manifests before them, a giant, with skin of a dark hue, towering over 4 meters tall. Its massive head is adorned with 2 curved horns, and its gaping maw reveals menacing fangs. Strikingly humanoid, this colossal creature dons rudimentary armor and wields a wooden club the size of an adult. This monster is evidently notorious. For the moment Paola lays eyes upon it, her countenance pales and she mutters uncertainly, could it be? The giant, however, grants Paola little time for contemplation, immediately swinging its massive club with ferocity towards her, blood chi blade. Still taken aback, Paola finds herself unable to evade the giant's assault. But Lian Yang, ever vigilant, promptly utilizes the blood chi blade to shatter the giant's club. He recognizes this creature as a Rosodia, a being whose vague lore within the game suggests a connection to the Dark Elves. Though the specifics elude him, Chapter 69. Prince of Spiders Nicholas. Despite the Rosodia's imposing stature, its combat prowess is not particularly high. Yet its presence in the long-dominant Spider Kingdom, governed by darkness, is indeed peculiar. Having saved Paola, Lian Yang teasingly remarks, "I recall this creature is called Rosodia. It seems rather out of place here, does it not?" "Humph." Paola offers no retort, merely snorting in defiance as she launches a fierce attack on the towering Rosodia before her. It is said that Chang Yaojin's 3-axe strikes are legendary. Similarly, the Rosodia's repertoire consists of merely 3 moves: ferociously smashing its target with the colossal club, leaping high to deliver a devastating aerial strike, and finally unleashing a thunderous roar to stun its foes. Each of these moves is immensely powerful and strikingly sharp. However, it must be acknowledged that Rosodia possesses only these 3 techniques. After just 2 rounds, even Viola could effortlessly maneuver around the colossal Rosodia. Of course, Lian Yang was undoubtedly holding back. Had it not been for the desire to facilitate future adventures in the Dark City, Viola's haughty demeanor would have led Lian Yang to eliminate him long ago. Yet, despite his lack of earnest effort, the immensely strong but clumsily bovine Rosodia fell beneath Lian Yang's blade. The disparity in strength was simply too great, and it was no simple task to let him off lightly. Upon vanquishing Rosodia, Viola, with a gravely serious expression, stated, "Adventurer, I must take my leave to report. Please refrain from wandering aimlessly. You must return directly to the Dark City. Without waiting for Lian Yang and the others to respond, he activated his skill and swiftly departed. Viola's presence faded. Baron exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Finally, he's gone." I had to play mute, and it was unbearable. Arthur, toying with the scythe of the apocalypse, chuckled. It's no wonder the situation in the Dark City is so convoluted. Our actions have been too conspicuous, and we've attracted attention while risking everything. However, these Dark Elves are still inferior to the Revolutionary Army. Alice chimed in. That dark-skinned elf from earlier was hardly impressive. Even Hades surpasses her in prowess. Before embarking on their adventure in the Drift Cavern, Lian Yang had briefly informed everyone about the current situation and the impending events, and they were already familiar with the paranoid and arrogant nature of the Dark Elves. To avoid unnecessary complications, the four decided that unless absolutely necessary, only Lian Yang would speak. As the saying goes, the more one speaks, the more one errs. Originally, their noble intention to assist the Dark Elves could be misconstrued due to a hint of prescience. The four remained silent. After a brief rest, Lian Yang softly declared, "Let us proceed eastward. Given the circumstances, it seems the timeline of the Spider Kingdom has likely converged with the present." First, they would assess the extent to which Prince Nicholas was corroded by the Black Nightmare. The Spider Kingdom was an ancient realm near the Dark City. Following the death of its last emperor, Bub, a bloody civil war erupted between his son and daughter, ultimately leading to the kingdom's demise. Under the influence of the cataclysm, it was evident that the ruins of the Spider Kingdom had reverted to the period of civil strife between Prince Nicholas and Princess Angelina in the game. Players must choose whether to support Prince Nicholas or Princess Angelina, but Lian Yang found the game's depiction of the large spider-like Princess Angelina unappealing. Thus, the chivalrous Prince Nicholas became his preferred choice. The quartet continued their journey eastward, encountering not only spiders but also formidable Rhysodias, of which Lian Yang and his companions had dispatched several. They even encountered some floating vengeful spirits, who, after hundreds of years, still moaned in agony, as one might expect. Physical classes like Lian Yang could indeed defeat these spirits, though it proved somewhat laborious. However, the paladin Arthur could easily exorcise these tormented souls with a few rays of holy light. Unbidden, Lian Yang pondered the veracity of the claims made by certain Taoists, monks, and practitioners who, in their pursuit of wealth, orchestrated rituals that purportedly wielded genuine efficacy. As he navigated through the thicket, at the farthest eastern end of the drifting caverns, a handsome youth levitated in midair, gazing at Lian Yang and his companions with a nonchalant demeanor. If you wish to avoid becoming ensnared in a spider's web and ending up as a desiccated corpse, I recommend you turn back immediately, he remarked. The familiar prelude stirred Lian Yang's thoughts, and he couldn't help but marvel at how amiable the Spider Prince truly was. Shaking his head, he replied, "In truth, I have come specifically in search of you." The Spider Prince Nicholas was evidently perplexed, his mind awash with questions. He was no benign figure. In the realm of humanity, he was synonymous with malevolence. "Do you even comprehend where you are? You've come seeking me? Are you courting death?" he retorted sharply. Waving his hand dismissively, Lian Yang countered, "It is not that I am unaware of this place. Rather, it is you who are misinformed. This is the kingdom of spiders, my realm. How could I possibly be oblivious?" The Spider Prince Nicholas asserted with unwavering conviction. "Indeed," Lian Yang chuckled lightly, "you are rather mistaken. This is now referred to as the ruins of the kingdom of spiders." "Blasphemy?" Nicholas interjected furiously before Lian Yang could finish. "Though my father has recently passed and our kingdom is in turmoil due to the strife between my sister and me, the kingdom of spiders remains a formidable power." Lian Yang continued calmly, "However, you must understand, this place has existed hundreds of years beyond your time. You lying scoundrel, you may as well perish." The Spider Prince Nicholas felt as though Lian Yang was mocking him, spouting nonsensical claims. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of dark energy, launching a fierce attack at Lian Yang. With a swift motion, Lian Yang deflected Nicholas's skill with his sword, exclaiming with exasperation, "I knew you wouldn't believe me. But do you think I would bother to toy with you given my strength?" A true expert reveals their prowess in an instant. Despite the brief exchange, Nicholas recognized that Lian Yang's power was on par with his own. Softening his demeanor, Nicholas remarked coldly, "Your strength is impressive. I presume your companions are equally formidable, yet the notion that this is hundreds of years hence is utterly preposterous. Indeed, only those with strength wield authority." And the brief encounter had prompted the Spider Prince to contemplate Lian Yang's assertions. Seizing the moment, Lian Yang elaborated, The texts regarding the history of the Kingdom of Spiders state that after the demise of the great Emperor Babu, a brutal civil war erupted between Spider Prince Nicholas and Princess Angelina in their quest for the throne, directly leading to the downfall of the Kingdom of Spiders. Observing the contemplative expression of Nicholas, Lian Yang continued, "Of course, as a human adventurer, my knowledge of the kingdom's history primarily derives from tales circulating in the City of Darkness. I am aware that several centuries have elapsed since the kingdom's demise. Should you doubt my words, you may accompany us to the surface world." The surface world? The Spider Prince, Nicholas, expressed his bewilderment. Isn't Dark City also part of the underground world? When did it transform into a surface realm? It was evident that the recently resurrected Spider Prince Nicholas had almost zero awareness of the outside world. Arthur, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, his face etched with sorrow. The continent of Arad has suffered a horrific calamity. A terrifying black nightmare has swept across the entire land, and those who survived have dubbed this era the Age of Destruction. Under the influence of the Age of Destruction, the capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom, Dark City, which was once buried deep underground, has surfaced. Moreover, the caverns surrounding Dark City have also risen to the surface, floating around it. Lian Yang interjected, continuing, "The place we currently occupy is one of the drifting caverns, located near Dark City, which the Dark Elves have named the ruins of the Spider Kingdom." Observing the conviction in Lian Yang and the others' words, Spider Prince Nicholas could not help but feel a sense of skepticism stirring within him. Contemplating Lian Yang's statements in silence, sensing the uncertainty on Nicholas's face, Lian Yang pressed on, "Furthermore, Nicholas, you are likely aware of our strength. We originally came here merely for exploration, but we are also quite curious about you from hundreds of years ago." Chapter 70. A changed future. Is this truly the world hundreds of years later? Nicholas murmured to himself, finally stepping onto the surface after centuries. Everything before him was indeed utterly transformed from the world he once knew. Within the drifting cavern, Lian Yang busily engaged in various explanations and persuasive efforts, and after much effort, Nicholas ultimately decided to witness the surface world for himself. However, more crucially, as a prince, he felt an undeniable dissonance upon awakening. Sensing that the world had shifted somehow, which piqued his curiosity, leading him to be persuaded by Lian Yang. Otherwise, it would have been futile to convince a prince with mere words. It would be a miracle if he were even swayed at all. Now, beneath the azure sky, Lian Yang gazed at the bewildered Nicholas and softly remarked, "The world has changed. It has become perilous. I can sense that if we do not uncover the origins of the Age of Destruction and the Black Nightmare, the world will face annihilation." Lian Yang was not indulging in hyperbole. According to the lore within the game, both the Dark Knight and the Creator had chosen to return to the past after the world's destruction in order to save it. Shrugging helplessly, Spider Prince Nicholas replied, "I do not even understand why I have been resurrected. My time was meant for preparing to contest the throne with my sister. Yet you suddenly inform me that this is the world of my kingdom's ruin, hundreds of years hence, and that the world is enduring tremendous calamity and is on the brink of destruction." Cradling his head in his hands, Lian Yang, without turning back, stated, "Overthinking is exhausting. Let us go. We must first visit Krent. This old elf has lived for quite some time and should possess some knowledge." As Queen's envoy, Krent had little official business, which allowed him to engage in side ventures during his leisure, such as running an equipment enhancement shop. As he watched a hapless soul, burdened by the weight of failure, depart with a heavy sigh, Krent turned to see Lian Yang and his companions approaching. He greeted them with a chuckle, saying, "I must say, Lian Yang, you've made quite the impression. Embarking on an adventure in the Dark City and already acquiring new companions." The Spider Prince, Nicholas, donned a perfectly tailored black formal attire, and in his human form, he bore little resemblance to a spider. It was no wonder Krent mistakenly assumed he was one of Lian Yang's new recruits. With a mischievous grin, Lian Yang replied, "My new recruit? Perhaps, but his lineage could astound you. Could he be the offspring of some grand noble from the Delos Empire?" Krent pondered, observing the elegant and noble demeanor of the Spider Prince Nicholas, which naturally evoked thoughts of nobility. However, he quickly corrected himself. "But wait, I don't recall you having any dealings with the upper echelons of the Delos Empire beyond the Night Order." Seeing how one remark sent Krent's imagination spiraling, Lian Yang stifled a laugh and said, "Don't be surprised. This dashing gentleman could indeed be considered nobility, albeit from centuries past. He is the Spider Prince Nicholas. I believe you must have heard of him." "What?" Upon hearing that name, Krent visibly froze, hastily exclaiming, "Wait a moment." Without another word, he dashed inside, and even Lian Yang, standing outside, could hear the clattering of objects being rummaged through. Before long, Krent emerged clutching a book, scrutinizing the Spider Prince Nicholas intently while flipping through its pages, muttering, "It's uncanny, utterly uncanny. How on earth has a figure from centuries ago returned to life?" Suddenly struck by a thought, Krent turned to Lian Yang and inquired, "I recall that your first stop in the Drift Caves was the ruins of the Spider Kingdom. Did you encounter him there?" While many underground kingdoms existed, the most prominent ones included the Dark Elven Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdom, and the long-lost Spider Kingdom from centuries past. As a member of the Absolute Elite, the Dark Elven Kingdom meticulously preserved portraits of the upper echelons from various nations. It was through the images he had casually collected that Krent could ascertain that the noble youth before him was indeed the Spider Prince Nicholas. Realizing Krent had confirmed the identity of the Spider Prince, Lian Yang quickly asked, "Krent, you seem rather knowledgeable. We would like to understand the reason behind his resurrection." Krent shook his head in resignation, replying, "I fear you overestimate my capabilities. The reason for his resurrection eludes me, but you should consult Shallan," asked the royal chief mage. "She is undoubtedly well-versed in such matters." Shallan? Lian Yang recognized the name. She was a formidable sorceress, and it appeared that in the later stages of the game, many pivotal characters sought her for clarification on magical concepts. "Yes, that's right," Krent affirmed. "Seeking her out is your best bet. She resides in the Magic Guild near the central square of the Dark City, not far from Kelly's location in any realm. Sorcerers were esteemed for their vast knowledge and noble standing, as they must acquire extensive understanding to navigate the intricate domain of magic. Drawing closer. Magic is akin to science. Magicians are but scientists, and when it comes to knowledge, who could claim to be more erudite than a scientist? Just as Lian Yang and his companions departed from the residence in Krent, a strikingly beautiful woman approached them. Standing tall at around 1.70 meters, her long, flowing purple hair cascaded down her back, creating an ethereal aura. Her delicate, oval face and porcelain skin appeared almost fragile to the touch. Clutching a harp and adorned in a flowing gown primarily of light purple, she gracefully advanced toward Lian Yang and his friends. Hello." To everyone's surprise, Lian Yang took the initiative to greet her. Albeit with a hint of trepidation, "I have come specifically to find you," the newcomer stated directly, her voice melodious and enchanting. "Find me?" Lian Yang was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. He was indeed captivated by the girl before him, and upon noticing her attire and purple hair, he was certain she was none other than the most beautiful bard, Alice, from the world of DNF. Although he had considered the possibility of an intersection later in the story, Alice seeking him out so directly left him astonished. Alice nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Yes, it is you I seek. I have foreseen that the trajectory of the future has been altered. It is no longer as clear and sorrowful as it once was. The reason for this transformation is you?" Alice did not conceal her own astonishment. Under her predictions, the fate of the Arad continent and even the entire world had appeared grim, and she had been rather pessimistic. However, she recently discovered that the once-fixed future had become uncertain, leading her to Lian Yang. "Me?" Lian Yang was genuinely surprised. Alice indeed possessed prophetic abilities. While he had been striving to follow the main storyline, he had also been consistently altering the original plot. Thus, when Alice claimed he had changed the future, he found it not at all strange. Lian Yang responded calmly, "The future is uncertain, and that is precisely what makes it the future. It could be good or bad. Who knows? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lian Yang. Greetings, I am the bard Alice." Alice nodded. She should have scoffed at Lian Yang's words, yet she found herself without grounds for rebuttal, and the original history was indeed too sorrowful. Is the destruction of the world not a tragedy? Remembering that Alice was a well-versed scholar, often providing answers to numerous questions within the game, Lian Yang invited her. "This is Nicholas, the prince of the Spider Kingdom from centuries past. He has recently been resurrected, with his memories still anchored in that bygone era. We are on our way to Shallan to uncover the reasons behind his revival. Would you care to join us?" Lian Yang's invitation, though abrupt, was made without hesitation. To his astonishment, Alice readily replied, "Yes, I am quite curious as to why a figure from centuries ago would be resurrected." Alice herself found her own prompt agreement somewhat astonishing. Despite having predicted Lian Yang numerous times, this was their first actual meeting. Though the rationale for the invitation was sound, Alice still sensed an unusual feeling. At this moment, Arthur, Baron, and Alice gazed in a daze at Lian Yang and Alice. They were unaware of Alice's true nature, but Lian Yang's unusual assertiveness today undoubtedly made his companions feel as though they had discovered a new world. Chapter 71. A chaotic time and space. The Dark City is vast, yet the distance from Krent's residence to Shallan is not particularly far. However, Lian Yang and Alice perceive this short journey as excruciatingly slow. Alice, the undisputed paragon of beauty among NPCs and DNF, remains breathtakingly stunning even as she appears as the final boss in the later stages of the Time Gate dungeon. Lian Yang, a seasoned veteran of DNF, has engaged in numerous online games, but DNF has remained his constant companion since before his transmigration. Tio put it simply, he harbors a certain fascination with NPCs. Thus, when a real person materializes before him, even more captivating than in the game, Lian Yang's gaze is fixed upon Alice throughout the journey, secretly, brazenly, feigning composure, with an intensity that burns iron essence. His eyes hardly stray from Alice. As for Alice, though she hails from the demon realm, she is likely around 20 years of age as a bard. Her emotions are always vivid and expressive. Subjected to Lian Yang's unabashedly fervent gaze, her heart flutters uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Strangely enough, she finds herself without a trace of animosity towards Lian Yang. Ahem! Baron cleared his throat and declared loudly, "This is the Magic Academy." Oh, have we arrived so soon? Lian Yang and Alice exclaimed in unison, only to fall silent simultaneously. Hey, the gunslinger Alice said with feigned exasperation. What did you expect? How much longer did you want to walk? How much longer do you wish to gaze at the young lady? Lian Yang stammered in response. Oh no, what are you talking about? Giggling softly. The bard Alice found Lian Yang's current demeanor quite amusing. With the pass provided by Krent, Lian Yang and his companions swiftly located Shalon, the chief mage of the Dark Elven Kingdom and the president of the Magic Guild, who was deep in meditation. Upon seeing Lian Yang, Shalon greeted him warmly. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shalon, the chief mage of the court and currently serve as both the president of the Magic Guild and the head of the Magic Academy. I know of you, Lian Yang, disciple of Aganzo, an outstanding young man. With a tall stature, his skin glistening in the characteristic dark hue of the Dark Elves, Lian Yang's silver-gray waves of long hair cascade down, adorned with a large violet-blue rose atop his head. Even his lips and flowing gown echo the same violet-blue tones. Enveloped in shades of black and violet-blue, Shalon emanates an inexplicable aura of mystery and allure. Lian Yang politely replied, "Please convey my regards to my master. I have come primarily to inquire about the fall of the Spider Kingdom." After a moment of careful contemplation, Shalon responded, "The Spider Kingdom, you say?" According to the records, since the passing of King Babu, the Prince Nicholas and Princess Angelina have engaged in a fierce struggle for the throne. The kingdom, drained by internal strife, ultimately fell victim to invasion by the dwarven race. Shalon's tone was perfectly normal, considering it was a tale from long ago. However, upon hearing that his own kingdom had perished due to the strife between himself and his sister, the Spider Prince Nicholas could not help but shed a tear. He softly uttered, "Greetings, Lady Shalon. I am the Spider Prince Nicholas." What? Upon hearing the words of the Spider Prince Nicholas, the graceful Shalon gasped in astonishment. After carefully examining Nicholas's body with magic, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible! I cannot be certain that you are indeed the Spider Prince Nicholas, but you unmistakably bear the essence of the vanished Spider Dashman." This moment, Lian Yang stepped forward, asserting, "I am certain he is the Spider Prince Nicholas, for he was brought out from the Drift Cave, a place steeped in an eerie atmosphere." Lian Yang began to recount in detail the events that transpired within the ruins of the Spider Kingdom in the Drift Cave, leaving no stone unturned. After listening to Lian Yang's narrative, Shalon pondered for a moment before stating, "Based on your description and the presence of this individual before us, it seems the timeline of the Spider Kingdom has reverted to the moment just after Emperor Babu's demise. I am uncertain why this has occurred. Perhaps a formidable force is at play." Shaking his head, Lian Yang replied, "I suspect it may be the energy of the Age of Destruction manifesting alongside the Black Nightmare that has facilitated Nicholas's revival. Yet we lack the means to detect such energy." "Means to detect energy, you say?" As she spoke, Shalon produced a transparent crystal sphere, stating calmly, "Nicholas, place your hand upon it and attune yourself to the energy within." The Spider Prince Nicholas accepted Shalon's magical orb and entered a meditative state. Though Nicholas was unable to see, Lian Yang and the others observed with clarity as the magic sphere in Nicholas's grasp emitted a pitch-black glow, its aura evoking a sense of familiarity in Lian Yang. "The Black Nightmare? It is indeed the Black Nightmare," exclaimed the bard, Alice, in astonishment. Sensing the bewildered gazes of those around her, Alice elaborated, "Throughout the ages, the calamities that have befallen the continent of Arad have always borne the shadow of the apostles. They have sought to invade our Arad, and the Black Nightmare serves as their weapon and means. The energy of the Age of Destruction must have obscured the essence of the Black Nightmare, yet beneath Shalon's magical sphere, I have glimpsed its hidden depths." Alice was, of course, well acquainted with the Black Nightmare. Although she had long been ensnared and manipulated by the weeping Ihelder, she was inherently a kind-hearted individual striving to save Arad. Her adventures had exposed her to numerous victims of the Black Nightmare, and the moment the magic sphere illuminated, she was utterly convinced that it was indeed the energy of the Black Nightmare. The Black Nightmare, you say? Lian Yang murmured, recalling the sensations and affirmatively stated. Indeed, this is unmistakably the essence of the Black Nightmare. Nicholas, do you harbor any particular ambitions, perhaps to conquer the world? Shaking his head, the Spider Prince Nicholas replied, You know well that I am but a prince at present, still vying for the throne against my sister Angelina. My sole desire is to rescue my people from under Angelina's oppressive rule. As for the notion of conquering the world, is it not a thought that every sovereign harbors? Conversely, upon awakening, I find myself beset by an impulse to annihilate everything. Fortunately, I have managed to suppress such urges. Beside me, Shalon mused, it seems there is no mistake. It is the combined energies of the era of destruction and the Black Nightmare that have brought the remnants of the Spider Kingdom within the drifting cavern back to the moment just after Bab's demise. However, the essence of the Black Nightmare should have split in two. If my conjecture holds true, your sister must currently be in a state of utter madness and brutality. For the portion of the Black Nightmare you possess is surely less than hers. While Prince Nicholas of the Spider Kingdom may also entertain thoughts of total obliteration, he is, after all, capable of maintaining control. Reflecting on the game, Lian Yang recalled that the Spider Princess Angelina exhibited behavior akin to that of a lunatic. Thus, Shalon's assertion that Prince Nicholas received a lesser share of the Black Nightmare compared to Princess Angelina was indeed corroborated by Lian Yang. It appears we have no alternative, Lian Yang shrugged. Nicholas, we must eliminate your sister. Otherwise, this world will descend into chaos. Although discussing the elimination of a sibling in the presence of her brother may seem harsh, even if they are mortal enemies, Baron Arthur could not help but cradle his head in dismay. Could you not express that more delicately? He interjected. Indeed. Nicholas found himself momentarily at a loss for words, before reluctantly responding, while that is true. Could you perhaps choose a more tactful phrasing? However, it seems I now have a more legitimate reason than ever. Yes, I shall save the world. The resurrected Prince Nicholas of the Spider Kingdom unexpectedly initiated a jest, a notion he had never dared to entertain before, yet he thoroughly relished it. What is there to be delicate about? Lian Yang replied nonchalantly to him, Why, dear Spider King, do you not wish to rescue your kingdom post-haste? The Spider Kingdom has already perished, Prince Nicholas replied languidly. Let it perish, then. I am now solely focused on salvaging this world, and suddenly, the throne seems less of a priority. Chapter 72. Who is mad? Within the drifting cavern, at the ruins of the Spider Kingdom, this locale serves as the starting point for players in the Drifting Cavern quest, and now marks the beginning of Lian Yang's adventure in the Dark City. A group of 5, accompanied by a diminutive radiant holy Qilin, stood before the entrance of the Spider Kingdom ruins. The bard, Alice, had already departed, unable to withstand Lian Yang's fervent gaze and her own racing heart, thus opting to return. Taking a deep breath, Prince Nicholas declared loudly, Let us proceed. It is time to put an end to this farce from centuries past. With that, he stepped boldly into the inky darkness of the drifting cavern. Lian Yang and his companions exchanged nods before confidently entering the cavern, as the battle was about to commence. Upon entering the ruins of the Spider Kingdom, Prince Nicholas began emitting peculiar shrieks, reminiscent of bats, yet remaining within the bounds of human acceptability. Before long, the initially scattered and colossal spiders inexplicably manifested before Lian Yang and the others, revealing what appeared to be a battalion of several thousand arachnids. After a moment's pause, the Spider Prince Nicholas finally ceased his cacophony and turned to Lian Yang, exclaiming, Behold, these are my loyal guards, each possessing formidable strength. In order to balance the powers between my sister and myself, my father's forces are roughly equal in number to hers. Lian Yang felt a mixture of astonishment and an inkling of inevitability. After all, in the game, the Spider Prince Nicholas had only a handful of guardians, a stark contrast to the reality before him. However, the sight of thousands of loyalists led Lian Yang to ponder the overwhelming might of the Spider Kingdom in its prime. Given that Nicholas was merely a prince and not an emperor, it was likely that the elite forces of medieval Europe numbered similarly. Yet in the context of the once mighty Spider Kingdom, these were merely the prince's personal guards. Naturally, Lian Yang chose to remain reticent, recognizing that this was a sibling rivalry, and as an outsider, it was prudent to maintain his silence. As he observed the army assembling, he solemnly nodded to Prince Nicholas. Perhaps it was a matter of arthropod instinct, or perhaps something else entirely, but the vast battalion swiftly advanced towards the western ruins of the Spider Kingdom, moving with an eerie silence that left Lian Yang and awed. Of course, the shrill call of Prince Nicholas had not only summoned his forces. Princess Angelina, situated far to the west, also urgently rallied her own retinue upon hearing the call. Engaging in fierce skirmishes with hundreds or even thousands of troops was not unfamiliar to Lian Yang, having encountered such situations in his nearly 2 years in Arad. Yet, the prospect of a clash involving thousands against thousands stirred a palpable tension within him. Regardless of whether they were Prince Nicholas's or Princess Angelina's guardians, each arachnid warrior possessed a size comparable to that of 2 fully grown humans. Combined, their numbers exceeded 10,000. Bloodblade, Lian Yang proclaimed. Since they were already present, there was no time for idleness. He led the charge against Princess Angelina's guardians, unleashing a powerful blood blade with a mere flick of his wrist. The formidable energy imbued within his attack effortlessly obliterated several of the princess's guardians, providing an opportune moment for the prince's loyalists to surge forward. Lian Yang elegantly joined the fray, and Baron, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, as one of the only 2 swordsmen in the team. Baron often found himself vying with Lian Yang. Amidst the onslaught of monstrous foes, fortified by the automatic healing function, Baron unleashed his bloodthirsty demon slash amidst the throng, ensnaring numerous creatures and allowing the approaching prince's guardians to dispatch them with ease. Alice, on the other hand, took a more straightforward approach. Positioned centrally among the loyalists, she unleashed a barrage of missiles and laser blasts upon the princess's guardians, creating swathes of desolation. As for the paladin Arthur, he was perhaps the most fearsome of all. Though he refrained from direct combat, he weaved through the ranks of the prince's forces, bestowing his honor blessing periodically as he traversed a certain distance. The surge of power felt by the prince's guardians propelled them into a frenzy, driving them to engage even more fervently against their adversaries. It must be said that, despite the formidable prowess of the royal guards, the armed-to-the-teeth Lian Yang quartet is, in fact, far more terrifying. In the vast expanse of a battlefield teeming with thousands, the quartet can only serve as the arrows of a leading charge, and the envisioned scene of slaying multitudes is nowhere to be found. Nonetheless, this reality has led to a stark disparity in casualties between 2 forces that were once evenly matched. From the initial balance of power, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, and soon, defeat was all too apparent. In the rear, the Spider Prince Nicholas, with a stoic expression, commanded with unyielding composure, while at the front, the Lian Yang quartet, accompanied by a radiant Holy Kirin, spearheaded the assault. In a brief span, the princess's guard was reduced to a disarrayed remnant. Victory seemed within easy grasp, yet the Spider Prince Nicholas, orchestrating the army from the back, was decidedly not in high spirits. His brow furrowed, his countenance cold, as if lost in contemplation. He commanded the troops with a sense of detachment, seemingly indifferent even to the impending triumph. The battle raged on, though it no longer echoed with the initial cacophony of clashing swords. Instead, the Lian Yang quartet, along with the several thousand soldiers trailing behind them, ventured westward. Indeed, it was exploration, as the skirmishes had dwindled to almost nothing, at long last. At the far western reaches of the Drift Cave Spider Kingdom's ruins, a magnificent hall unveiled itself before the gathered crowd. The wild yet irresistibly alluring woman appeared before Lian Yang and his companions, although her 8 massive spider legs, which resembled wings, might have been better left unmentioned. Unlike her brother's suave and dashing demeanor, the Spider Princess Angelina, despite bearing the imposing appendages, was undeniably a rare beauty in her own right. Perhaps she could be likened to a seraph, the only distinction being that angels bear wings while she bears claws. The silent Spider Prince Nicholas regarded his sister with an expression that belied the centuries that had passed. For him, it felt as if it were merely yesterday. With a chuckle, he reminisced, "Ah, Angelina, how you have grown. A true beauty. Indeed, I seem to recall just yesterday when you would come running to me, nose dripping." As we played, the Spider Princess Angelina's response to her brother's opening remark was stiff. Her expression twisted in fury. "The moment you conspired to usurp my throne, my brother was already dead." Ignoring Angelina's furious outburst, Nicholas continued, "Looking back, I realize how foolish I was. From an early age, I indulged you and allowed you to have your way. Yet, when the time came for me to contend for something, I inadvertently destroyed everything. Then relinquish your claim." Angelina shrieked, her fury unabated. "Allow me to rule this kingdom, to see the Spider Kingdom conquer the world. Weren't you the one who spoiled me? Hand over the throne, and then you may take your own life." The Spider Princess's irrational rage seemed to stem from the complete annihilation of her guards. Or perhaps from something deeper. In any case, she was no longer capable of rational thought. Gazing earnestly at Angelina, the Spider Prince Nicholas replied calmly, "Our kingdom has already fallen, hundreds of years ago, due to our own strife, ha ha ha." The Spider Princess Angelina laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Nicholas, have you lost your mind? Cannot you see how powerful our nation has become? Even the distant dwarves and dark elves seek to forge alliances with us. How can you claim it has been annihilated for centuries?" Shaking his head, the Spider Prince Nicholas replied with resignation, "But the truth is, I am not insane, nor are you. The world has changed. Our nation now lies in ruins. Die." Finally unable to contain herself, the Spider Princess Angelina raised her hand and unleashed an energy orb, hurtling it fiercely towards Prince Nicholas. Observing Angelina's assault, Prince Nicholas waved his hand and declared, "This is a battle between siblings. I would prefer you not to intervene. You understand." Chapter 73. Sibling Clash. As the Spider Princess Angelina launched her attack, the Spider Prince Nicholas was not one to passively endure. He responded with a wide-range release of soul-devouring dark energy, effortlessly sending Angelina crashing aside. Undeterred, Angelina swiftly closed the distance, her 8 colossal spider legs striking at Nicholas like a flurry of swords. The frenzied Spider Princess sought to bring her brother to his demise. However, Nicholas appeared distracted, his thoughts elsewhere. Feeling Angelina's relentless onslaught, he remarked with a hint of bitterness, "Do you see those adventurers? Upon awakening, I believed it was still yesterday. I was actively rallying our people, striving to reclaim my throne and save this nation." With a fierce roar, Angelina retorted, "The throne rightfully belongs to me. Our father has bequeathed it to me." Her strikes grew even more vicious. Shaking his head, Nicholas lamented, "Whose throne it is no longer matters. They inform me that the Spider Kingdom has been in ruins for centuries due to our civil war." "Humph." Angelina, clearly unconvinced, scoffed, "Nonsense. Our civil war has only just begun. Our nation remains formidable. I believe that without those adventurers aiding your so-called justice, I would still have triumphed over you with overwhelming advantage." Despair etched upon his face, Nicholas cried out, "But do you understand? Each of them possesses strength equal to mine. Yet they merely urged me to venture into the surface world. And then you went, and upon your return, you bore the grim tidings that our kingdom had perished for centuries." Quickly, Angelina interjected, "And then you returned, feigning anguish, to tell me our nation is lost, that I should relinquish the throne. And you would raise your arm and claim it for yourself? Nicholas, you are dreaming. The throne is mine. It is mine." The Spider Princess Angelina became increasingly agitated, her voice